Chapter 1: The System Finally Activates. Congratulations to the host, Zhou Yuchen, for mastering Xingyi Quan at the master level. Rewarded with 5 attribute points and a lottery opportunity. In a park in Sioux City, Zhou Yuchen, who was practicing the 3-body form of Xingyi, heard a long-lost voice. His muscles trembled, his bones itched, and his vital energy surged through his body like a raging river. A clear sign of a significant increase in his martial arts skills. Zhou Yuchen felt a surge of excitement. 4 years. It had been 4 years since he crossed from Earth to this parallel world, and he had finally taken the first step in the all-encompassing development system. In his previous life, Zhou Yuchen was an exceptional programmer, serving as a project leader at a large gaming company. At the age of 35, he faced a company layoff, thinking he would not be among those let go. However, due to his high salary, he was the first to be dismissed. After leaving the gaming company, Zhou Yuchen chose to start his own business. He teamed up with several skilled friends to establish a new gaming company. In 5 years, they developed a large-scale life simulation gaming all-encompassing development game, which achieved tremendous success in the market. Zhou Yuchen became a rising star in the gaming market, a bona fide billionaire. Unfortunately, the extravagant life of a billionaire lasted only 2 years, as Zhou Yuchen developed liver cancer due to his irregular lifestyle. And it was already in the late stages when diagnosed that, in despair, Zhou Yuchen went to a bar to drink himself into a stupor and drown on his way home. When he woke up, he found himself reborn in the body of a young man in a country called Blue Star. This young man was also named Zhou Yuchen, a top student from Xinjiang province. Instead of choosing prestigious universities, he enrolled in Yunhai University, which was closer to home. In his second year, he got into trouble for beating up a wealthy classmate to protect his girlfriend, Su Xiaoya, resulting in a minor injury diagnosis from the hospital. What Zhou Yuchen did not expect was that Su Xiaoya claimed at the police station that her interaction with a wealthy classmate was just a joke and that she had not been assaulted. This testimony plunged Zhou Yuchen into a deep abyss. Not only was he expelled from Yunhai University, but he was also sentenced to a year in prison for intentional injury. Due to good behavior, he was released 2 months early, from a once promising young man to a criminal. Zhou Yuchen was too ashamed to face his family, so he took a job as a hotel attendant in Sioux City, just 100 kilometers from Yunhai City. In an attempt to save a little girl, he tragically drowned, and his consciousness was taken over by the Zhou Yuchen from Earth. Upon waking, he was shocked to find that the all-encompassing development system he created had also followed him. Once activated, the system allowed him to choose a skill. Given his tragic past, Zhou Yuchen decisively chose the national martial art, Xingyi Quan. He believed that a strong body was essential for any endeavor, and he needed to take care of his health to avoid a situation where he might set out bravely only to perish prematurely. However, it wasn't long before Zhou Yuchen deeply regretted his choice. The all-encompassing development system had a rule. One must master a skill at the master level before switching to another skill. Martial arts differ from ordinary skills in that, in addition to requiring extensive knowledge of traditional practices, they also demand physical practice. Even with the help of the system, Zhou Yuchen found it 10 times easier than others learning this particular martial art. It still took him 4 years to reach the master level. At last, he was able to see the light after persevering through the clouds. Player: Zhou Yuchen. Physique: 14 average person, 10 mental, 10 average person, 10 attribute points, 5 skill. Xingyi Master Level 1.2 item, reward scroll. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Zhou Yuchen took several deep breaths to calm his excited heart before starting the lottery. According to his design from his previous life, skills are categorized into 4 levels: beginner, proficient, master, and grandmaster. Apart from the beginner level, achieving any of the other 3 levels grants players attribute points as a reward and a chance for a lottery draw. When Zhou Yuchen reached the proficient level in Xingyi Quan, he had quite good luck and drew a reward scroll that granted him 8 attribute points. He allocated all 8 points to his physique, which is why he was able to master this martial art in just 4 years. As Zhou Yuchen focused his thoughts, a huge golden wheel appeared before him and began to spin rapidly. Stop! The golden wheel came to a halt, and a beam of light flashed as a scroll appeared in his item inventory reel. Scroll: 3 items. In the game, the reel scroll helps players verify the authenticity of an item, akin to the legendary ability to see through illusions. This means that the reward he received could assist Zhou Yuchen in verifying 3 items. Great! It's truly a case of wishing for something and having it come true. Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Today was the second day of a temple fair in the antique street of Sioux City. The day before, he had spotted a large porcelain jar at a street stall, which he believed could very likely be from the Ru kiln of the Song dynasty. However, The stall owner priced it at 520,000, while Zhou Yuqing had only saved 400,000. Moreover, since he only had a slight understanding of antiques, he could not guarantee that the jar indeed came from the Ru kiln, so he had to give up. Now, with the real scroll, Zhou Yuqing could accurately determine the jar's authenticity. If it truly was from the Ru kiln, he would definitely find a way to acquire this treasure, even if it meant borrowing money. After buying breakfast on the way, Zhou Yuqing returned home. It was a somewhat worn-down community named Daequi Community, located quite conveniently, just about 5 kilometers from the city center. Zhou Yuqing rented a 6th-floor apartment in Building 2, which had an attic with a total area of around 120 square meters and an annual rent of 28,000. He chose to rent this apartment mainly to set up a study in the attic. Zhou Yuqing understood that with the all-around development system he had acquired, the future would be promising. However, to achieve the greatest success, he would need to work even harder than in his previous life. Over the past 4 years, Zhou Yuqing had read countless books across various fields, including finance, management, computer science, communications, radio, semiconductors, and artificial intelligence. The goal is to reach a master level in his Xingyiquan practice, fully unlocking an all-encompassing development system, and to minimize the time required to achieve mastery in his other skills. The more he learns, the higher his starting point will be, making the path to mastery smoother. Currently, there are over 300 books on his shelf. It's unclear whether this is due to the benefits from his original self or the complete fusion of the two souls, which has enhanced his mental capacity, but Zhou Yuqing has surprisingly developed a photographic memory. If it weren't for the fact that many of the books contain overly profound content that requires him to watch online lectures, with his reading speed, the number of books could have increased at least 3 to 4 times. After completing his morning routine of breakfast, showering, and changing clothes, Zhou Yuqing grabbed his bank card and rode his beloved electric bike towards the antique street. Chapter 2: The Effects of the Authentic Scroll. It was early May, and the weather in Sioux City was just right, with a gentle breeze that felt exceptionally comfortable against the skin. When Zhou Yuqing arrived at the antique street, it was already bustling with crowds. Stalls lined both sides of the long street, which stretched over 400 meters, showcasing a dazzling array of small items, countless in number. Zhou Yuqing locked his electric bike and eagerly walked towards the stall he had visited yesterday. Soon, he spotted the Ru kiln large jar that he had taken a fancy to. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a somewhat rustic appearance. His memory was quite sharp. After sizing up Zhou Yuqing, he said, "Hey there, you came by my stall yesterday afternoon, didn't you?" Zhou Yuqing nodded, his eyes still fixed on the large jar. "That's right." The owner took a puff from his cigarette and cheerfully asked, "So, are you interested in this Ru kiln large jar?" Ignoring him, Zhou Yuqing directly activated an authentic scroll. Lines of text immediately appeared before him. Item: replica of Ru kiln large jar, year 1993, value 520 yuan. Zhou Yuqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, but maintained a composed expression. "The item is great, but unfortunately, it's too expensive. I can't afford it." Just then, a beautiful woman in her 30s approached and said, "Hey there, handsome. Are you also interested in this large jar?" Zhou Yuqing stood up, nodded, and replied, "Yes." What a coincidence. The attractive woman clapped her hands excitedly and said, "I also like this large jar, but the owner is asking too much. I can only pay up to 300,000. Young man, do you have 220,000? We can buy it together. How about that?" Zhou Yuqing glanced at the woman and then at the owner, who was sitting there smoking, and he began to suspect something. "Ma'am, I can't even come up with 10,000. What would I get 220,000? With that, Zhou Yuqing turned to leave. The beautiful woman quickly grabbed his wrist and said, "Wait, young man, let's discuss this further." Zhou Yuqing shook her hand off with a slight jerk, his eyes cold and piercing, fixed intently on hers. His fierce gaze made the woman step back in alarm, turning her head away. Zhou Yuqing calmly stated, "I don't like watching plays, and I dislike acting even more. Owner, may I leave now?" The owner hurriedly stood up and said, "Of course." Zhou Yuqing nodded at him and strode away. "Wow, that young man's eyes are terrifying," the woman said as Zhou Yuqing left, letting out a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, she had almost thought he would attack her in front of everyone. The owner's expression turned grave as he remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, this young man's skills are very high. It's best we don't provoke him." The beautiful woman replied, "It seems he figured out we were trying to deceive him." The owner sighed and smiled wryly. What a bad start. What the two people didn't know was that Zhou Yuqing also felt that things were not going well. Zhou Yuqing could certainly see that the beautiful woman was acting, trying to trick him out of his money. Once the two of them teamed up to buy the large piece, they could easily find an expert to say it was fake, and Zhou Yuqing's 220,000 would go down the drain. However, Zhou Yuqin didn't care much about the other party's tactics. What he truly cared about was that if the beautiful woman had come out a bit earlier, he wouldn't have had to waste a precious genuine scroll. Now, Zhou Yuqin only had 2 chances left, which felt like a significant loss. After wandering around an antique street, Zhou Yuqin entered a small jade rough stone market in the southeast corner. There were more than 20 stalls, each filled with rough stones of various sizes and shapes. Many people were crouching down with flashlights, examining the stones in front of them. Zhou Yuqin had done some research on antiques after becoming wealthy, but he had never dealt with rough stones before. Standing in front of the busiest stall, Zhou Yuqin looked at the prices of the rough stones. To his surprise, regardless of size, all these rough stones were priced over 100,000. The most expensive one had a crack running through it, revealing a faint hint of green, and was roughly the size of a football, priced at a staggering 12 million. Even so, several men were still discussing it. Zhou Yuqin glanced around and focused on 4 rough stones priced between 350,000 and 400,000. He chose this price range for 2 reasons. First, he had exactly 400,000 in his bank card, which he could afford. Second, although he didn't understand rough stones, he knew that the more expensive the stone, the higher the probability of it containing jade. In any case, Zhou Yuqin had a genuine scroll. If it turned out there was no jade inside, he wouldn't buy it, and wouldn't lose any money. After looking back and forth a couple of times, he finally decided to use a genuine scroll on the largest rough stone. Item: Jade rough stone source. Nianchuan old pit value. Between 3 million and 3 million. Zhou Yuqin's body trembled, and he forcibly suppressed his joy, pointing at the oval rough stone and shouted, "Boss, I'll take the number 26 rough stone." The stall owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, immediately came over upon hearing Zhou Yuqin shout, saying, "Sir, the price for the number 26 rough stone is 370,000. I have a POS machine here. You can pay by card." Zhou Yuqin took out his bank card and said, "No problem." Soon, Zhou Yuqin paid 370,000 and purchased the rough stone. "Boss, you should be able to open the stone here, right?" "Of course. I won't charge a penny for any customer who opens stones at my stall." "Then let us open it directly." "Okay." The boss seemed very pleased, picked up a loudspeaker, and shouted, "Live opening of the number 26 rough stone." Upon hearing this, the customers put down the rough stones in their hands and gathered around. For them, nothing was more exciting than opening stones. Zhou Yuqin placed the rough stone on the platform, and the owner started the stone cutting machine to begin the process. With a screech, the first cut was made, and a small piece of the rough stone was removed. The owner sprinkled clean water on the cut surface, and immediately, a hint of green appeared before everyone. "Wow, it's green. There really is green, but it's hard to say how large the area is. The key is the second cut." The owner wore a happy expression. This was the first piece of rough stone he had sold today. No matter how big the jade inside is, as long as there is some, it's good publicity. The owner took a deep breath and made another cut, revealing a captivating green hue on the stone, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. "It's jade. The bet has increased. And it's a significant increase. What a lucky young man." Seeing that the rough stone had appreciated, everyone was even more excited than Zhou Yuqin. Casting envious glances at him, Zhou Yuqin let out a slight sigh of relief, and a radiant smile appeared on his face. Chapter 3. Part-time sparring partner. 10 minutes later, the fist-sized ice-type imperial green jade was taken out by the shop owner. After receiving this jade that radiated an enticing glow, Zhou Yuqin observed it and asked, "Boss, how much do you think it's worth?" The owner was taken aback and said, "Are you looking to sell it?" Zhou Yuqin nodded and replied, "As long as the price is right, I will sell." The owner held up 2 fingers and said, "I can offer 2 million. A middle-aged man with a round belly sneered, "Boss Wu, you really think you can buy such a fine ice-type jade for just 2 million? That's a bit greedy, don't you think?" "Young man, I'll offer 220,000. This jade can yield 2 bracelets. I can go up to 240,000. I'll offer 245,000. I'll offer 248,000. Everyone took turns bidding, raising the price of the jade to 258,000. The system indicated a price range between 230,000 and 280,000, so 258,000 was already a high offer. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, Zhou Yuqin decisively sold the jade for 258,000, netting a profit of 221,000. The buyer was a young and handsome guy in his 20s, likely a wealthy heir. He simply made a phone call, provided Zhou Yuqing's bank account number, and within 5 minutes, Zhou Yuqing received a text from the bank. After putting away the sales agreement, Zhou Yuqing chose not to continue gambling on stones and decided to leave. He felt that the real scroll was too important, and whether he could draw this reward in the future remained uncertain, so he decided to keep the last opportunity, as it might come in handy later. Just as he stepped out of the antique street, Zhou Yuqing's phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Wang Jie. Wang Jie was the owner of the Longwei Fitness Center and had a mentor-friend relationship with Zhou Yuqing. The girl he saved from drowning was Wang Jie's daughter, Wang Xiaoxiao. After Zhou Yuqing woke up, Wang Jie invited him to join the Longwei Fitness Center, offering him a high salary of 12,000 a month. He chose to practice Xingyi boxing partly because Wang Jie was a master of it, and he learned a lot from him. Of course, Wang Jie was no longer a match for Zhou Yuqing, but Zhou Yuqing still held deep gratitude and respect for him. Brother Jie, what is up? Yuqing. In half an hour, Fei Gu is coming to our fitness center to practice boxing and specifically requested you as his sparring partner. Okay, I'll be there right away. The Fei Gu Wang Jie mentioned was Wu Xiongfeng, who on the surface was the owner of a transportation company, but in reality, he was a big boss of an underground gang in Sioux City, with at least 50 subordinates and considerable influence. Wu Xiongfeng was a regular at the Longwei Fitness Center, and after seeing Zhou Yuqing practice Xingyi boxing one time, he challenged him. Zhou Yuqing only defended and did not attack, using his far superior strength and speed to withstand Wu Xiongfeng's attacks for 5 minutes. Since that day, Zhou Yuqing became Wu Xiongfeng's dedicated sparring partner. Every time he throws a punch, Wu Xiongfei gives him a generous tip of 2,000 yuan, riding his electric bike through bustling streets. Zhou Yuqing arrives at the Longwei Fitness Center. Located on the 16th floor of the Longwei Business Building, the center is vast and divided into various sections including a gym, martial arts hall, boxing ring, swimming pool, and yoga studio, equipped with a wide range of fitness equipment that attracts countless young men and women to work out. Boasting over 1,000 members. Entering the martial arts hall, Zhou Yuqing sees Wang Jie and Wu Xiongfei in conversation. Wang Jie, 35 years old, has a strong physique and rugged appearance, with a straightforward personality. He is the son of the famous Xingyi boxing master Wang Rongdong. Initially, Wang Rongdong opened a boxing gym, but as fewer young people showed interest in learning martial arts, the tuition fees were insufficient to cover the rent. Disappointed, he handed over the management of the gym to Wang Jie. Wang Jie, shrewd and meticulous, decided to establish a fitness center after conducting some research, renting the entire 16th floor of the Longwei Business Building. Soon, Longwei Fitness Center became the most prestigious fitness center in Sioux City, and Wang Jie was making a fortune. Standing next to him, Wu Xiongfei, who is 2 years older than Wang Jie, has a sharp gaze and an imposing presence. He had previously trained under Wang Rongdong. Although he never formally apprenticed, he considers himself a disciple and has a good relationship with Wang Jie. When Longwei Fitness Center was first established, Wang Jie borrowed money from him. Besides the two of them, there are also 3 of Wu Xiongfei's subordinates and several martial arts instructors present. Jie Gu, Fei Gu. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Yuqing approaches and greets them with a smile. Wu Xiongfei stands up and says, cut the small talk. Quickly change your clothes and put on your gear. I'm itching to throw some punches. Zhou Yuqing nods. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuqing changes into a white training outfit, dons a helmet and boxing gloves, and steps onto the ring. Wu Xiongfei has been waiting there, calling out, are you ready? Zhou Yuqing lowers his stance. Let's begin. Huh. Wu Xiongfei shouts as he steps forward rapidly, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Zhou Yuqing's chest. The sound of the punch cuts through the air with tremendous force. Good. The crowd can't help but cheer. Wu Xiongfei's martial arts training is diverse, besides Xingyi. He has practiced Hung Gar, Taekwondo, and Sanda, with Muay Thai being his strongest discipline. His skills have allowed him to establish dominance in Sioux City. However, his opponent is no longer the same. Master-level Zhou Yuqing has enhanced his strength, speed, and reflexes by 2 or 3 times compared to before. Wu Xiongfei's speed may seem astonishing to others, but to Zhou Yuqing, it appears quite slow. In a real life-and-death situation, Zhou Yuqing is confident he could easily take him down. Bang! Zhou Yuqing throws a punch, colliding perfectly with Wu Xiongfei's fist. Wu Xiongfei raises his leg for a sweeping kick towards Zhou Yuqing's waist. Zhou Yuqing dodges swiftly, countering with a punch. The two of them went back and forth, fighting fiercely. The audience cheered continuously. They fought for nearly 10 minutes, and Wu Xiongfei, exhausted and drenched in sweat, said, I can't go on any longer. Zhou Yuqing smiled slightly, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to Wu Xiongfei, saying, Brother Fei, are you okay? Wu Xiongfei took the water, looked at Zhou Yuqing, who appeared calm and unruffled, and said, I feel like you've improved a lot since last time. Honestly, how much effort did you really put in? Zhou Yuqing replied without hesitation. Of course, I gave it my all. Nonsense. Wu Xiongfei said with a laugh after taking a sip of water. Do you think I'm a fool? Chapter 4. Flawed deceptions. No matter how fast or heavy his punches were, Zhou Yuqing could effortlessly block them. If Wu Xiongfei failed to see that Zhou Yuqing's skills far exceeded his own, it would indeed be strange. Zhou Yuqing asked, Brother Fei, does it really matter if I use all my strength? Wu Xiongfei replied sternly, Of course it does. Zhou Yuqing shrugged and said, All right. To be honest, I'm not even sure how much strength I'm using. Wu Xiongfei's eyebrows raised. That's simple. Since we haven't taken off our protective gear yet, why don't you go all out against me? Zhou Yuqin showed a peculiar expression. Are you sure you want me to use my full strength? Wu Xianfei impatiently said. Let's talk, just do it. Zhou Yuqin warned. Then you should be careful. Soon, the two stood facing each other. Wu Xianfei said in a low voice, begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure flashed by. Wu Xianfei felt a blur before his eyes, and a gust of wind rushed past. Zhou Yuqin's fist was already in front of him, stopping just 5 centimeters from his face. Wow, so fast. This speed is unbeatable. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The two were about 7 meters apart, and Zhou Yuqin seemed to appear in an instant, as if he possessed the ability to shrink space, showcasing his incredible explosive power. Zhou Yuqin retracted his fist, and Wu Xianfei stood there dazed for a moment before forcing a smile. Brother, did you feel particularly constrained when you were sparring with me earlier? Zhou Yuqin chuckled. Not at all. I just recently broke through in my Xingyiquan. Wang Jie, watching from below, felt a surge of interest and asked, Yuqin, have you reached the legendary transformation stage? Zhou Yuqin nodded. It seems so. Wang Jie marveled. In just 4 short years, you've gone from a martial arts novice to a master of Xingyi. It's simply unbelievable. Zhou Yuqin humbly replied, it's just luck. After leaving the ring, Wang Jie took Wu Xianfei and Zhou Yuqin to his office for tea. Wu Xianfei patted Zhou Yuqin on the shoulder. Brother, come work for my logistics company. I'll pay you a monthly salary of 100,000 plus 10% equity. Zhou Yuqin took a sip of tea and said, Brother Fei, sorry, but I plan to start my own venture. Before Wu Xianfei could respond, Wang Jie's expression changed. You're leaving? Zhou Yuqin affirmed. Yes, Jie go. I'm only 25 this year. If I don't go out and explore, I'll feel quite unfulfilled. Wang Jie asked, where do you plan to go? A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhou Yuqin's eyes as he replied solemnly, Yinhai City. 5 years ago, I fell there, and 5 years later, I will rise again from there. Wang Jie nodded. I've known for a long time that you're not someone who can be confined, and you would leave sooner or later. It's just that it took much longer than I expected. Having spent 3 to 4 years together, Wang Jie was very familiar with the kind of person Zhou Yuqin was, not to mention anything else. Just the numerous books filling the room was enough to show that Zhou Yuqin's ambitions were far greater than Wang Jie had imagined. Now, Zhou Yuqin has chosen to start a business, and Wang Jie is not surprised at all. Wu Xiongfeng said, Brother, starting a business requires capital. I can lend you 2 million for now. Zhou Yuqin didn't expect Wu Xiongfeng to be so generous, and he felt warmth in his heart, saying, Thank you, Brother Fei. If I ever need anything in the future, I won't be polite with you. At this point, Zhou Yuqin paused and continued, Brother Fei, the future will definitely be an era of intelligent internet. We can't go back to the past with all the fighting and killing. You'd better make plans early. Wu Xiongfeng sighed and said, It's not that I don't want to back off, but I can't. Perhaps this is what people often say in movies about being in the underworld and not having control over oneself. Since ancient times, where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is justice, there is evil. Unlike ancient times, today, with surveillance spread across the nation, the leaders of the underworld hide even deeper. Take Wu Xiongfeng as an example. Everyone knows he has a group of subordinates driving large trucks to compete for transportation routes in business. He has fought countless times with other transportation companies, and there have been fatalities. But the police can never find evidence of his crimes and have no way to deal with him. However, Wu Xiongfeng can be considered one of the few upright individuals in the underworld, which is why Zhou Yuqin is willing to befriend him. When I become successful, I will definitely help you retire peacefully from the underworld. Zhou Yuqin made a serious promise. All right, I'll wait for the day you become successful. Wu Xiongfeng laughed heartily, not taking Zhou Yuqin's words too seriously. First of all, there's no guarantee that Zhou Yuqin can succeed, and even if he does, he may not remember today's promise. That's human nature. Just as the three were chatting over tea, Zhou Yuqin's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was an unknown number. Hello, this is Zhou Yuqin. Who is this? My name is Shin Jingyun. The voice on the other end was pleasant, clear, and gentle, but carried a hint of urgency. Shin Jingyun? I don't recall that name. Miss Shun, do we know each other? We don't know each other, but we have a daughter named Yeya. She was hit by a car today and urgently needs a blood transfusion, but Yeya has a rare blood type known as panda blood, which you seem to have inherited. I have no choice but to ask you to come to Yunhai First People's Hospital. Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but laugh and said, Miss Shun, first of all, it's true that I have panda blood, but it seems that direct relatives can't transfuse blood to each other. Secondly, could you come up with a better lie? We don't know each other, so how could we have a daughter? Before Shin Jingyun could finish, Zhou Yuqin hung up the phone. Wang Jie shook his head and chuckled. Today's scammers are just too unprofessional. Their lies are full of loopholes. Who says otherwise? She. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yuqin's phone rang again. She is quite persistent. Zhou Yuqin picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and said impatiently, Miss Shun, as a girl, You should take better care of yourself. Shen Jingyan said. For years ago, you were a waiter at a hotel in Sioux City. I was schemed against. And it was you who helped me. Zhou Yuchen's expression changed, and a beautiful face appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly and said, Are you saying that after that night, you became pregnant? Chapter 5, Urgent 4 years ago. Zhou Yuchen had just crossed over into the life of his previous self, who had drowned while trying to save someone. He intended to start working immediately at Wang Jia's Longwei Fitness Center, but in order to receive the monthly salary from the Tianhai Grand Hotel, he ended up working as a waiter there for a week. During this time, Zhou Yuchen saved a beautiful woman who had been drugged. The two shared a romantic moment. But when Zhou Yuchen woke up, the woman had already left. He thought it was just an unforgettable encounter in his life, only to find out later that she had come looking for him and had given birth to a daughter. Shen Jingyan said, Yes, Zhou Yuchen. I'm begging you to come to Yunhai First People's Hospital to save Xiao Yeye. Although blood transfusions between direct relatives are very dangerous, there is still a considerable success rate. I have no other choice. Zhou Yuchen replied solemnly, Don't say anything else. I'll get there as fast as I can. After hanging up, Zhou Yuchen looked at Wang Jia, who stood up without hesitation and said, I'll go with you. Let's go. They shared the same rare blood type, often referred to as panda blood. 2 years ago, Wang Jia had been attacked by a competitor and had received 6 stab wounds. It was Zhou Yuchen who saved him by donating 1,000 milliliters of blood. If Zhou Yuchen really had a daughter with the same blood type, then Wang Jia would be the most suitable person to donate blood to the child. Time was of the essence, and Zhou Yuchen and Wang Jia bid farewell to Wu Xiongfei and rushed to Yunhai First People's Hospital. An hour later, a Mercedes SUV pulled into the hospital parking lot. Zhou Yuchen and Wang Jia got out of the car and, following the location sent by Shen Jingyun, sprinted toward the operating room on the 3rd floor of Building 1. Outside the operating room, a stunningly beautiful young woman, scoring over 98 in looks, was pacing back and forth in the hallway, her slightly swollen eyes occasionally glancing at the operating room door. Beside her sat a composed middle-aged woman, who was equally anxious. The young beauty was Shen Jingyun, the one who had called Zhou Yuchen, and the middle-aged woman was her mother, Daiwan. Earlier that morning, Daiwan had taken her granddaughter outside to play when they were struck by a motorcycle, leaving her injured and unconscious. The motorcyclist had fled the scene in a flash. Daiwan, not daring to delay, rushed the child to the hospital. By the time Shen Jingyun arrived, the child was already in surgery. An hour ago, the hospital informed her that the child had lost too much blood and urgently needed a transfusion. However, her blood type was rare, and the hospital's blood bank had none available. With no other options, Shen Jingyun had to call Zhou Yuchen. She had kept this number for 4 years after their brief encounter, never using it, but also never deleting it. Originally, it was to prevent her daughter from finding her father, but today it proved useful. Just then, the operating room door opened, and a nurse walked out. Shen Jingyun and Daiwan quickly approached her. The child's condition is very serious. A blood transfusion is needed immediately, the nurse said. Let me check again. Shen Jingyun quickly took out her phone and called Zhou Yuchen. A long series of rings echoed in the hallway. Zhou Yuchen ran up the stairs, followed by Wang Jia, who was slightly out of breath. Shen Jingyun. Zhou Yuchen called out loudly in the hallway. Shen Jingyun was overjoyed and waved her hand, saying, I'm here. Zhou Yuchen ran in front of her and asked, Where's the child? Shen Jingyun replied, In the operating room. Yeye's condition is very critical. You need to go in and give the child a blood transfusion quickly. A nurse nearby asked, Are you the child's father? Zhou Yuchen looked at Shen Jingyun carefully, confirming that she was the woman from that night, and said, Yes. Are you Rh negative? Yes. The nurse added, Mr. Wang Jia here is also Rh negative and is not biologically related to the child. The nurse said happily, That's great. Mr. Wang, are you willing to donate blood to the child? Wang Jia responded without hesitation, I came here to save the child. The nurse said, Then please follow me inside. Wang Jia nodded and said, Okay. Zhou Yuchen let out a sigh of relief and said, Jia Gu, thank you. Wang Jia waved his hand and said, You saved my daughter's life back then and later donated blood to save me. I owe you 2 lives in total. I'll repay 1 today. After saying that, Wang Jia followed the nurse into the operating room. Zhou Yuchen turned to look at Shen Jingyun's stunning beauty, and the words of beauty that could topple a city floated in his mind. Shen Jingyun's eyebrows were as delicate as willow leaves, her eyes like a clear spring, bright and transparent, complemented by her charming nose and full lips, resembling a beautiful painting, as if a celestial being had descended. In contrast, Zhou Yuchen felt somewhat lacking. Standing at 185 meters tall, his appearance could only be considered average, but his charisma added to his appeal. Due to years of martial arts practice, Zhou Yuchen exuded a masculine aura, and his frequent reading gave him a gentle, scholarly vibe. The combination of these 2 contrasting energies made his presence distinct from others. Miss Shun, if it weren't for the child's situation, would you have never told me about her existence? Zhou Yuqin spoke up, his tone revealing strong dissatisfaction, showing no favoritism towards her beauty. In his previous life, Zhou Yuqin had encountered many beautiful women. After becoming a billionaire, he almost changed girlfriends every week, leading a wildly extravagant life for over 3 years, which could easily be described as having experienced countless trials. Therefore, even if Shen Jingyun was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, he would not indulge her. Shen Jingyun wiped away the tears on her face and said, yes. Zhou Yuqin frowned tightly and pressed, why? Shen Jingyun was very honest and replied, I investigated you. You've been to prison and have had unclear dealings with some underworld figures. Zhou Yuqin shot back, does being in prison mean someone is a bad person? Could it not be that they were wronged? Shen Jingyun opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words in the face of his retort. Daiwan, who had been observing Zhou Yuqing, suddenly spoke up. Zhou Yuqing, you used to be a student at Yunhai University, right? Zhou Yuqing bowed slightly to Daiwan as a sign of respect and said, Teacher Dai, it's been 5 years. I didn't expect you to remember me. Daiwan was a professor in the Department of Literature at Yunhai University, known for her high teaching standards and several published novels. Zhou Yuqing had attended many of her classes during his university days. Shen Jingyun asked in surprise, Mom, do you know him? Although she had investigated Zhou Yuqing, she only knew that he had been in prison and was unclear about the specifics. Daiwan nodded and said, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Xinjiang province 6 years ago. He gave up the chance to attend university in Yindu and chose to study finance at Yunhai University instead. In just over a year, he completed all 4 years of the finance curriculum and was recognized as a genius among geniuses. Unfortunately, he was imprisoned for causing minor injuries to someone. Shen Jingyun never expected Zhou Yuqing to have such an impressive background, and her gaze toward him was filled with astonishment. Zhou Yuqing looked earnestly at Daiwan and asked, Teacher Dai, do you believe I am innocent? Daiwan fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply and said, even if you are innocent, what difference does it make? You can only blame your poor judgment in choosing the wrong person. Zhou Yuqing smiled brightly and said, Teacher Dai, thank you for being willing to believe me. Daiwan adjusted her glasses and replied, whether I believe you or not is not important. What matters is how you became Xiao Yeye's father. Zhou Yuqing glanced at Shen Jingyun, whose face was slightly flushed, and said, I think it would be better for your daughter to tell you about this. Shen Jingyun pressed her lips together and said, Mom, let us talk about it after Xiao Yeye is out of danger. Daiwan looked toward the operating room and said, all right. Chapter 6 Conflict with the child's grandfather. Half an hour later, the operating room lights went out. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat and mask, along with 2 nurses, walked out. Daiwan quickly asked, Dr. Chu, how is the child? The middle-aged doctor, named Chu Xingfeng, was the top internal medicine doctor at the First People's Hospital of Yunhai and was renowned in the medical community. It was thanks to the influence of Shen Jingyun's father that they were able to have him treat the child. Chu Xingfeng removed his mask, revealing a gentle face, and said, Professor Dai, the child is fine now. Daiwan felt a great relief and happily replied, that's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Chu. Chu Xingfeng waved his hand and said, if you want to thank someone, thank the gentleman who donated blood. Without him, it would have been difficult for the little one to wake up. Daiwan nodded and said, we will definitely express our gratitude to him. Just then, the operating room door opened again. A nurse was pulling Wang Jia's arm and said, Mr. Wang, you just donated 800 milliliters of blood, and you need to rest well for a day. Wang Jia stopped, pointing at Zhou Yuqin, and said, do you see this guy? 2 years ago, he gave me 1,000 milliliters of blood, and I didn't miss a beat with my boxing or studying. I'm a martial artist, full of energy. 800 milliliters is nothing. Zhou Yuqin said, Nurse, you don't need to worry, he will be fine. The nurse looked at Chu Xingfeng, waiting for his instructions. After examining Wang Jia and noticing his healthy complexion and strong voice, Chu Xingfeng gestured to the nurse. She understood and turned to leave. Shen Jingyun stepped forward, deeply bowing to Wang Jia, and said, Mr. Wang, I am the child's mother. Thank you for saving my child. Wang Jia chuckled and said, no need for thanks. Honestly, it's good that the little one looks like you. If he took after his father, it would be a disaster. Zhou Yuqin helplessly said, Brother Jia, you talk too much. Do you want me to take you home? No need. You should stay here and take care of the child. I'll leave now. Wang Jia waved his hand and strode out. Zhou Yuqin immediately followed him out of the surgical building. Just before getting into the car, Wang Jia suddenly stopped and asked, do you know who the little one's grandfather is? Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and asked, who? Wang Jia replied in a low voice, I heard a nurse say that the little one's grandfather is Shun Qinggang, the deputy mayor and director of the public security department of Yunhai City. Brother, if you want a father-daughter reunion, it might be quite challenging. Upon hearing the name Shun Qinggang, Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. He had long been aware of this public security director, who was known as a nemesis of criminals. After 30 years in the police force, Shin Qinggang had captured countless criminals and achieved many accomplishments, rising to the position of public security director in Yunhai. It's worth noting that the level of Yunhai City is comparable to that of Yindu City, and here, the deputy mayor and public security director is akin to a vice governor in an ordinary province, especially one with executive powers. This illustrates just how formidable Shin Qinggang was. As long as it's confirmed that the little one is my daughter, not to mention someone like Shin Qinggang, even a high-ranking official from another country wouldn't be able to stop our father-daughter reunion. Zhou Yuqin's voice was strong and powerful, filled with intense confidence and determination. Wang Jie gave Zhou Yuqin a thumbs up and drove away. Checking the time, it was almost 1 p.m., but Zhou Yuqin did not return immediately. He went to a toy store near the hospital and bought a stuffed doll, then stopped by a relatively clean fast food restaurant to buy 3 boxed meals before heading back to the hospital. The operating room was empty when he arrived. Zhou Yuqin called Shin Jingyun and learned they were in the special care ward number 6, so he rushed over. Upon entering the special care ward, Zhou Yuqin noticed that besides Dai Wan and Shin Jingyun, there was also a middle-aged man in police uniform. This man appeared to be in his 50s, tall and imposing, with a sharp face and piercing eyes. Standing there, he resembled a towering mountain, giving off an unshakable presence. It was clear that this man was Shin Jingyun's father, Shin Qinggang. Hearing the noise, Shin Qinggang turned his gaze toward Zhou Yuqin, his eyes filled with scrutiny. If it had been someone else, they might have struggled to withstand his commanding and authoritative stare. However, Zhou Yuqin met his gaze fearlessly, even exuding a stronger presence than Shin Qinggang. As the saying goes, one must first train their courage before mastering martial arts. Those who have achieved success in traditional martial arts generally do not possess a timid nature. Conversely, timid individuals cannot succeed in martial arts at all. Zhou Yuqin, a master of Xingyi Yiquan, had sharp eyes like blades and naturally did not fear Shin Qinggang. Shin Qinggang narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "You are Zhou Yuqin, the biological father of Ye? Due to his high status and years of a rigorous career, even the most ruthless criminals would feel a sense of dread upon seeing him." Yet Zhou Yuqin remained calm and steady like a mountain in his presence, which greatly elevated Shin Qinggang's opinion of him. Zhou Yuqin set down the meal boxes and looked at the pale little girl on the bed, her head wrapped in bandages. A wave of affection surged within him as he said, "She should. No, this child is definitely my daughter. I can feel it." Shin Qinggang's expression darkened as he said, "Let us talk outside." Zhou Yuqin nodded, placing the stuffed doll beside the child's pillow. He turned to Shin Jingyun and said, "This is the boxed meal I bought outside. You and Teacher Dai can manage with this." Shin Jingyun seemed surprised by Zhou Yuqin's thoughtfulness, momentarily taken aback before expressing her gratitude. After giving the little one a gentle glance, Zhou Yuqin followed Shin Qinggang out of the ward. Dai Wan, feeling a bit uneasy, also stepped out with them. In a secluded corner, Shin Qinggang stopped and said, "We are all very grateful that you were able to come and save Ye." Zhou Yuqin frowned slightly and replied, "Ye is my daughter. Saving her is my responsibility. Director Shin, please speak your mind." Shin Qinggang did not hold back any longer and stated directly, "I do not wish for you to reunite with little Ye." Zhou Yuqin's expression suddenly darkened as he asked, "Why?" Shin Qinggang replied, "After I found out that you were Xiaoya's father, I had my colleagues investigate your background. You have served time for intentional injury." Zhou Yuqin inquired. And then, Shin Qinggang said sternly, "If Xiaoya finds out that you were imprisoned, how do you think she would feel?" Zhou Yuqin became somewhat agitated and shot back. "The wrongful conviction handled by your department not only made me serve 10 months in prison, but also prevents me from reuniting with my daughter for life. Director Shun, do you think this is appropriate? The police talk about evidence. Just because you can't find evidence, does that mean you can disregard the facts, ignore humanity, and prevent a biological father from meeting his daughter? You." Shin Qinggang was left speechless by Zhou Yuqin's retort. Chapter 7 Your provocation skills are lame. Zhou Yuqin took a deep breath to calm himself and said solemnly, "I know my background is not good, and it may affect my child's examination in the future, making it difficult for her to work in government departments. Therefore, until I can provide her with protection, I will absolutely not establish a legal father-daughter relationship with her. However, privately, no one can stop me from acknowledging her as my child. That is my bottom line." At this point, Zhou Yuqin paused, looked directly at Shin Qinggang, and continued, "I even think she should live with me. Because you, as the police chief, have offended too many people, most of whom are dangerous individuals. Once they seek revenge, this child will be in constant danger. What happened today could very well happen again. Chief Shin, can you protect her?" Zhou Yuqin's question made Shin Qinggang's eyes burn with anger. He pointed at his own nose and laughed in fury. "You say I can't protect the child? Huh, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year. It seems we have nothing more to discuss. There shouldn't have been a discussion in the first place," Zhou Yuqin said, then turned and left. His actions decisive and without hesitation. Shin Qinggang's face turned red with anger as he cursed. "What a jerk. Seeing Shun Qinggong's furious expression, Daiwan, who had been silent, couldn't help but laugh and teased. See? This is the genius student from Yunhai University we used to talk about. Impressive, right? Shun Qinggang replied irritably. What do you mean? Do you agree to let Xiaoya recognize him? Daiwan retorted. If I disagree, can you stop it? Shun Qinggang said. If pushed to the limit, I will arrest him. Daiwan responded. If in the future Xiaoya learns that her grandfather, who has always doted on her, arrested her biological father just to prevent them from recognizing each other, how will she face that? Shun Qinggang sighed and asked, what do you think we should do? Daiwan did not answer directly, but instead asked, what do you think of Zhou Yuqin as a person? Shun Qinggang was silent for a moment before saying 3 words. He's quite a man. A young man who had been to prison faced the powerful police chief without fear, arguing sharply and standing his ground. Although Shun Qinggang was a bit unhappy, he had to admit that the guy had guts. If it were him, he probably couldn't do the same. From the moment my daughter called Zhou Yuqin, our family has been inevitably intertwined with him. Forcing him not to acknowledge Xiaoya is essentially avoidance and won't solve the substantive issues at all. Daiwan adjusted her glasses, a glint of wisdom in her eyes, and continued, my opinion is to observe his words and actions, responding to changes with consistency. Only by spending time together can one truly understand a person's nature. If it turns out Zhou Yuqin is not a good father, we can find a way to intervene later. Even if Xiaoya finds out in the future, she will surely understand. Shun Qinggang asked, what if the facts prove that he is a good father? Daiwan replied, isn't it better to have someone who loves your granddaughter? All right, let's see how he performs then. After saying this, Shun Qinggang walked towards the hospital room with his hands behind his back. Watching his figure, Daiwan suddenly realized something and muttered softly, what a cunning old fox. At the same time, the all-purpose development system in Zhou Yuqing's mind became active. System task, please earn the recognition of your daughter Shin Xinyue within 1 year. System task, please earn Shin Xiuyun's recognition within 1 year. System task, please earn the recognition of Shun Qinggang and Dai Wan within 1 year. The 3 consecutive tasks brightened Zhou Yuqing's eyes. According to the design of the all-purpose development game from his previous life, completing tasks would yield generous rewards. It shouldn't be too difficult to get Xiaoya and Shun Xiuyun to accept him. The challenge lay with Shun Qinggang and Dai Wan. The former was too domineering, while the latter was gentle yet firm, making them difficult to handle. However, it didn't matter. As long as the child accepted him, it was irrelevant whether others did. Upon entering the hospital room and seeing that Shin Jingyun hadn't eaten, Zhou Yuqing picked up a lunchbox and handed it to her. Shin Jingyun glanced at him, took the lunchbox, and said, thank you. Zhou Yuqing shook his head, looking at the little girl on the bed with soft eyes, and said, I should be the one saying thank you. Raising a child alone isn't easy, is it? Shin Jingyun seemed surprised that this very assertive man could say such words. Feeling warmth in her heart as she replied, this is my own choice. Zhou Yuqing, Xiaoya just had an incident, and we can't do a paternity test for a while, Shin Jingyun stated. There's no need for a paternity test, Zhou Yuqing replied. From the moment I saw Xiaoya, I felt the blood connection between us. She is undoubtedly my daughter. Have you always been this confident? Shin Jingyun asked. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, if you ranked first in every exam throughout the county, city, and even the province, you would be confident like me too. Humph. Shin Qinggang walked in with a cold smile and said, since you're so confident, why did you end up in prison? Zhou Yuqing shrugged and replied, perhaps I'm too talented. So heaven had to give me some trials. Shin Qinggang laughed and asked, then may I ask, what job does the genius Zhou do now? Zhou Yuqing answered, I'm currently unemployed. Shin Qinggang laughed heartily, saying, I really don't know where this unemployed person's confidence comes from. Zhou Yuqing paid no mind to Shin Qinggang's mockery and replied, how can a small bird know the ambition of a swan? Shin Qinggang said coldly, from what you're saying, am I the small bird? All right, how about a bet? What kind of bet? You think you're so capable, right? Here's the deal. Within a year, earn 10 billion for me to see. If you succeed, I will no longer oppose your recognition with Xiaoya. If you fail, go wherever is comfortable for you and don't show up in front of us again. This bet is unfair to me, because no matter whether you agree or not, I will recognize Xiaoya. You're not afraid to take this bet, are you? It's not about fear. It's about needing to change the rules a bit. There's no need for a year. Within 6 months, I'll make 1 billion. If I succeed, Xiaoya will take my surname. What if you don't succeed? If I don't succeed, I'll leave Yunhai. When I achieve success in the future and can guarantee that Xiaoya will have a worry-free life, I'll come back. I want to mention the surname change again in my life. All right, I agree to the bet. Shin Qinggang extended his hand and said, a gentleman's word. Zhou Yuqing shook his hand and replied, once said, it's hard to retract. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Shun Qinggang's face as he said, Zhou Yuqing, although I don't like you much, I still hope you win this bet. Making 1 billion in 6 months, if Zhou Yuqing really achieves it, it would prove he is a business genius. With such a wealthy father, Xiaoya will never have to worry about money. which Shun Qinggang would certainly be pleased to see. Zhou Yuqin looked at him deeply and said, Director Shun, your provoking method is quite poor. As long as it works. Shun Qinggang returned a satisfied look, then turned to Dai Wan and Xin Jingyun, saying, I'm leaving. Don't forget to call me when the child wakes up. Dai Wan replied, All right, you go ahead. Seeing Shun Qinggang about to leave, Zhou Yuqin casually said, Director Shun, I hope you can find out who the motorcyclist that hit the child is. He went to get away. A cold glint flashed in Shun Qinggang's eyes as he opened the door and left. Zhou Yuqin picked up a lunchbox and handed it to Dai Wan, saying, Teacher Dai, have something to eat. Dai Wan thanked him and said while eating, Xiao Zhou, 1 billion is not a small amount. Are you confident? Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, Yes. Chapter 8 Father-Daughter Reunion. In fact, at the moment when Shun Chang was about to make a bet with himself, Zhou Yuqin had already noticed that this old fox was just putting on an act. He knew full well that Shun Chang would never give up on the child. Yet he still forced him, likely to provoke him. Then, he would propose a bet, knowing that in a fit of anger, Shun Chang would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. At that point, regardless of whether Shun Chang could fulfill the bet, it would be beneficial to him. This was a classic double bind. Unfortunately, Shun Chang miscalculated one thing. Although Zhou Yuqin appeared to be only 25 years old, he was actually over 70, older than Shun Chang himself. So there was no way he would fall for the trick. However, even though the final outcome deviated slightly from Shun Chang's plan, the bet proposed by Zhou Yuqin was evidently more advantageous for little Yaya. Therefore, Shun Chang agreed without hesitation. Seeing Zhou Yuqin respond with such confidence, Dai Wan couldn't help but curiously ask, What do you plan to do in the future? Zhou Yuqin replied, As long as it's not illegal, I'll do whatever makes money in the early stages. Once I have the capital, I might establish an investment company and a technology company. The day after he crossed over, Zhou Yuqin had already decided to start a business. The current global situation was similar to that of Earth. After decades of development, the country had become the third largest economy in the world, second only to 2 other major nations. However, there was still a significant gap in technology compared to the West. Zhou Yuqin had 2 main goals for the future: to become the world's richest person and to establish a high-tech group that could break the foreign technology monopoly, much like a previous successful company, thereby promoting the country's technological development. Zhou Yuqin had a comprehensive grasp of future technologies and possessed an all-encompassing development system. If such a high-end starting point couldn't lead him to success, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. As for the bet of 1 billion in 6 months, Zhou Yuqin mainly wanted to gain Shun Chang's approval and complete the task assigned by the system, which wasn't actually very difficult. After dinner, about an hour later, little Yaya finally woke up. Mommy, where is this? Little Yaya looked around, confused. Xin Jingyun's eyes turned red. This is the hospital. Sweetheart, you scared mommy to death. Why am I in the hospital? Ah, I remember now. A very fast car knocked me over. Dai Wan leaned in front of the little girl. Honey, I'm sorry. It's all Grandma's fault for not protecting you well. Little Yaya shook her head. No, Grandma, it's because I was too playful. If I had listened to you and gone home earlier, I wouldn't have been hit by the car. Sigh, I want to be able to go to kindergarten for several days. Zhou Yuqin smiled and asked, Do you really like going to kindergarten? Only then did little Yaya notice Zhou Yuqin's presence, and she exclaimed softly, Uncle, I think I've seen you before. Zhou Yuqin was taken aback. Where have we seen each other? Little Yaya carefully examined him and said, In my dreams. I feel like you were just like my dad in my dreams. Looking at the adorable little girl in front of him, a strong wave of love suddenly surged in Zhou Yuqin's heart. In his previous life, he had lived for over 40 years, had dozens of girlfriends. But he had never married, nor had he ever thought about marriage, let alone having children. Now, for the first time, Zhou Yuqin felt the sensation of being a father. It was a love far more intense than first love. Zhou Yuqin's nose suddenly felt a bit sour, and he gently held the little girl's delicate hand, saying, Sweetheart, you weren't wrong in your dreams. I am your dad. A sunny smile appeared on the pale little face of Xiaoyu as she cheered. That's great. Dad, you finally came home. Mom, did Dad come back because he knew I was hurt? Xin Jingyan nodded and said, Yes, Dad flew back from very far away. Xiaoyu pouted, seemingly a bit unhappy, and said, I wish I had been hit by a car earlier. That way, I could have seen Dad sooner. Upon hearing this, Xin Jingyan couldn't help but shed tears. Dai Wan's eyes also turned red, and she quickly turned her head away. At this moment, the mother and daughter finally understood what a father meant to the little girl. Zhou Yuqin felt a bit uncomfortable as well, and said, It's all Dad's fault. I didn't come back to see you these past few years. Do you blame Dad? The little girl replied, I don't blame you. Mom said Dad goes out to earn money to buy delicious food for Yaya. But, Dad, can you stay with me a few more days? The kids in kindergarten say, I don't have a dad. Zhou Yuqin placed the little one's hand on his face and said solemnly, I promise, from today onwards, Dad will be with Xiaoyu every day and will never leave you. The little girl's eyes sparkled with joy, asking, Dad, really? Really? Then let's make a pinky promise. Okay, pinky promise, 100 years no changing. The clear and childish voice sounded like a tear gas grenade in Zhou Yuchen's ears, causing tears to stream down his face. After making the promise with Xiaoyu, Zhou Yuchen's face was already covered in tear marks. Dad, why are you crying? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Zhou Yuchen quickly wiped his tears and said, Dad is just too happy because he finally got to see Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu giggled. Then you should smile like me. Zhou Yuchen nodded. Yes, Dad should smile, haha. The father and daughter laughed together. Ding. Congratulations to the player for completing the system task. Gain Shinxinyue's approval within a year. Reward: 3 attribute points and a 10-day future prediction scroll. The system's voice echoed in Zhou Yuchen's mind, but at that moment, he could no longer pay attention to it. All his focus was on Xiaoyu. After playing for a while, Xiaoyu fell into a deep sleep again. Even while asleep, her small hand still tightly gripped Zhou Yuchen's hand, afraid that he would disappear. The interaction between the father and daughter was fully observed by Shen Jingyun, who felt a deep sense of regret for not informing Zhou Yuchen about the child's situation. Zhou Yuchen, we should have a good talk, Shen Jingyun said softly after taking a deep breath. Zhou Yuchen responded with a sound, asking, Has Xiaoya started kindergarten? Yes, she's at a local kindergarten, Shen Jingyun replied. What do you do for a living? How do you usually drop off and pick her up? I work at the tax office. I usually drop her off half an hour early in the morning and pick her up an hour after school in the afternoon. Is your residence far from the kindergarten? About 10 kilometers. It often gets congested, plus I have to go to work, so I leave a bit earlier. If I need to go out for work or study, my mom helps with the pickup and drop off. Zhou Yuchen pondered for a moment and said, Since you both work, I have the time. I'll take care of the pickup and drop off from now on. Are you planning to move here? Shen Jingyun asked. It was one thing not to know about Xiaoya before, but now that I do, I must take on the responsibility of being a father. How about this? I'll rent a place near your community, and I'll pick up Xiaoya every morning and bring her home in the afternoon. You can come by to pick her up after work. Aren't you starting a business? Won't that affect your work? Since it's my business, I'm the boss. I can leave whenever I want. No one can tell me otherwise. Timing won't be a problem. If anything unexpected comes up, I will let you know in time. Chapter 9. Zhou Yuchen's arrangement regarding the issue of raising Xiaoya. The two discussed for a full hour. Daiwan sat quietly beside them, listening attentively without interrupting, demonstrating excellent composure. When she heard Zhou Yuchen voluntarily offer to give Shen Jingyun 20,000 yuan for living expenses each month, her gaze softened significantly. This was not just about the money. It was mainly Zhou Yuchen's attitude that made her feel very satisfied. After a while, the attending physician, Chu Xingfeng, came in to examine Xiaoya. After the examination, Chu Xingfeng smiled and said, It seems there shouldn't be any issues. Daiwan asked, When can we be discharged? Chu Xingfeng thought for a moment and replied, The little one fell and hit her head. It's best to stay in the hospital for a week. After a week, we'll do a follow-up check to confirm there are no problems with the brain, and then we can talk about discharge. Daiwan nodded and said, Okay, Dr. Chu. Thank you. Chu Xingfeng replied, You're welcome, it's my duty. By the way, who will take care of the payment? I will. Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun both stood up at the same time. Chu Xingfeng chuckled, One person is enough. Zhou Yuchen looked at Shen Jingyun and said, I want to do something for the child. Shen Jingyun pursed her lips, sat back down, and said, You go ahead. Chu Xingfeng felt the relationship between the two was a bit strange, but it was their private matter, so he didn't ask further and took Zhou Yuchen out. After Zhou Yuchen left, Daiwan said, Xiao Zhou seems quite responsible. Shen Jingyun nodded and replied, He seems good for now. The key is whether he can maintain this. Daiwan said, Time will tell. I hope he can become a good father. Jingyun, I'm going back home now. I'll cook and bring some food for you later. Shen Jingyun said, Mom, the hospital has a cafeteria for various patients. I can just buy some. The distance from home to the hospital was a bit far, and Shen Jingyun was not too reassured. Daiwan frowned slightly and said, How can that be? I'll go home and make some nourishing food for Xiaoya. You don't need to worry about it. Shen Jingyun wanted to persuade her further, but Daiwan had already left. After Zhou Yuchen completed the payment and returned to the ward, he noticed Daiwan was not there and asked, Did Teacher Dai go home? Shen Jingyun replied, My mom went home to cook. She'll be back later. How far is your home from here? About 12 kilometers. That's quite a hassle for back and forth. I tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. My mom is worried about the hygiene of outside food. Zhou Yuchen thought for a moment and said, If Teacher Dai insists on cooking, then I'll hire a driver now to bring food every morning, noon, and afternoon. What do you think? Shen Jingyun's eyes lit up and said, That's a good idea. Zhou Yuchen stood up, walking towards the door as he spoke. No time to waste. I'll find someone now. After Zhou Yuchen left, Shen Jingyun looked at the sleeping little one on the bed and softly said, Baby, maybe mom was really wrong. Every day, there are quite a few taxis parked at the entrance of the hospital to pick up patients. Zhou Yuchen chose a young driver among more than a dozen. One who was neatly dressed and whose car was shining. After chatting for a while, he learned that the young driver, Bao Yang, was a local, 23 years old, and had been driving a taxi for 3 years. Zhou Yuqin mentioned the meal delivery and said, "Brother, I'll give you 500 for 3 meals a day. How does that sound?" 500? Bao Yang exclaimed, "It's only a dozen kilometers, that's too much." Zhou Yuqin laughed and replied, "You're really a straightforward person. Let us exchange numbers and agree on this. This afternoon at 6, I'll have the child's mother take you home to show you the way." Bao Yang nodded. "No problem." Returning to the special care ward, Zhou Yuqin shared Bao Yang's phone number with Shen Jingyan. At 6 in the afternoon, Shen Jingyan took Bao Yang's car back home. She was very satisfied with Zhou Yuqin's arrangements. After confirming the time with Bao Yang, Shen Jingyan returned to the hospital with the meals. By this time, little Ye had already woken up. Zhou Yuqin was telling her a story, and the little girl was leaning against him, occasionally bursting into peals of laughter. "What are you doing, so happy?" Shen Jingyan asked with a smile as she set down the thermos. Little Ye replied, "Daddy is telling me a story, it's so nice." Shen Jingyan said, "No matter how good the story is, we have to eat first, right?" The little girl nodded, "Right. My tummy is already hungry. Daddy, my hand hurts a bit. Can you feed me?" "Of course," Zhou Yuqin replied. Shen Jingyan pretended to be unhappy, saying, "Sweetheart, don't you want your mommy anymore? Mommy is so sad." The little girl hurriedly said, "Mommy, don't be sad. Ye just wants Daddy to feed me once because he has never done it before." Shen Jingyan felt a pang in her heart and said, "Okay, then let Daddy feed you." Daiwan had made black-bone chicken soup, paired with astragalus, jujube, angelica, and dangshin, all of which are nourishing. It was Zhou Yuqin's first time feeding a child, and lacking experience, he carefully brought the bowl to little Ye's lips. Seeing his serious and nervous expression, Shen Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle. That smile was radiant, as if it added a beautiful hue to the entire ward. Zhou Yuqin was momentarily taken aback. Shen Jingyan's face turned red, and she turned her head to the side. Zhou Yuqin came back to his senses, feeling a bit awkward. After all, how could he not be affected by Shen Jingyan's beauty? After they finished the meal, Zhou Yuqin played games with little Ye and told her stories. As he spoke, little Ye gradually closed her eyes and fell asleep. Zhou Yuqin pointed outside to Shen Jingyan. She understood and turned off the lights as they walked into the corridor. Zhou Yuqin suggested, "How about we take turns? You go home to rest at night, and I'll stay with Ye. I need to handle moving and renting issues during the day." Shen Jingyan said, "You don't have experience taking care of children. I'll stay here to keep watch at night." Zhou Yuqin replied, "The child will be sleeping at night, and there won't be much to do. I can manage it. Besides, I have no place to stay in Yanhai. If I'm not here to look after the child, I'll have to find a hotel. You can consider it saving me some money." Shen Jingyan smiled and said, "You even found a driver to deliver meals, yet you're worried about this little money?" Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, "Money should be spent wisely. Hiring a driver is a wise expense, but finding a hotel is not. The two are completely different." Hearing Zhou Yuqin's reasoning, Shen Jingyan chuckled and said, "I didn't realize you could be so witty. All right, I'll go home and rest. If there's anything you can't handle, call me immediately." Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "No problem." After Shen Jingyan left, Zhou Yuqin returned to the hospital room, sitting by the bed of little Ye. Looking at her adorable, rosy face, he felt his heart melt. Reflecting on the day's events, he realized how extraordinary it had been. Not only had he become a master of a martial art, completely unlocking his versatile development system, but he also gained a beautiful daughter. Zhou Yuqin knew that his life was likely to undergo a fundamental change starting today. As for whether this change was good or bad, he believed it would certainly be the former. Chapter 10. Crazy fundraising. Gently kissing Xiao Ye on the forehead, Zhou Yuqin laid down on the adjacent bed. With a thought, the attributes panel of the all-purpose nurturing system appeared before him. Player: Zhou Yuqin. Physique: 14, average person 10, spirit 10, average person 10, attribute points 8, skill Xingyi Quan, master level 1. 2. Items: Futures Prediction Scroll, duration 10 days. True Scroll, 1 item. The Futures Prediction Scroll is an incredibly powerful item in the game. By using this scroll, players can foresee future events. The so-called Futures Prediction Scroll, duration 10 days, means that players can predict the trend of a certain futures market for the next 10 days. This is exactly what Zhou Yuqin urgently needs right now. However, he also knows that even with the prediction scroll, he cannot act recklessly like the protagonists in those online reincarnation novels, wildly accumulating wealth in the market. Because novels are novels, and reality is reality. Take the current situation as an example. If Zhou Yuqin suddenly invested 100 billion in a futures market, the future trend of that market would certainly undergo drastic changes. Not to mention that he wouldn't be able to earn hundreds of billions or trillions like the main characters. The financial conglomerates in reality are not as foolish as those depicted in novels, and their governments want to just sit back and do nothing while he makes money. Of course, investing tens of millions or even billions in the futures market is still possible, but unfortunately, Zhou Yuqin doesn't have that much capital to work with. Which futures should I choose? Zhou Yuqin took out his phone and searched for international news. It was now the 3G era, and the internet speed felt like a snail compared to his previous life, but Zhou Yuqin had gotten used to it. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuqin chose oil futures. Recently, the relationship between two major oil-producing countries in the region had deteriorated significantly, with both sides continuously increasing troop deployments along their borders, seemingly on the brink of war, which had led to substantial fluctuations in oil futures. Zhou Yuqin, known for his decisive character, immediately wrote the word crude oil on the prediction scroll after making his decision. Instantly, a graph depicting the future 10-day trend of crude oil futures appeared in his mind. According to the graph, in the first 6 days, crude oil futures would soar from $38 to $68 per barrel. However, in the following 4 days, it would plunge from $68 to $42. Zhou Yuqin speculated that the two oil-producing countries must be on the verge of war, otherwise, such a sharp decline wouldn't occur. What pleased Zhou Yuqin was that a line of text appeared below the graph, stating that a maximum of $2 billion could be invested. This meant that without altering the trend of crude oil futures, Zhou Yuqin could invest up to $2 billion. Wow, this prediction scroll can truly be considered a money-making artifact. No, it should be called a cheating artifact. It's so thoughtful. Throughout the night, apart from Zhou Yuqin taking Xiao Yeye to the bathroom once, she did not wake up again. Shun Jingyun arrived at 6 in the morning. Today, she wore a light blue shirt paired with white wide-leg pants, simple yet elegant, like a beautiful landscape in spring. Even Zhou Yuqin had to admit that Shun Jingyun was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in this life, and the previous one, almost without exception. Seeing that Xiao Yeye was sleeping soundly, Shun Jingyun made a gesture for Zhou Yuqin to go out. The two went to the corridor, and Shun Jingyun said, "You should rest. I will take care of Xiao Yeye here." Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, "I'll talk to her a bit when she wakes up before I leave, so she doesn't think I want to come back." Shun Jingyun smiled and said, "You're quite thoughtful." Zhou Yuqin replied, "Children's feelings are very delicate and sensitive, especially little girls. You have to be attentive." He added, "By the way, I have important matters to handle today, and I will definitely be back in the evening, but I can't say exactly when." Shun Jingyun said, "You do your thing. If there are any issues, we can contact each other by phone." Zhou Yuqin agreed. "All right." Half an hour later, Xiao Yeye woke up, seeing her father sitting at the foot of the bed on the left and her mother on the right. A bright smile immediately appeared on her adorable little face as she said, "Daddy, Mommy, I'm so happy today." Shun Jingyun asked, "Why is that?" Xiao Yeye replied, "Because Daddy and Mommy are by my side." Zhou Yuqin took her little hand and rubbed it on his face a couple of times, saying, "But Daddy has to go to work soon and won't be back until tonight. Yeye, can you forgive me?" Xiao Yeye's expression changed, her eyes filling with tears as she asked, "Daddy, you're not going to work very far away again, are you?" Zhou Yuqin quickly explained, "No. Daddy will be working right here in Yanhai City, and I'll pick you up from school every day." Xiao Yeye asked, "Really? Only puppies tell lies." Zhou Yuqin laughed. "All right, Mom can testify that if Daddy doesn't come back tonight, then I'll be a puppy." Upon hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, Xiao Yeye finally broke into a smile. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Yuqin casually found a street vendor, eating while contemplating where to make money. At 9 o'clock tonight, crude oil futures would open. According to the predictions on the chart, there would be a slight decline in the first hour, followed by a surge after 10 o'clock as if it had taken a growth stimulant. Therefore, Zhou Yuqin needed to transfer money into the trading platform today. There were 4 major formal platforms for domestic crude oil futures trading: Xiaotai, Haifeng, Dongfang, and Xinxiao. Each could provide leverage up to 50 times. But for leverage over 10 times, an offline application was required. It was uncertain when the application would be approved. Zhou Yuqin did not have the time to wait. After checking the 4 platforms, he found that Xiaotai futures had the fastest application approval speed, with 5 times leverage and a 10% margin. It could be settled in less than 6 hours. Zhou Yuqin decided to choose the Xiaotai futures platform. After finishing his meal, he found an internet CAF and logged onto the Xiaotai futures platform to open an account. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yuqin successfully opened an account. After linking his bank card, he transferred $2,200,000 into the account and immediately applied for 5 times leverage on the futures trading platform. Once everything was settled, Zhou Yuqin turned off his phone and left. Not enough. This amount was too small to maximize his profits. Zhou Yuqin took out his phone and called Wu Xiongfei. Soon, the call was connected. "Brother, I heard from Wang Jie that you really have a daughter?" "That's right. An unexpected event led to having a daughter. I feel it's the best gift from heaven." "Haha, congratulations. What do you need from me?" "Fei Gu, do you trust me?" "Of course. I want to borrow money from you. The more the better. I'll pay you back in half a month, with an interest of 20%. 20%? Are you sure?" "Sure. But I don't have anything to offer as collateral." If I succeed, that's great. If I fail, I'll work for you to pay off the debt. All right, I can come up with 5 million right now. I'll give you a card number, and you can transfer the money. After it's done, I'll give you 6 million. Brother, can you tell me what kind of business you're planning? Zhou Yuqin didn't hide anything and said, crude oil futures. Wu Xiongfei was silent for a moment and asked, how confident are you? Zhou Yuqin replied without hesitation, 100%. Wu Xiongfei said, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Zhou Yuqin felt very grateful and said, Fei Gu, I won't let you down. Thank you. Wu Xiongfei generously replied, we're brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Fei Gu, do you know if there's anyone in Yanhai who can provide high-interest loans? Wu Xiongfei exclaimed, what? You want to borrow at high interest too? The more funds, the better. Fei Gu, I've waited for 4 years for this opportunity. If I seize it, I can soar to great heights. Wu Xiongfei laughed. You cultural people are even more ruthless than us gangsters. Fine, I'll send you a number shortly. You can reach out to him. After finishing the call with Wu Xiongfei, Zhou Yuqin contacted Wang Jie. Upon learning that Zhou Yuqin needed money, Wang Jie directly transferred 2 million to him without asking any questions. With Wu Xiongfei's 5 million, Zhou Yuqin had managed to gather 7 million. In this indifferent society, it was touching that Wu Xiongfei and Wang Jie could trust him so much. Zhou Yuqin felt that it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Once he became successful in the future, he would definitely repay this enormous favor double. Chapter 11 Borrowing from Loan Sharks. Following the number sent by Wu Xiongfei, Zhou Yuqin made the call. An hour later, he appeared on the 28th floor of a business building. There was a Muay Thai gym here, filled with more than 20 tattooed tough guys. In the ring, a muscular man with a scarred face, standing under 7 meters tall, was battling against a well-built opponent. The crowd of tough guys below cheered them on, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhou Yuqin scanned the room, and his gaze landed on a middle-aged man sitting in a chair, legs crossed, with a cigar in his mouth. Without a doubt, this man was Jiang Hao, the underworld figure who had spoken with him an hour ago. Compared to the deliberately low-key Wu Xiongfei, Jiang Hao was clearly much more flamboyant, with an arrogant gaze and an expression that screamed for attention, almost as if he had "I'm awesome" written on his forehead. Zhou Yuqin's first impression of Jiang Hao was quite poor. Generally speaking, such brash underworld figures either ended up on death row or with life sentences, and rarely had a good outcome. Zhou Yuqin stepped towards Jiang Hao, but was stopped by a burly man with a thick beard. Who are you? The man asked. I'm Zhou Yuqin. I have an appointment with Brother Hao. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Hao turned to look at Zhou Yuqin and said, Shan, let him come over. Yes. The bearded man nodded and gestured for Zhou Yuqin to approach. Brother Hao, before Zhou Yuqin could finish, Jiang Hao waved his hand and said, whatever it is. Let's talk after the fight. Zhou Yuqin understood that Jiang Hao was trying to put him on the back foot, clearly aiming to take the initiative. This was a common tactic used by movie gang leaders. Zhou Yuqin said nothing and stood directly beside Jiang Hao, watching the match. Jiang Hao glanced at Zhou Yuqin out of the corner of his eye. He noticed Zhou Yuqin standing with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. Despite his youth, he exuded a dignified presence that made Jiang Hao regard him with more respect. 2 minutes later, the scar-faced man landed an elbow strike to his opponent's face, and the opponent fell to the ground, unable to rise. Good. Clap, clap, clap. The venue erupted in applause and cheers. Jiang Hao stood up, laughing heartily. Ahoo, I knew you could do it. The scar-faced man, Ahoo, cupped his hands towards Jiang Hao, his expression still stern, showing no sign of pride. Suddenly, Jiang Hao turned to Zhou Yuqin and asked, you want to borrow money from me? Yes, Zhou Yuqin replied. How much do you want to borrow? Whatever you have. I will borrow. Haha. Jiang Hao laughed, blowing a smoke ring as he said playfully, I have 1 billion. Will you borrow it? Zhou Yuqin responded. If you are willing to lend, I will dare to take it. Jiang Hao sneered. Do you think you are worth 1 billion? Zhou Yuqin paused for a moment before saying, life and money cannot be compared. In front of these underworld figures, he could not show weakness. Otherwise, they would look down on him, and what could have been a possible opportunity might never materialize. Therefore, Zhou Yuqin must maintain a high profile to avoid being underestimated by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said lightly, for Wu Xiongfei's sake, I can give you a chance. Zhou Yuqin asked, what kind of chance? Jiang Hao pointed to the scarred man on the stage and said, his name is Hu, an expert in Thai boxing and my most capable subordinate. I've heard from Wu Xiongfei that you are a formidable martial arts master. So, if you can defeat him, I will lend you 5 million, with a 1-month term and 10% interest. If you lose, you go back where you came from. Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, if I can defeat him within a minute, will you lend me 10 million, with a half-month term and 5% interest? How about that, Brother Hao? What is he saying? This young man is too arrogant. Defeating Brother Hu in 1 minute, what a joke. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and Hu on stage looked very displeased, his eyes filled with anger as he stared at Zhou Yuqin. Jiang Hao gave a thumbs up and praised, young man, you have guts. No wonder Wu Xiongfei appreciates you so much. Alright, I agree. Half a month with 5% interest, regardless of the outcome of the match. Jiang Hao is guaranteed to profit. Zhou Yuqin stepped onto the ring and approached Enhu, cupping his fists in salute and saying, Xingyi Zhou Yuqin, please give me your guidance. Enhu was taken aback, returned the gesture, and then assumed his stance. Zhou Yuqin then realized that the scarred man, Enhu, was mute. Jiang Hao pressed the stopwatch and said, the match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuqin immediately stepped forward and threw a punch at Enhu's chest. The air seemed to crack with a sound, like a bowstring vibrating after being released. Enhu's expression changed slightly as he lifted his right leg and kicked out fiercely. Bang! Zhou Yuqin's fist collided with Enhu's foot, producing an astonishing impact sound. Enhu felt an overwhelming force surge towards him like a fierce flood, and he was thrown backward as if he had lost control. Zhou Yuqin had just used a half-step burst punch, exerting only 70% of his strength, but it was definitely beyond Enhu's ability to withstand. Just as Enhu was about to be knocked off the stage, Zhou Yuqin swiftly dashed forward like a gust of wind, grabbed Enhu's foot, and pushed him down. Enhu, feeling weak and exhausted, sat down on the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Yuqin. The entire boxing gym fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. With just one punch, Zhou Yuqin had cleanly and decisively defeated their top fighter, Enhu. If he hadn't intervened later, Enhu might have been seriously injured. This outcome was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Jiang Hao threw down the stopwatch and led the applause. Clap, clap, clap. The gym erupted with thunderous applause. Incredible. A master. I dare say this young man is definitely among the top martial arts experts. Defeating Brother Hu with a single punch is simply incredible. Just now, it seemed he used a specific martial arts technique to knock Brother Hu away. If anyone says that martial arts from this country are not effective, I will definitely make them eat their words. In the martial arts world, people have always admired the strong. Zhou Yuqin earned everyone's respect with his own strength. Are you okay? Zhou Yuqin extended his hand to Enhu, who was sitting on the ground. Enhu grabbed his hand and used the leverage to stand up, giving him a thumbs up. Jiang Hao stepped onto the stage, laughing heartily, and said, Brother Zhou, are you interested in working with me? Zhou Yuqin replied, Brother Hao, Fei also asked me the same question. Although he didn't explicitly refuse, the implication was clear. I didn't accept Wu Xiongfei's offer, so naturally, I won't accept yours either. Jiang Hao sighed and said, with your skills, it's a shame you're not making a name for yourself in the martial arts world. Zhou Yuqin explained, I practice martial arts purely to strengthen my body, not to compete in the martial arts world. Brother Hao, I urgently need money. How about this 10 million? Coming right up. Jiang Hao waved his hand, and a thug approached with a loan document and a seal. Brother, this is our lending company's rule. Please don't mind. Of course. Zhou Yuqin said as he took the loan document, carefully read it, confirmed everything was in order, then signed his name and ID number before pressing his handprint. Jiang Hao made a phone call, and within 5 minutes, Zhou Yuqin received a text message from a bank confirming the receipt of 10 million in currency. Thank you. Brother Hao, Zhou Yuqin said, clasping his fists. Jiang Hao curiously asked, Brother, may I ask what you need so much money for? Zhou Yuqin replied, to invest in crude oil futures. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately lost interest and said, although I don't understand futures, I know it's a deep and risky game. Just one piece of news can ruin countless people. Brother, you should be cautious. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, I understand. Brother Hao, I will enter the market tonight and need to prepare a lot, so I'll take my leave. All right, I wish you success, Jiang Hao said. Zhou Yuqin thanked him and turned to leave. Chapter 12. Entering the futures market. After leaving the building, Zhou Yuqin took a deep breath and revealed a radiant smile. With Jiang Hao's investment of 10 million, Zhou Yuqin had a total of 19.2 million in funds. After deducting the 1.92 million margin, he had 17.28 million available, and with 5 times leverage, he could control 86.4 million. Although this amount was still somewhat limited, it was the largest sum he could manage to gather. Unlike the protagonists in online novels who can easily acquire billions with just their words, such scenarios simply do not exist in real life. Zhou Yuqin dared not harbor such extravagant hopes. After securing the funds, Zhou Yuqin entered an internet CAF again and deposited 17 million into the account of the Zatai Futures platform. The more capital one has, the stronger their economic power appears, and the faster the futures platform processes leverage applications. Sure enough, after just 10 minutes, the Zatai Futures platform sent a message. Zhou Yuqing's application for 5 times leverage was approved, with a margin of 1.92 million, allowing him to control 86.4 million in funds. Once everything was settled, Zhou Yuqing left the internet CAF and grabbed a quick lunch at a fast food restaurant. Seeing that he still had time, he rented a van from a car rental company and headed towards Sioux City. Zhou Yuqing needed to address some issues regarding his property. In the ward of Yuhai First Hospital, Xiaoya was hugging the doll Zhou Yuqing had bought for her, fast asleep. Daiwan looked at her daughter, Shen Jingyun, and said, "Isn't Xiaoya fond of plush toys? When did she start liking dolls?" Shen Jingyun replied, "Because this doll was given to her by Zhou Yuqing. Since breakfast. She hasn't let it go." Daiwan sighed and said, "It seems Xiaoya really likes Zhou Yuqing." After leaving the hospital last night, Shen Jingyun did not return to her home, but stayed at her parents' house for the night. She recounted the details of how Zhou Yuqing saved her after she was set up by someone at the hotel. After listening, Shen Qinggang was nearly furious. For years, he had wanted to know who Xiaoya's father was, but Shen Jingyun refused to tell. He even investigated Shen Jingyun's ex-boyfriend, who went abroad. He never expected that Shen Jingyun had been schemed against by a small leader from a bank and several small company bosses. No wonder Shen Jingyun, who had always been sensible, insisted on transferring from the bank for years ago. The root of the issue was here. Daiwan was already in tears. Thinking about how her daughter almost fell victim to a group of scoundrels made her feel terrified. Fortunately, Zhou Yuqing had come to her rescue. Otherwise, she feared she would never see her daughter again. Shen Jingyun said, "Mom, a child cannot grow up without a father. I shouldn't have lied to Xiaoya for the past 3 years. Now that we've acknowledged each other, let them get along well." Daiwan asked, "What about you?" Shen Jingyun was taken aback and replied, "What about me?" Daiwan said, "Do you think there is a possibility for your relationship with Zhou Yuqing to progress?" Shen Jingyun shook her head and said, "I don't have feelings for him." Daiwan frowned slightly and said, "You still can't forget that scoundrel, Zheng Xuei?" Zheng Xuei was Shen Jingyun's ex-boyfriend and her only boyfriend. They confirmed their relationship for less than a month when Zheng Xuei ended up with the daughter of a wealthy individual. Shen Jingyun was quite heartbroken and took a long time to recover. "Mom, what are you talking about? How could I possibly still think of that scoundrel? If you don't like Zhou Yuqing, I can introduce you to several outstanding young teachers from our school." "Mom, there you go again. I don't want to meet anyone." "Then what will you do in the future? Are you planning to be alone forever?" "As long as I have Xiaoya by my side, I won't feel lonely." "You." Seeing her usually elegant and composed mother genuinely upset, Shen Jingyun quickly said, "Mom, please don't worry. Maybe it's just that fate hasn't arrived yet." Daiwan took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and said, "Jingyun, over these years, we have seen how hard and exhausting it has been for you. We really hope you can find someone to rely on and not bear everything alone." Shen Jingyun held Daiwan's hand and said, "Mom, I've grown up. I'm not a child anymore. If I really can't handle it, I still have you and Dad, right?" Daiwan replied, somewhat annoyed. "We invited you to come home and help take care of the child. Did you listen?" Shen Jingyun pouted, "I just don't want you to be tired." Daiwan stood up and scolded, "You're just stubborn and disobedient. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I have a class to teach this afternoon. And I'll make you Crucian carp soup tonight." Shen Jingyun giggled, "There's nothing better than having a mom. That saying is so true." Daiwan rolled her eyes at her and turned to walk out. Shen Jingyun hurriedly followed her into the elevator. Back in the hospital room, Shen Jingyun recalled her mother's words, and Zhou Yuqing's face unconsciously appeared in her mind. Was he really a good choice? Looking at the doll in Xiaoya's hands, Shen Jingyun felt a mix of emotions. In Zhou Yuqing's rental apartment, besides some personal items, there was only a laptop and over 300 books. After loading these things into a van, Zhou Yuqing called the landlord to terminate the lease. The landlord was a bit stingy. Initially, he wanted to charge for cleaning. But upon seeing that Zhou Yuqing left behind a bookshelf worth over 2,000 yuan, and that there was still half a month left on the contract, he hesitated to ask for more. The two parted amicably. When Zhou Yuqing drove the van back to Yunhai, it was already 7 in the evening. After having dinner out, Zhou Yuqing went to a bookstore and bought a large stack of picture books suitable for 3-year-old girls. By the time it was nearly 9 o'clock, Zhou Yuqing entered an internet CAF. In this 3G era, the hospital still did not have internet access. Although a wireless card could be used, the speed was hardly commendable. Zhou Yuqing's smartphone was no better. It took half a minute to open a web page, which was considered quite good. With no other option, he had to choose the internet CAF. At exactly 9 o'clock, the crude oil futures market opened. Zhou Yuqing logged into the futures trading platform and found that the price of a barrel of crude oil was 266.35 yuan. Without hesitation, he invested all his money and bought more than 300 barrels. Based on the crude oil futures curve in his mind and the current exchange rate, he believed the price of crude oil could skyrocket to 476 yuan. However, due to exchange rate fluctuations and other factors, there was a significant difference between domestic and international crude oil prices. To ensure 100 safety, Zhou Yuqing set the selling price at 435 yuan. Once everything was set, he logged out of the trading platform, shut down his computer, and rushed to the hospital. Chapter 13 Skill Reward Scroll. Mom, do you think Dad doesn't want me anymore? In the hospital room, little Yia clutched the doll that Zhou Yuqing had bought for her, looking pitifully at her mother. Shen Jingyun comforted her. Dad loves little Yia so much. How could he not want you? But it's so late. Why hasn't Dad come back yet? Mom, can I call Dad? Shin Jingyan took out her phone and smiled. Of course you can. Soon, the call connected. Hello, is this Dad? Zhou Yuqin, who was going upstairs, deliberately teased her. Who are you? I'm little Yaya. Oh, what a coincidence. I have a daughter named Yaya too. By the way, her full name is Shun Xinhua. Do you know her? I am Shun Xinhua. Dad, I miss you. When will you be back? Boo-hoo. Sweetheart, don't cry. How about this? Close your eyes and count to 10. And I'll appear in front of you. Really? Really? Okay, I'm counting. Little Yaya closed her eyes and began to count into the phone. 10, 9, 8, 7. When she reached 5, Zhou Yuqin had already tiptoed into the hospital room and stood in front of the little one. Shin Jingyan sat nearby, smiling as she watched Zhou Yuqin play with the child. 3, 2, 1, 0. Little Yaya opened her eyes and immediately saw Zhou Yuqin's smiling face, shouting excitedly, Dad. Zhou Yuqin laughed heartily. See? As long as you count to 10, Dad will appear in front of you. Little Yaya looked at him with admiration and said, Dad is amazing. Zhou Yuqin placed the drawing book on the table and asked, Did you listen to your mom today? Little Yaya proudly replied, I was very obedient. Zhou Yuqin smiled. Mom has worked hard all day. Shouldn't we let her go home early to rest? Little Yaya asked, Will you stay with me tonight? Of course. But what if I miss Mom too? Mom will come over tomorrow morning. Sweetheart, during your time in the hospital, Mom will stay with you during the day and rest at night. Dad will rest during the day and stay with you at night. This way, both Dad and Mom won't get tired, understand? Little Yaya nodded. I understand. Mom, you should go home and rest. It's enough for me to have Dad with me. Okay. Shin Jingyan kissed her little face and turned to Zhou Yuqin. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning? Zhou Yuqin waved his hand. No need. I went to Sioux City today and brought all the daily necessities. I'll rent a place tomorrow. By the time the child is discharged, everything should be settled on my side. Shin Jingyan asked, Which community are you planning to rent in? Zhou Yuqin replied, Lijiang Garden. Shin Jingyan's residence is called Mingda Community. Although it has a good location, the buildings are a bit old, and the largest unit is less than 100 square meters, which belongs to a mid-range community. Zhou Yuqin was not very satisfied with the situation in Mingda Community. Last night, he searched online and found that there was a Lijiang Garden less than 200 meters away from Mingda Community, which had an elegant environment and apartments ranging from 170 to 360 square meters. Today, Zhou Yuqin specifically drove around Lijiang Garden and was very pleased with the community. Lijiang Garden? Shin Jingyan couldn't help but exclaim, Do you know how expensive the rent there is? Lijiang Garden is one of the most upscale communities in Yunhai City, with a starting price of 100,000 per square meter, which is simply shocking. Shin Jingyan had visited before and noted that all the apartments were exquisitely decorated, using the highest quality eco-friendly materials. The community had complete facilities, with a greening rate of 55. She heard that the prices at Lijiang Garden were not only stable, but were actually increasing, trending towards being among the top 3 in Yunhai. Zhou Yuqin wanted to rent an apartment there, but even disregarding the availability of units, the annual rent would be at least 300,000 to 400,000, which was comparable to Shin Jingyan's salary for 3 years. Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly and said, I made a bet with your father to earn 10 billion within 6 months. No matter how expensive the rent at Lijiang Garden is, it doesn't seem like much for someone about to become a billionaire. Shin Jingyan was amused by Zhou Yuqin's words and asked, Are you sure you can earn 10 billion? Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and replied, I should be able to earn more. Shin Jingyan slapped her forehead and said, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Zhou Yuqin said, You can wait and see. Looking at Zhou Yuqin's determined and confident gaze, Shin Jingyan suddenly felt that maybe he could really achieve it. But then she thought it was impossible. A person without background, resources, or capital trying to earn 10 billion in 6 months was truly a bit far-fetched. After Shin Jingyan left, Zhou Yuqin spent some time looking at a children's picture book with Xiao Yaya. By the time the 3rd story was not yet finished, Xiao Yaya had already fallen asleep in his arms. Zhou Yuqin carefully placed her on the bed, covered her with a light blanket, and softly said, Sweet dreams, little one. After turning off the light, Zhou Yuqin sat on a chair and silently recited All-Purpose Development System. The system immediately appeared before him. He opened the skill tree, which was filled with thousands of skill fruits. Except for the brilliant fruit of Xingyi Quan, all other fruits looked dull. Zhou Yuqin had already made up his mind and thought, Next, I choose hacking skills. Suddenly, the fruit belonging to hacking skills began to glow slightly. In his previous life, Zhou Yuqin was the head of game development and also a skilled hacker. Although he wasn't considered a top expert due to his qualifications, he certainly deserved the title of a minor god. With this foundation and the assistance of the all-purpose development system, becoming a top-level super hacker would be a piece of cake, and even becoming the king of hackers was not impossible. In this way, he could quickly elevate his hacking skills to a master level and then choose to learn other skills. Ding! After system detection, the player's hacking skills have reached an advanced level, earning 5 attribute points and a skill lottery chance. Zhou Yuqin was overjoyed and immediately brought up the attribute panel. Player, Zhou Yuqin physical, 14, average person 10, mental, 10, average person 10, attribute points, 13 skills, Xingyi Quan, master level 1, 2. Hacking skills, advanced 62, items, futures prediction scroll, currently in use, real scroll, 1 item, skill reward scroll. Seeing that his hacking skills had actually reached 62 at the advanced level, Zhou Yuqin almost laughed out loud. It seemed that his 4 years of study had really paid off. As for the skill reward scroll, Zhou Yuqin hesitated not at all and opened it immediately. The system S lottery will spun rapidly. Stop. A flash of light appeared, and a scroll appeared in Zhou Yuqin's item bar, skill scroll, culinary mastery. Damn. Zhou Yuqin was left speechless. In an all-around development game, drawing a skill reward scroll is definitely an extremely lucky event. It can directly impart skills to you, akin to the enlightening moments in martial arts novels. However, Zhou Yuqin's culinary skills were already quite good, so receiving this skill was somewhat redundant. Nevertheless, better than nothing. Zhou Yuqin clicked on the scroll, and instantly, countless recipes appeared in his mind, almost encompassing all cuisines on Earth. Looking at the attribute panel where culinary, advanced 99, had been added, Zhou Yuqin felt he might have underestimated this skill a bit. The assessment standards for skills in the all-around development system are extremely strict. Master level is almost at the pinnacle of the industry, while advanced level, reaching over 90, is roughly equivalent to the best in the field. Therefore, Zhou Yuqin could definitely be considered a culinary god in this world. And the scary part is that he excels in all areas, both Eastern and Western cuisines. It seems he won't lack good food for the rest of his life. Taking out his phone, Zhou Yuqin checked the trends of crude oil futures online, which were almost identical to the crude oil trends in his mind, allowing him to finally relax. Chapter 14: Encountering Old Classmates. The next morning, Shen Jingyun walked into the hospital room. Zhou Yuqin had just finished taking little Yaya to the bathroom. Upon seeing Shen Jingyun, little Yaya's face lit up with joy, and she said, "Mom, you finally came." Shen Jingyun took the little girl from Zhou Yuqin's arms and smiled. "What's up? You missed me after just one night?" Little Yaya nodded and whispered in her ear, "Mom, I have a secret to tell you. I had a beautiful dream last night." Shen Jingyun asked, "What dream? Tell me about it." Little Yaya replied, "I dreamed that you and Dad took me to the fairy amusement park, and we had so much fun all day long." Shen Jingyun chuckled, "You little rascal. I see you really want to go to the fairy amusement park, huh?" Little Yaya giggled. "Dad already promised that when I'm better, he'll take me to the fairy amusement park. Mom, will you come with us?" Shen Jingyun said, "Sure." Little Yaya exclaimed joyfully, "That's great. Mom and Dad are going to take me to the amusement park." Zhou Yuqin and Shen Jingyun exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. At 10 in the morning, Zhou Yuqin walked into a real estate agency near Lijiang Garden. The owner of the agency was a young woman, about the same age as Zhou Yuqin, with a good figure, very fashionable, and her looks were around a 7 out of 10. Zhou Yuqin felt she looked familiar and glanced at a business card on the table, finally remembering that she was Zhang Xia, a classmate from the finance program at Yunhai University. They were in different classes but shared the same major, so they attended classes in the same room almost every day. "You are Zhou Yuqin?" As the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Xinjiang province and a top student at Yunhai University, Zhou Yuqin was quite well known, and Zhang Xia recognized him almost immediately. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Zhang Xia, long time no see." Zhang Xia covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my, it really is you." Looking at the tall and composed Zhou Yuqin, she displayed an expression of disbelief. Zhou Yuqin said, "I was only in prison for a year, not executed. Is it really that surprising to see me?" Zhang Xia looked him over and said, "I thought you had left Yunhai." Zhou Yuqin replied, "I lived in Sioux City for a few years after getting out. I just returned to Yunhai the day before yesterday to start a business here." Zhang Xia gave him a thumbs up, looking impressed. "Zhou Yuqin, you are something." Zhou Yuqin chuckled, "If I were something, I wouldn't have encountered bad people and been framed in a prison." Zhang Xia cautiously asked, "Do you know how they are doing now?" Zhou Yuqin shook his head. "I've lost contact with everyone, so I don't know anything." Zhang Xia said indignantly, "What a jerk Luo Hao is. Everyone knows what he's like. Everyone knows you were wronged back then, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. And your girlfriend Su Xiaoya is testifying for Luo Hao, which is why." "Sigh. Forget it. Let us not talk about that." "Zhou Yuqin, do you remember teacher Wu Jinhua?" Zhou Yuqin raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course." Wu Jinhua is a highly respected economist with significant influence in the financial sector, enjoying a national-level stipend. He has a great fondness for the original student, who is both academically excellent and well-rounded, and over the year and a half, he has undoubtedly provided countless extra lessons to this student. Although the original student is a learning prodigy, completing 4 years of university courses in just over a year would have been impossible without Wu Jinhua's assistance. Wu Jinhua initially planned for the original student to take the graduate entrance exam early at the end of their sophomore year. But then the incident involving the original student occurred. Zhang Xia said, after you were wrongfully imprisoned. Professor Wu was so upset that he developed high blood pressure and ended up in the hospital. After finally being discharged, he slammed the table several times with the principal when he learned that the school would expel you, and even approached the economic department of the national government. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. Zhou Yuqin crossed over after the original student was released from prison, emotionally merging with them. Hearing about all the efforts Wu Jinhua made for him, Zhou Yuqin felt deeply moved, and memories of the original student's time with Wu Jinhua flooded his mind, filling him with respect and gratitude for the humorous yet rigorous old professor. Zhou Yuqin's eyes turned slightly red as he asked, "How is Professor Wu's health?" Zhang Xia replied, "Professor Wu retired 3 years ago. I'm not sure about the rest." Zhou Yuqin, since you're back, don't you plan to pay him a visit? Zhou Yuqin took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and said, "Once I've proven myself worthy, showing that he didn't misjudge me, I'll go visit him." Zhang Xia nodded, saying ambitious. "That's the Zhou Yuqin I know." Zhou Yuqin smiled, and a hint of killing intent suddenly surged within him as he asked, "Zhang Xia, are you aware of the situations with Su Xiaoya and Luo Hao?" Zhou Yuqin could be said to harbor extreme hatred for these two individuals. Luo Hao had nearly assaulted Su Xiaoya, and the original student bravely intervened to protect her, giving Luo Hao a beating. However, not only did Su Xiaoya not defend the original student, but she also turned the tables, completely ruining the original student's life. And it didn't end there. While the original student was serving time in prison, Luo Hao continued to target him. He arranged for 2 thugs to cause trouble for the original student. Fortunately, with the help of a martial arts expert in prison, the original student managed to avoid their schemes. After being released, the original student didn't stay in Yunhai, but instead fled to Sioux City, mainly to escape Luo Hao. He had learned from several fellow inmates that Luo Hao's father, Luo Haifeng, was a notorious figure in the underworld with many ruthless followers. If Luo Hao found out that the original student was out of prison, it would surely bring great trouble. Thus, when one's strength is far inferior to the opponent's, hiding becomes the only option. Now, Zhou Yuqin dared to return to Yunhai openly primarily because he had become a master of Xingyi Quan, and a couple of dozen thugs would not stand a chance against him. Zhang Xia said, Luo Hao is currently the vice president of Haifeng Transportation Group, and Su Xiaoya is his official girlfriend. Zhou Yuqin was taken aback and asked, "Official girlfriend? Does Luo Hao have another girlfriend?" Zhang Xia showed a strange expression and said, "As far as I know, Luo Hao has at least 4 girlfriends, and there are even more women related to him. I heard this guy also likes married women. Su Xiaoya is just one insignificant person among them." Zhou Yuqin, you must not act impulsively. The Haifeng Transportation Group has underworld connections, and we don't need to confront them directly. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "I understand." Zhang Xia, after you graduated, didn't you try to find a job? Zhang Xia smiled wryly and said, "Jobs are hard to find now, and I have no background, so I had to open this agency to make a living." "What about you, Zhou Yuqin? What do you do?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Like you, I'm a freelancer, working for myself." Zhang Xia asked, "Did you come here to buy a house, or to rent?" Zhou Yuqin said, "I want to rent a larger apartment in a certain residential area. Do you have any listings?" Zhang Xia exclaimed, "Wow, you've really made it big. The rent for the best apartments there is at least 400,000. Zhou Yuqin, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You're really impressive." Zhou Yuqin chuckled and said, "I'm just renting, not buying. What's so impressive about that? That's still quite remarkable. Most of our classmates can't afford to rent there," Zhang Xia said, while pulling up listings on her computer. Currently, there are only 3 apartments left for rent in that area. One large unit on the 12th floor is 360 square meters, with a monthly rent of 88,000, non-negotiable. The other 2 are 177 square meters, with a rent of 45,000 per month, which is negotiable. Zhou Yuqin asked, "Do you have the keys?" Zhang Xia replied, "Yes. To be honest, I've secretly visited that 360 square meter unit several times. My goodness, it's simply amazing. If the owner isn't going abroad, they definitely wouldn't want to rent it out." Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "Then take me to see it. How about that?" Zhang Xia immediately took out the keys and said, "Of course, no problem. Let's go." Chapter 15. Zhang Xia's shock after leaving the agency. Zhang Xia saw Zhou Yuqin driving a van and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Do wealthy people always keep such a low profile? Someone who can afford to rent a place in a high-end neighborhood like this is driving a car that's not even as good as mine." Zhou Yuqin explained, "This car is rented. I have some living supplies I brought from another city inside." Zhang Xia responded with an "oh," and said, "Then let's walk over. It's not far anyway." "Sure," Zhou Yuqin replied. He found Zhang Xia, who was quite talkative, to be quite likable. The journey took a total of 8 minutes, and she chatted continuously, introducing all their classmates from the finance major. Despite having worked hard in society for over 2 years, Zhang Xia had not picked up any bad habits. She didn't look down on classmates who were struggling, nor did she boast about those who were doing well. In summary, she was genuine. Zhou Yuqin secretly decided that once he succeeded in his own venture, he would definitely hire Zhang Xia for customer service. Before long, they arrived at room 1201, Unit 1 of Building 6. Zhang Xia didn't think Zhou Yuqin could afford it, so she didn't offer much introduction, allowing him to explore on his own. The overall style of the spacious apartment could be described as elegant and comfortable, which perfectly matched Zhou Yuqin's aesthetic. The living room was tidy and generous, about 3 meters high, well ventilated, with simple yet exquisite decor. The furniture, carpets, sofas, and appliances were all from top global brands. Very high-end. The kitchen was about 40 square meters, featuring 2 large refrigerators, and was fully equipped for cooking. There were 5 bedrooms, 2 large and 3 small, with imported wooden flooring, and all the beds were from a well-known European brand. Zhou Yuqin seemed to recall seeing the brand's introduction online, noting that the price never dropped below 50,000. Each of the 2 large bedrooms had a spacious bathroom and shower area. What impressed Zhou Yuqin the most was the study, which was more than 50 square meters, featuring a large desk and a bookshelf against the wall that could hold over 2,000 books, with excellent light. The balcony was even more impressive, measuring over 12 meters in length. In his previous life, Zhou Yuqin was also considered successful and lived in a similar spacious apartment. But it was only 220 square meters, significantly smaller than this one. Zhang Xia thought Zhou Yuqin would at least show some amazement or envy upon seeing such a great place, but he maintained a calm demeanor throughout the tour. Compared to her own reaction when she first saw the apartment, Zhang Xia felt a hint of admiration for Zhou Yuqin, not to mention anything else. Just this level of composure and steadiness was not something ordinary people possessed. Zhou Yuqin, how do you feel? Very good. Then let's go. Where to? To see the other 2 apartments. No need, I want to rent this one. Zhang Xia's eyes nearly popped out at this, saying, Zhou Yuqin, do I need to say this to you again? The monthly rent for this apartment is 88,000, non-negotiable, and requires a 1-year advance payment, totaling 1,056,000. Zhou Yuqin has invested all his money into crude oil futures, leaving him with just over 300,000. Now, wanting to rent this apartment, he finds it a bit challenging. However, this doesn't pose a problem for Zhou Yuqin. He just needs to show any bank his futures account, and in less than half an hour, he can secure a loan of several hundred thousand to over $1 million. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, old classmate, don't worry, I can afford it. Zhang Xia had to reassess Zhou Yuqin in her mind and replied with a wry smile. Zhou Yuqin, back then you overwhelmed us with your academic performance. Now in society, you are still this outstanding. Sigh, it really is true that comparison makes people feel inferior. Zhou Yuqin said, I take that as a compliment. Zhang Xia rolled her eyes and said, it was meant as a compliment. Taking out her phone, Zhang Xia walked to the balcony and called the landlord. 5 minutes later, she returned with a rather unpleasant expression. What's wrong? Did the landlord refuse to rent to me? Zhou Yuqin asked. Zhang Xia said angrily. The landlord decided yesterday to live in France from now on, and this apartment is for sale only, not for rent. For sale? Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and asked. How much? He really liked this spacious apartment, both its location and decoration style. If the price was right, he was quite interested in buying it. Zhang Xia responded. It's a fixed price of 45 million, including a huge storage room underground and 3 parking spaces. Zhou Yuqin calculated in his mind. If all goes well, he should be able to earn around 100 million through crude oil futures. Buying this apartment would not be a problem, but it would leave him short on funds for future ventures. Of course, that wasn't insurmountable. After purchasing this apartment, Zhou Yuqin would be its owner. As long as he got a mortgage from the bank, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuqin said, Zhang Xia, I heard that when this spacious apartment was first launched, it seemed to be priced at 100,000 per square meter, right? Zhang Xia smiled and replied. You used the word only quite well. The Lijiang Garden was indeed priced at 100,000 per square meter 3 years ago. However, since the beginning of last year, the land prices in Yunhai City have skyrocketed, and housing prices have been rising continuously. If the landlord weren't in a hurry to sell to free up funds to buy a property in France, 45 million would definitely not be acceptable. If it were me, I would sell for at least 50 million or hold on to it for 2 or 3 years. Zhou Yuqin asked. So you mean the price of 45 million is very reasonable? Zhang Xia replied. It's not about being reasonable. It's about making a huge profit. Zhou Yuqin, please don't tell me you want to buy this apartment. Zhou Yuqin touched his nose and said, I do have that plan. Zhang Xia felt as if she had been struck by lightning, feeling completely unwell. She was already very shocked when Zhou Yuqin took out over $1 million to rent a place. After all, Zhou Yuqin does not have a university diploma and has a criminal record with the public security authorities, making it very difficult for him to find a job after being released from prison. However, In such circumstances, Zhou Yuqin was able to earn over 1 million, which is truly remarkable. But now it seems that this is no longer just remarkable, it is astonishing. In 4 years, his worth exceeded 45 million, which really made Zhang Xia feel like she was hitting a wall. Is this the power of genius? It's too impressive. Are you really going to buy this house? Zhang Xia came back to her senses and asked again, unsure if she had heard correctly. I really want to buy it. However, I need you to help me with something. What is it? Please tell the homeowner that I need half a month, no, at most 12 days, to gather the 45 million. If he is worried, I can pay 300,000 as a deposit. If I can't come up with the 45 million in 12 days, then that 300,000 will belong to the homeowner. During this period, I need to stay here. Zhang Xia thought for a moment and said, no matter what happens, the homeowner will definitely profit, so I think he should agree. But I don't quite understand why it's 12 days. Zhou Yuqin replied, we studied finance at Yinhai University. If we can't apply what we've learned and play a bit in the financial market, wouldn't that be a pity? Zhang Xia suddenly understood and said, I see. You've invested all your money in the stock market. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, no, it's in crude oil futures. Zhang Xia, you are the first classmate I've met in the past 5 years. It's quite a coincidence. I want to offer you a chance to make a fortune, but I'm not sure if you're willing to take it. As someone who got into Yinhai University, Zhang Xia was undoubtedly very intelligent and asked, crude oil futures? Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, give me all your money to manage, and in 12 days, I'll give you a 20% return. There are still 5 hours until the bank closes this afternoon, so you can think about it. If you don't want to take this risk, just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhang Xia was silent for a moment and then smiled. Is this testing my trust in you? A 20% return sounds a bit scary. Zhou Yuqin said, no hurry, just help me finalize the house deal first. Okay. Zhang Xia called the homeowner again. After explaining Zhou Yuqin's payment method, the homeowner almost immediately agreed. 12 days and 300,000. Anyone could afford to wait for that. Chapter 16. Shun Jingyun's high emotional intelligence returning to the agency. Zhang Xia printed 2 copies of the real estate sale contract. Zhou Yuqin signed his name in the designated area. Zhang Xia, the homeowner is in France. How can he sign the contract? Does he need to come back? No need. The actual owner of this large flat is his father. He is just responsible for leasing and selling it. I estimate that the old gentleman will arrive in about half an hour. Sure enough, half an hour later, a distinguished gentleman in his 60s walked into the agency. While the old gentleman was reviewing the sale contract, Zhou Yuqin took a look at the property certificate he brought and confirmed that there were no ownership issues with the large flat. After the old gentleman signed, the 3 of them went to the bank, where Zhou Yuqin transferred 300,000 to his account. I've decided to let you, the financial genius, help me invest in crude oil futures, Zhang Xia said seriously after seeing off the old gentleman. Zhou Yuqin asked with interest, why do you trust me so much? Zhang Xia shrugged and replied, first, because of our classmate relationship. Second, you just paid 300,000. Zhou Yuqin's mind turned, and he quickly understood Zhang Xia's point. If he were a fraud, he would never have given the old gentleman 300,000 without knowing whether Zhang Xia would invest. Because if Zhang Xia didn't invest, he would be at a significant loss. As for their classmate relationship, even if that played a role, it likely wasn't a major factor. After all, they hadn't seen each other in 5 years. Moreover, he had even been to prison. Zhou Yuqin asked, how much can you invest? Zhang Xia held up 2 fingers and said, 2 million. Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Were you pretending to be broke this morning? Zhang Xia replied, this 2 million is my emergency fund. If you lose it, I'll end up on the street. Zhou Yuqin looked at her deeply and said, I'll give you an IOU. Zhang Xia shook her head, no need. Trust is key. If you are truly deceiving me, an IOU won't mean anything. On the contrary, if you are genuinely helping an old classmate, even without an IOU, you would return the money to me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqin admired Zhang Xia's boldness and wisdom. She was bold for daring to give him 2 million to invest. She was wise for not asking for an IOU but secretly recording on her phone. From the moment they entered the bank, Zhang Xia's phone had been recording continuously. With a transfer and a recording, even if he wanted to default, it would be useless. If the matter went to court, it would undoubtedly rule in Zhang Xia's favor. Considering both parties' feelings while effectively protecting herself, this old classmate of his was quite emotionally intelligent. Zhou Yuqin said earnestly, thank you for your trust. I will return 240,000 to you in 12 days. Soon, Zhang Xia transferred 2 million to Zhou Yuqin's account. It was already noon when Zhou Yuqin invited Zhang Xia to a high-end restaurant for a meal. After enjoying a hearty lunch, the two returned to the agency. Zhang Xia was very enthusiastic, helping Zhou Yuqin carry items from the van into his new apartment. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqin's collection of over 300 books that had clearly been read countless times, Zhang Xia was deeply impressed by him. No wonder he was successful. This was the reason. After Zhang Xia left, Zhou Yuqin connected his laptop to the internet and logged into the trading platform. Noticing that his earnings had exceeded 7 million, Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly and immediately transferred the 2 million that Zhang Xia had given him into his account, applying for leverage on the platform once again. However, this time he applied for the maximum leverage of 10 times instead of the 5 times he had previously used. Zhou Yuqin initially thought he would have to wait 6 hours like last time, but to his surprise, just 10 minutes later, the platform approved his application without even charging a margin. Zhou Yuqin speculated that the funds in his account played a role in this quick approval. Without any hesitation, he used the entire 20 million to go long on crude oil. In reality, crude oil futures, like stocks, fluctuate back and forth. Aside from large capital players, it was nearly impossible for the prices to move in a straight line either up or down. If Zhou Yuqin were willing to profit from these small fluctuations, he could easily increase his earnings by over 30%. However, doing so would make it too easy for the platform to spot him, and he might attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to his capture for further scrutiny. After settling the investment in crude oil futures, Zhou Yuqin closed his laptop, got into the rented van, and headed to a bookstore. The bookstore was the largest chain in the country, offering all types of books from both domestic and international sources. Zhou Yuqin found the section on network information and purchased 12 hefty books aimed at enhancing hacking skills, including titles like Advanced Linux Penetration, Counter-Hacking Storm, and XSS Cross-Site Scripting Attack Analysis. He believed that if he could thoroughly study these 12 books, he would elevate his hacking skills to a master level. The bookstore owner looked somewhat surprised at Zhou Yuqin's selections, but said nothing. After checking out, Zhou Yuqin placed the books in the van and drove straight to the hospital. "Why are you here so early today?" Seeing the time was only 4 in the afternoon, Shen Jingyun looked surprised. In the hospital room, besides Shen Jingyun, there was a handsome young man sitting on a chair by the bed, holding a picture book and seemingly telling a story to a little girl. The table was filled with fruits, a large bouquet of flowers, and a stuffed toy that looked similar to the one Zhou Yuqin had bought. Without a doubt, these items were brought by the young man. He was likely either a relative of the Shen family or a suitor of Shen Jingyun. Zhou Yuqin said, "I finished my matters and came over early to accompany the little girl for a while." The originally drowsy Xiaoya immediately perked up upon hearing Zhou Yuqin's voice and happily shouted, "Dad." The handsome man beside her trembled slightly, looking towards Zhou Yuqin as if facing a formidable enemy. Zhou Yuqin walked to the other side of the bed, gently touched the little girl's face, and said, "Sweetheart, let mommy go home and rest. Is it okay for daddy to accompany you?" Xiaoya pouted and replied, "No, I want both daddy and mommy to be with me." Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "You are really greedy." After giving Xiaoya a kiss on the forehead, Zhou Yuqin turned to the handsome man across the room and asked, "Sir, are you here to see Xiaoya?" Shen Jingyun quickly introduced, "This is my colleague, Mr. Yang Xuelin, the deputy director of the Yunhai Taxation Office. He specifically took time today to visit our daughter. Director Yang, this is Mr. Zhou Yuqin, the father of my daughter." Upon hearing Shen Jingyun refer to Xiaoya as our daughter, Zhou Yuqin instantly understood her intentions. This Yang Xuelin was likely pursuing Shen Jingyun, but she did not seem to like him. However, due to their colleague relationship, Shen Jingyun did not want to explicitly reject him to avoid straining their relationship. Since he happened to be there, she deliberately made their relationship sound close, hoping to make Yang Xuelin misunderstand their connection and subtly retreat. Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but admire Shen Jingyun's clever rejection strategy. High emotional intelligence. Sure enough, after listening to Shen Jingyun's introduction, Yang Xuelin's expression slightly changed. "Hello, Director Yang," Zhou Yuqin said, walking around the bed and smiling as he extended his hand to Yang Xuelin. He took a deep look at Shen Jingyun as he passed by her side. Yang Xuelin shook Zhou Yuqin's hand and said, "Mr. Zhou, I've been colleagues with Jingyun for 4 years, and this is my first time meeting you. You've really kept a low profile." Zhou Yuqin laughed heartily and replied, "I was working in another place before, and just recently returned to Yunhai." Yang Xuelin asked, "Mr. Zhou, what do you do for a living?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Finance." Shen Jingyun, worried that Yang Xuelin might continue to pry, stepped forward and linked her arm with Zhou Yuqin's, saying, "Xiaoya is getting a bit restless in the ward and wants to go outside for a walk." Zhou Yuqin was taken aback and asked, "What did the doctor say?" Shen Jingyun replied, "The doctor agreed, but we can only stay out for half an hour at most." Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "Okay, Director Yang, we can chat later. I'll take the child outside to get some sun." Yang Xuelin said, "We have some matters in the taxation office to attend to, so I should head back." Zhou Yuqin said, "Then let us go down together." "Jingyun, it's a bit windy outside, so please put a jacket on the little girl." Shen Jingyun replied, "Okay." Chapter 17 Applying for tenfold leverage soon. Zhou Yuqin was holding little Yeya, while Shen Jingyun carried a hot water bottle and went downstairs with Yang Xuelin. After Yang Xuelin left, Shen Jingyun looked at Zhou Yuqin and said, "Thank you." Zhou Yuqin replied, "You're welcome. I think it would be better if we could change our way of addressing each other in the future. You can call me Yuqin, and I'll call you Jingyun. It sounds more intimate that way." Shen Jingyun nodded and said, "Okay." Little Yaya tilted her head and asked in confusion, Daddy, shouldn't you call mommy wife, and mommy call you husband? Shin Jingyun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Little Yaya to know those terms. She asked, Little Yaya, who told you that? Little Yaya replied, a lot of my classmates say that. Shin Jingyun was unsure how to explain this to Little Yaya, so she looked at Zhou Yuchen for help. Zhou Yuchen said, Sweetheart, every family situation is different, so the way we address each other is also different. Think about how your grandparents call each other. Little Yaya thought seriously for a moment and said, Grandpa seems to call Grandma Teacher Dai, and Grandma often calls Grandpa Old Shun. Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, See, not everyone calls each other husband and wife. But remember, sweetheart, how your parents and grandparents address each other isn't important. What matters is that we all love you very, very much. Little Yaya replied, I love you both very, very much too. Zhou Yuchen said, but your love for Daddy surely can't be more than Daddy's love for you. Little Yaya pouted and said, No, I definitely love Daddy more. The father and daughter began to argue playfully on this topic. Shin Jingyun walked behind them, her face beaming with a smile. The setting sun cast long shadows of the three on the ground. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Zhou Yuchen returned home from the hospital, immediately went into the study, turned on the computer, and accessed the futures trading platform. Previously, he had set the selling price for crude oil at $430.35, which had already surpassed that price last night, with the halt price set at $439.82. Looking at the 64, 508, 267 in his account, Zhou Yuchen's face broke into a brilliant smile. After deducting the principal of 21.2 million, he had made over 42 million from this one long position. However, this was not the end. The next step was to short. Zhou Yuchen checked the exchange rate of the local currency against the foreign currency, noting that it had changed by about 5% compared to before. Based on the foreign crude oil futures curve provided in the forecast and the current exchange rate, Zhou Yuchen calculated that the peak price of crude oil could very likely reach 452, with a margin of error not exceeding 1%. To be cautious, Zhou Yuchen decided to set the short price at 445. To maximize his gains, he applied for tenfold leverage on the futures trading platform. The reason was that the curve indicated that in the next 4 days, the maximum fluctuation range of crude oil futures would not exceed 3%, meaning the price would likely move smoothly downward. There are occasional fluctuations, but they are merely the futile struggles of trapped capital. Ding ding ding, Zhou Yuchen's phone rang. Hello, this is Zhou Yuchen. Who is this? Mr. Zhou, hello, I am Zhuang Wenbin, the leverage audit officer from the Xiaotai Futures platform. Zhuang, is there something you need? Mr. Zhou, you just applied for a tenfold leverage on our platform. According to regulations, I need to confirm via phone whether this is indeed your operation. Yes, it's me. In less than a week, crude oil has risen from 266 yuan to nearly 440 yuan. I believe this price has peaked, and I intend to apply for tenfold leverage to short it on your platform. Zhuang, is what I'm doing against the rules? Of course not. I just didn't expect you to be so candid and to share all your operations with me. Ha ha ha, Zhuang, please don't follow my lead to short it, as this is just my personal opinion. If I'm wrong and it leads to significant losses for you, I can't bear that responsibility. Extreme honesty is invincible. Zhou Yuchen spoke the truth merely to make his profit seem more reasonable, to avoid raising suspicions from the Xiaotai Futures platform. Our platform staff are prohibited from trading futures. That's the rule. Mr. Zhou, you are already our most valued client. Tenfold leverage is no problem, but it requires a 15 margin. Is that acceptable? No problem. Great, I'll get that approved for you right away. Within 5 minutes. The Xiaotai Futures platform approved Zhou Yuchen's application. After deducting the 15 margin, Zhou Yuchen had 55 million yuan available for use, with tenfold leverage amounting to 550 million yuan. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yuchen set the short price at 445 yuan. With 550 million yuan, he could purchase 236 million barrels of crude oil. From the curve in his mind, the earliest time to reach the price of 445 yuan would be tonight at 9:30. So Zhou Yuchen wasn't in a rush. After setting the short price for crude oil futures, Zhou Yuchen closed his computer. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared before him. Player, Zhou Yuchen, Constitution, 14, Average Person 10, Spirit, 10, Average Person 10. Attribute points, 18, Skills, Xingyi Quan, Master Level 1, 5. Hacking, Proficient Level 66, Culinary Skills, Proficient Level 99. Items, Futures Prediction Scroll, currently in use. Real Scroll, 1 item. Understanding Scroll, duration 30 days. The Understanding Scroll was a reward obtained by Chun Haoyu from Shun Jingyun's task. After resolving his housing issues, Zhou Yuchen had no other matters and almost lived in the hospital. He was extremely patient with Xiao Yaya, either telling her stories or playing games with her, making her laugh every day. Shen Jingyun watched all of this, silently accepting Zhou Yuqin's presence in her heart. Their relationship transformed from initial unfamiliarity to becoming friends who could chat and laugh together. In other words, after spending some time together, Shen Jingyun has genuinely acknowledged Zhou Yuqin. As a result, the system's task has been completed. The system rewarded Zhou Yuqin with 5 attribute points and a scroll of comprehension, lasting 30 days. The so-called Scroll of Comprehension is a powerful item in the game that significantly enhances a player's understanding abilities. No matter how complex the knowledge is, players only need to glance at it to fully grasp it and can apply it flexibly. This scroll, combined with Zhou Yuqin's nearly photographic memory, can be described as giving him wings. Since Zhou Yuqin has been accompanying the child in the hospital ward and hasn't had much time to read, he hasn't used the scroll yet. He plans to wait until Xiao Yiye is well enough to be discharged before activating it for the best effect. Perhaps in less than half a month, his hacking skills could reach a master level. At that moment, Zhou Yuqin's phone rang. It was a call from Shen Jingyun. He immediately answered. Hello, Dad, I have good news for you. Hearing Xiao Yiye's clear and sweet voice, Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but smile and asked, What good news, sweetheart? Tell me. Guess what? If you guess right, Yiye will give you a reward. Then you have to tell Dad what the reward is first. Yiye can give you a kiss. No, that reward is too little. It has to be at least 3 kisses. Okay, hurry and guess. I guess Xiao Yiye can be discharged from the hospital today, right? Yesterday afternoon, the doctor did a comprehensive examination on Xiao Yiye, and the results will be available this morning. Since Xiao Yiye said there is good news, it must mean the doctor has agreed to her discharge. Oh, Dad, how did you guess that? Because Dad is amazing. Will you come to pick me up from the hospital? Of course, I will go right away. After changing clothes, Zhou Yuqin quickly went downstairs and drove the van towards the hospital. Upon entering the ward, he found that besides Shen Jingyun, there were also Shen Chenggang and Daiwan present. During this time, Zhou Yuqin had often seen Daiwan but had rarely seen Shen Chenggang. They had only met 4 times in total, and the conversations were brief, lasting less than 5 sentences. However, compared to their first meeting, Shen Chenggang's attitude towards Zhou Yuqin was somewhat better. At least he no longer glared at him with hostility. Daiwan remained gentle and courteous, maintaining a very good sense of distance. She neither made Zhou Yuqin feel neglected nor overly familiar. Compared to the straightforward Shen Chenggang, Zhou Yuqin found this professor to be the most challenging to deal with. Gaining her recognition and affirmation would likely not be an easy task. Chapter 18: A Complete Turnaround. Dad. Little Yiye, who was in Shen Chenggang's arms, immediately reached out to Zhou Yuqin when she saw him come in. Shen Chenggang helplessly said, Yiye, can't you let your grandpa hold you a little longer? Little Yiye, looking pitiful, replied, Grandpa, you've held me for a long time. I want Dad to hold me. Shen Chenggang sighed and said, All right. Zhou Yuqin reached out to take little Yiye and held her in his arms, saying, Sweetheart, don't you owe me a reward? I'll give it to you now. Little Yiye wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuqin's neck and pecked his face 3 times like a woodpecker. Zhou Yuqin wiped the saliva off his face and said with a frown, You little rascal, did you intentionally slobber on my face? Ha 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 ha. Dad, you fell for it. The prank was successful, and little Yiye's eyes squinted into slits with laughter. Seeing the father and daughter having so much fun, Shen Chenggang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Soon, Daiwan and Shen Jingyun finished packing their things. I'll carry the suitcase. Zhou Yuqin handed little Yiye back to Shen Chenggang and picked up a suitcase to head outside. Shen Jingyun immediately followed, saying, My car is in the underground parking lot. Zhou Yuqin replied, I know. My van is parked next to your car. When they reached the underground parking lot, Zhou Yuqin placed the suitcase in the trunk of his van and said, I'll follow you to recognize the way home. Shen Jingyun nodded and said, Okay. After observing the two, Shen Chenggang placed little Yiye in the baby seat inside Shen Jingyun's car and said, Teacher Dai, I'll ride in Zhou Yuqin's car. Please take care of the child. Daiwan tugged at Shen Chenggang's arm and whispered in his ear, Yuqin is a good kid. You should tone down your temper and not go too far. Got it. Shen Chenggang replied and took a seat in the front passenger side of Zhou Yuqin's van. The 2 cars drove out of the hospital one after the other. On the way, Shen Chenggang rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and casually asked, What do you think of Jingyun? Zhou Yuqin had already guessed that Shen Chenggang's intentions were not good, and replied, Beautiful, good figure, with a graceful and gentle temperament, mixed with a touch of resilience and sharpness. She is decisive and wise in her actions, a typical example of softness combined with strength. Shen Chenggang turned to look at Zhou Yuqin, his gaze sharp, and asked, Do you have inappropriate thoughts about Jingyun? Zhou Yuqin was not affected by Shen Chenggang's imposing demeanor and said calmly, With a woman like her, do you think any man can resist her charm? I'm not a saint. After spending so much time with Jingyun, it's impossible not to have any thoughts. Shen Chenggang found it amusing and said, You're quite frank. I'm a man too, and I'm very clear about your little thoughts. Zhou Yuqin raised his eyebrows and said, My little thoughts? Do tell. Shen Chenggang sneered. using your relationship with little Yaya to win Jingyun over. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, I never thought of it that way. Shun Qinggang snorted and said, you have the mind of a thief, but not the courage. You just claim to be honest, but it seems you are quite hypocritical. Zhou Yuqing replied, Director Shun. You should refrain from jumping to conclusions about someone you don't know well. It's true that I have developed some affection for Jingyun, but I absolutely won't pursue her until my business is successful. Shin Qinggang asked, why not? Zhou Yuqing replied earnestly, I am currently just an unemployed ex-convict. The only way for me to succeed is through entrepreneurship. I have complete confidence in myself, but confidence does not guarantee success. If Jingyun were to be with me and I failed, it would hurt both her and her mother, and I can't be that selfish. Shin Qinggang looked deeply at Zhou Yuqing, then turned to exhale a puff of smoke out the car window, and said, you. Not bad. Zhou Yuqing said, the day I win $1 billion in my bet will be the day I start pursuing Jingyun. At that time, regardless of whether you approve or disapprove, I will not give up. Shin Qinggang fell silent, as if he hadn't heard him. After a while, he quietly said, Zhou Yuqing, I hope you succeed. Zhou Yuqing seemed surprised by Shun Qinggang's sudden change of attitude. However, Shun Qinggang followed up with, but I will never agree to let Jingyun marry you. You should understand why. Zhou Yuqing certainly understood. One was a former criminal, and the other was the head of law enforcement. If they were to become in-laws, it would be a source of ridicule for Shin Qinggang. After a lifetime of capturing criminals, he would be in a position where his daughter married one. Anyone would find that hard to bear. I will resolve all the issues properly. If I can't, I will withdraw voluntarily. At this point, Zhou Yuqing paused and said, Director Shun, I was too simplistic in my previous thinking. Let us adjust the bet. Even if I earn $1 billion within 6 months, Xiaoye will still bear the Shin surname until Jingyun gets married. Shin Qinggang raised an eyebrow and looked intently at Zhou Yuqing, asking, are you sure? Zhou Yuqing took a deep breath and replied, I'm sure. Xiaoye is a little angel brought to me by Jingyun, and I am genuinely grateful to her. I don't want my presence to have any negative impact on your family. Shin Qinggang felt a tremor in his heart and said, Zhou Yuqing, you're a man. Zhou Yuqing smiled and replied, thank you for the compliment. Shin Qinggang also smiled, though his heart was filled with mixed emotions. After that, both of them were lost in their thoughts, and neither spoke again. Half an hour later, 2 cars stopped in front of Building 8 of Mingda Community. One after the other. Zhou Yuqing got out of the car and took the suitcase from the trunk. Shin Qinggang took Xiaoye from Daiwan's arms and walked directly upstairs. Xiaoye called out, Dad, Mom and I live on the 3rd floor. Hurry up, don't get lost. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, got it. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Shin Jingyun took out her keys and opened the door. This was the first time Zhou Yuqing entered the home of the mother and daughter. Shin Jingyun's apartment wasn't large, roughly around 80 square meters, consisting of 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. The layout was somewhat old-fashioned, but the decor was very modern. The flooring, furniture, sofa, and lighting were all from leading domestic brands, presenting a stylish yet warm atmosphere, and everything was kept clean and tidy. It seemed that Shun Jingyun had done a major renovation when she purchased the apartment. Chapter 19. Zhou Yuqing's culinary skills. Dad, this is my home with Mom. Can you live with us? Little Yaya stepped down from Shun Qinggang's arms and walked up to Zhou Yuqing, looking up with an expectant face. Shin Qinggang and Dai Wan exchanged glances, both turning to Zhou Yuqing. Shin Jingyun felt a wave of nervousness in her heart as well. Zhou Yuqing picked up Little Yaya and chuckled, probably not. Little Yaya pouted, tears welling up in her eyes as if a storm was brewing, and asked, why? Don't you like Little Yaya anymore? Zhou Yuqing quickly thought of a response, saying, it's because Dad snores too loudly at night, which might disturb your and Mom's sleep. Little Yaya huffed, Dad is lying. When I was in the hospital, I didn't hear you snore at all. Zhou Yuqing replied, sweetheart, I didn't sleep at all at night to take care of you. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate my snoring right now. Little Yaya exclaimed, okay. Hurry up and show me. Zhou Yuqing set her down and said, you go to the room and close the door and see if you can hear my snoring. Good. Little Yaya seemed very interested and immediately ran into the bedroom, closing the door. Zhou Yuqing took a deep breath, forcefully rubbed his vocal cords, and produced a loud sound that made the living room hum, causing Shun Qinggang, Dai Wan, and Shin Jingyun to cover their ears. The sound lasted about 15 seconds before Zhou Yuqing stopped. Shin Jingyun asked in surprise, how did you do that? Zhou Yuqing explained, I practiced martial arts, so my lung capacity is somewhat larger than average. In the bedroom, Little Yaya opened the door, her little face full of astonishment. Dad, your snoring is louder than thunder. I was so scared just now. Zhou Yuqing asked, so can you sleep? Little Yaya shook her head. The sound is too loud. I definitely can't sleep. Zhou Yuqing said, that's why Dad can only live outside. But I can come to play with Little Yaya every day, because Dad's place is very close to here. Just one call from you, and Dad can be here in 5 minutes. Little Yaya asked, really? Can I go see where you live? Zhou Yuqing replied, of course. It's not only Dad's home, but also Little Yaya's home. Upon hearing this, little Yaya squinted her eyes in delight. That's great. I have 2 homes now. Seeing little Yaya's adorable expression made Zhou Yuqin's heart melt. Daiwan said, Xiaozhou, let us have lunch at home today and celebrate little Yaya's discharge. Zhou Yuqin nodded. Okay, I'll cook. Daiwan was taken aback. You can cook? Zhou Yuqin humbly replied. Home-cooked dishes are no problem. Shen Jingyan joked. It's not going to be dark cuisine, is it? Zhou Yuqin shrugged. It shouldn't be as dark as you imagine. Daiwan said, you're a guest. You shouldn't have to cook. Let's do this. I'll cook with Jingyun. And you can play with Xiaoya. Zhou Yuqing shook his head and said, Xiaoya has never eaten my cooking, so let me handle it. After saying that, he went straight into the kitchen. Shen Jingyan said, Mom, Dad, please watch the kids. I'll go help out, in case he sets the kitchen on fire. 10 minutes later, Shen Jingyan came out of the kitchen, her face full of shock. Daiwan asked, aren't you helping with the cooking? Why are you back? Shen Jingyan sighed. The skill gap is too big. I really can't help. Daiwan was surprised and said, is it that impressive? I'll go take a look. Entering the kitchen, Daiwan saw Zhou Yuqing wearing an apron, skillfully handling a fish. With swift movements, he chopped off the fish head, then cut the body of the fish, stopping just before the tail. Carefully removing all the bones, he cut the fish into diamond shapes. The whole process took less than 2 minutes, executed cleanly and efficiently. Daiwan even felt a sense of aesthetic beauty in his actions. Are you making squirrel fish? Zhou Yuqing replied, yes. Squirrel fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a sweet and sour flavor. I believe Xiaoya will really like it. Daiwan gave a thumbs up and said, I wanted to make this dish for Xiaoya, but my knife skills are lacking, and I always failed. Your knife skills are amazing, on par with those 5-star chefs. I might have a talent for this. When I was at the hotel, I secretly watched many chefs cook, and combined that with online videos to study at home. It's a small achievement. Zhou Yuqing chatted casually while cutting potato strips on the board. His speed was so fast that Daiwan could only see countless shadows. In the time it took to say a single sentence, he had already finished 1 potato. Daiwan couldn't help but step forward to pick up a few potato strips, noticing that each one was evenly thick and the same width. So impressive. She silently gave Zhou Yuqing a thumbs up. Little did she know this was Zhou Yuqing's first cooking experience after mastering advanced culinary skills. Initially a bit nervous, he felt a sense of boundless freedom the moment he picked up the knife. Compared to before, his cooking skills had improved tremendously. An hour later, Zhou Yuqing brought 6 dishes and a soup to the table. Stir-fried potato strips, sauteed cabbage, stir-fried meat, squirrel fish, deep-fried shrimp, braised intestines, and tomato mushroom soup. Each dish was beautifully presented, especially the squirrel fish, which looked like a work of art. Shen Jingyun exclaimed, just by looking at them, I can tell these dishes must be delicious. Yuqing, I think if you opened a restaurant, you would definitely make a fortune. Zhou Yuqing replied, I can't stand being in the kitchen for my whole life. Xiaoya tilted her head and stared at the squirrel fish for a while, saying, Daddy, this squirrel is so beautiful. Can we not eat it? Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, this is fish, not a squirrel. Xiaoya retorted, no, Dad is lying. This is obviously a squirrel. Zhou Yuqing picked up his chopsticks and brought a piece of fish to Xiaoya's mouth, saying, Sweetie, just take a bite and you'll know. Xiaoya opened her mouth, took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up, saying, it's so delicious. Daiwan said, of course it's delicious. This is a dish from a state banquet. Xiaozhou, I didn't expect you to not only excel in your studies, but also be such a great cook. Looks like Xiaoya will have good food in the future. Zhou Yuqing replied, as long as Xiaoya likes it, that's all that matters. Let's dig in. The food will get cold if we wait too long. Alright, I'll try your sweet and sour potato shreds first. Shen Jingyun picked up a chopstick of potato shreds and put it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up instantly. Zhou Yuqing's potato shreds can be perfectly described as sour, crispy, and tasty. Sweetie, didn't you always dislike potato shreds? Come on, try the ones your dad made. They are simply amazing, Shen Jingyun said. Really? Xiaoya looked at Shen Jingyun suspiciously, but in the end, she couldn't resist and reluctantly opened her mouth to take a bite. Her eyes brightened again as she said, Mom, I want more. Shen Jingyun laughed and said, okay. Chapter 20 You gave me an angel seeing the mother and daughter enjoying their meal. Shen Qinggang and Daiwan also picked up their chopsticks and sampled each of the 6 dishes, savoring a sip of the tomato mushroom soup. Praising Zhou Yuqing's culinary skills. Since Shen Qinggang had to work in the afternoon, no one drank alcohol. Perhaps Zhou Yuqing's cooking was too delicious. By the end of the meal, all the bowls and plates were empty, and even the soup was finished. Xiaoya looked down at her little belly and exclaimed, Mom, something's wrong. My little belly is so round and big. Shen Jingyun chuckled, that's because you ate too much. Zhou Yuqing affectionately touched her little face and asked, Jingyun, when do you plan to send Xiaoya to kindergarten? Before Shen Jingyun could answer, Xiaoya eagerly chimed in, tomorrow. Zhou Yuqing smiled. You really like going to school that much? Xiaoya nodded vigorously, saying, I have so many good friends at school. They can play with me. Zhou Yuqing replied. But your dad and mom can play with you too. Xiao Yeye pouted, looking disdainful. Playing with you is no fun at all. Zhou Yuqing was surprised. Yeye? Didn't you say at the hospital that you loved playing with me? Why the change now? Xiao Yeye giggled. That was because I was worried you wouldn't play with me. Zhou Yuqing laughed heartily, picked up Xiao Yeye, and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. You little girl are so smart. Daiwan asked with some concern. Is it okay for Xiao Yeye to go back to school so soon after being discharged? Shun Jingyan replied, Mom, the doctor said Xiao Yeye has fully recovered and is just like any other child. She can go to school. Xiao Yeye clapped her hands happily. That's great. I can go to school. Zhou Yuqing said to Shun Jingyun. In that case, starting tomorrow, I'll take care of picking up and dropping off the kids. Shun Jingyun nodded, okay. Seeing Zhou Yuqing take the initiative to handle the transportation for the kids greatly relieved Shun Jingyun's stress. Although Shun Chungang and Daiwan didn't say anything, they were both very pleased. Previously, when Xiao Yeye attended kindergarten for 3 months, Shun Jingyun was quite troubled about the pick-up and drop-off arrangements. The old couple wanted to help, but Shun Chungang was even busier than Shun Jingyun. Daiwan had the time, but her driving skills were not commendable. If something went wrong on the way, it would be a big hassle. Shun Jingyun had been hesitating about whether to hire a nanny, but now with Zhou Yuqing, her biological father, around, it would surely be much better than having a nanny. After Shun Chungang and Daiwan left, Zhou Yuqing played with Xiao Yeye for a while. Noticing that she seemed a bit tired, he carried her around the living room to lull her to sleep. 5 minutes later, he gently placed the sleeping Xiao Yeye on the bed. After covering her with a light blanket, Zhou Yuqing carefully backed out and said to Shun Jingyun, I'll head back now. When Xiao Yeye wakes up, you can take her to my place to recognize the entrance. From now on, I will pick Xiao Yeye up every afternoon, and you can come directly after work. Shun Jingyun said, okay. Zhou Yuqing changed his shoes, opened the door, and was just about to leave when Shun Jingyun's soft voice suddenly came through. Zhou Yuqing. Zhou Yuqing turned to look at Shun Jingyun. Shun Jingyun said softly, thank you. Zhou Yuqing was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. Xiao Yeye is also my daughter. After leaving Shun Jingyun's home, Zhou Yuqing went to a nearby mall and bought a lot of seafood, vegetables, and various meats, filling both refrigerators in the kitchen. Since moving into the apartment, he hadn't cooked at all. This afternoon, since Shun Jingyun and Xiao Yeye were coming over, Zhou Yuqing naturally wouldn't let the mother and daughter go back on an empty stomach. After working in the kitchen for 2 hours, Shun Jingyun's call came in. Zhou Yuqing immediately ran to the entrance of the community to bring the two of them into the house. Wow, Daddy, your place is so big. It's like a big palace. Xiao Yeye exclaimed with her mouth wide open. Zhou Yuqing asked, do you like it here? Xiao Yeye nodded vigorously and said, I love it. Shun Jingyun was also quite taken aback by Zhou Yuqing's luxurious apartment and asked, the rent for this place must be expensive, right? Zhou Yuqing replied, a bit. I'm cooking in the kitchen, so you can take Xiao Yeye to explore a bit. By the way, the large bedroom on the left is reserved for you too. If you're tired from playing, you can rest there. Shun Jingyun gave him a deep look and said, got it. Wow. Plush toys of the 36 flower fairies. After a while, Zhou Yuqing in the kitchen heard Xiao Yeye's cheers. A smile appeared on Zhou Yuqing's face. A few days ago, he heard Xiao Yeye say that her favorite was the 36 flower fairies. However, those flower fairies were too expensive, and Shun Jingyun only bought her 2. Zhou Yuqing was confused, so he checked his phone. He then learned that the so-called 36 flower fairies were characters from an animated series, each representing a flower, and they were very popular among little girls. The renowned toy manufacturing company discovered the profit potential and immediately acquired the copyright for the flower fairies. After producing them as toys, the company made a fortune. A complete set of 36 flower fairy plush toys sold for 10,000. If bought separately, each flower fairy cost 400, which was shockingly expensive. Even so, the flower fairy toys were still in high demand in the market. Zhou Yuqing searched many toy stores before finally buying a complete set for Xiao Yeye. Daddy, are the 36 flower fairy plush toys a gift for me? Xiao Yeye asked, holding a peony fairy as she walked into the kitchen, looking up at him with eager anticipation. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, of course. They are a gift for our cutest Xiao Yeye. Xiao Yeye jumped up happily and said, Daddy, I love you so much. Lower your head. I want to give you a gift. Zhou Yuqing crouched down and asked, what gift? Xiao Yeye leaned in and gave him a big kiss on the cheek, saying, it's this gift. Do you like it? Zhou Yuqing thought for a moment and replied, I would like it even more if I could get a few more kisses. Okay. Xiao Yeye wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuqing's neck and kissed him several times. Zhou Yuqing laughed heartily. After the kisses, Xiao Yeye couldn't wait to run off with her little legs to play with her flower fairy plush toy. After a while, Shun Jingyun walked in and said, you want to buy a toy worth 10,000? Are you just burning money? Zhou Yuqing paused for a moment and said, I just want to make up for my absence over the past 3 years. Shun Jingyun's expression changed slightly, and she asked, Are you blaming me for not telling you about the child's existence? Zhou Yuqin turned to Shen Jingyun and said seriously, no, I don't blame you. On the contrary, I want to thank you. Thank you for still being willing to have Xiaoya even after knowing I had been in prison. If it were another woman, she might have chosen to terminate the pregnancy. As he spoke, Zhou Yuqin's face broke into a brilliant smile. You know what? You gave me an angel. Hearing his words, a wave of emotion surged in Shen Jingyun's heart, and she said, I should have told you earlier. Zhou Yuqin replied, it's not too late now. Shen Jingyun nodded, yes, it's not too late. The two exchanged a glance, both breaking into knowing smiles. Chapter 21. Breach Defense. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuqin finished preparing the meal and went to the bedroom to call Shen Jingyun and Xiaoya for dinner. Upon seeing Xiaoya had scattered 36 fairy toys all over the floor, Zhou Yuqin helplessly remarked, sweetheart, you really know how to play. Shen Jingyun replied, it's not my fault. It's because you bought too many. Zhou Yuqin quickly said, it seems like I bought too few. There are still many empty spots on the floor. Shen Jingyun was left speechless. This afternoon's meal consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, braised beef with radish, mashed potatoes, and stir-fried celery with meat slices, along with a tofu soup. Looking at the tofu in the soup, which resembled cow hair, Shen Jingyun asked, is this the famous Wincy tofu from the national banquet? Zhou Yuqin replied, yes. Huayan cuisine focuses on light flavors, emphasizing the original taste and nutritional balance, which is most suitable for children. Shen Jingyun remarked, with the squirrel fish for lunch and the Wincy tofu for dinner. Does that mean the next will be boiled cabbage and Buddha jumps over the wall? Zhou Yuqin laughed. As long as you want to eat it, I can make it. Shen Jingyun gave a thumbs up and said, you're really amazing. She was now thoroughly impressed by Zhou Yuqin's culinary skills. While they were talking, Xiaoya had already finished the Wincy tofu soup and said, Daddy, I want more. Zhou Yuqin picked up the bowl and said, little greedy cat. Xiaoya shyly stuck out her tongue, looking extremely cute. After dinner, Zhou Yuqin and Shen Jingyun took Xiaoya for a walk in the community. Seeing a few children playing on the slide, Xiaoya was very excited and said, Mommy, I want to play on the slide with them. Shen Jingyun smiled and said, go ahead. Xiaoya cheered and ran over. In no time, she was playing happily with the other children, their laughter ringing out. Shen Jingyun looked at the green trees and lawns around her and said, the environment here is indeed much better than where I am from. Zhou Yuqin replied, if you're willing, you can move here with Xiaoya. Shen Jingyun's beautiful eyes sparkled as she playfully asked, living together? Zhou Yuqin casually said, this community has 3 rental units available. What I mean is, you and Xiaoya can live in one, and I can rent another. Shen Jingyun asked, what exactly do you do for a living? You seem quite wealthy. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, I only have 2 million, but I own 19 million outside, of which 10 million is high-interest debt. However, I'm confident I can pay back all of it in 3 days, while also buying this property worth 45 million. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyun immediately guessed Zhou Yuqin's profession and said, finance. Zhou Yuqin praised, you're very smart. I'm currently dealing with crude oil futures. Shen Jingyun frowned slightly and said, you're gambling. Zhou Yuqin replied, everyone in finance is essentially gambling. Shen Jingyun looked intently at Zhou Yuqin and asked, what if you lose the bet? Zhou Yuqin replied solemnly, 4 years ago, when you saw me, I didn't even have 100. I lost the bet, and if it comes to worst, I'll just go back to being broke like before. Shen Jingyun asked in confusion, why do you have to do this? Zhou Yuqin was silent for a long time before he said, I have no background, no funds. If I want to start a business, I must do everything possible to earn my first pot of gold. Shen Jingyun replied, isn't it better to find a steady job? Zhou Yuqin's lips curled into a bitter smile as he said, it has been 5 years since I was imprisoned. In these 5 years, I have never returned home. Do you know why? Without waiting for Shen Jingyun to respond, Zhou Yuqin continued, because I'm scared. Haha, I'm not boasting, but ever since I started school, I've always been that exemplary child in others' eyes. In elementary school, middle school, and high school, whether it was a major exam or a minor one, I was always first in my class, bringing pride to my parents and being an idol to my sister. But now, I'm not a top student from a prestigious university. I'm a convict who was jailed for a year for intentional injury. You can imagine how much criticism my parents faced after my incident, and I went from being that exemplary child to a cautionary tale. If I just go back now, the incident that was barely resolved will become a topic of discussion again, and my parents will face scrutiny a second time. Haha, I can swallow any grievances and insults, endure any scolding, cursing, or even beating, but I cannot tolerate my parents being shamed because of me. That's my bottom line. So, only by succeeding in my business and returning in glory can I wash away the stain on me and restore my parents' respect. By the end, Zhou Yuqin's voice trembled, but his tone was resolute, and his gaze was firm, radiating a powerful aura. Shen Jingyun didn't expect that the usually composed Zhou Yuqin carried such a heavy burden, and a sudden sense of pity arose in her heart as she softly asked, do you miss them? Zhou Yuqin shuddered. and an overwhelming wave of longing surged over him. This feeling stemmed from his past, yet Zhou Yuqin felt it deeply. Tears that had been welling up finally poured out uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I need to go back first. Zhou Yuqin completely broke down. He didn't want anyone to see his vulnerable side, so he lowered his head and quickly turned to leave. Watching Zhou Yuqin's lonely and sorrowful figure, Shen Jingyun let out a gentle sigh. After a while, the sweaty little Ye ran over and asked, Mom, where's Dad? Shen Jingyun replied, Dad has gone home. We should go home too. Little Ye asked, which home? Shen Jingyun replied impatiently, of course, our previous home. Little Ye pouted and said, can we go to Dad's? No. Seeing little Ye's disappointed expression, Shen Jingyun felt a pang of compassion and said, you can stay at Dad's house on Friday and Saturday at most, but not during the school week. Little Ye's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded, saying, okay. Shen Jingyun took out her phone and called Zhou Yuqin. To her surprise, the ringtone sounded not far away. She saw Zhou Yuqin holding a bag of cherries, standing ahead and smiling at the mother and daughter. At this moment, his mood had completely recovered. Daddy. Little Ye ran towards him with her short legs. Zhou Yuqin, worried that the little one might fall, quickly moved like a gust of wind and appeared in front of her, picking her up. Daddy, I have good news for you. Mom agreed that I can stay with you on Friday and Saturday. Really? That's great. Hey, Daddy, what did you buy? These are cherries. You and Mom can try them when you get home. If you like them, Daddy will buy them often in the future. Little Ye gave Zhou Yuqin a kiss on the cheek and said, thank you, Daddy. You are the best dad in the world. Beside them, Shen Jingyun complained. A pound of cherries costs over 200. This bag must be at least 1,000. You're really generous. Zhou Yuqin replied, money isn't an issue. As long as little Ye likes it. Come on, I'll take you to the security office to register the license plate. Soon, the security office had registered Shen Jingyun's license plate number. Chapter 22. Zhuang Wenbin's plea. Zhou Yuqin held Xiao Ye and dropped the mother and daughter off at the Mingda community before returning home. After taking a shower, Zhou Yuqin walked into the study, turned on the computer, and logged into the Xiaotai Futures platform. It was exactly 9 o'clock, and the crude oil futures had just opened. As in the past few days, the price of crude oil surged forward without pause. Within just 20 minutes, the price set by Zhou Yuqin at 445 yuan was breached, and he had shorted a total of 236 million barrels of crude oil. About half an hour later, the price of crude oil broke through 448 yuan. At that moment, shocking news broke globally. The two major oil-producing countries in Asia, under the mediation of a certain country, signed a peace agreement. A war that everyone thought was imminent was thus halted. This reflected in the crude oil futures market as widespread despair. The upward trend in crude oil prices came to a sudden halt, plummeting from 448.82 yuan in a free fall to 350 yuan, leaving countless individuals and consortiums that had bet on rising oil prices in ruins, suffering devastating losses. In the comment section of the Xiaotai Futures platform, countless investors were venting their frustrations. It's over, my 3.8 million has been wiped out. 3.8 million? I secretly invested over 20 million behind my wife's back. And now it's all gone. Brothers, I've gone to the rooftop. See you in the next life. What nonsense was that country talking about? Now they aren't fighting. But my wife and I are about to. My wife wants a divorce. What should I do? Urgent. This morning, Zhou Yuqin had approved Zhuang Wenbin for a tenfold leverage. Upon seeing the crude oil prices actually turn, Zhuang Wenbin's face changed dramatically. When Zhou Yuqin switched from long to short positions, Zhuang had secretly mocked him. But now it seemed the most ridiculous one was himself. Unable to help it, Zhuang Wenbin checked Zhou Yuqin's trading records. Wow, he shorted at 445 yuan, and within just half an hour, made 120 million. This operation is simply amazing. The more impressive Zhou Yuqin was, the more regretful Zhuang Wenbin felt. If he had heeded Zhou Yuqin's advice and let his wife short crude oil, perhaps they could have achieved financial freedom with just this one move. Now, his entire 6 million was trapped. People like Zhuang Wenbin who work in financial institutions typically engage in futures and stock trading. However, to avoid violating company regulations, they often have their family members execute trades while they manage the operations remotely. After all, they have access to far more information than the average person. Fortunately, his wife was cautious and only used 5 times leverage. Otherwise, they would have already faced liquidation. What to do? Should he sell? Zhuang Wenbin found himself in a dilemma. Based on the current crude oil prices, if it dropped another 50 yuan, his 6 million would be completely lost. If he chose to cut his losses, he would lose around 4 million. In case a good piece of news suddenly comes later and the prices rise again, Zhuang Wenbin would definitely regret it. While wavering, Zhuang Wenbin had a thought. Why not ask Zhou Yuqin? He closed the office door, took out his phone, and dialed Zhou Yuqin's number. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yuqin thought it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with Zhuang Wenbin, the leverage review director, so he had saved his number in his phone. Mr. Zhou, congratulations. Your judgment was completely correct. You must have made quite a profit this time, right? Zhou Yuqin knew that Zhang Wenbin could see his operation records from the background, so he humbly replied, just a small profit. Zhang Wenbin was very candid and said, Mr. Zhou, to be honest, my family also invested in crude oil futures, using 5 times leverage, and they got stuck in it with heavy losses. If crude oil drops another $50, all the capital will be wiped out. Zhou Yuqin immediately understood why Zhang Wenbin was reaching out to him and said, I think the decline this time will be significant. Dropping another $50 is not difficult. Zhang Wenbin quickly asked, do you think the price of crude oil will fall below $300? Zhou Yuqin replied, the possibility is very high. If I were you, I would withdraw immediately, add some capital, and short crude oil with 10 times leverage. Perhaps you could recover your investment. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wenbin asked, Mr. Zhou, what price would you set to sell your position? Knowing that his operations couldn't be hidden from Zhang Wenbin, Zhou Yuqin straightforwardly said, $305. I am somewhat cautious. Although I made a judgment, I still choose to be conservative. Zhang Wenbin replied, what you're doing is right. I need to think about it. Thank you for your advice. Zhou Yuqin chuckled, you're welcome. Everything I do is just speculation. I don't have much confidence in my own predictions. You'd better be careful. After hanging up, Zhang Wenbin closed his eyes and contemplated for a while, finally deciding to trust Zhou Yuqin this time. He instructed his wife to immediately sell their crude oil long position and invested all their money, a total of $8 million, into a large number of crude oil short positions with 10 times leverage, setting the same price as Zhou Yuqin at $305. No success, no glory. After completing the operation, Zhang Wenbin let out a long sigh. He hoped Zhou Yuqin's judgment was correct. Hello, are you okay? Right after finishing the call with Zhang Wenbin, Zhou Yuqin received a call from Shen Jingyan. Zhou Yuqin was somewhat puzzled and asked, what could be wrong with me? Shen Jingyan cautiously said, I saw that crude oil futures seem to have plummeted. Zhou Yuqin suddenly realized that Shen Jingyan must have been paying attention to the news after hearing about his investment in crude oil futures. She called because she was worried that he might be upset after discovering the significant drop today. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuqin felt warm inside. Don't worry. Before the plunge, I changed my position from long to short in crude oil futures. Not only did I not lose money, but I also made quite a profit. That's good to hear. Has Xiao Yaya fallen asleep? She might have played until she was tired, as she fell asleep in less than 5 minutes after getting into bed. For a child her age, being able to eat and sleep well is the most important. What started as a simple greeting call ended up with the two chatting for over half an hour. It wasn't until 11 o'clock at night that the conversation finally concluded. Zhou Yuqin put down his phone, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the computer and noticed the small icon for a messaging app in the lower right corner was flashing continuously. In the past, the instant messaging sector in a certain country was almost monopolized by a well-known company. However, in this world, 2 companies are competing vigorously in the instant messaging field. One is Hello Communications, represented by a little white bear icon. The other is IQ Communications Group, with a small duck icon. Both messaging apps have similar functions and comparable daily active users. In their quest for traffic, they are fiercely competing in the market. Yet neither has managed to gain a clear upper hand. Like most people, Zhou Yuqin has registered for both messaging apps. Upon opening the Hello app, he found a message from Wang Jie urging him to log into the National Martial Arts Forum as soon as possible. The National Martial Arts Forum is a platform created by a large group of martial arts enthusiasts in a certain country to discuss their passion for Kung Fu. And Zhou Yuqin is a frequent visitor, though he rarely posts. Chapter 23 Taoist Visualization Method on the forum, a post had risen to the top position. The title was intriguing, simply stating that it was a visualization method for Tai Chi personally written by the Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng. What a mystery. In this martial arts competition forum, there were often posts that seemed enigmatic, but most were just combinations of theories from Taoism or Buddhism, appearing lofty but merely aimed at attracting attention and earning forum points. Opening the post, there were 3 photos. The first 2 were filled with dense text, while the last one was a Tai Chi diagram. Clear mind like water. Clear water is the heart. Gentle breeze without stir, waves calm and still. In the quiet bamboo grove, alone sitting, long whistle and playing the lute. Heart should be calm. Gaze should be focused. Heart and spirit unite. Energy should follow. If separated, myriad changes will not disturb. The entire Tai Chi visualization method mantra resembled a technique for cultivating the primordial spirit found in fantasy novels. And Zhou Yuqin even suspected he had seen it in a novel from a past life. However, from the photos, the paper appeared somewhat yellowed and used traditional characters, giving it a sense of age. After reading the text, Zhou Yuqin shifted his gaze to the Tai Chi diagram. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have discovered the Taoist method of entering a meditative state for spiritual cultivation. A prompt suddenly rang in Zhou Yuqin's mind from the all-purpose development system. Entering a meditative state for spiritual cultivation? What is that? Zhou Yuqin immediately contacted the system, but it seemed to be unresponsive, providing no hints. Damn, are you forcing me? Zhou Yuqin steeled himself and directly used a real scroll on this Tai Chi visualization method. Instantly, a line of text appeared on the computer screen. Item: Tai Chi visualization method era. Early Ming Dynasty function. Enhances spirit, cultivates body and mind. Can help ordinary people enter a meditative state through visualizing the Tai Chi diagram. 1 hour of meditation is equivalent to 6 hours of deep sleep. The last sentence of the real scroll's introduction caught Zhou Yuqin's attention. It is known that a person spends about 1/3 of their life sleeping. If one could master this Tai Chi visualization method, wouldn't that greatly reduce sleep time and effectively extend life? Zhou Yuqin's expression brightened, and he continued reading. After posting the 3 photos, the author left a message. Taoist meditation and Buddhist Zen, in essence, are both to enter a meditative state and enhance one's vitality. I have practiced the Tai Chi visualization method for half a year and, 3 months ago, inadvertently entered a meditative state for an hour. Upon waking, I felt refreshed and full of energy, indicating that this Tai Chi visualization method is genuine. Perhaps due to my limited wisdom and many distractions, I only succeeded this once. Now, I present the Tai Chi visualization method to the public, hoping that fellow practitioners can master it. The comment section had already accumulated thousands of replies. If one word could describe it, it would be chaos, with all sorts of opinions. Nonsense, this is definitely fake. For the sake of points, they dare to post anything and say anything. The post's author was clever, not claiming this was a method for spiritual cultivation. Taoist meditation is real, and Buddhist Zen is also real, but the Tai Chi visualization method is false. Conclusion reached. Most comments are scolding the poster, completely disbelieving that this is real. Feeling the overwhelming malice, the poster quickly deleted the post. Fortunately, Zhou Yuqin, with his remarkable memory, remembered the mantra of the Tai Chi visualization method, and the required Tai Chi diagram was deeply imprinted in his mind. Zhou Yuqin sent a message to Wang Jie, informing him that he was going to try this Tai Chi visualization method. Wang Jie did not reply, probably already asleep. Ever since Wang's wife gave birth to a son 2 years ago, Wang Jie seemed to have changed completely. Not only does he cook for the family every day, but he also no longer goes out to have fun at night, becoming a model husband. Zhou Yuqin often teased him about this, but now, with little Ye around, Zhou Yuqin fully understood Wang Jie's transformation. If it were him, he would probably do the same, because nothing is more important in the world than children. Closing the computer, Zhou Yuqin sat cross-legged on the bed, silently reciting the mantra while visualizing the Tai Chi diagram in his mind. He didn't know how much time had passed when he entered a very strange state, where a Tai Chi diagram was spinning continuously before him, and he seemed to completely not exist, half asleep, half awake. It was as if he could see the Tai Chi diagram while being in a daze. He decided to ignore everything and focused solely on the Tai Chi diagram. After an unknown number of spins, the Tai Chi diagram finally stopped, and Zhou Yuqin awoke. Opening his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, player, for enhancing your mental power by 0.3 through practicing the Tai Chi visualization method. You have been rewarded with 3 attribute points and 1 lottery chance. Congratulations, player, your attribute points have exceeded 20, meeting the conditions to activate the system store. Would you like to open the system store? Hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Yuqin immediately opened his attribute panel. Player, Zhou Yuqin physique, 14, average person 10, mental, 10. 3, average person 10, attribute points, 21 skills, Xing Yi Quan, master level 1. 5, hacking skills, proficient level 68, culinary skills, proficient level 99. Tai Chi visualization method, mental technique. Items, futures prediction scroll, in use, understanding scroll, duration 30 days, during this time. Zhou Yuqin had refrained from using his attribute points to enhance his physique and mental power in order to activate the system store. The system store has all sorts of strange items, and the activation condition requires players to spend 20 attribute points. If he had known he would cross into this world with the system, he would never have set the activation condition this high. Agree to open the system store. A golden light appeared before Zhou Yuqin, and the word system store appeared at the bottom of the attribute panel. Open the store. Zhou Yuqin had a thought, and various items appeared, rotating like a disc. With each complete rotation, the types of items changed. I want the fusion technology materials, he silently wished. And the disc immediately stopped. In front of him appeared a massive book titled New Fusion Technology, priced at 100,000 attribute points. Damn, that's really expensive. Zhou Yuqin knew that since his arrival, his total attribute points barely reached 50. The system was outrageous, selling new fusion technology for 100,000 points. He doubted he could accumulate that many points in his lifetime, or even in 10 lifetimes. I want the lithography machine development technology materials. A flash of light appeared, and another large book titled Lithography Machine Development appeared. However, its price was only 8,000 attribute points, much cheaper than the fusion technology. Chapter 24. The System Mall is a bit deceptive. Zhou Yuqin suspected that it was very likely that humanity had not developed nuclear fusion technology, but had managed to create lithography machines capable of producing 2 nanometers chips. The former is something that doesn't exist, so its price is naturally high. The latter is already available, which is why it is cheaper. To verify his thoughts, he inquired about the research data for cancer treatment medications, which cost over 80,000 attribute points, while other medications that had appeared on Earth only cost a few thousand attribute points. Zhou Yuqin felt that his guess should be correct. However, the attribute points required for items in the mall were just too excessive. At the current rate of earning attribute points, even if Zhou Yuqin worked hard for 100 years, he wouldn't be able to accumulate 1,000 points. Zhou Yuqin believed there must be some way to gain a large number of attribute points. Otherwise, this system mall would be useless. But what could it be? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with an answer. Frustrated, he chose to try his luck with a lottery. The rapidly spinning lottery wheel immediately appeared before him. Stop! The wheel came to a halt, a flash of light passed by, and an item Loperamide research data appeared in Zhou Yuqin's inventory. Damn! Zhou Yuqin felt like he was at a loss. What is Loperamide? It is a medication for treating diarrhea. There are at least 80 types of similar medications worldwide. For Zhou Yuqin, this item was of no use at all. He hadn't expected that after the system mall opened, the items would also appear in the lottery. Had he known it would be like this, Zhou Yuqin would have never accumulated points to open the system mall in the short term. Relatively speaking, he still hoped to draw various functional scrolls. However, thinking that he might have the chance to draw something extraordinary like nuclear fusion technology in the future, Zhou Yuqin felt that he hadn't really lost out too much. Closing the system, Zhou Yuqin took out his phone and glanced at it, realizing it was still not even 2 o'clock. This meant he had only been meditating for about an hour, yet he felt energetic, his mind clear, and not the slightest bit sleepy. If he could replace sleep with meditation in the future, Zhou Yuqin would not only gain 5 or 6 extra hours each day compared to ordinary people, but also significantly increase his mental acuity. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuqin felt a twinge of relief. Fortunately, he had seen the message sent by Wang Jia. Otherwise, he would have truly missed out on such a good mental technique. Zhou Yuqin went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. After returning to his study, he took out a hefty book on hacking. Knowing that Xiaoya would be going to school tomorrow, he would have plenty of time to study. So Zhou Yuqin chose to use a comprehension scroll. Instantly, he felt as if his brain had been infused with a stream of cold water. His mind became more active, and his thoughts sharper. Many questions he had encountered while reading suddenly became clear. Zhou Yuqin did not waste any time and began studying earnestly. This continued for over 3 hours. When he turned to the last page, Zhou Yuqin realized that it was already dawn. Opening his attribute panel, Zhou Yuqin was pleasantly surprised to find that his hacking skills had reached an advanced level of 80%. This meant that in less than 4 hours, his hacking proficiency had improved by 12 percentage points, which was incredibly satisfying. He stretched, changed into workout clothes, and headed to the community square to practice. The square already had over 20 people exercising. Most were elderly, with a few middle-aged individuals in their 40s, and there were no young people at all. Some were jogging, others practicing Tai Chi, some doing Bajuanjin, and a few dancing. The large square showcased 4 or 5 different types of exercises. Zhou Yuqin scanned the area, focusing on the elderly practicing Tai Chi and Bajuanjin. He noticed that their movements were merely the popular exercises found online, intended for health and fitness, lacking any lethal power. That made sense. In reality, it was unlikely to encounter hidden martial arts masters casually. Zhou Yuqin shifted his gaze to a corner on the east side, facing the rising sun, and took a stance in the Santi posture. As a master of Xingyi Quan, his Santi stance, while similar in form to that of ordinary martial artists, was fundamentally different. Zhou Yuqin exuded a sense of stability and gravity. His upper body stood tall like a pine tree, as if to pierce the sky, while his feet were grounded like a mountain, deeply rooted in the earth, embodying a sense of standing firm against the heavens. After standing for about half an hour, Zhou Yuqin let out a long breath. This exhalation lasted a full 3 minutes before he finished. He opened his eyes and looked at the elderly man who had been standing beside him, smiling as he spoke. "Sir, you've been watching me for 20 minutes. Is there something on your mind?" The elderly man appeared to be in his 70s, with gray hair and a thin face. Yet he was spirited and had a sharp glint in his eyes, exuding an aura of authority. Judging by his presence, this man was not ordinary and likely had retired from a leadership position in a military district. "You are practicing the Xingyi Santi posture, aren't you?" Upon hearing the elderly man refer to him as young man, Zhou Yuqin felt a positive impression. Many elderly people tend to call younger individuals youth, which often feels condescending to him. carrying a strong lecturing tone that makes him somewhat uncomfortable. The term young man, however, felt equal and respectful. Indeed, I am practicing the Xingyi Quan Senti posture, Zhou Yuqin responded, giving the elderly man a thumbs up. Before I retired, I had seen some soldiers who understood Xingyi Quan standing in this Senti posture, but they didn't do it as well as you, the elderly man remarked. How so? Zhou Yuqin asked. The elderly man scratched his head, pondering for a while before replying. It's just a feeling, there's no solid basis for it. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, when the Senti posture is practiced to a certain level, one will focus more on intention rather than form. The reason you feel they are not as good as me is that their cultivation is still shallow, and they haven't developed their own unique understanding. The elderly man raised an eyebrow and asked, so, you have cultivated your own understanding? Zhou Yuqin did not answer, but said, you can judge for yourself. Sorry, I have to go back and make breakfast for our little girl. The old man asked, will you come to practice boxing every morning? Zhou Yuqin nodded, yes. A smile appeared on the old man's face as he said, then see you tomorrow. All right, Zhou Yuqin replied, and turned to leave with big strides. Watching Zhou Yuqin's receding figure, the old man sighed. It seems this young man doesn't know my identity. Lao Zhao, hurry up and practice Tai Chi. An elderly man called out from a distance. The old man waved his hand and said, coming right away. If someone named Xin Chenggang were here, he would definitely recognize that the old man was Zhao Shenghua, the commander of the military district. Although he had retired and was at home, his prestige in the military remained very high. Every year during the National Day Parade, Zhao Shenghua would be invited to watch from a prominent position on the city tower, very close to the center. His son was even more impressive, being a high-ranking official in the local government. It's important to note that the city's status is akin to that of a major city, and to achieve such a rank, one would at least have to be a deputy leader. Chapter 25 First day of school. Unaware of the identity of the elderly person, Zhou Yuqin returned home and made 3 baskets of beef soup dumplings, followed by a pot of Wensi tofu soup. The beef had been chopped the afternoon before, and to prevent the little girl from having digestive issues, Zhou Yuqin chose tenderloin and chopped it very finely. Although this slightly affected the texture, there was no other choice as the child was too young. As for the Wensi tofu soup, it was specifically requested by Xin Jingyun during a phone call last night when she learned that he would personally prepare breakfast for the child. The little girl had expressed her fondness for Wensi tofu soup multiple times after returning home. Zhou Yuqin naturally made every effort to fulfill this request. 40 minutes later, the dumplings and soup were ready. Zhou Yuqin placed the Wensi tofu soup into a thermos and then carried the steaming basket of beef soup dumplings down the stairs in a large bag. Soon, he arrived at Xin Jingyun's door and knocked. Creak. The door opened, revealing a naturally beautiful face without makeup. Xin Jingyun welcomed him in and said, you're here so early. Yaya isn't awake yet. Zhou Yuqin changed into indoor slippers and replied, it's fine. I'll take care of little Yaya, and you can have your meal and go to work. Xin Jingyun was surprised and asked, what about my portion? Zhou Yuqin rolled his eyes and said, of course I made enough for 3 people. Xin Jingyun smiled and replied, then thank you, Mr. Zhou. After their phone conversation last night, their relationship had clearly improved significantly, and they spoke much more casually. Zhou Yuqin asked, can I go into the bedroom? Xin Jingyun quickly said, I'll go instead. There were many of her personal clothes in the bedroom, which was not suitable for Zhou Yuqin to see. Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, I'll go to the kitchen. When Xin Jingyun came out with the sleepy little Yaya, Zhou Yuqin had already set the beef soup dumplings and Wensi tofu soup on the table. Daddy. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqin, little Yaya immediately opened her arms. Zhou Yuqin stepped forward and picked her up, giving her a big kiss on her little face, saying, sweetheart, Daddy made your favorite Wensi tofu soup. Little Yaya's eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, that's great. I want to drink the soup. Xin Jingyun said, first go wash up. Got it. Little Yaya pouted and secretly made a face at Xin Jingyun. Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but smile. After washing up, the 3 of them sat at the table and began to eat. Daddy, what is this dumpling? It's so delicious. Little Yaya bit into the dumpling skin and took a bite, her eyes narrowing with delight. Zhou Yuqin replied, this is beef soup dumpling. Little Yaya said, I want to eat it again tomorrow. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, you can't eat it every day. Tomorrow morning, Daddy will make you something else. I guarantee it will be just as good as the beef soup dumplings. Upon hearing this, the adorable little face of Yaya showed an expression of anticipation. Xin Jingyun praised, Yuqin, your cooking skills are truly impressive. If I open a breakfast restaurant, I'm sure I can make a fortune. Zhou Yuqin said, you've talked about opening a shop many times already. Hurry up and eat. You still have to go to work. Xin Jingyun gave Zhou Yuqin a big smile, then quickly finished a steamer of beef soup dumplings and drank 2 bowls of tofu soup, breaking her long-standing breakfast record. There was no helping it. Zhou Yuqin's food was too delicious, even better than what you'd find at a 5-star restaurant. Anyone would find it hard to resist. After finishing her meal, Xin Jingyun said to Chen Haoyu, I'm leaving now. I'll trouble you to take Xiaoya to school. Zhou Yuchen made an okay gesture and said, don't worry. Xiaoya said, goodbye, mommy. Goodbye, baby. Shen Jingyun kissed her little girl, grabbed her bag, changed her shoes, and hurriedly left. Zhou Yuchen noticed that Shen Jingyun's bag was a bit worn out and made a mental note of it. 10 minutes later, after Zhou Yuchen and Xiaoya finished their breakfast, they headed straight to Yunhai Talent Kindergarten. Due to traffic, the short 10-kilometer journey took nearly half an hour. Especially near the kindergarten, the vehicles were completely stuck. Zhou Yuchen had no choice but to park on the roadside and carry Xiaoya for over 100 meters before entering the school. Under Xiaoya's direction, they arrived at the door of Class 6. A stylish young woman in her 20s stood there welcoming the children. Zhou Yuchen had heard Shen Jingyun mention that this beautiful woman was Xiaoya's homeroom teacher, Miao Yulan, who usually took good care of them. Once, during heavy rain, Shen Jingyun arrived more than an hour late due to work, and Miao Yulan had been waiting with Xiaoya in the classroom, showing great dedication. Xiaoya, who is this? Miao Yulan asked with a smile. Xiaoya proudly replied, Teacher Miao, this is my dad. Zhou Yuchen extended his hand and said, Hello, Teacher Miao, I'm Zhou Yuchen, Xiaoya's father. Miao Yulan hesitated for a moment, recalling previous encounters with unscrupulous parents, but eventually shook Zhou Yuchen's hand and said, Hello, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yuchen had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He lightly touched Miao Yulan's hand and then withdrew it, saying, Thank you for taking care of them over the past few months. I'm back to work in Yunhai now, so I will be picking Xiaoya up from school regularly. Miao Yulan responded, Xiaoya's mom works hard while also taking care of her. It's great that you're back in Yunhai. That's really good for her. Zhou Yuchen agreed, exactly. Teacher Miao, I have your number. I'll send you a text later. Please save my phone number. If there are any issues with the child, you can contact me directly. Miao Yulan replied, sure. Zhou Yuchen patted Xiaoya's head and said, Go ahead, sweetheart. Xiaoya nodded and, with her little backpack on, walked into the classroom. Zhou Yuchen nodded to Miao Yulan and turned to walk outside. A few parents nearby, who were dropping off their children, began to discuss the conversation between Zhou Yuchen and Miao Yulan. Is he the husband of that beautiful mom? He doesn't look that impressive. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman marries an ugly man, and it couldn't be more accurate. But that is not entirely fair. Although Xiaoya's father looks ordinary, he has a decent physique and presence. I think a man's appearance, physique, and presence aren't that important. What matters most is whether he has financial stability. Right. Zhou Yuchen's clothes are very ordinary. He must be a loser. I mean, don't you all see the biggest issue? Shen Jingyun's daughter takes her mother's surname, not her father's. Could it be that this Zhou is a son-in-law? Shen Jingyun is quite famous in Xiaoya's class due to her extraordinary beauty, and almost all the parents know her. Many financially well-off fathers take on the responsibility of picking up and dropping off their children just to catch a glimpse of Shen Jingyun. Everyone assumed Shen Jingyun was a single mother, so they were surprised when Zhou Yuchen suddenly appeared, which naturally led to gossip. Miao Yulan looked down on the parents for their chatter behind others' backs, but she couldn't stop them and had to pretend she hadn't heard anything. In fact, Miao Yulan was also somewhat curious about Zhou Yuchen. No matter how beautiful and graceful Shen Jingyun is, even Miao Yulan, who is also beautiful, had to admit defeat. She was surprised that such a stunning woman would marry someone who seemed so ordinary. She was eager to know what extraordinary traits Zhou Yuchen possessed to win Shen Jingyun's affection. If Miao Yulan knew that Zhou Yuchen was just an unemployed drifter and had even been to prison, her feelings would likely shift from curiosity and surprise to sheer shock. Chapter 26: The Overweight Rival. Hey, Yuchen, did you see the news? Last night, crude oil prices plummeted by more than 20%. What's going on with you? Just as Zhou Yuchen stepped out of the school gate, he received a call from Wang Jia. It was obvious that he had seen the news about the sudden drop in oil futures and hurriedly called. Jia, don't worry, I'm fine. Don't give me that. I saw online that most investors in crude oil are stuck, and at least half have been liquidated. Brother, money can be lost, but life is only one. You must not do anything rash. Zhou Yuchen felt both touched and amused. Jia, I'm not lying to you. A while ago, I went long on crude oil and made quite a bit, several million. Just yesterday, I shorted it, and with the drop, I made even more. I should be out of oil futures by tomorrow, and I'll definitely send you a big red envelope. Wang Jia exclaimed excitedly. Wow, you're amazing. Tell me the truth. How much did you make this time? Did you use leverage? Zhou Yuchen replied with a smile. Of course I used leverage. The money I made should be enough for me to buy the flat I'm currently renting. Wang Jia asked, how much is that flat worth? Zhou Yuchen said, 45 million. And I've already paid the deposit. Wang Jia seemed to be processing the information Zhou Yuchen provided. After a long silence, he finally cursed. Zhou Yuchen, you better treat us. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. That's a must. Jia, let me tell you another thing. The Tai Chi visualization method announced on the forum last night is real. Wang Jia exclaimed. You successfully entered a meditative state. Zhou Yuchen affirmed. I meditated for an hour, and when I woke up, I felt revitalized and energetic. From 2 in the morning until now, I've had no drowsiness at all, and my mind is exceptionally clear, with sharper thinking than usual. Wang Jie said enviously. My dad was right. You really are a martial arts genius. Not only do you learn Xingyi quickly, but you can master such an esoteric visualization method in no time. It's simply unbelievable. Yuqin, you won't end up cultivating a primordial spirit and ascending, will you? Zhou Yuqin laughed. What primordial spirit? What ascending? Jie Gu, have you been reading too many fantasy novels? This Tai Chi visualization method is essentially just a way to enter deep sleep. At most, it enhances mental strength and keeps you energized. Beyond that, it's not that useful. Wang Jie replied. Even achieving that is quite remarkable. No, I need to practice it well tonight. Zhou Yuqin said. Then I wish you success. Wang Jie's call seemed to open the floodgates. Soon after, Wu Xiongfei, Zhang Xia, and Zhang Hao all called to inquire about oil futures. To reassure these investors, Zhou Yuqin explained everything to each of them. Understanding the validity period of the contract was 1 month. Zhou Yuqin didn't waste time. After buying some groceries on the way, he immediately returned home to study. Hacking techniques are extremely complex and challenging. Without understanding the intricacies and having at least 6 months of time, it would be nearly impossible for Zhou Yuqin to master them. However, now he only needs to finish reading the book, and with his near-perfect memory and exceptional comprehension skills, he can easily get it done. Apart from having a meal at noon, Zhou Yuqin spent almost all his time reading. By around 3 in the afternoon, he finally finished a book titled The Art of Hacking Attacks. Rubbing his slightly swollen head, he felt he had gained a lot. He opened his attributes panel and found that his hacking skills had reached 85 proficiency. Compared to the morning, it had improved by 5%. One should not underestimate this 5% increase. In any skill, making progress in the later stages becomes incredibly difficult, especially between 99 proficiency and mastery level. It becomes even more challenging. What Zhou Yuqin needs to do is maintain a calm mindset and wait for the day when everything falls into place. Xiaoya gets off school at 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhou Yuqin quickly washed his face and headed to the school. By this time, a number of parents had already gathered at the school entrance. Zhou Yuqin got out of the car and took out his phone to check the news. A slender man, upon seeing Zhou Yuqin, said to a plump man beside him, Brother Shi, Miss Shin might not come to pick up her child this afternoon. Your roses were a waste. This plump man, named Shi Kailang, is the president of a clothing company and is worth hundreds of millions. His son, Shi Feng, is in the same class as Xiaoya. Shi Kailang's wife died during childbirth, so he is currently single. Just last month, Shi Kailang happened to see Shin Jingyun while picking up his child and was instantly captivated. After some investigation, he learned that Shin Jingyun is a single mother, and he immediately launched a strong pursuit. Today he bought 999 roses, intending to publicly pursue Shin Jingyun in front of many parents. Even if Shin Jingyun doesn't agree, it doesn't matter. Shi Kailang believes that with sincerity, he will eventually win her heart. The slender man is named Zheng Qian and is a parent of a child in class 6. He happened to see Zhou Yuqin in the morning. Upon learning that Zhou Yuqin is the father of Shin Jingyun's daughter, Zheng Qian remembered him. How do you know Miss Shin isn't coming? Shi Kailang asked, puzzled. Zheng Qian pointed at Zhou Yuqin and said, Brother Shi, do you see that man? He is Zhou Yuqin, the father of Shin Xinyue. Shi Kailang's expression changed. Isn't Shin Jingyun a single mother? How did a husband suddenly appear? Zheng Qian explained. The child's father does not equate to Shin Jingyun's husband. Didn't you check? Shin Jingyun is not married. However, given the current situation, your position is quite precarious. The saying the early bird catches the worm applies here. With a daughter connecting them, Zhou Yuqin's advantage is much greater than yours. Shi Kailang asked, what does he do? Zheng Qian curled his lips and said, looking at the clothes he's wearing and the car he's driving, his conditions should be pretty poor. Shi Kailang took a good look at Zhou Yuqin and disdainfully remarked, that outfit of his hardly costs 200. The van he's driving is several years old. I doubt anyone would pay even 10,000 for it. No wonder Shin Jingyun didn't he marry him. With those conditions, any woman would probably steer clear of him. Zheng Qian replied, Brother Shi, the problem now is that Miss Shin isn't coming. What do you plan to do? Shi Kailang coldly said, it doesn't matter. I'll first test the waters with this Zhou Yuqin and see what he's made of. After saying that, Shi Kailang strode towards Zhou Yuqin. Zheng Qian, eager for the spectacle, immediately followed suit. Are you Zhou Yuqin? A loud voice reached Zhou Yuqing's ears. He looked up to see a greasy man standing before him. Judging by his age, he seemed to be about the same as Zhou Yuqing, but his overweight figure was easily twice Zhou Yuqing's size, probably weighing no less than 200 pounds. Chapter 27, All-Out Firepower. Who are you? The fat man's demeanor was full of arrogance, and his gaze had a condescending flavor that made Zhou Yuqin feel somewhat disgusted. I am the president of the Kailai clothing company, Shi Kailang. My son is named Shi Feng, and he is in the same class as your daughter. I have a good relationship with Jingyun. Zhou Yuqin responded with an "oh" and casually asked, Mr. Shi knows me? Of course. You are quite a celebrity at the school now. What do you mean? Jingyun is the most beautiful single mother in our class. No? She should be the most beautiful in the entire school. I don't know how many people want to pursue her. Now, with you suddenly showing up, everyone is naturally paying a lot of attention. Zhou Yuqin finally understood that he had encountered a rival in love. Among those pursuing Jingyun, could you be one of them? A charming lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. As long as Jingyun is not married, I have the right to pursue her. Mr. Zhou, am I right? You don't need to test me. Although we have a daughter, we are indeed not married. However, from what I know about Jingyun, she probably wouldn't be interested in a fat man weighing over 200 pounds. Mr. Shi, I advise you to lose at least 40 kilograms before formally pursuing Jingyun. The parents watching the spectacle couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Yuqin's words. Shi Kailang felt embarrassed and furious, saying, I'm just a bit chubby. Unlike you, driving a broken van and wearing ragged clothes, you dare to pursue Jingyun? It's simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. In a quarrel, what matters is not who has better rhetoric, but who can maintain a stable emotion. The one who loses control of their emotions first will be at a disadvantage. Their fighting capability severely diminished. Shi Kailang's anger led Zhou Yuqin to assess his combat effectiveness as quite lacking. Mr. Shi, you may have forgotten that I have a daughter with Jingyun, so this toad wanting to eat swan meat is definitely not me. At this point, Zhou Yuqin paused, glancing at Shi Kailang with a strange expression and teasingly said, right in front of me is a toad that is fatter than a pig. Not to mention eating swan meat. He might be too heavy to even jump. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew louder. In his previous life, Zhou Yuqin was a tech geek with average eloquence. Later, he became a CEO, but it didn't improve much. However, in this world, Zhou Yuqin was a frequent participant in debate competitions at Yunhai University, with extremely sharp rhetoric. Shi Kailang was merely a rich second generation with a head full of nonsense. The only reason he became the president of the clothing company was that his father had been in a car accident 2 years ago and became a vegetable. Otherwise, he would have to wait at least another 20 years to become a president. Zheng Qian, as a subordinate, couldn't stand it anymore and said, Mr. Zhou, I heard your daughter's surname is Shun. You wouldn't be a live-in son-in-law of the Shin family, would you? Zhou Yuqin glanced at him and replied, Is your hearing not so good? Jingyun and I aren't even married. How could I be a live-in son-in-law? Even if you get married in the future, the surname and name of the child have nothing to do with you. By the way, who are you? Zheng Qian said, My name is Zheng Qian, and our 3 children are in the same class. Zhou Yuqin replied, Oh, so you are Mr. Zheng. I'm sorry, I thought you were Mr. Shi's little brother. Seeing that the elder brother was down, the little brother stood up and barked a few times to express his loyalty. I didn't expect that we are all parents. What does it mean to bark a few times? Doesn't that clearly insult Zheng Qian as a dog? The onlookers revealed a knowing smile. Zheng Qian's expression darkened, and he said, Mr. Zhou, don't you think your words are a bit excessive? Zhou Yuqin replied, Mr. Zheng, some hats are best not to be worn on your own head. If the child knows that their father is a dog next to a classmate's father, what do you think the child will think? A person can be poor and powerless, but they absolutely cannot lack dignity and pride. Zheng Qian was furious, pointing at Zhou Yuqin, and said, Who the hell are you calling a dog? Zhou Yuqin deliberately showed a confused expression and asked in a daze, Did I say you? A parent in the crowd shouted, Did you step on someone's tail? How could they not be anxious? Ha ha ha, the crowd laughed. Just then, the school bell rang. The gatekeeper opened the main gate, and parents rushed in to pick up their children. Taking advantage of the fact that the people around had left, Shi Kairang walked up to Zhou Yuqin and threatened, Kid, do you know what it means to bring trouble upon yourself? Zhou Yuqin chuckled, then his smile faded, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes, saying in a deep voice, Shi Kairang, use whatever means you have, just don't back down. Also, the name Jingyun is not for you to call. If I hear it again, I will cut off your tongue. After saying that, Zhou Yuqin patted Shi Kairang's plump face and glared at Zheng Qian before walking towards the school. Shi Kairang was startled by the killing intent radiating from Zhou Yuqin, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Zheng Qian felt the same. Zhou Yuqin's glare made his hair stand on end, as if he was being targeted by a beast. After a while, the two finally calmed down. Zheng Qian, still feeling a bit fearful, said, Brother Shi, that Zhou Yuqin's gaze is a bit terrifying. I feel like he has killed someone before. Shi Kairang nodded and said, I have the same feeling. I'll have someone investigate his situation in the next few days. We are like porcelain. There's no need to clash with a hard and foul stone. Zheng Qian replied, You are right. In reality, Zhou Yuqin was only using a technique from traditional martial arts known as the gaze technique. This technique has no substantial power. It mainly relies on a fierce gaze to intimidate the opponent. It is useless against strong-willed individuals, but can instill intense fear and unease in those like Shi Kairang and Zheng Qian, who lack resolve. Some naturally timid and weak individuals might even be scared to death. During the Republic of China era, such things were not unheard of. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuqin entered the campus and took out his phone to call Shin Jingyun, inquiring about Shi Kailang. Shen Jingyan thought for a long time, but couldn't recall the name Shi Kailang. It wasn't until Zhou Yuqin mentioned that the guy was a big fat man, and that his son was named Shi Fong that Shen Jingyan suddenly realized she did know Shi Kailang. But their relationship was hardly more than acquaintances. Indeed, Shen Jingyan hadn't even remembered his name. So how could there be any real connection? Previously, when Shi Kailang kept calling her Jingyun, it was just bluster. Zhou Yuqin arrived at the classroom door and waved to the little girl inside, Xiaoya. She immediately ran out, happily exclaiming, "Daddy, you came so early." Zhou Yuqin greeted Miao Yulan and then picked up Xiaoya, saying, "I've been waiting outside for a long time. If the school hadn't been closed, I would have been inside much earlier." Xiaoya gave Zhou Yuqin a kiss on the cheek and said in her sweet voice, "Daddy is the best daddy in the world." Zhou Yuqin replied, "That's a must." The father and daughter both laughed together. Chapter 28, a huge gap. As Zhou Yuqin walked out of the teaching building, he happened to bump into Shi Kailang and Zheng Qian. He stopped in his tracks and once again used his observational skills. Shi Kailang and Zheng Qian felt as if Zhou Yuqin's gaze was like a sharp blade, making them uneasy, so they quickly turned their heads away. Humph. As he brushed past them, Zhou Yuqin let out a cold snort. The sound rang in their ears like thunder, startling them and causing them to quicken their pace. Zhou Yuqin did this on purpose to intimidate them a bit, so they wouldn't cause trouble. Previously, Zhou Yuqin regretted choosing Xingyi Yiquan as his first system skill, which wasted him 4 years. But now he found that Xingyi Yiquan was indeed quite useful. Upon returning home, Zhou Yuqin told Xiaoyu to play with her flower fairy toys in the bedroom while he headed into the kitchen to cook. Just as he finished setting the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, Shen Jingyun came home from work. Hearing the noise, Xiaoyu immediately ran out of the bedroom and started to act cute towards Shen Jingyun. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Ladies, the meal is ready. You can wash your hands and eat now." Shen Jingyun glanced at the dishes on the table and said, "You won't be cooking for us every afternoon from now on, will you?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "What's wrong with that? Xiaoyu and I get home at 5, and you get home at 6. The 1-hour gap is just right for cooking." Shen Jingyun said, "But that would be too much trouble for you." Zhou Yuqin waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's just a meal. It's no trouble at all." Xiaoyu chimed in, "Mom, I really like what Dad makes." Shen Jingyun replied, somewhat annoyed, "What do you mean? Are you saying my cooking isn't good?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "It does seem like Dad's cooking is tastier." Shen Jingyun was left speechless. After the 3 finished dinner, Shen Jingyun took the initiative to wash the dishes and clean the kitchen. Zhou Yuqin understood her intention and only exchanged a few polite words before letting her be. Once she was done in the kitchen, the two of them took Xiaoyu downstairs to play on the slide. When Xiaoyu was not nearby, Shen Jingyun asked about Shi Kailang. Zhou Yuqin recounted the whole incident, and Shen Jingyun said, "Yuqin, I'm really sorry for dragging you into this because of my issues." Zhou Yuqin replied, "It's fine. If you have to blame anyone, blame your beauty. As the saying goes, a beautiful lady is sought after by gentlemen. You've turned into a fairy. It's only natural for someone to pursue you." Shen Jingyun asked playfully, "So would you pursue me?" Without a second thought, Zhou Yuqin said, "No." Shen Jingyun was taken aback and pressed, "Why not?" Zhou Yuqin said, "Before I answer that, you have to answer me a question. If one day we fell in love, would you sever ties with your father to marry me?" Shen Jingyun became somewhat displeased and said, "I don't understand what you mean." Zhou Yuqin replied solemnly, "Generally speaking, men look at women in 4 aspects: appearance, figure, temperament, and character. You have achieved a perfect score in the first 3 aspects, so there's no need to discuss those. As for your personality, if I had to describe it in a few words, it would be gentle yet strong, gracious and dignified, truly the ideal partner, including myself. I believe no man who spends time with you can resist your charm." Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh and said, "You always seem so calm and composed. I didn't expect you to be so good at flattering. But what does this have to do with my question?" Zhou Yuqin smiled wryly and replied, "I mentioned this to tell you that my lack of pursuit is not due to your lack of excellence, but rather because the difference in our social standings is too vast. Don't forget, you are the daughter of the deputy mayor of Yanhai City and the director of the police, while I am a former convict. If you were to marry me, your father would instantly become a laughingstock in both the political and law enforcement circles of Yanhai, unless you are willing to sever your father-daughter relationship." Shen Jingyun was taken aback, her expression changing dramatically. Zhou Yuqin's words felt like a heavy blow to her heart, making her very uncomfortable. After spending time together, Shen Jingyun acknowledged that she had developed some feelings for Zhou Yuqin, and she could sense that he also felt the same way. However, she had never deeply considered their situation until this moment, when she realized the significant gap that needed to be crossed between them. Is there no other way? Just as Shen Jingyun finished speaking, she suddenly sensed something was off and quickly looked up at Zhou Yuqin. Sure enough, he was looking at her with a teasing expression. Shen Jingyun hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I was just asking casually." Zhou Yuqin replied, "Don't worry, I understand my situation. To resolve our issues, first, I need to clear my name and have the police department erase my criminal record. Secondly, I need to succeed in my business ventures and become a well-known young entrepreneur. By then, people will see this as an inspiring story and it won't have any negative impact. But that's very difficult, Shin Jingyun said. I don't think so. Zhou Yuqin raised an eyebrow, confidently stating, when I was released from prison 4 years ago, I had not a penny to my name. I walked from Yinhai City to Sioux City in a day and a night. Compared to that, what are these difficulties? With a light chuckle, he recited 4 lines of poetry that had gone viral online in his past life. For 4 or 5 years, the wind and snow pressed down on me. Yet I laugh as the wind is light, and the snow is like cotton. No one supports my aspirations, yet I tread through the snow to the mountain peak. The spirit of resilience and ambition expressed in the poem greatly impressed Shin Jingyun. Looking at Shin Jingyun, who appeared shocked, Zhou Yuqin extended 3 fingers and said, Jingyun, I need 3 years to resolve these 2 issues. If by then you haven't found your partner, I hope you will give me a chance to pursue you. Shin Jingyun felt a bit overwhelmed by Zhou Yuqin's sharp gaze and turned to look elsewhere. After a while, she said, I will think it over seriously. This response was undoubtedly in agreement. Zhou Yuqin chuckled and said, good. Little Yia played on the slide for a while and was exhausted, sweating profusely. Worried that she might catch a cold, Shin Jingyun decided to take her home. As they were leaving, little Yia kept turning back, her pitiful expression making Zhou Yuqin feel a pang of heartache. Chapter 29. Hacker War. With 1 hour left until the opening of crude oil futures, Zhou Yuqin opened his computer and started browsing the news. Soon, a piece of information caught his attention. The virtual currency Telcoin, after experiencing a surge over the past 6 months, suddenly plummeted, dropping from 620 to 151 in just 12 hours. Experts pointed out that the abandonment of Telcoin could indicate a failure in the issuance of virtual currencies. Having crossed into this world for 4 years, Zhou Yuqin saw news about virtual currencies for the first time and immediately began gathering information about Telcoin. He discovered that this currency emerged 2 years ago, similar to Bitcoin in his previous life. Initially valued at just a few cents, it skyrocketed to several $100s. The difference was that Telcoin had a larger supply than Bitcoin, and its growth was extremely rapid. At its peak, it could rise by 60% within 24 hours, equivalent to a jump from 1 to 60. In comparison, this time it had only dropped by 300, which was not significant at all. Now Zhou Yuqin needed to consider whether to take advantage of the current dip in Telcoin's value to buy in. It was important to note that only about 800,000 Telcoins had been mined so far, based on the development trends of Bitcoin in his previous life and the current growth rate. It would take at least 2 more years to reach its peak, indicating tremendous potential. Even if his judgment turned out to be wrong and Telcoin did not perform as strongly as Bitcoin, it wouldn't matter much. The current price was very low, and purchasing 10,000 coins would cost less than 10 million of the local currency. Determined, Zhou Yuqin entered the international Telcoin trading platform. The management fee for each transaction was frighteningly high at 5, but the security was top-notch. After completing the registration, he linked his bank card and spent 9,800 yuan to buy 10 Telcoins. With players worldwide selling off Telcoins, it was easy to make a purchase. However, all of Zhou Yuqin's money was tied up in crude oil futures, leaving him with very little available to buy. Fortunately, around 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, the price of crude oil futures was expected to reach 305 yuan per barrel. Once he sold the crude oil futures, Zhou Yuqin would immediately become a billionaire. Buying several thousand, or even tens of thousands of Telcoins would be effortless and enjoyable. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Zhou Yuqin picked up a book titled Program Attack Code from the shelf and began to read it seriously. Ultimately, any skill leads to the same end result. This book contained at least 2/3 of the content similar to what he had read before, and Zhou Yuqin finished it in just 3 hours. But his experience points only increased by 1. It seemed he needed to connect theory with practice. Zhou Yuqin opened a webpage and entered a hacking technology forum. This forum is a gathering place for top hackers on the internet, with fewer than 1,000 members, but their skills are exceptional. Zhou Yuqin often browses the forum in his free time and occasionally takes on tasks to find system bugs. In less than 4 years, he has saved up 400,000, mainly from this work. As soon as he entered the forum, he noticed a bright red banner indicating that a post had been pinned by the forum administrator. The content was simple, calling on all the experts in the forum to launch an attack on a government website in a neighboring region. 3 days prior, the official website of Zhou Yuqin's country had come under attack from dozens of hacker groups from that neighboring region. A fierce cyber battle ensued. Despite the desperate defense, they were unable to stop the assault, resulting in the government website being down for 5 minutes. This was seen as a great humiliation by the hackers in Zhou Yuqin's country, prompting them to form a White Hat Alliance to jointly attack the neighboring government's official website. After more than 20 hours of battle, the White Hat Alliance had still not breached the website. Zhou Yuqin, at over 60 years old in total, had long since lost the youthful fire. However, when it came to national dignity, he resolutely joined the White Hat Alliance and began typing code to attack the official website. His hacking skills were at an advanced level, with 86 proficiency, making him one of the top hackers globally. His involvement had an immediate effect. 2 hours later, Zhou Yuqin discovered a tiny vulnerability in the official website. Normally, this vulnerability would be inconsequential and easily patched up if found. But on a battlefield populated by tens of thousands of elite hackers, this small flaw became a critical weakness. It's small, no problem, we have numbers on our side. Let's just hammer it a bit larger, he thought. Thus, Zhou Yuqin led the hackers from the White Hat Alliance to charge at this vulnerability. The response from the neighboring hackers was swift, as they immediately rushed to fix it. Both sides were busy in a frantic back and forth. As the saying goes, a long defense will inevitably lead to loss. After a grueling 2-hour tug of war, the White Hat Alliance finally broke through the defenses, took control of the neighboring servers, and planted a flag from Zhou Yuqin's country on their official website. The forum erupted in celebration. We won. Ha ha ha, revenge is sweet. Let's see if they dare to look down on us again. Who is the expert named Yueqin? To find such a tiny vulnerability is incredible. I dare say, Yueqin's skills are among the best in the world. Let us invite Yueqin to reveal himself on the forum. In an instant, the post inviting Yueqin to appear had reached 600 replies. The name Yueqin is actually a pseudonym for Zhou Yuqin, derived from one character each from his name and that of Xiaoya. When faced with everyone's invitations, Zhou Yuqin merely smiled faintly. He not only chose not to go out, but instead slipped away. Engaging in activities like attacking other servers is something that can be done in secrecy. But if it becomes widely known, it could lead to significant trouble. Zhou Yuqin certainly did not want to draw the attention of network regulators. After checking his attributes, he found that his hacking skills had increased by a full 4%, reaching a proficiency level of 90%, which made him quite happy. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Zhou Yuqin meditated according to the Tai Chi visualization method. Perhaps due to his excitement, he managed to enter a meditative state in just over 10 minutes yesterday. But this time it took him more than half an hour. Chapter 30 is that it. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Yuqin slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue he initially felt quickly faded, and he became energetic and spirited. He had to admit that this visualization technique was truly remarkable. With half an hour left until the close of crude oil futures, Zhou Yuqin logged into the trading platform and found that he had sold all his crude oil, leaving a string of numbers in his account. Ha ha ha, his first pot of gold was finally here. Zhou Yuqin vigorously shook his arm, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. This time, he shorted 955 barrels of crude oil, earning 143 yuan per barrel, resulting in a total profit of 176.7 million yuan. After deducting the platform fees, Zhou Yuqin would take home 152 million yuan. According to the previous agreement, this amount included 5 million for Zhang Hao, 6 million for Wu Xiongfeng, 4 million for Wang Jie, and 4 million for Zhang Xia. Calculating this, Zhou Yuqin had made nearly 128 million yuan from his initial investment of 2 million yuan, instantly becoming a billionaire. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuqin transferred part of the money into his bank account and then entered the international cryptocurrency trading platform. In just a few hours, the cryptocurrency he was interested in had dropped by more than $20, now priced at $124, equivalent to 855 yuan. Zhou Yuqin deposited 10 million into his cryptocurrency account, intending to buy it all. Unfortunately, reality was not as ideal as he had hoped. Aside from him, many other investors were also trying to buy at the bottom. Their set purchase prices were even much higher than 855 yuan. Zhou Yuqin felt pleased rather than surprised by this phenomenon. It indicated that many investors or institutions were optimistic about the future of the cryptocurrency. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making such a losing trade. Determined, Zhou Yuqin set his purchase price at 900 yuan. This was undoubtedly the highest price in the entire cryptocurrency market. Many investors speculated that Zhou Yuqin might have mistyped the number and, fearing they would miss the opportunity, quickly sold their holdings. Soon, Zhou Yuqin acquired 11,000 units of the cryptocurrency, accounting for 1/8 of the total supply. To avoid negatively impacting the market, he chose to stop buying. He understood that the capital market was driven by profit. Many protagonists in online novels manage to acquire most of the virtual currency early on with a small amount of money, then dominate the market and amass vast wealth. In reality, such scenarios were impossible. Financial institutions were not altruistic. They would never exhaust their efforts to expand the market without holding any virtual currency, as that would be akin to making someone else rich. Not to mention these savvy capitalists, even a fool wouldn't act that way. After securing the cryptocurrency, Zhou Yuqin returned to the domestic hacker technology forum to look for tasks posted by various online companies. most of which involve finding vulnerabilities in their own products. The bonuses range from tens of thousands to a few hundred or 1,000, and whether one can earn them depends on their skills. In order to improve his hacking abilities, Zhou Yuqin chose a more difficult task with a reward of 300,000. An hour later, he successfully hacked into a network company's server by exploiting a script vulnerability, and then he emailed the details of the vulnerability along with a solution to the company, leaving his bank account number as well. At 5:30 in the morning, Zhou Yuqin arrived at a small square to practice Xingyi Quan. He first stood in a stance for half an hour before starting to punch. His footwork was agile, and his movements were forceful. Each punch created a whooshing sound, like a rushing river, with an imposing presence that occasionally produced explosive sounds in the air. As the martial saying goes, a single sound is worth 1,000 gold. Zhou Yuqin's punches were not just single sounds, but a continuous series of impacts. After finishing the 5 elements fist of Xingyi, Zhou Yuqin changed his movements and practiced the 12 animal forms of Xingyi. The 12 animal forms mimic the shapes of 12 different animals. They are easy to learn, but difficult to master. Zhou Yuqin had only learned 3 forms himself, while the remaining 9 were instilled in him by an all-encompassing training system after he reached the master level. In just 12 minutes, Zhou Yuqin vividly demonstrated the soaring of the dragon, the ferocity of the tiger, the agility of the monkey, the elegance of the swallow, and the cunning of the snake, occupying the space within a 10-meter radius with his movements. The more he practiced, the more immersed he became, completely forgetting that he was in a public place. When he finished, he was startled to find that over 10 elderly people had gathered around him, all looking at him with expressions of shock. Oh no, I've gone too far. Zhou Yuqin felt a bit of a headache. A man who had chatted with Zhou Yuqin the previous morning laughed heartily and approached him, giving a thumbs up. Young man, your boxing skills are incredible. If I'm not mistaken, you just practiced the 5 elements fist and the 12 animal forms, right? Zhou Yuqin nodded and replied, that's right. Sir, my name is Zhou Yuqin. May I ask your name? I'm Zhao Shenghua. You can call me Old Zhao. Better yet, I'll call you Zhao Laosher, Zhou Yuqin said. Haha, as you wish. Young Zhou, I've heard that there are 3 types of power in martial arts, Ming Jin, and Hua Jin. I once saw a Ming Jin expert practicing, and at least 1 out of 3 punches produced a sound of air bursting. But just now, almost every punch you threw made the air crackle. Does this mean you have mastered in Jin? I have indeed mastered in Jin. After becoming a master of Xingyi, Zhou Yuqin had reached the Hua Jin level, where he could not add anything further, and no fly could land on him. He simply did not like to show off, and saw no need to reveal this to others. Zhao Shenghua was immediately intrigued and asked, what is the use of in Jin? Zhou Yuqin explained, Ming Jin harms bones and muscles, while in Jin harms the internal organs. For instance, with a watermelon, Ming Jin can smash it open, while in Jin can leave the skin intact, but ruin the flesh inside. Essentially, it's a kind of insidious penetrating force, not particularly meaningful. An elderly man said, Xiao Zhou, can you demonstrate something for us old folks to see? The other elder's eyes were filled with anticipation upon hearing this. Zhou Yuqin shrugged and replied, as for strength, it's formless and intangible. I can't really demonstrate it. Zhao Shenghua said, isn't this simple? Just use your inner strength to hit a watermelon. A middle-aged man who had just walked over raised his hand and shouted, I have a watermelon in my car. I'll go get it. After saying that, the middle-aged man hurriedly left. After a while, he returned carrying a watermelon weighing about 10 pounds. He placed the watermelon on the ground, stepped back 3 paces, and gestured to Zhou Yuqin to proceed. Everyone's attention turned to Zhou Yuqin. All right, I'll give it a try. Zhou Yuqin said as he picked up the watermelon, used his right hand to channel his strength, and gently tapped the watermelon, saying, done. Huh. Everyone looked confused. Zhao Shenghua pointed at the watermelon and asked, is that it? Zhou Yuqin nodded and replied, that's it. You can cut it open to take a look. Chapter 31. Traditional martial arts are not suitable for performance. I have a knife. The middle-aged man was clearly prepared, pulling a fruit knife from his pocket. Although it was a bit short, it was sufficient. I'll cut it. Zhao Shenghua took the small knife from the middle-aged man and signaled Zhou Yuqin to place the watermelon on the ground. Bang! As soon as Zhao Shenghua sliced the skin, the watermelon exploded, its red flesh resembling something that had been shredded, all sticky. Wow. Impressive. Is this what they call hidden strength? Amazing. Just a tap, and the flesh can be like this. I'm truly impressed. Who says traditional martial arts are ineffective? Let him compete with Xiao Zhou. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Zhao Shenghua looked at Zhou Yuqin with surprise and admiration, saying, Xiao Zhou, you've truly opened our eyes today. He chuckled, indeed. There are masters among the common people. Zhou Yuqin replied, Zhao Lao, you flatter me. It's merely a small skill. The middle-aged man squatted down, carefully examining the watermelon, then stood up and said, Mr. Zhou, have you ever considered competing in a ring? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqin immediately waved his hand, saying no. The middle-aged man took out a business card from his pocket and said, Mr. Zhou, I am Min Jie, the deputy director of Yunhai TV. Recently, our station has organized a martial arts competition, inviting many kung fu masters to compete, but they couldn't even beat ordinary fighters, disappointing countless viewers. Mr. Zhou, you are so skilled and practice traditional martial arts. Can't you come to the ring to give our traditional martial arts a proper name? Zhao Shengguo exchanged a meaningful glance with Min Jie, but said nothing. Zhou Yuqin accepted Min Jie's business card and smiled, saying, Director Min, during the Republic era, traditional martial arts was also known as national arts. If I were to describe national arts in one sentence, it would be, it's about killing, not performing. I've watched the kung fu competition your station organized. To protect the participants, there are too many rules you've set. Key areas like the eyes, throat, back of the head, heart, and groin are our targets, yet the rules prohibit attacking them. Frankly speaking, such competitions are no different from child-s play. Min Jie frowned and said, Mr. Zhou, that's killing, not competition. Zhou Yuqin shrugged and replied, that's why experts in national arts are not suited for any combat competitions. One misstep could lead to a fatal incident. After saying this, Zhou Yuqin picked up a stone from the ground, placed it in his palm, and rubbed it with both hands. The stone instantly turned to dust, flowing out between his fingers. Seeing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. To grind a stone into dust with one's palms, what kind of power would that be if used against a person? As the demonstration ended, Zhou Yuqin clapped his hands and said, Director Min, I appreciate your good intentions. As for the competition, let us pass on that. I really don't want to spend the next few decades in prison due to a miscalculation. Min Jie smiled wryly and said, Mr. Zhou, you are the most formidable martial arts expert I've ever seen, bar none. Someone like you is truly not suited for competitions. Zhao Shengguo remarked, Xiao Zhou, I think you should consider joining the military. Zhou Yuqin sighed and replied, forget it. Just the political review alone would disqualify me. How could I possibly join? Besides, I'm doing very well now and really don't want to leave my precious daughter. Zhao Shengguo's pupils narrowed as he asked, have you ever been in jail? Zhou Yuqin responded, in college, I was framed by a wealthy second generation and ended up spending 10 months there. Zhao Shengguo curiously asked, what happened? Zhou Yuqin shrugged and said, to put it simply, I saved someone, but that person accused me of intentional injury. Zhao Shengguo frowned and said, isn't that a classic case of betrayal? Who was that person? How shameless. Zhou Yuqin was taken aback and asked, old Zhao, do you really believe me? Zhao Shengguo replied without hesitation, I do. I believe you. We all do. Everyone expressed their belief in Zhou Yuqin. It's no joke, with Zhou Yuqin's skills, if he really intended to hurt someone. The other party wouldn't even have the chance to call for help. Zhou Yuqin felt deeply moved, clasped his fists, and said, thank you, gentlemen. It's getting late. I need to go home and make breakfast for my little girl. See you tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow, everyone echoed. Back home, Zhou Yuqin quickly washed up and went into the kitchen to prepare pork and shrimp wontons. He first kneaded the dough and rolled it into square wonton wrappers. Then he took the pork, shrimp, and cabbage he had prepared earlier from the fridge, chopped them all up, mixed them into a filling with eggs and soy sauce, and finally wrapped them in the wonton skins before dropping them into boiling water. To preserve the original flavor of the filling, Zhou Yuqin hardly added any seasoning. 10 minutes later, the fragrant wontons were ready. He poured them into a thermos and hurried to Shen Jingyun's house. Today, Xiao Ye woke up quite early. When Zhou Yuqin entered the house, she had just finished washing up. Daddy, what delicious food did you make for Ye today? Xiao Ye asked expectantly, looking at the thermos in Zhou Yuqin's hand. Zhou Yuqin replied, it's pork and shrimp wontons. Do you like them? Xiao Ye thought for a moment and said, if they're delicious, I like them. If they're not, I don't. Zhou Yuqin laughed heartily. What a clever little girl. The wontons made by the world's top chef are, of course, a supreme delicacy. Shen Jingyun and Xiao Ye praised them while eating. After breakfast, Shen Jingyun went to work and Zhou Yuqin took Xiao Ye to school. After dropping the child off at kindergarten, Zhou Yuqin arrived at a commercial bank where he transferred 5 million and 6 million to Wu Xiongfei and Wang Jie's accounts, respectively. When they lent him money, they didn't even ask for a promissory note, so out of gratitude, Zhou Yuqin gave them a 10% return. The two received bank notifications and immediately called Zhou Yuqin. Upon learning that Zhou Yuqin made 100 million, the two accepted the money and praised him profusely. After a while, Zhang Xia brought the previous old gentleman to the bank. Soon, both parties signed the property purchase agreement, and Zhou Yuqin transferred the remaining 44.7 million into the old gentleman's account. After resolving the financial matters, the three of them went to the local housing authority to handle the property transfer. Zhang Xia found an acquaintance, and within 20 minutes, the transfer issue was settled. Chapter 32, Making a Fortune After Bidding Farewell to the Old Man. Zhou Yuqin looked at the property certificate in his hand and smiled. After more than 4 years, I finally have a place of my own. Zhang Xia replied with a hint of annoyance. This house of yours is worth as much as 10 ordinary people's homes. Zhou Yuqin, I really want to know how much you made this time. Zhou Yuqin held up a finger and said, not much, just a number. Zhang Xia covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Oh my, you actually made 100 million in less than 2 weeks? That's incredible. Ever since she handed over 2 million to Zhou Yuqin, she had been closely following crude oil futures. When crude oil prices suddenly plummeted, she panicked. Later, when she learned that Zhou Yuqin had taken a short position, she felt relieved. After receiving a call from Zhou Yuqin this morning, Zhang Xia had been secretly guessing the profits he made from crude oil futures. She thought that if Zhou Yuqin could earn 50 million or even 60 million, that would already be quite remarkable. She never expected that he actually made 100 million. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, if I were really that good, I wouldn't have sold at 305. Zhang Xia was taken aback and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Zhou Yuqin explained, I just checked the current crude oil price. It's 295. In other words, I missed out on earning over 10 million in just a few hours. Zhang Xia responded, that's just greed. Although I usually don't trade in futures or stocks, I've heard of the saying better safe than sorry. Zhou Yuqin nodded. You're right. Let's go to the bank again and settle your account. Forget about the commission, he added. That is not acceptable. The amount should be what it is. If you don't take the commission, I won't give you the 2 for a million either. Zhou Yuqin knew that Zhang Xia was being polite. Considering the house was priced at 45 million, and even 1% of the commission would be 450,000, which was more than what he earned for her. If you don't pay me, I'll be left with nothing, he joked. All right, our usual commission is 3%, but I'll calculate it as 1% for you, which is 450,000. Okay. Soon, the two arrived again at the commercial bank. Zhou Yuqin transferred 3,300,000 to Zhang Xia's account and issued an anonymous check for 10,500,000. Zhou Yuqin, your math skills can't be from a gym teacher, right? It should be 2,850,000, not 3,300,000, Zhang Xia said. Zhou Yuqin smiled. The commission is 2%. I can't let my old classmates suffer losses. Zhang Xia was taken aback and blurted out something that made Zhou Yuqin chuckle. You don't want to pursue me, do you? Zhou Yuqin rolled his eyes and helplessly replied, my daughter is already over 3 years old. What? You're married? Zhang Xia couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Yuqin clarified, having a daughter and being married are 2 different things. Zhang Xia gave him a thumbs up and said, impressive. Then I won't hold back. To be honest, I am about to buy a house with my boyfriend. Your 1,300,000 has really helped me out in a pinch. Thank you, old classmate. Should I treat you to a meal? Zhou Yuqin said, another day? My high-interest loan isn't paid off yet. Zhang Xia replied, be careful. The people in that line of work are not easy to deal with. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, don't worry. After Zhang Xia left, Zhou Yuqin took the check to find Jiang Hao. The location was still the same Muay Thai gym as before. Jiang Hao had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Zhou Yuqin, Jiang Hao smiled and asked, brother, made quite a bit, huh? Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, just enough for me to buy a flat. Brother Hao, here's 10,500,000. Jiang Hao took the check, glanced at it, and after confirming everything was fine, returned the loan receipt to Zhou Yuqin. Haha, 10 days at 5% interest. That's even higher than high-interest loans. Brother, if there's a chance to make money in the future, don't forget me. I can still come up with 20 to 30 million. Zhou Yuqin said, brother Hao, the financial market is unpredictable. No one can see through it. If I hadn't acted quickly and changed direction in advance, I wouldn't even have been able to pay back the money. I might have ended up on the rooftop last night. Jiang Hao seemed to resonate with his words and said, after hearing you wanted to play with oil futures, I've been paying attention to it these days. Damn, this thing is not for ordinary people. The price swings are too drastic. It can shift from rising to plummeting in an instant, giving investors no time to react. It's brutal, even harsher than our high-interest loans. Zhou Yuqin replied, that's just how the financial market is. The two chatted for a while, and Zhou Yuqin took his leave. Although he was polite on the surface to this high-profile figure in the underworld, he didn't like him at all. Jiang Hao had an inexplicable sense of superiority, lacked boundaries in conversation, and was somewhat reckless. As the saying goes, seeing a small part can reveal the whole picture. If his style were applied to work, it would be akin to seeking death. Zhou Yuqin decided to stay away from Jiang Hao in the future to avoid getting entangled. After grabbing a bite to eat outside, Zhou Yuqin went to a local bank and transferred 10 million to his mother, Su Xiaowan. Over the years, even though Zhou Yuqin hadn't kept in touch with his family, he would send money to his mother every month. Now that he had bought a large flat and had tens of millions in savings, he considered himself successful in his career and felt it was time to go home. As for his personality change, Zhou Yuqin could say that he had gone through the trials and tribulations of society, which had made him less sunny and more stable. In a residential area for civil servants in Zhenjiang, Su Xiaowan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard a notification sound from her phone outside and called out, Old Zhou, please check the message for me. It might be from the school. Su Xiaowan, 48 this year, was a Chinese teacher at Zhenjiang Primary School and also Zhou Yuqin's mother. Even in middle age, Su Xiaowan still had a resilient appearance, exuding a mature and gentle charm. She and Zhou Qingjian, Zhou Yuqin's father, were college classmates, and they got together in the second semester of their freshman year. If it weren't for that, Zhou Qingjian, who could only be considered average in appearance and ability, might not have been able to win over a beauty. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuqin has inherited more from his father. If he could resemble his mother a bit more, he would definitely be an absolute super handsome guy. Understood. Zhou Qingjian put down the newspaper and glanced at Su Xiaowan's phone, saying, "It's not from the school." "Oh, my God, how much is this?" Su Xiaowan came out of the kitchen and asked, "What money?" Zhou Qingjian looked up at Su Xiaowan, his eyes filled with shock, and said, 10 million. "I just received a text from the bank. Someone has transferred 10 million to your account." "Impossible." Su Xiaowan quickly stepped forward, snatched the phone, and stared at the 8 zeros on the screen, completely stunned. "Old Zhou, did the bank make a mistake? Did you not see? This is a transfer. That means someone has a card number similar to mine and made a mistake when entering it. The chances of the bank making a mistake in a transfer are much lower than winning the lottery." The two exchanged a glance and fell silent. Chapter 33 Calling parents after a while, Su Xiaowan said, "Could it be Xiaochen? How could he have so much money?" Zhou Qingjian lit a cigarette and replied solemnly, "That rascal has been out for more than 4 years, neither coming home nor contacting us. If it weren't for the money he sends to your account every month, I would have thought he was dead out there." Su Xiaowan glanced at him and said, "You know how strong his pride is. It's not surprising he took after you in this regard." Zhou Qingjian exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "No, we need to get to the bottom of this. Let's go to the bank and say someone mistakenly deposited 10 million into your account. If it was indeed a mistake, we will return the money. If it really was that rascal, at least we can find out where he is." Su Xiaowan nodded and said, "All right, let's go." The two changed their clothes and were about to head out when Su Xiaowan's phone rang, displaying an unknown number. "Hello, this is Su Xiaowan. Who is this?" There was a moment of silence on the other end. Su Xiaowan's heart skipped a beat, as if she sensed something, and she excitedly said, "Is that you, Xiaochen?" "Mom." In the van, Zhou Yuqin struggled to call out, his eyes turning red instantly, tears streaming down his face, including the years spent in prison. It had been 5 years since he last heard Su Xiaowan's voice. The accumulated longing over 5 years completely broke down Zhou Yuqin's emotional defenses, causing him to cry uncontrollably. "Xiaochen, you finally contacted me." Su Xiaowan also cried, her hand trembling as she held the phone. Zhou Qingjian leaned in beside her, equally excited. After crying for a while, Zhou Yuqin finally steadied his emotions and asked, "Mom, how have you and Dad been these years? How's Xiaoqing?" Su Xiaowan took a deep breath and replied, "Your dad and I are both well." Xiaoqing was admitted to Qingjiang University 2 years ago with the 11th highest score in the province. "Xiaochen, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you come home?" Zhou Yuqin said, "After getting out, I went to work in Sioux City. A few days ago, I returned to Yunhai and started investing. Mom, I feel ashamed to face you and Dad." Zhou Qingjian snatched the phone from Su Xiaowan's hand, saying, "What do you mean you feel ashamed to see us? Have you done something wrong?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Dad, I don't want to bring shame to you." Zhou Qingjian said, "Even a fool can see something was off back then. You did nothing wrong. You just had poor judgment and fell for a greedy woman. Fortunately, she revealed her true self early on. Otherwise, if you had married her and had children, that would have been real trouble. By the way, do you send your mom money every month?" Zhou Yuqin said, "Yes." Zhou Qingjian said, "At least you have some conscience. What is the deal with this 10 million? Zhou Yuqin said, "I made some money from investments and transferred 10 million to you." "Made some money?" Zhou Qingjian pressed. "How much is this sum?" Zhou Yuqin said, "About 120 million. Zhou Qingjian's expression changed, and he said sternly, "Don't treat me and your mother as fools. What kind of investment can make you earn 120 million? Where did your principal come from?" "Xiaochen, I want to tell you that we firmly stand by your side regarding the previous matter, no matter how the court rules. We believe you are in the right. But if you engage in illegal activities for money, that would bring disgrace to our Zhou family." Hearing Zhou Qingjian's words, Su Xiaowan couldn't take it anymore and scolded, "Shut up. Your son has finally called back, and you do what?" Zhou Qingjian replied, I am just worried he might be led astray." Zhou Yuqin chuckled and said, "Dad, don't worry, this is all clean money. I've been trading crude oil futures during this time. As for the principal, I borrowed over 10 million from a few friends, using 10 times leverage, which is how I got over 100 million in returns. Think about it. If this money wasn't clean, I would only give you cash. Who would dare to transfer through the bank? Isn't that asking for trouble?" Zhou Qingjian raised an eyebrow and said, "That makes sense. You go aside." Su Xiaowan snatched the phone and pushed Zhou Qingjian aside, saying, "Xiaochen, since you're back in Yunhai, does that mean you will develop there in the future?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Exactly." Su Xiaowan said, "The housing prices in Yunhai are shockingly high. I'll return this 10 million to you this afternoon, so you can buy a house there and settle down. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, Mom, don't worry about it. I've already bought a house. This money is for you and Dad to spend as pocket money. You don't need to go to work anymore. You can directly apply for internal retirement and travel when you have time. It's time for me to show my filial piety, Su Xiaowan said. If you want to show your filial piety, then come home as soon as possible. Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, Mom, I can come back next Saturday or Sunday. However, there is something I need to inform you and Dad about in advance. Su Xiaowan asked, what is it? Zhou Yuqin braced himself and said, you have a granddaughter who is already over 3 years old. What? Su Xiaowan couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Qingjian was also stunned into silence. After a while, Su Xiaowan finally regained her composure and asked, Xiaoqin, are you married? Zhou Yuqin forced a smile and said, no. I just found out recently. He briefly explained his situation with Shun Jingyun, and after listening, Su Xiaowan asked, what are you planning to do? Zhou Yuqin said, Jingyun is a very good girl. Once I achieve success in my career, I will pursue her diligently. Su Xiaowan frowned slightly and said, aren't you already a billionaire? Isn't that considered successful? Zhou Yuqin replied, Jingyun's father is the deputy mayor of Yunhai and the chief of police, Shen Qinggang. I made a bet with him that within 6 months, I would earn a fortune of 1 billion. By then, he won't oppose Xiaoya changing her surname to Zhou. As for Jingyun and me, let's take it one step at a time. Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan exchanged a glance, both showing expressions of concern. Shen Qinggang is the secretary for security, holding a high and powerful position, while Zhou Yuqin has a criminal record. Empathizing with the situation, they wouldn't agree to their daughter marrying someone like Zhou Yuqin. Moreover, the Shun and Zhou families are not well matched socially. It would be very difficult for Zhou Yuqin to marry Shen Jingyun. Su Xiaowan said, 10 billion in 6 months? How is that possible? Zhou Yuqin confidently replied, without any principle, I earned over 100 million in less than half a month. Now that I have capital, making 10 billion in 6 months is definitely achievable. Su Xiaowan remarked, that's true. So when can I meet my granddaughter? Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, I will have a good talk with Jingyun and bring Xiao Yaya home next week. Jingyun is a reasonable woman. She should agree. Su Xiaowan said happily, that's great. Zhou Qingjian leaned closer to the phone and said, at that time, you should bring Zhou Qing along as well. She is a sophomore at Qingjiang University, majoring in computer science. Zhou Yuqin replied, sure. Please give me Zhou Qing's phone number, and I will go find her tomorrow. Chapter 34 Buying a luxury car. The three of them chatted for over half an hour before reluctantly hanging up the phone. Su Xiaowan sat on the sofa, covering her face and crying loudly. Over the years, she had been constantly worrying and missing Zhou Yuqin. Now, she finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Not only could she meet her long-missed son, but she would also meet her granddaughter, whom she had never seen before, which brought her immense joy and tears of happiness. Fortunately, her health was good and she didn't have heart disease. Otherwise, she might have had a heart attack from the excitement. Zhou Qingjian, on the other hand, was completely different, his face full of smiles. He said, look at you. You cried when you couldn't see your son, and now that you can see him, you're still crying. I have no words for you. Su Xiaowan retorted, you think everyone is as heartless as you. Let me tell you, if you dare to get angry with him when he comes back, I will have it out with you. Zhou Qingjian replied, that definitely won't happen. I need to behave well and leave a good impression on my granddaughter. Su Xiaowan huffed and gave Zhou Qingjian a big eye roll. The success of the crude oil futures investment brought joy not only to Zhou Yuqin, but also to Zhuang Wenbin, a small leader at Xiaotai Financial Company. After confirming that Zhou Yuqin had indeed set the selling price at 305 yuan, Zhuang Wenbin took a gamble, pulling all his money together and shorting crude oil with a tenfold leverage. For the past 3 days, he had been unable to eat or sleep well. Now that the results were out, Zhuang Wenbin not only didn't he lose money, but made over 2 million. On the phone, Zhuang Wenbin kept expressing his gratitude to Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin said, Manager Zhuang, there's no need to be polite. I have a question I've been wanting to ask you. We don't know each other well, and we've only exchanged 2 phone calls. Why do you trust me so much? You should know that if my judgment was wrong, you would be ruined. Zhuang Wenbin chuckled and said, during this surge in crude oil futures, those who could restrain their greed and sell their long positions are less than 1 in 1,000. And those who reverse to short positions are even rarer. Perhaps your performance truly amazed me. Zhou Yuqin deliberately sighed and said, unfortunately, I was still too conservative. Zhuang Wenbin replied, that's your strength. Mr. Zhou, I have already listed you as a 3A client at our Xiaotai Financial Company. If you discover investment opportunities in the financial market in the future, just give me a call, and I can immediately approve leverage not exceeding 30 times. Using his power at Xiaotai Financial Company to return a favor to Zhou Yuqin, Zhuang Wenbin's plan was undoubtedly very clever. For Zhou Yuqin, this benefit was certainly something he would accept. As Xiaotai Financial Company is one of the largest brokerages in the country, capable of providing extremely high leverage in both the futures and stock markets. If he has the chance to obtain a prediction scroll again, 30 times the leverage would allow the cash-strapped Zhou Yuqin to gain substantial profits. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuqin took a taxi to Yunhai Auto City. Next week, he would be going home, and he needed to buy a luxury car to make a statement. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuqin chose the luxury car dealership. In his previous life, after achieving entrepreneurial success, he bought 6 cars one after another, with the last being a high-end model. He had it for less than a week before he passed away. Coming to buy this model now felt like a continuation of a past connection. In many online novels, when the protagonist buys a car, there are often scenes where the sales staff look down on customers and end up being humiliated. However, in real life, the majority of sales staff at car dealerships have a very good service attitude. This is especially true for salespeople of top-tier brands. As soon as Zhou Yuqin entered, he was warmly greeted by a beautiful female salesperson. "Hello, sir, I'm Huang Jejia, and I'm delighted to assist you." She wore a smile that felt friendly and comfortable. Zhou Yuqin scanned the area and directly asked, "Do you have the high-end model?" Huang Jejia's eyes lit up, and her smile became even sweeter. "Yes, sir. Please follow me." Soon, Zhou Yuqin followed Huang Jejia to the Far East section dedicated to the high-end model. More than 10 vehicles of various models were quietly parked there. "Sir, are you looking to buy a sedan or an SUV?" Sedan, the S680. Upon hearing that Zhou Yuqin wanted to buy the most expensive S680, Huang Jejia, who had just started working less than a month ago, was so excited she nearly fainted. "We have 3 S680s available, 1 black, 1 white, and 1 silver. If you want another color, we can arrange for it to be shipped from abroad as quickly as possible." Huang Jejia pointed to the 3 S680s ahead. Zhou Yuqin turned his gaze to the black vehicle. The car was long, with a dignified and noble appearance, exuding an impressive aura. Opening the door, he climbed inside and took a look. The interior was luxurious and spacious, made of high-end materials with no unpleasant odors. The design was unique, with great attention to detail and comfort. "Can I take it for a test drive?" Zhou Yuqin was very satisfied with the model. "Of course, you can." Huang Jejia was about to agree when she suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped, saying, "I'm sorry, I need to call my supervisor." Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, "Go ahead." Huang Jejia made a phone call, and in less than a minute, a woman in her 30s with a robust figure hurried over. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqin standing by the car, her eyes flashed with disappointment, but her smile remained bright. "Sir, I'm Zhang Yaxin, the sales manager at this dealership. It's an honor to serve you. Are you looking to test drive this S680? Zhou Yuqin glanced at her and then at Huang Jejia, saying, "Ms. Zhang, you're not here to take over the sale, are you?" Zhang Yaxin paused, saying, "You misunderstand. How could I possibly take a sale from Jejia?" In reality, she was indeed there to take over, as the high-end model had always been her territory, a fact that was not a secret within the dealership, only unknown to the newcomer, Huang Jejia. Although Zhou Yuqin did not know Huang Jejia, he did not want to see a little girl being bullied in front of him. As long as it wasn't about, "Ms. Zhang, I want a test drive. Is that okay?" Zhang Yaxin replied, "Sir, this Maybach costs around 3.5 million. Are you sure you want to test it?" Zhou Yuqin frowned, his cold eyes staring at Zhang Yaxin. "Are you worried I can't afford it? Or that I might damage your car?" Zhang Yaxin felt a bit flustered under his gaze and quickly replied, "That's not what I meant at all." Zhou Yuqin's expression softened slightly. "That's good. Can I test drive it now?" Zhang Yaxin said yes. "Jejia, make sure to provide good service to this gentleman." Huang Jejia responded. "Okay, Sister Zhang." Watching the two leave, Zhang Yaxin let out a long sigh, thinking to herself how sharp this person's gaze was. On the way, Huang Jejia gratefully said, "Sir, thank you for what you just did." Although she had not been in sales for long, she could tell some tricks of the trade. Clearly, Zhou Yuqin had just helped her secure her interests. Otherwise, this deal might have been snatched away by Zhang Yaxin. Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and said, "I'm not a saint, but I also don't want to see some unpleasant things happen around me. You should be more careful in the future to avoid getting into trouble." Huang Jejia nodded and said, "I understand." Chapter 35 Changes in old classmates arriving at the test drive area. Zhou Yuqin drove a luxury vehicle back and forth for 5 or 6 laps. Both the comfort and handling were quite impressive. As he stepped out of the car, a surprised voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Are you Zhou Yuqin?" Turning to look, he saw a tall young man in his 20s, with handsome features and an extraordinary demeanor, definitely a good-looking guy. Next to him stood a woman of similar age, with a sultry figure dressed in a very short skirt, showing off her fair thighs. Although her looks were not as striking as another acquaintance's, she could still score over 80 points. Moreover, her ability to attract attention was likely much higher than that of the conservatively dressed acquaintance. "Are you Go Guang?" After searching his memory for a while, Zhou Yuqin finally recalled the name of the person in front of him. Back in college, Go Guang was an extremely diligent student. In every exam, the top 2 spots were usually occupied by Zhou Yuqin and Go Guang. However, Zhou Yuqin consistently scored above 98, so even though they were only one rank apart, the score difference was significant. This made Gu Wenguang's outstanding performance seem less remarkable. The reason Zhou Yuqin couldn't remember Gu Wenguang's name was mainly that he had never paid much attention to this guy. Gu Wenguang raised an eyebrow and said, "That's right. Zhou Yuqin, have you been in Yinhai all this time?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "I just returned a week ago." "Wenguang, why don't you introduce me to this handsome guy?" The woman beside him became interested upon seeing Zhou Yuqin test driving the luxury vehicle. Gu Wenguang said, "This is Zhou Yuqin, my college classmate. Zhou Yuqin, this is my girlfriend Zhao Xiangshan, a graduate student in finance at Xinjiang University." "Zhou Yuqin?" Zhao Xiangshan exclaimed in surprise. "Is he the super student you mentioned who got expelled from Yinhai University for assault?" Gu Wenguang quickly interjected, "Xiangshan, don't speak carelessly." "Zhou Yuqin, I'm sorry. Xiangshan is just straightforward. She didn't mean to insult you." Zhou Yuqin looked at Gu Wenguang, whose smile was hard to suppress, his expression turning cold. "I did serve time. There's nothing wrong with saying it. I have things to do, so I want to interrupt your test drive." With that, Zhou Yuqin turned to leave. Gu Wenguang grabbed his arm and said, "Zhou Yuqin, don't go. It's been a while since we last met, and I have a lot to talk about." Zhou Yuqin stopped and said, "Another time, I really don't have the time." Gu Wenguang smiled and said, "Just a few words, it won't take much of your time." "Zhou Yuqin, what do you do now?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Freelancer." Gu Wenguang continued, "You studied finance. Didn't you think about going into some investment?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot. You have a criminal record, so those investment firms definitely wouldn't hire you." Zhou Yuqin could tell that Gu Wenguang was intentionally mocking him. Keeping a straight face, he said, "Are you working at an investment firm?" Gu Wenguang seemed to have been waiting for Zhou Yuqin to ask this question. He immediately took out a business card from his briefcase, a proud expression on his face, and said, "I work at a financial company." Zhou Yuqin took the card and glanced at it, noticing it stated that he was an investment advisor at the company. He then asked, "Do you know Zhuang Wenbin?" Gu Wenguang replied, "That's my boss." "Do you know him?" Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, "I've heard of him, but I've never met him." Gu Wenguang continued, "I told you, it's hard for ordinary people to meet a senior investment advisor like General Zhuang. Are you here to buy a car?" Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "I'm mainly here to take a look." Gu Wenguang remarked, "Old classmate. I'm not trying to criticize you, but we shouldn't aim too high. When I joined the financial company 3 years ago, my annual salary was only around 700,000 to 800,000, and I could only afford a GLC for commuting. But you, without a proper job, dare to test drive a luxury car like a Maybach? What if you scratch it? Can you afford the repairs?" Huang Jejia felt a chill in her heart upon hearing Gu Wenguang's words. She had previously thought that Zhou Yuqin, despite his ordinary attire, had an extraordinary aura and was likely a low-key rich second generation. She never expected him to be an unemployed person who hadn't even graduated from university and had even served time in prison. It seemed that this big deal was not going to be hers after all. Back in school, Gu Wenguang was a quiet bookworm focused solely on his studies. In less than 3 years since entering society, he seemed to have transformed completely, becoming a different person. Not only was he articulate and sharp, but he also learned how to show off wealth and seek superiority over others, skills that were deemed essential for survival. Zhou Yuqin didn't have a good impression of such a person and said lightly, "After working for 2 or 3 years, being able to buy a GLC worth 400,000 to 500,000 is already quite good. Old classmate, your starting point is high enough. Keep working hard, and maybe in a few years, you can switch to a Maybach too." Gu Wenguang's depth of character was on a completely different level from Zhou Yuqing's. He seemed unable to tolerate Zhou Yuqing's condescending attitude, his expression darkening as he asked, "What do you mean? Are you really going to buy a Maybach?" Zhou Yuqing smirked slightly and replied, "I've been out of prison for 4 years. If I can't even afford a Maybach worth over 3 million, then I would be too much of a failure." It was a slap in the face. Zhou Yuqing was blatantly putting Gu Wenguang in his place. If being unable to afford a Maybach after 4 years out of prison was considered a failure, then what did that make Gu Wenguang, who could only afford a GLC after 3 years of work, a fool? Seeing Gu Wenguang's expression worsen, Zhou Yuqing dug in again, saying, "Old classmate, sorry. I wasn't talking about you. An annual salary of 700,000 to 800,000 isn't a lot, but among ordinary people, that's already quite impressive." Zhao Xiangshan sneered. "What a bold statement. Miss, didn't you hear? Mr. Zhou has already decided to pay in full for the car. Shouldn't you hurry to prepare the invoice? If he changes his mind, you won't get your commission." Compared to Gu Wenguang, Zhao Xiangshan, the attractive beauty, is obviously much more scheming. She emphasized the phrase paying in full for the car, with a clear intention to embarrass Zhou Yuqin. Huang Jejia understood that Zhao Xiangshan was trying to undermine Zhou Yuqin, so she kindly reminded him, "Mr. Zhou, we offer interest-free loans with no handling fees here." Gu Wenguang angrily exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you questioning my old classmate's financial capability?" Huang Jejia quickly waved her hand and said, "That's not what I meant. Zhou Yuqin took out a bank card from his wallet and smiled at Huang Jiejia, saying, "Let's go and get the invoice, paying in full." Huang Jiejia was taken aback for a moment and then happily replied, "Okay, please follow me." Chapter 36, Isn't This Cohabitation? Not bothering with Gu Wenguang and Zhao Xiangshan anymore. Zhou Yuqing followed Huang Jiejia into the store. Gu Wenguang and Zhao Xiangshan exchanged glances and immediately followed. They wanted to confirm whether Zhou Yuqing was just bluffing or if he really had that much money. 15 minutes later, Zhou Yuqing completed all the paperwork and paid $3.45 million. For luxury cars like this, dealerships often manage to obtain some decent license plates through connections. Zhou Yuqing selected one from over a dozen options. Yun A6688. Gu Wenguang was completely bewildered and asked, "Zhou Yuqing, where did you get so much money?" Zhou Yuqing glanced at him and replied, "I studied finance. So I naturally earned it in the financial market." Gu Wenguang said, "That's impossible." Having spent 3 years at a financial company, he knew very well that it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to make money in the financial market. The fact that Zhou Yuqing could afford a car worth over 3 million indicated that he must have earned at least tens of millions. Gu Wenguang absolutely did not believe that Zhou Yuqing could make that much money in just 4 years. Zhou Yuqing replied, "Just because you can't, doesn't mean others can't." Zhao Xiangshan sensed the situation was turning awkward and knew that staying would only lead to embarrassment, so she quickly said, "Mr. Zhou is right. Honey, let's go test drive the car. We have things to do this afternoon." Gu Wenguang immediately seized this opportunity to back down, saying, "All right, Zhou Yuqing, let's keep in touch." Zhou Yuqing nodded and said goodbye. He didn't take these two seriously at all. Checking the time, he saw it was already past 3 and asked Huang Jiejia, "How long will it take to get the license plates for the car?" Huang Jiejia replied, "If we go to the vehicle management office now, we can get it done in half an hour at most." Zhou Yuqing's eyes lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." The two drove their respective cars to the vehicle management office, arriving in tandem. In just 10 minutes, Huang Jiejia completed all the procedures. Zhou Yuqing hurriedly drove the brand-new Maybach to Yunhai Inkai Kindergarten to pick up Xiaoya. Seeing Zhou Yuqing's new car, Xiaoya's eyes squinted with joy. "Daddy, this car is so beautiful." Zhou Yuqing smiled. "This is the new car Daddy just bought. Do you like it?" Xiaoya nodded vigorously. "I super like it." "Then please, little princess, get in the car." Zhou Yuqing opened the door and lifted Xiaoya inside. On the way, Xiaoya looked around and touched everything, feeling quite fresh. "Xiaoya, do you want to sleep at Daddy's place tonight?" Zhou Yuqing asked. It was Friday, and Shun Jingyun allowed the child to stay at his home. Xiaoya replied, "Of course I do. But I don't want to leave Mommy." "Daddy, can Mommy come with me?" Zhou Yuqing laughed, "As long as Mommy agrees." "It's fine," Xiaoya continued. "But what if your snoring disturbs us?" Zhou Yuqing assured her, "Daddy's house is big, and the bedrooms are very far apart. Even if I snore, it won't disturb your sleep." Little Ye instantly beamed with joy and said, "That's great. I can sleep at home with Dad and Mom." Seeing the innocent and adorable smile on the little one's face, Zhou Yuqing couldn't help but smile back. As usual, the father and daughter returned home, with little Ye going to her bedroom to play with toys while Zhou Yuqing prepared dinner in the kitchen. He opened the fridge and looked at the ingredients inside, and countless recipes immediately popped into his mind. Given that little Ye was only 3 years old, Zhou Yuqing decided to make 4 dishes and a soup: steamed eggs with shrimp, mashed potatoes and pumpkin, stir-fried shredded carrots with meat, stir-fried broccoli, and spinach meatball soup. While these dishes seemed simple, they actually tested the chef's skills significantly. A truly exceptional chef is not measured by how many complex dishes they can prepare, but by their ability to create satisfying flavors with simple ingredients. That's why many chefs are asked to make a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes during interviews at high-end hotels. It reveals their knife skills and true level of expertise. An hour later, Shun Jingyun returned home from work. As soon as she opened the door, little Ye ran out from her bedroom with her short legs. "Mom, sweetheart." Shun Jingyun bent down and picked little Ye up, giving her a big kiss on the cheek. "Mom, I have good news." "What good news? Tell me." "Dad bought a really beautiful new car." "Is it a black one?" "Huh, Mom, how did you know?" "I saw it. The 3 parking spaces Dad bought are connected. When I parked the car, I noticed that besides that van, there was also a Mercedes Maybach. I thought it belonged to some wealthy person who parked it in the wrong place, but it turned out to be Dad's new car. Where did he get the money?" Shun Jingyun immediately associated it with Zhou Yuqing's oil futures. Did he withdraw money from the futures? Sigh. Just earned a bit of money and bought a luxury car worth 2 to 3 million. Shun Jingyun mentally labeled Zhou Yuqing as someone who was vain and cared about appearances. Little Ye wrapped her arms around Shun Jingyun's neck and said sweetly, "Mom, it's Friday." Shun Jingyun knew exactly what the little girl meant and replied, "You want to stay with Dad, right?" Little Ye nodded eagerly. Shun Jingyun smiled and said, "All right, Mom agrees." After spending some time together, Shun Jingyun had grown to trust Zhou Yuqing. Sometimes, she even thought he took better care of the child than she did. Therefore, She did not oppose the idea of little Yaya staying at Zhou Yuchen's house. Mom, can you still cuddle with me while we sleep? Little Yaya asked expectantly. Shen Jingyan was taken aback and said, you want me to sleep here too? Little Yaya nodded vigorously, saying, Dad said as long as you agree, it's fine. This. Shen Jingyan felt a bit overwhelmed and replied, that might not be possible. Little Yaya puffed her cheeks and said, why not? Dad said the house here is big enough, and his snoring won't disturb our sleep. This guy is so annoying. Shen Jingyan secretly complained about Zhou Yuchen in her heart and said, can you let Mom consider it? Little Yaya immediately brightened up and said, okay. Shen Jingyan let the little one go play and walked into the kitchen, saying, Yuchen, little Yaya wants me to stay here with her. What should we do? Zhou Yuchen, while serving the dishes, casually replied, then just move over, I don't mind. Shen Jingyan felt both amused and frustrated, saying, I do mind. Isn't that living together? Zhou Yuchen turned off the gas stove, looked at Shen Jingyun, and said, you and the little one can sleep in the master bedroom. And I'll sleep in the guest room by the door. The two bedrooms are 7 or 8 meters apart. Does that count as living together? Even those young strangers who share a rental are closer than us. This. Shen Jingyun was momentarily speechless, seeing the stunning beauty standing there like a wooden post. Zhou Yuchen handed her 2 plates and said, could you please help me take these out? Shen Jingyun took the plates and said, let's talk about this later. Zhou Yuchen shrugged and said, as long as you can handle the little girl, I'm fine with anything. Shen Jingyun rolled her eyes at him and said, if I could handle her, would I still be worried? This is your issue, not mine. Zhou Yuchen smiled at Shen Jingyun, whistled, and walked out of the kitchen with the dishes. Chapter 37 Enemies Meet. Gloating. Shen Jingyun stomped her foot and followed them out, completely unaware of her lack of resistance to living in Zhou Yuchen's home. After dinner, the 3 of them strolled around the neighborhood. Xiaoyu held Shen Jingyun's left hand and Zhou Yuchen's right hand, jumping around and playing happily. Shen Jingyun asked, how much did that Maybach cost you? Zhou Yuchen replied, 45 million. Shen Jingyun frowned slightly and said, aren't you planning to start a business? You finally earned some money, yet you spent it on a car. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste? Zhou Yuchen chuckled and said, you think it's a waste just because I bought a car for over 3 million. What if I tell you I spent 45 million to buy this large flat? Would you think I'm a fool? Shen Jingyun was taken aback and exclaimed, are you serious? Zhou Yuchen nodded and said, I just finished the property deed at noon today. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shen Jingyun asked, how much did you actually make from the crude oil futures? Zhou Yuchen replied, just over 100 million. Shen Jingyun stopped in her tracks, stunned, her beautiful face showing a look of disbelief. It was incredibly surprising that Zhou Yuchen had made over 100 million in less than 2 weeks. Xiaoyu tilted her head and looked at Shen Jingyun, asking, Mom, what's wrong? Shen Jingyun came to her senses and replied, it's nothing. Zhou Yuchen casually said, it's just 100 million. It's really not a big deal in the financial market. You don't need to be so surprised. Shen Jingyun gazed at Zhou Yuchen's calm face and said, if it were someone else who made over 100 million, they would be ecstatic. But I don't sense any excitement from you at all. Zhou Yuchen said, I just made my first pot of gold. There's nothing to be happy about. Shen Jingyun asked, so what's your goal? Zhou Yuchen replied, the short-term goal is 1 billion in 6 months, and the long-term goal can be summed up in 4 words. Shen Jingyun inquired, what 4 words? Zhou Yuchen looked up at the distant horizon, a glint of determination in his eyes, and said, stars and the sea. A smile crept onto Shen Jingyun's lips. She wanted to say something, but, seeing Zhou Yuchen's confident and yearning expression, she felt a stir in her heart and swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Noticing Shen Jingyun's unusual reaction, Zhou Yuchen chuckled and said, am I being a bit too dramatic? Shen Jingyun replied, a little bit. But I can see you're quite serious. Zhou Yuchen said, one should always have dreams. What if they come true? By the way, sweetheart, do you have any dreams? Xiaoyu's eyes twinkled, and she said, to go to the fairy amusement park. Zhou Yuchen burst out laughing, and Shen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh heartily as well. Xiaoyu pouted and said, Daddy, Mommy, you promised to take me to the amusement park when you were at the hospital. Zhou Yuchen looked at Shen Jingyun and said, I have something to do tomorrow. But the day after tomorrow, I'll take Xiaoya to the amusement park. How does that sound? Shen Jingyun nodded and replied, sounds good. Yay. Xiaoya jumped up excitedly and said, I can go to the amusement park. Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun exchanged a glance, both smiling slightly. After a stroll around the community, Zhou Yuchen drove the mother and daughter to the mall. Shen Jingyun had already agreed to stay at Zhou Yuchen's home with Xiaoya, so they needed to buy another set of toiletries. Once that was sorted, Zhou Yuchen didn't rush to leave, but instead headed to a local clothing store. This store was the top brand in the area, offering men's, women's, and children's clothing, with customization options available. Shen Jingyun glanced at the prices and was taken aback. A princess dress cost over 3,000, nearly half a month's salary for her. Zhou Yuchen, the clothes here are too expensive. Let's forget it, she said. tugging at his sleeve softly. Zhou Yuchen replied, there's a reason for the high prices. Summer is coming, so let's get each of us 2 outfits first. Shen Jingyun quickly said, I don't want it, I won't buy it, and I won't let anyone buy it for me. Zhou Yuchen pointed to himself and asked, am I not someone? Shen Jingyun answered without hesitation, yes. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yuchen helplessly said, all right then. Can you at least help me and Xiaoya pick out 2 outfits? Shen Jingyun responded, that's no problem. I must say, Shen Jingyun had a good eye. The outfits she chose were very suitable for both Zhou Yuchen and Xiaoya. Originally, Zhou Yuchen wanted to buy Shen Jingyun a set of cosmetics and a handbag, but seeing her firm attitude, he didn't dare to bring it up. The 4 outfits totaled 26,000, which was indeed shockingly expensive compared to Zhou Yuchen's previous clothes. Just after finishing the payment, a voice that Zhou Yuchen would never forget rang out behind him. Honey, the outfit I want isn't expensive, just 120,000. It's a small matter, let's buy it today. Zhou Yuchen turned around and saw a man and a woman walking in, his eyes filled with coldness and anger. These 2 were the ones who had caused him to serve 10 months in prison and changed his life forever, Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya. Compared to 5 years ago, Su Xiaoya was now more mature and alluring. Standing at 170, she had a slim figure, delicate features, long eyebrows, slightly upturned eyes, exuding a hint of charm and allure, with snow-white skin that looked flawless. She wore a light red professional outfit with black stockings, looking incredibly seductive. Being recognized as the campus beauty by a group of wolves at the local university, Su Xiaoya truly deserved the title, though compared to her previous innocence, she now had a more seductive aura. Luo Hao, standing beside her, had changed even more. If 5 years ago he could be described as tall and sturdy, now he could only be described as overweight. Small eyes, a double chin, and a round physique, resembling a walking meatball, with a protruding belly like a 7-month pregnant woman. The funniest part is that this guy has a golden chain hanging around his neck, seemingly trying to convey that he is part of an underworld organization and very wealthy, urging everyone not to provoke him. Chen Gu. Su Xiaoya immediately recognized Zhou Yuchen and couldn't help but call out his name. Taking a step back with a look of guilt on her face, Luo Hao's pupils contracted sharply as he said, you are Zhou Yuchen? Haha, I didn't expect you to dare come to this city. How does it feel to be in prison? Ding. System task. The player encounters old enemies Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya. Please take revenge within a month and ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. Zhou Yuchen took a deep breath, using all his strength to suppress the anger within him, and said lightly, the experience in prison is indeed unpleasant. And it's all thanks to the 2 of you. Luo Hao laughed mockingly. What? You think you can take revenge? Do you believe I can make you regret it with just 1 word? Zhou Yuchen shook his head and replied, I don't believe that. I remember that back then. You sent someone to teach me a lesson in prison, but in the end, they were the ones who got taught a lesson. Now 4 years have passed, and it's time for you to pay the debt you owe me. Chapter 38. The combat power of Shen Jingyun. Luo Hao walked up to Zhou Yuchen, his expression turning extremely sinister, and whispered in his ear, just wait, I will send you back in. Zhou Yuchen lightly patted his shoulder and replied, then it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hao suddenly felt a numbness in his knee, and before he could resist, his legs gave way and he knelt down in front of Zhou Yuchen with a thud. Zhou Yuchen immediately stepped back and coldly laughed. Luo Hao, 5 years ago you falsely accused me of intentional injury, and 5 years later you're pulling the same trick. Let me tell you, there are cameras everywhere here. Even if you kneel in front of me and break your knees, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Hao got up from the ground, angrily cursing, nonsense. My leg just suddenly went numb. Let me tell you, if I wanted to kill you, it would be a piece of cake, no need for any other means. In fact, when Zhou Yuchen patted Luo Hao's shoulder, he used a hidden force that reached his knee, which is why he knelt down, a small act of retribution. Beside them, Xiao Yaya said in a soft voice, Daddy, this person is so fierce. Yaya is a bit scared, can we go home? Zhou Yuchen nodded and said, all right. Hearing their conversation, Luo Hao turned his head to look and discovered Shen Jingyun holding Xiao Yaya. His whole body trembled, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. She was so beautiful. Su Xiaoya was already a rare beauty, but compared to Shen Jingyun, she was lacking significantly in appearance, figure, and temperament. If Su Xiaoya was a stunning beauty, then Shen Jingyun was a fairy from heaven. Just thinking that this fairy had a daughter with Zhou Yuchen made Luo Hao feel incredibly uncomfortable. Damn it, what a beautiful flower planted in cow dung. Su Xiaoya had already noticed Shen Jingyun and Xiao Yaya, but she never expected they would be a family of 3 with Zhou Yuchen. Luo Hao forced a smile and asked, what is the surname of this beautiful lady? Shen Jingyun glanced at him coldly and turned to Zhou Yuchen, saying, what is the point of arguing with someone like him? Let's go. Zhou Yuchen replied, wait a minute, I've always had a question I can't understand. Su Xiaoya, why did you lie back then? Su Xiaoya seemed unable to withstand Zhou Yuchen's cutting gaze, quickly turning her head away, biting her lip and saying, What lie? I don't know what you're talking about. Luo Hao chuckled and smugly said, let me answer that question. Zhou Yuqing, do you know what the most important thing in the world is? It's money. What's the use of studying well? Can it buy Xiaoyao a handbag? This beautiful lady. My words apply to you as well. Zhou Yuqing is just a bookworm who only knows how to study. Following him will certainly not lead to a good outcome. On the contrary, if you follow me, I will immediately give you 20 million to buy a big villa. Don't worry. I definitely won't mind that you have a child. Shen Jingyun coldly replied. You two are the most disgusting people I have ever seen. The man is dirty, with money all over his mouth, yet he still feels proud of himself. The woman is despicable, selling her conscience for money, completely shaming us women. Zhou Yuqing, since you already have the answer, let's go. I don't want to see them for even a minute. Seeing the usually aloof and knowledgeable Shen Jingyun display such strong fighting spirit, Zhou Yuqing was first stunned, then felt a wave of relief wash over him, saying, okay, let's go. Luo Hao stepped in front of them and said, you think you can just leave after insulting us? There's no such good deal in this world. Get out of the way. Zhou Yuqing shouted angrily, giving Luo Hao's shoulder a light push. Luo Hao felt a tremendous force spinning his hefty body around 3 or 4 times before stopping, feeling dizzy. Fortunately, Su Xiaoya stepped forward to support him, otherwise, he would have fallen flat on the ground. Zhou Yuqing coldly glanced at the two, then left with Shen Jingyun and her daughter. It took Luo Hao a while to recover, cursing, that bastard, I must kill him. Su Xiaoya said, Brother Hao, let's go back first. The response to Su Xiaoya was a fierce slap from Luo Hao. Are you thinking of rekindling your romance with your first love? Let me tell you, don't even dream about it. He spent a year in prison all thanks to you. Compared to me, he wishes you were dead, understand? Su Xiaoya covered her cheek, tears streaming down her face, and said, I understand. Luo Hao snorted, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. Once home, Shen Jingyun took over an hour to finally lull Xiaoya to sleep. After leaving the bedroom, she noticed the light on in Zhou Yuqing's study and walked over. Gently knocking on the door, Zhou Yuqing, who was reading, smiled and said, please come in. Shen Jingyun entered the study and looked at the hundreds of different types of books on the shelf, curiously asking, have you read all these books? Zhou Yuqing nodded, saying, after getting out of prison, I did 3 jobs, working as a hotel waiter, as a coach at a fitness center, and reading books. Shen Jingyun casually picked a few books and flipped through them, noticing they were filled with pen markings, clearly showing Zhou Yuqing had read them seriously. No wonder he was the top student in the college entrance examination in Xinjiang province. If Xiaoya could be as studious as you, that would be wonderful. Shen Jingyun gave Zhou Yuqing a thumbs up, unable to help but praise him. Zhou Yuqing shook his head, saying, I'm ashamed. My motivation for reading isn't pure, essentially. I'm preparing to make money, so I read books on topics like the internet, finance, management, communication, radio, and semiconductors. Shen Jingyun laughed. Why do people work? Essentially, it's all to make money. It's just that no one works as hard as you do. Zhou Yuqing's mouth revealed a hint of bitterness as he said, I had no choice. Originally, my plan was to take an exceptional entrance exam for a graduate program at a certain university at the end of my sophomore year. Spend 2 years completing all the graduate courses and finally stay at that university to teach. I never expected that a prison ordeal would completely change my fate and lead my life plan to an abrupt end. It truly was unfortunate. Jingyun, I want to thank you for what you said today. Your words of condemnation towards them were incredibly refreshing to hear. Shen Jingyun asked, do you hate them? Zhou Yuqing replied without hesitation, yes. If killing were not against the law, I would have taken care of them already. That Luo Hao has connections to the underworld and once sent people to deal with me in prison. Luckily, several cellmates helped me, allowing me to come out unscathed. After being released, I immediately left the area to avoid any potential pursuit from Luo Hao. Shen Jingyun exclaimed, that person is truly evil. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, where there is light, there is darkness. Where there are good people, there are bad people. That's just how the world is. Shen Jingyun asked, what will you do next? Zhou Yuqing coldly replied, I have my own plans. Chapter 39. Hacking into Luo Hao's phone. Luo Hao's arrogance stems from the backing of a prominent transportation group. This group was formerly known as a gang, led by Luo Hao's father. Zhou Yuqing had previously tasked an associate with investigating and discovered that the group might be involved in illicit drug trade, but evidence was hard to come by. Upon meeting Luo Hao today, Zhou Yuqing observed him closely and noted that his eyes appeared vacant, his complexion was sallow, and he had a number of acne spots. Zhou Yuqing suspected that Luo Hao might be struggling with addiction. If that were the case, it would be easier to seek revenge. As long as Zhou Yuqing could find evidence of Luo Hao using drugs, he could settle the score. After Shen Jingyun left, Zhou Yuqing shut the door and got to work on his computer. He had just obtained Luo Hao's phone number and planned to use his hacking skills to infiltrate Luo Hao's mobile system. Zhou Yuqing spent an hour creating several explicit links, which he then sent to Luo Hao via a virtual network. If Luo Hao cooperated and clicked on one of the links, Zhou Yuqing would be able to gain remote control of Luo Hao's phone through the virus embedded in the link. If Luo Hao ignored the links and deleted them, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, the latter scenario did not occur. Less than 5 minutes after sending the links, Luo Hao clicked on the first one. Immediately, a flurry of garbled text appeared on Luo Hao's phone, which took about half a minute to resolve. Zhou Yuqing was thrilled. He quickly pounded on the keyboard and successfully gained control of Luo Hao's phone. However, he did not act immediately. He waited until 2 a.m., guessing that Luo Hao had fallen asleep before browsing through his phone's data. Luo Hao was using the latest smartphone model on the market, equipped with 16 gigabytes of storage, of which 12 gigabytes was already filled with photos and videos. Due to the rudimentary state of the camera technology, all the photos and videos were in black and white. Zhou Yuqing thought to himself that Luo Hao was quite extravagant. In the videos, Zhou Yuqing discovered that Luo Hao had been involved with at least 6 or 7 women, all of whom were attractive, and the footage was incredibly clear. It seemed that he had filmed the entire process of his encounters with these women, editing it down to highlight reels for his personal enjoyment. Unfortunately, there were no videos of Luo Hao using drugs. However, that was to be expected. He would have to be quite foolish to record such activities. This woman looks somewhat familiar. She seems to be a celebrity. Upon closer inspection of the beautiful woman in the video, Zhou Yuqing's eyes lit up. He remembered her name, Shui Yibing, a popular A-list star who married the president of a well-known real estate company at the end of last year. The company was highly regarded and had a market value exceeding hundreds of billions, owning numerous office buildings in major cities across the country. Yan Qingfeng owns 60% of Qingfeng Real Estate Company, with a net worth exceeding 60 billion. He ranks among the top 30 in Yunhai, a place filled with wealthy individuals. Such a prominent figure has his wife involved with Luo Hao. If this news spreads, Yan Qingfeng would surely go mad. It's truly a case of heartfelt effort yielding no results, while unintended consequences flourish. Zhou Yuqing couldn't find evidence of Luo Hao attracting fans, but instead discovered evidence of his involvement with Shui Yibing, which was a serendipitous twist. Now, how should he use this video? The phrase using a borrowed knife to kill immediately popped into Zhou Yuqing's mind. The key is how to borrow it. If he publicly posted it online, the matter would become widely known, and Luo Hao would undoubtedly face dire consequences, but Yan Qingfeng's reputation would be utterly ruined. He would certainly go to great lengths to find out who released the video, and it would inevitably lead back to Zhou Yuqing, which could result in significant trouble. Therefore, the best approach is to let only Yan Qingfeng know about this. After dealing with Luo Hao, for the sake of confidentiality, he would only conduct a discreet investigation into the source of the video. Even if he found out, it wouldn't affect him much since the video hadn't been disseminated widely. With this in mind, Zhou Yuqing decisively used his hacking skills to breach the internal network of Qingfeng Real Estate Company and sent the video of Shui Yibing and Luo Hao to Yan Qingfeng's executive email. In a top-tier villa in Yunhai, Yan Qingfeng, as usual, got up at 6 o'clock sharp and went out for a run. As one of the top figures in Yunhai's business elite, Yan Qingfeng may not be the richest, but he is undoubtedly the most disciplined. He runs 5 kilometers almost every morning and has never missed a day in over 20 years. Even in inclement weather, he would exercise on a treadmill. Therefore, even at 50 years old, Yan Qingfeng maintains an excellent physique, with a healthy complexion and vibrant energy. After his run, he took a hot shower and entered his study to check his computer. This is his personal routine, running first, then showering, followed by checking emails, and finally having breakfast. 10 minutes later, loud noises erupted from his study. The housekeeper, who had just finished preparing breakfast, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Inside the study, the usually composed Yan Qingfeng stood there, silent, with his computer and teacup shattered to pieces. His face was as dark as thunder, his chest heaving, and his eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. The housekeeper, who had worked for the Yan family for 5 years, had never seen Yan Qingfeng like this before. According to the Yan family's rules, without Yan Qingfeng's command, she couldn't enter the study, so she simply stood at the door, not daring to say a word. 5 minutes later, Yan Qingfeng walked out of the study and said, "Clean this up." His voice was icy and piercing, causing the housekeeper to shiver involuntarily as she quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Yan." Skipping breakfast, Yan Qingfeng headed to his company office. After a while, a tall and imposing middle-aged man walked in. He is Guo Maoda, the security team leader of Qingfeng Real Estate Company, and has been with Yan Qingfeng since the early days of his entrepreneurial journey. If you ask who is Yan Qingfeng's most trusted person in the company, it must be Guo Maoda. Well, there are 2 things. First, have someone go to the Hongshan film crew and bring back Shui Yibing as quickly as possible. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. The second matter is to investigate this person. Yan Qingfeng handed his phone to Guo Maoda. On the screen was a clear photo of Luo Hao. Guo Maoda raised an eyebrow and said, "Bro, I know this person. His name is Luo Hao, the son of Luo Haifeng, the president of Haifeng Real Estate Company." "How do you know him?" Don't you remember? We met at a gathering once. And my sister-in-law introduced him to you. Yin Qingfeng thought for a long time, but couldn't recall the gathering. He said, no matter who he is, he must die. Guomaoda's pupils contracted sharply. I'll arrange it right away. Not asking questions and simply following orders is one of the reasons why Guomaoda has gained Yin Qingfeng's absolute trust. No. Yin Qingfeng waved his hand and said, try to use legal means. If we can't find evidence, then we'll resort to our previous methods. Qingfeng Real Estate Company has developed to this point by operating in both the legal and illegal realms. The so-called previous methods refer to using various means to make a person disappear from this world. Guomaoda is an expert in this area and has never made a mistake. Bro, Luo Haifeng is not an ordinary person. The consequences of touching his son will definitely lead to a deadlock between both sides. Then find a top-notch assassin outside to deal with Luo Haifeng. And remember to keep it confidential. Understood. Chapter 40 Siblings Reunion. Just as Yin Qingfeng was plotting against the Luo family, Zhou Yuchen's car slowly stopped at Qingjiang University. He took out his phone and called his sister, Zhou Qing. Hello, who is this? A clear voice like that of a oriole came from the other end. Zhou Yuchen couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhou Qing, it's your brother. Brother, you finally came to see me. Can you come out? I'm at your school's gate. Wait for me 10 minutes, I'll be right there. In a girls' dormitory for the computer science major at Qingjiang University, Zhou Qing hung up the phone and immediately began to get ready. Unlike her brother Zhou Yuchen, who had an ordinary appearance, Zhou Qing had inherited all the advantages from her mother, Su Xiaowan. She had an oval face, with fair skin as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, eyes as deep as a lake, clean and lively, and 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth made her smile exceptionally beautiful. Last year, Zhou Qing was ranked second in the top 10 beauties list of Qingjiang University and was referred to as the pure goddess by those admirers. Zhou Qing, what is making you so happy? Her classmate, roommate, and best friend Wang Tong couldn't help but ask as she saw Zhou Qing smiling brightly. Zhou Qing raised her eyebrows and said, I won't tell you. A girl on the upper bunk, who was pretty and dressed flamboyantly, pouted and said, Wang Tong, can't you see? She's going to meet her boyfriend. This girl was named Xu Nianer, ranked 10th on the school's beauty list. Due to her poor lifestyle choices and vanity, she had a very bad relationship with her roommates, especially since Zhou Qing, who came from an ordinary family but outshone her in looks and studies, was often targeted by Xu Nianer, who found her a thorn in her side and frequently caused trouble for her. Zhou Qing shot her a cold glance and retorted, whether I have a boyfriend or not is none of your business. After saying that, Zhou Qing changed her shoes, grabbed her bag, and quickly left the dormitory. Xu Nianer's heart stirred, and she immediately jumped down from the upper bunk, saying, Wang Tong, don't you want to see who Zhou Qing's boyfriend is? Wang Tong frowned slightly. Xu Nianer, even if Zhou Qing is going to meet her boyfriend, that's normal. Why are you so excited about it? Xu Nianer snorted. If you're not going, I will. Seeing Xu Nianer rush out, Wang Tong couldn't suppress her curiosity and followed her. As Zhou Qing hurried towards the school gate, she didn't notice Xu Nianer and Wang Tong not far behind her. When she saw Zhou Yuchen, Zhou Qing burst into tears and rushed into his arms. Brother, I miss you so much, sob. Zhou Yuchen's eyes were also red, gently patting Zhou Qing's back and saying, Zhou Qing, it's all my fault for coming to find you so late. Seeing Zhou Qing hugging a man driving a luxury car in the street, Wang Tong and Xu Nianer were both shocked. Xu Nianer immediately took out her phone and captured the moment, murmuring, isn't it said that I'm vain? Look at Zhou Qing. She's just like me, hooking up with a rich second generation. Humph, a pure goddess? I scoff. Zhou Qing vented her feelings in Zhou Yuqing's arms, wiped the tears from her face, looked up, and asked, brother, have you been doing well these years? Zhou Yuqing smiled and replied, I've been doing very well. Zhou Qing said, stop lying to me. You used to be so confident and sunny, but now, I feel like you've become a lot more weathered and much steadier. Zhou Yuqing pinched Zhou Qing's cheek like when they were kids and said, that's not being weathered, that's growth. In the future, when you enter society, you'll be the same. Do you have anything planned today? Zhou Yuqing asked. Zhou Qing shook her head and replied, nothing much. Zhou Yuqing said, then come with me. I'll take you to the mall. Zhou Qing's eyes lit up. Yesterday, Mom called me and said you struck it rich. You have to compensate me for 5 years of emotional distress today. Zhou Yuqing chuckled, no problem. Whatever you want, brother will buy it for you. They got into the car, and Zhou Qing looked around, saying, brother, this Mercedes is nice. Did you rent it or buy it? Zhou Yuqing replied, of course I bought it. Zhou Qing, not very familiar with car prices, asked, this must cost around 7 or 800,000, right? Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, this is a Maybach, 3,400,000. 3,400,000. Zhou Qing gasped, her eyes filled with shock. Zhou Yuqing guessed that their mother probably hadn't told Zhou Qing about the 10 million he gave to the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so surprised by a car worth over 3 million. Brother, since you have so much money now, I won't hold back. Zhou Yuqing chuckled. Tell me, what do you mean by not holding back? Zhou Qing counted on her fingers and said, a laptop, an orange phone, a nice bag, and a luxurious lunch. Zhou Yuqing pretended to scoff. All those things together are only about 70 or 80,000. Zhou Qing, do you think so little of me? Zhou Qing blinked a few times and said, brother, I think you've gotten a bit carried away. Zhou Yuqing shrugged and said, what can I say? It's not my fault I'm rich. Before long, the siblings arrived at the most famous mall in Yunhai, Xingyuan Mall. Zhou Yuqing, acting like a nouveau riche, waved his cash and started shopping extravagantly. A set of jewelry, the most expensive laptop, an orange phone, an LD brand bag, a set of cosmetics, 3 sets of branded clothing, and 2 pairs of shoes. His shopping haul was impressive. Finally, they went to a high-end restaurant for lunch. Looking at the expensive items piled on the chair, Zhou Qing swallowed hard and asked, brother, how much did we spend in total? Zhou Yuqing thought for a moment and replied, around 14 to 15,000. Why? Can't handle it? Zhou Qing nodded and said, it's too extravagant. Even more luxurious than that Xu Niner from our dorm. Huh? Zhou Yuqing raised an eyebrow and asked, who is Xu Niner? Is she very rich? Zhou Qing said, like me, she got into Qinjiang University from a small county. As soon as she entered school, she got involved with 3 or 4 wealthy individuals. And everything she uses is top-tier luxury. Zhou Yuqing frowned and asked, is the atmosphere at Qinjiang University really that bad? Zhou Qing quickly replied, it's just a few individuals. The vast majority are good. Zhou Yuqing said, then stay away from this shunning in the future. My requirement isn't high. It's fine to date in college. But you absolutely cannot give yourself away before graduation. Later, give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer you 10,000 each month for pocket money. The siblings grew up together, so Zhou Qing wouldn't be polite to Zhou Yuqing. She happily said, haha, having a rich brother is great. From now on, I, Zhou Qing, won't lack money to spend. Zhou Yuqing handed her the menu and said, you're still saying I'm getting carried away. I feel like you're about to float into outer space. Zhou Qing proudly said, well, there's nothing I can do. I've also become wealthy. Wow, this steak is so expensive. Seeing her shocked expression, Zhou Yuqing couldn't help but smile. Chapter 41. The misunderstanding of Shen Jingyun after enjoying an expensive Western meal. The siblings left with laughter. Meanwhile, Shen Jingyun drove Daiwan and Xiao Yeye to the underground parking lot of Xingyuan Mall. Just as she parked the car, Shen Jingyun noticed a beautiful girl linking arms with Zhou Yuqing passing in front of the car. Her heart sank, as if she had lost something, and her face instantly turned pale. Xiao Yeye said, Mom, I think I just saw Dad. Shen Jingyun came back to her senses and quickly replied, Sweetheart, you must have seen wrong. Xiao Yeye pouted, I definitely didn't see wrong. Dad walked past our car with an Andy. Grandma, please let me out of the car. I want to find Dad. Shen Jingyun suddenly felt a surge of anxiety and scolded, Shen Xinyue, be obedient. Xiao Yeye seemed taken aback by her mother's scolding. She froze for a moment, then tears began to fall. I didn't see wrong. That person was definitely Dad. Boo-hoo, Mom is being mean to me. Daiwan quickly hugged Xiao Yeye, her heart aching, and said, Sweetheart, if you say you saw him, then you saw him. This time it's Mom's fault. Come on, let us get out of the car and see if it's really Dad. Daiwan opened the car door and carried Xiao Yeye out. They happened to see Zhou Yuqing's car turning a corner and leaving the parking lot. Xiao Yeye exclaimed happily, Grandma, Yeye knows Dad's license plate number 6688. Daiwan glanced at her daughter, who seemed a bit lost, and comforted her. Yes, that is indeed Dad's license plate number. But Dad didn't see Xiao Yeye. Xiao Yeye wiped her tears and said, but Mom doesn't believe me. Shen Jingyun took a deep breath and said, Sweetheart, you are right. Mom shouldn't have scolded you just now. Can you forgive me? Xiao Yeye sweetly replied, I can. Shen Jingyun forced a smile, kissed Xiao Yeye's cheek, and said, Thank you, sweetheart. Let us go. Mom will take you to ride the little train. Xiao Yeye immediately brightened up. Great. Let us go ride the little train. After Zhou Yuqing left for breakfast, Shen Jingyun took Xiao Yeye to her parents' house. Xiao Yeye loved the little train in the mall. After lunch, with nothing to do, Shen Jingyun brought her here to play, not expecting to see Zhou Yuqing and Zhou Qing. She didn't know Zhou Qing's identity and thought she was Zhou Yuqing's girlfriend, which left her feeling a bit lost. Once Xiao Yeye got on the train, Daiwan looked intently at her daughter and asked, Jingyun, do you like Zhou Yuqing? Shen Jingyun immediately felt flustered and replied, no. Daiwan sighed and said, a mother knows her daughter best. I know your character very well. If you didn't like Zhou Yuqing, you wouldn't have agreed to take Xiao Yeye to spend the night with him, and you definitely wouldn't have lost your composure upon seeing him with another girl. Shen Jingyun pursed her lips and said, Mom, I admit that after spending some time with him, I do have some feelings for him. But it's not to the point of liking him yet. Daiwan was silent for a moment and replied, although Zhou Yuqing may not be the best-looking person, I have to admit he is a very good young man. He is capable, has a steady personality, is responsible, and can cook well. Men like him are rare in today's society. It's normal for you to have feelings for him. Shin Jingyun said, Mom, please stop. Now that Zhou Yuchen has found a girlfriend, I will bury these feelings and not let them develop further. Daiwan countered, Are you sure that girl is Zhou Yuchen's girlfriend? Shin Jingyun was taken aback and replied, That girl is very pretty, and she was intimately linked with Zhou Yuchen's arm, chatting and laughing with him. I thought it was probably the case. Daiwan said, If it's only probably, then you can't be 100 sure. Jingyun, whether for your own feelings or for Xiaoyu, I think you should clarify this matter. If she really is Zhou Yuchen's girlfriend, then you and Xiaoyu need to keep a distance from him. Shin Jingyun nodded and said, I understand. I'll find out when I go back this afternoon. 2 hours later, Shin Jingyun brought Xiaoyu back to Zhou Yuchen's home. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a beautiful woman smiling and coming over. Sister Jingyun, hello. I'm Zhou Qing. Shin Jingyun was taken aback and asked, Are you Zhou Yuchen's girlfriend? Zhou Qing was also surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, Sister Jingyun, I'm his sister, Xiaoyu's real aunt. Shin Jingyun suddenly realized her misunderstanding about Zhou Yuchen, and a wave of joy surged from within her, immediately filling her face with a smile. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Mainly because you and your brother look nothing alike. You are much prettier than him. Zhou Qing replied, I take after my mom, and he takes after my dad. Thankfully, that's the case. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Shin Jingyun chuckled. You're quite lucky. Zhou Qing said, Xiaoyu is also lucky not to take after my brother. The two exchanged glances and laughed together. Xiaoyu stared at Zhou Qing for a while and asked, Annie, did you go to the mall with my dad? Zhou Qing smiled and said, Yes, how did you know? Xiaoyu replied, I saw you. Zhou Qing exclaimed, Then why didn't you call out to us? Xiaoyu pouted and said, Mom didn't believe me and scolded me. Shin Jingyun helplessly said, Sweetie, I've already apologized, okay? By the way, you shouldn't call her auntie. You should call her aunt. Xiaoyu shook her little head and asked, What is an aunt? Shin Jingyun explained, Your dad's sister or younger sister is called aunt. Xiaoyu quickly said, I learned that in kindergarten. Mom's brothers are called uncle, and dad's sisters are called aunt, right? Seeing the little one so adorable, Zhou Qing felt her heart melting and said, That's right. Little Yaya is so smart. Can Annie hold you? Little Yaya showed no hesitation and immediately opened her arms. Zhou Qing picked her up and kissed her on the cheek, saying, Sweetheart, Annie loves you so much. Little Yaya also kissed Zhou Qing on the cheek and said, Auntie, Yaya loves you too. Zhou Qing exclaimed, Oh my sweetheart. How can you be so cute? Come on, Annie bought you some building blocks to play with. Shall we go play together? Little Yaya's eyes lit up and she replied, Okay. Seeing the bond between Zhou Qing and Little Yaya, Shin Jingyun smiled faintly. Chapter 42. Sense of danger. Walking into the kitchen, Shin Jingyun looked at Zhou Yuchen, who was busy cooking, and suddenly felt a sense of relief. Although they had only known each other for a little over half a month, she realized that she seemed to be increasingly reliant on him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so out of character when she mistakenly thought Zhou Qing was Zhou Yuchen's girlfriend. As Zhou Yuchen chopped vegetables, he asked, Did you and Xiaoya go to the Xingyuan Mall too? Shin Jingyun replied with a nod. Xiaoya loves riding the little train on the second floor of the mall. My mom and I took her there to play for a while. And we even saw you and Zhou Qing. But you guys were walking too fast, and we didn't have time to call out to you. Zhou Yuchen said. That really is quite a coincidence. Jingyun, there's something I want to discuss with you. Shin Jingyun asked, What is it? Zhou Yuchen put down the knife, his expression serious. I called my parents yesterday. Shin Jingyun, being a very clever woman, immediately understood what he meant, and said, You told your uncle and aunt about us, right? Zhou Yuchen nodded, Yes. Shin Jingyun asked, Do they want to meet Xiaoya? Zhou Yuchen nodded again, very much. Shin Jingyun pondered for a moment and asked, When are we going? Zhou Yuchen was taken aback, You agree? Shin Jingyun smiled. Grandparents want to see their granddaughter. Do I really have the right to disagree? Zhou Yuchen replied seriously, You do. If you disagree, I won't take the child back. Shin Jingyun rolled her eyes at him. I was just joking. Why so serious? Zhou Yuchen said, On the matter of Xiaoya, I must respect your opinion. Shin Jingyun asked, Can I go too? Zhou Yuchen answered without hesitation, Of course. If you're willing to go, my parents will definitely be even happier. Shin Jingyun inquired, What time? Zhou Yuchen replied, Next Saturday. Shin Jingyun nodded, Okay. As long as I don't have to work overtime, I'll take the child to see her grandparents. Zhou Yuchen gratefully said, Jingyun, thank you. Shin Jingyun responded, I should be the one thanking you. Ever since you came to Yunhai to help with the child, I've really felt a lot more relaxed. Zhou Yuchen unexpectedly chimed in. So, would you like to stay this relaxed forever? Shin Jingyun seemed taken aback by his question, first showing surprise, then revealing a playful smile. If you're confessing to me, I will clearly answer. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. After saying that, Shin Jingyun couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yuchen laughed heartily as well. While Shin Jingyun's response seemed like a rejection, it was actually giving Zhou Yuchen a chance. Otherwise, why would she need to encourage him to keep trying? However, The towering obstacles preventing them from being together stood right in front of them, and until those were overcome, neither dared to take another step forward. An hour later, 6 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Zhou Qing looked at the beautifully presented dishes and exclaimed, "Bro, when did your cooking skills become so impressive?" Zhou Yuqin opened a bottle of red wine he bought from the mall and said, "As a top student, learning to cook is a piece of cake for me." Zhou Qing replied, "I'm also a top student, but I just can't seem to learn how to cook." Zhou Yuqin smirked and said, "You, who didn't even make it to the top 10 in the province, dare to call yourself a top student? That's hilarious." Zhou Qing retorted, "That was just an off day for me. If it weren't for a tiny mistake in the last big math problem, I could have at least ranked in the top 5 in the province." Zhou Yuqin said, "Only top 5? I thought you were going for the top spot." Zhou Qing rolled her eyes in frustration. Shen Jingyun helplessly said, "You two siblings are just too much. Compared to you, I'm a real underachiever. I hope Xiao Yeye inherits your genes when it comes to studying." Zhou Qing patted Xiao Yeye's head and said, "Xiao Yeye is so smart and adorable. She will definitely be better than us." Zhou Yuqin nodded and added, "That's a given." Back in the day, the total score for the college entrance exam was 750, and I scored 728. There's still space for Xiao Yeye to break that record. Shen Jingyun was left speechless. It was Zhou Qing's first time tasting the meal Zhou Yuqin cooked, and she couldn't help but praise him, insisting that she would come over often to mooch off his cooking. After enjoying the meal, the 4 of them went out for a walk. Zhou Yuqin said, "Zhou Qing, why don't you stay over tonight?" Zhou Qing glanced at Shen Jingyun and asked, "Will it disturb you and Sister Jingyun?" Shen Jingyun blushed and quickly explained, "Not at all. Xiao Yeye and I are just here for a couple of days." Zhou Qing said, "Sister Jingyun, even though this is our first meeting, I really like you and Xiao Yeye. Can I sleep with you tonight?" Shen Jingyun replied, "Of course you can." Zhou Qing happily said, "Xiao Yeye, Auntie will cuddle with you tonight. Are you happy?" Xiao Yeye innocently asked, "Will you snore when you sleep?" Zhou Qing replied, "Definitely not." "Why do you ask, sweetheart?" Xiao Yeye made an exaggerated gesture and said, "Because Dad's snoring is louder than thunder." Zhou Qing laughed and reassured her, "Don't worry. Annie not only doesn't snore, but she also tells great stories." Xiao Yeye's face lit up as she said, "That's great. I want to hear Annie tell a story." Zhou Yuqin, who had been silent, glanced at Zhou Qing. She seemed to sense it and turned to give him a proud look. The siblings had grown up together, and although they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, their understanding of each other hadn't diminished at all. Zhou Yuqin knew that Zhou Qing was trying to integrate into Shen Jingyun and Xiao Yeye's world, and if there were any issues between him and Shen Jingyun in the future, she could serve as a bridge to connect them. This girl is still as clever as ever. At that moment, Zhou Yuqin suddenly felt 2 sharp gazes fixed on him from a distance, and his expression changed. He said, "Jingyun, Zhou Qing, take Xiaoye to play on the slide. I need to go home for a moment." Shen Jingyun noticed something was off with Zhou Yuqin's demeanor and asked, "What's wrong? You didn't eat something bad, did you?" Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and replied, "It's my own cooking. How could I eat something bad? You all go ahead. I'll head back first." After saying that, Zhou Yuqin turned and walked towards 2 young men 50 meters away. When he reached them, Zhou Yuqin stopped and coldly asked, "Luo Hao sent you?" The 2 young men were about the same age as Zhou Yuqin. One was short, under 1.7 meters tall, with a face full of pimples and a muscular build that seemed to radiate immense strength. The other was a burly man, tall and imposing, with sharp eyes and a long scar from his neck to his jaw, giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. The burly man didn't expect Zhou Yuqin to find them so accurately. He was slightly taken aback and asked, "How did you find us?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "Does it matter?" The burly man said, "Not really. Brother, taking money from others comes with risks. Someone is willing to pay 3 million for your 2 legs. So we have no choice but to do this." Zhou Yuqin said calmly, "There are surveillance cameras all over the neighborhood. Aren't you worried about being recorded?" The short man pulled out a dagger, waved it around a bit, and said, "So what if we're recorded? After we finish the job, we'll leave Yuhai and head abroad. This money will last us for a while." Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "Got it. If I'm not mistaken, you guys must be wanted criminals, right?" The burly man sneered and said, "You talk too much. Let's get to it." Chapter 43. Zhou Yuqin is taken away. The short man moved with incredible agility, swiftly appearing in front of Zhou Yuqin and stabbing fiercely at his abdomen. Seeking death, Zhou Yuqin let out a cold snort, his right hand striking like an eagle's claw, catching the man's wrist in a flash. There was a sharp crack, and the short man's hand was crushed, the dagger clattering to the ground. Although the short man had decent speed and strength, he was still far too weak in front of Zhou Yuqin, a master of Xingyi. The short man was also quite tough. Despite his broken hand, he merely grunted and immediately raised his leg to counterattack. Zhou Yuqin would not give him that chance. Before the short man could lift his leg, Zhou Yuqin's palm strike had already landed on the back of his head. Thud! The short man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, the burly man beside him wore a shocked expression. It took just 10 seconds to take down Husan, a figure known in the underworld as the King of Knives. Zhou Yuchen's strength far exceeded his expectations. However, the burly man, though surprised, remained calm and pulled out a handgun from his pocket. Oh no! Zhou Yuchen felt a chill run down his spine. With a sudden push of his right foot, he launched himself forward like a high-speed train, charging at the burly man. Before the man could pull the trigger, Zhou Yuchen's fist had already struck his shoulder. Oh! The burly man let out a painful scream. Concerned for his own life, Zhou Yuchen did not hold back, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the man's shoulder, causing the handgun to fall to the ground. Like his companion, Zhou Yuchen delivered a palm strike that knocked him out. Hello, is this the police department in Yanhai City? Without hesitation, Zhou Yuchen called the emergency number. Upon learning that the assailants had a gun, the police officer on the line was startled. Within 20 minutes, more than 10 officers arrived. At this point, many residents and security personnel from the community had gathered around Zhou Yuchen. The expressions of the security personnel were all quite grim. It was no joke. Allowing armed criminals to enter the community was a serious dereliction of duty on their part. Fortunately, there had been no casualties among the residents. Otherwise, their security company would be finished. I'm Officer Zhang Wei from the Criminal Investigation Team, who reported the crime. The leading officer was an older detective in his 40s, with a serious expression and an imposing presence. I did. Zhou Yuchen raised his hand and said, Officer Zhang, hello. My name is Zhou Yuchen. These two intended to attack me, but I took them down. The handgun belongs to the burly man, and the short one also had a gun. Zhang Wei picked up the handgun, examined it, and confirmed it was real. Then turned to look at the unconscious burly man and the short man, his pupils narrowing. Wu Lao Lu, Husan. Zhou Yuchen asked, Officer Zhang, are they wanted criminals? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow and countered. Why do you think that? Zhou Yuchen replied. This community is filled with surveillance cameras. Yet they showed no fear of exposing their identities. They even said someone had given them 3 million to take my legs. After finishing the job, they planned to escape from the country. Zhang Weizan praised. Smart. Since they even used guns, how did you manage to knock them out? Zhou Yuchen replied. I have some skills. They didn't have time to shoot before I took care of them. Zhang Wei gave a thumbs up and said, impressive. These two, Wu Laolu and Husan, are A-list wanted criminals issued by the National Police Authority. They have killed 6 of our colleagues and stolen 4 guns. These should be 2 of them. I didn't expect these 2 fugitives to come to our area and end up in your hands. Mr. Zhou, on behalf of the police authority, I thank you. After saying this, Zhang Wei saluted him. Zhou Yuchen quickly responded, Officer Zhang, there's no need for that. I was just trying to save myself. Zhang Wei asked, have you offended anyone recently? Zhou Yuchen nodded and said, Luo Hao from Haifeng Transportation Company. Zhang Wei's eyes flickered as he said, Mr. Zhou, could you please come with us to the police authority? We need to take a statement. Zhou Yuchen replied, no problem. However, I need to make a call to inform my family. Zhang Wei said, all right. Zhou Yuchen took out his phone and called Shen Jingyun. After briefly explaining the situation, Zhou Yuchen said, that scoundrel Luo Hao is bold and reckless. No one knows if he will send someone to attack again. For your safety, you and the child should go home as soon as possible and let Zhou Qing hurry back to the dormitory, perhaps having grown up in a police family. Shen Jingyun remained calm in this sudden situation and said, understood. I will take Zhou Qing to stay for a night at the Mingda community. Zhou Yuchen said, that would be perfect. After hanging up, Zhou Yuchen followed the police officer out. Upon arriving at the police authority, Zhang Wei personally took a detailed statement from him. Zhou Yuchen clearly explained his past grievances with Luo Hao, leaving nothing concealed. After the record was completed, Zhang Wei looked at Zhou Yuchen with a sense of regret. A top student with a promising future had, through an unfortunate misstep, been wrongfully accused by a scoundrel and a despicable woman, ruining his life. Such a blow would have overwhelmed anyone else, possibly driving them to despair. Yet Zhou Yuchen remained strong and even seemed to be living well, which earned Zhang Wei's admiration. Returning to the office with the statement, Zhang Wei unexpectedly saw Director Shen Qinggang and immediately saluted him, saying, Director, what brings you here? Shen Qinggang replied, I heard you caught 2 A-list wanted criminals and came to take a look. Zhang Wei explained, Director, it was Zhou Yuchen who caught them. I just picked up the leftovers. Shen Qinggang extended his hand and said, let me see the statement. Zhang Wei promptly handed the statement to Shen Qinggang. After reading it, Shen Qinggang smiled and said, I didn't expect this kid to have some skills. Zhang Wei was taken aback and asked, Director, do you know Zhou Yuchen? Shen Qinggang replied, not only do I know him, but I'm also quite familiar with him. What are you planning to do next? Zhang Wei said without hesitation, quickly bring Luo Hao in, and don't let him have any contact with the 2 wanted criminals. Shen Qinggang asked, do you think Zhou Yucheng's story is true or false? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wei replied, based on my years of experience in handling cases, Zhou Yucheng's story should be true, but unfortunately, there is no evidence. Unless Luo Hao and Su Xiaya confess, It is impossible to overturn the case. Shen Chenggang nodded and asked, can Zhou Yuqing leave now? Zhang Wei said, of course. I will have someone take him back immediately. Shen Chenggang stood up and said, no need. He can come with me. Zhang Wei's heart sank, and he had to reassess the relationship between Shen Chenggang and Zhou Yuqing. Just then, a police officer suddenly pushed the door and rushed in. Zhang Wei frowned and scolded. Xiao Lu, do you still understand the rules? Xiao Lu, seeing that Director Shen Chenggang was also present, seemed a bit flustered and quickly saluted, saying, hello, Director. Shen Chenggang waved his hand and said, just get to the point. Xiao Lu replied, Director, Captain, we just received news that Luo Haifeng, the president of Haifeng Transportation Company, has been stabbed 6 times and is in critical condition, currently undergoing emergency treatment in the hospital. His son, Luo Hao, along with several friends, was caught using drugs at a KTV by our narcotics team and is on the way back. Chapter 44. Zhou Yuqin's request. Shen Chengang's expression changed, and Zhou Yuqin's calm and composed face immediately surfaced in his mind. He instinctively felt that the incident involving the Luo family had something to do with Zhou Yuqin. Zhang Wei clearly thought of this too and turned to look at Shen Chenggang. Without any hesitation, Shen Chenggang said, do not let Zhou Yuqin go. Combine the case of Luo Hao's incident with his hiring of an assailant. Zhang Wei replied, understood. Zhou Yuqin sat in the inquiry room for over half an hour before a police officer walked in. Officer, can I leave now? Mr. Zhou, sorry, but you need to come with me to another location. Where to? To the interrogation room. What? Zhou Yuqin was taken aback. The inquiry room is where the police question witnesses, while the interrogation room is where they interrogate suspects. The two are completely different concepts. Zhou Yuqin was confused about how he suddenly became a suspect. Upon entering the interrogation room, Zhou Yuqin saw Zhang Wei and a police officer in his 30s sitting upright, looking very serious. Officer Zhang, I want to know what's going on. Zhou Yuqin asked straightforwardly as he sat down across from them. Zhang Wei's gaze was sharp as he asked, Zhou Yuqin, do you know Luo Haifeng? Zhou Yuqin shook his head. I have never met Luo Haifeng, but I know he is Luo Hao's father. Zhang Wei stared intently into Zhou Yuqin's eyes and said, just now, Luo Haifeng was stabbed 6 times and rushed to the emergency room. Wow, impressive. Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the police. He had just sent the video of Luo Hao cheating on him, and within less than a day, they had already taken action against Luo Haifeng. It was clear they were aiming to eradicate the problem completely. At the same time, Zhou Yuqin understood why he was moved from the inquiry room to the interrogation room. It was obvious the police suspected him of being involved in Luo Haifeng's stabbing. Zhou Yuqin's mind raced, but his expression remained calm as he asked, Officer Zhang, where was Luo Haifeng attacked? Zhang Wei did not miss any of Zhou Yuqin's subtle expressions and replied, in the underground parking lot of Haifeng Transportation Company headquarters. He was about to get into his car when someone rushed up and stabbed him 6 times. Some say the assailant was hired by you. Unable to hold back, Zhou Yuqin burst out laughing. I hired a killer? Officer Zhang, have you had too much to drink? I have only been in Yunhai for less than half a month, and I don't even know where the headquarters of Haifeng Transportation Company is. How could I possibly hire someone to kill Luo Haifeng? Even if I wanted to kill someone, it would definitely be Luo Hao. Zhang Wei continued. Luo Hao was at a KTV with a few of his friends. After receiving the report, we immediately dispatched officers and arrested him. Luo Hao is now in the next room, along with your ex-girlfriend Su Xiaoya. Zhou Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter again, saying, this is truly fantastic news. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya deserve what they are facing today. Zhang Wei stood up, leaning his arms on the table, staring directly at Zhou Yuqing, and said, do you dare say this has nothing to do with you? Zhou Yuqing replied firmly, it has nothing to do with me. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. A full minute passed before Zhang Wei finally looked away, saying with satisfaction, Mr. Zhou, you've revealed a flaw. Zhou Yuqing smiled slightly, asking, what flaw? Zhang Wei said solemnly, the moment I mentioned Luo Haifeng's murder, you appeared too calm, even smiling later. Any ordinary person hearing such news would never react that way. Zhou Yuqing replied, that's right. An ordinary person wouldn't react like that, but I'm sorry. I'm not an ordinary person. I'm a martial artist who has trained in Xingyi Yiquan for 5 years. Even if a few people die, or if tomorrow is the apocalypse, I wouldn't feel any fear. To practice martial arts, one must first cultivate courage. Without immense bravery, one cannot succeed in martial arts. Officer Zhang, does this explanation hold up? Zhang Wei nodded, saying, you're not afraid of an A-level wanted criminal, so this explanation indeed makes sense. However, I'm afraid I can't let you leave tonight. Zhou Yuqing replied. Understood. Mr. Zhang, may I see Luo Hao? Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, asking, why do you want to see Luo Hao? Zhou Yuqing explained. When I was in Sioux City, I heard some people in the underworld say that the Haifeng Transport Company might be involved in drug trafficking. When I see Luo Hao, I will tell him that I killed Luo Haifeng for revenge. I believe he will go crazy and make some mistakes he shouldn't. Perhaps it could help you deal with a drug trafficking organization. Zhang Wei replied without hesitation, no need for your help. This is our job and has nothing to do with you. On the other side, Shun Chenggang, who had been watching the interrogation through a camera, suddenly realized Zhou Yuqing's intention and immediately spoke into the microphone to Zhang Wei. We haven't obtained any useful information from Luo Hao. I think we can let Zhou Yuqing meet him. There might be unexpected gains. Receiving Shun Qinggang's instructions, Zhang Wei said, Zhou Yuqing, I can let you see Luo Hao, but you must not act aggressively. Zhou Yuqing, being quite clever, understood that Shun Qinggang was helping him and said, I promise to only use my words, not my hands. However, you'd better turn off the surveillance in the interrogation room and prepare a pinhole camera for me. Zhang Wei replied, all right. After leaving the second interrogation room, Zhou Yuqing met Shun Chenggang in the corridor. Shun Chenggang patted his shoulder, saying, the opportunity has been given to you. I hope you can seize it. Zhou Yuqing nodded, saying, thank you. Soon, Zhou Yuqing, secretly equipped with a pinhole camera, entered the first interrogation room and saw the dispirited Luo Hao. Luo Hao looked up and, seeing Zhou Yuqing, changed his expression dramatically, saying, how could it be you? Zhou Yuqing closed the door, sat down in front of him, crossed his legs, and said proudly, why wouldn't it be me? Luo Hao pointed at Zhou Yuqing, saying, I understand now. So it was all you. Zhou Yuqing spread his hands and said, where's the evidence? Without evidence, what is the point of your nonsense? At this point, Zhou Yuqing looked up at the camera in the corner of the interrogation room and said, Captain Zhang, please turn off the surveillance. I need 10 minutes to have a proper chat with my old friend. As soon as he finished speaking, the camera turned off. Luo Hao said in disbelief, you actually bribed the police. Zhou Yuqing sneered and replied, still the same old story. You have no evidence. Luo Hao, now no one can hear us, so let me tell you the truth. I've been preparing for revenge for 4 whole years. Do you know how I spent those 4 years? Luo Hao trembled all over and gritted his teeth as he said, so it was you. Chapter 45. Acting in front of Luo Hao, Zhou Yuqing whistled and laughed. That's right, it's me. Over the years, I've been investigating you and the shipping company behind you. I discovered that your father, Luo Haifeng, has been using his transport business to engage in drug trafficking. So, I hired a few private detectives to find evidence of your drug dealings. Unfortunately, your father hid things too well, and I couldn't find anything. However, I am well aware of your drug use. After seeing you yesterday, I decided not to wait any longer. I had someone follow you while I looked for a hitman to deal with your father. To be honest, I was the one who called the police about your drug use. Your father, however, wasn't so lucky. The hitman I hired stabbed him 6 times, and he bled out, dying in a tragic manner. But don't worry, the police have already placed your father's body in the morgue, and you should be able to see it tomorrow morning. Luo Hao, my good classmate, you must take care of yourself. Ha ha. After saying this, Zhou Yuqing laughed like a madman. In stark contrast, Luo Hao was completely stunned. On his way to the police station, he had already learned that his father had been assassinated, but the details were unclear. Now, hearing the news of his father's death from Zhou Yuqing, despair filled Luo Hao's face as he shouted angrily, Zhou Yuqing, you're lying to me. Ha ha. Zhou Yuqing laughed even harder upon hearing this. Holding his stomach, he gasped for breath and said, Luo Hao, stop dreaming. Your biggest support has fallen. You are now all alone, and no one can save you. Perhaps Zhou Yuqing's performance was too convincing, leading Luo Hao to subconsciously believe him. He went completely mad, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he shouted, Zhou Yuqing, I will kill you. Zhou Yuqing disdainfully replied, how will you kill me? With those 2 wanted criminals you found? What were their names? Wu Laolu and Husan. I've dealt with them. 3 million? You're too stingy. Do you know how much I paid the hitman who killed your father? A full 20 million, nearly 7 times what you offered. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Why do you only want my legs and not my life? Have you had a change of heart? Luo Hao gritted his teeth and said, because I want to humiliate you. Zhou Yuqing suddenly understood and replied, I see. Coincidentally, I want to kill you. I'll just let the police arrest you, which is also to humiliate you. You're definitely going to prison now. And I'll send 4 tough guys to take good care of you, ensuring you have a comfortable time every day. A flash of fear crossed Luo Hao's eyes, but he tried to sound fierce as he said, you dare. Zhou Yuqing laughed, I dared to kill your father. So what makes you think I wouldn't dare to deal with you, you little fool? However, in light of our shared school days, I can tell you another secret. Do you know who that hitman is? Luo Hao's expression changed. Who? Ha ha. Zhou Yuqing pointed at Luo Hao, laughing uncontrollably. By the end, he was even on the verge of tears from laughing so hard. Luo Hao felt insulted and said, are you going to speak or not? Zhou Yuqing took out a piece of tissue to wipe his tears and replied, he is your father's closest business partner. Ha ha ha, your dad is such a fool. How can he trust someone who deals in drugs? It's just ridiculous. Luo Hao's eyes turned completely red as he cursed, that bastard Li Jinting. I knew he wasn't a good person. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have become addicted. As soon as this was said, Zhang Wei, who had been in the monitoring room, swung his arm vigorously and said happily, "Nice." Shen Chenggang said in a deep voice, "Look into Li Jinting." Yes. Zhang Wei immediately assigned the task. Zhou Yuqin felt invigorated as he opened up a breakthrough and performed even more smoothly. Mr. Li is much better than you guys. He knows when to stop. He made enough money and turned to legitimate business, eliminating all hidden dangers. That's the right way to go. In comparison, you two are truly hopelessly foolish. Luo Hao suddenly sensed something was off and asked, "Zhou Yuqin, how do you know this so clearly? Are you one of Li Jinting's people?" Zhou Yuqin had just been making things up and had no connection to Li Jinting. However, it didn't matter whether he knew him or not. What was important was to make Luo Hao believe he did. As Zhou Yuqin's brain raced, he smugly said, "I'm just a small fry. How would I have the qualifications to know Mr. Li? To be honest, I'm an undercover cop. Mr. Li has a subordinate called Black Ghost. I've been working for him for years. It's precisely because I can't become a core member of the group that I can't get any insider information on your deals. Otherwise, I would have made sure you two had no place to bury yourselves by now." Luo Hao completely believed Zhou Yuqin's words and viciously said, "You really are something. You'd risk your life for revenge." Zhou Yuqin's eyes instantly turned red, and he gritted his teeth. "Of course I want revenge. I was once a prominent figure. But because of your slander, I was thrown into the dust and ruined my life. If I don't take revenge, I swear I'll never be human again." Luo Hao retorted fiercely, "You're just a madman." Zhou Yuqin replied, "Exactly. Since the day I entered prison, I've been mad." Luo Hao, at this point, let's speak frankly. There's one thing I still can't understand. You were the one who wanted to assault Su Xiaoya, and I was the one who saved her. We were even in a romantic relationship. Why did she lie at the police station? Ha ha. Luo Hao seemed to finally find an opportunity to gain the upper hand and laughed loudly. Zhou Yuqin pretended to be furious and said, "What the hell are you laughing at?" The angrier Zhou Yuqin became, the happier Luo Hao felt. Finally, he revealed the truth of that year. "Zhou Yuqin, after all those years working for Li Jinting, how could you still be so naive?" Luo Hao crossed his legs and said proudly, "To be honest with you, Su Xiaoya has a gambling-addicted father who owes our casino over 3 million. After the incident, we arrested her father and forced her to lie to the police to get you implicated. Got it? You fool." Chapter 46. The truth revealed finally. The truth is out. Zhou Yuqin felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his face displayed a look of anger and sorrow as he said, "You bunch of scoundrels. You can truly do anything. However, you are right. I was too naive, and I should have seen this coming." Luo Hao seized the moment and asked, "Do you know how I eventually won over Su Xiaoya?" Zhou Yuqin scoffed. "What other methods do you have besides coercion?" Luo Hao smirked and mocked, "Zhou Yuqin, how did someone with your intelligence become the top scorer in the college entrance examination? It's simply hopelessly foolish." Zhou Yuqin retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Luo Hao answered, "Let me tell you, it's about seduction. Women have a common trait. They love vanity. To make Su Xiaoya willingly follow me, I not only cleared her father's gambling debts, but also frequently treated her to luxurious meals. The money I spent on her amounted to millions. After getting used to a life of indulgence, do you think Su Xiaoya could remain the same? Ha ha ha. In just 2 months, she obediently lay in my bed, willingly becoming my woman." In the monitoring room, Shen Chenggang let out a long breath and said to Zhang Wei, "Later, you go and interrogate Su Xiaoya to get her testimony and completely clear the wrongful case against Zhou Yuqin." "Understood," Zhang Wei replied. At that moment, he finally understood why Shen Chenggang made an exception to let Zhou Yuqin meet Luo Hao. It was for this case. Ha ha. Zhou Yuqin laughed loudly 3 times, forcing out a few drops of tears as he said, "Luo Hao, I have to admit, you really understand human nature. In this regard, I am not as good as you, but I don't understand why you would send someone to deal with me. Don't you think you're being too impatient?" Luo Hao replied, "I've already said it. I'm not going to kill you, but I will cripple you, and then play with your wife in front of you. Ha ha. Just thinking about such an exciting scene makes me feel incredibly refreshed." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingang's face turned ashen with anger. He knew that the wife Zhou Yuqin referred to was his own daughter. Fortunately, Shen Qinggang did not have a heart condition, otherwise, he might have been driven to a fatal outcome. Zhang Wei beside him cursed, "What a complete scumbag." Zhou Yuqin stood up and coldly said, "You won't have the chance. I can tell you clearly that Mr. Li will never let you go. If it weren't for my desire to humiliate you in prison and have you arrested, you would probably already be meeting your end like your father. Luo Hao, you better not die. I will definitely send someone to take good care of you." Luo Hao showed a disdainful expression and said, "Zhou Yuqin, I want to thank you." Zhou Yuqin was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Luo Hao said proudly, "I want to thank you for revealing the truth. Li Jinting dreaming of washing his hands clean is just that, a dream. Let me tell you, my dad has long left behind evidence that could destroy him. As long as I achieve merit for my crimes and hand over the evidence to the police, do you think you still have a chance to deal with me?" After finishing his words, Luo Hao shouted loudly, I want to report. Zhou Yuchan's face turned extremely ugly as he scolded, report your mother. Seeing this situation, Luo Hao's voice grew even louder, I want to report. My father was killed by this bastard. Bang. The door opened, and Zhang Wei burst in with 3 police officers, asking, what's going on? Luo Hao pointed at Zhou Yuchan and said, he offered 20 million to kill my father. Zhang Wei pretended to be shocked and asked, Luo Hao, do you know what you're saying? Zhou Yuchan, sensing the urgency, said, Captain Zhang, this bastard is crazy. He is just a clueless rich kid. It's pointless to ask him anything, just throw him in jail. Luo Hao anxiously replied, he's talking nonsense. Captain Zhang, this person appears to be your undercover agent, but he is really not a good person at all. I can provide evidence of Li Jinting's crimes. I just hope you can act fairly and avenge my father. Zhou Yuchan interjected, Captain Zhang, I've been undercover with Li Jinting for so long. Do you still not trust my character? Zhang Wei turned to Zhou Yuchan and said, Yuchan, you seem a bit nervous. Otherwise, why is there so much sweat on your forehead? Zhou Yuchan quickly wiped his forehead and forced a smile, Captain Zhang. Don't joke around, I'm not sweating at all. Zhang Wei coldly replied, if you're not sweating, why are you wiping your forehead? Zhou Yuchan was left speechless. Luo Hao burst into laughter, Zhou Yuchan, you big fool. Do you know what it means to be joyful and then sad? This is it. Zhang Wei instructed Lu. Take Zhou Yuchan to another interrogation room. Yuchan, don't worry, if Luo Hao can't provide strong evidence, I will definitely clear your name. Zhou Yuchan pressed his lips together and said, understood, Captain Zhang. 2 police officers led Zhou Yuchan out of the interrogation room and into the monitoring room. Shen Chenggang smiled and said, not bad. With both courage and strategy, your acting skills are superb, playing Luo Hao effortlessly. Xiao Zhou, it's a shame you're not a police officer. Zhou Yuchan replied, my purpose for doing this is not revenge, but to clear my name. I don't want my issues to affect the future political review of the young girl. Shen Chenggang nodded, don't worry. Someone has already been sent to interrogate Su Xiaoya. As long as she admits it was a false accusation, your case will be overturned. Zhou Yuchan looked at the monitoring screen showing Su Xiaoya in the interrogation room and said, I hope everything goes smoothly. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei walked in with the record, looking excited, and reported, Director, Luo Hao has confessed everything. I will take people to Luo Haifeng's house to find that laptop. It not only has records of Luo Haifeng's transactions with Li Jinting, but also a long list of drug trafficking personnel. Shen Chenggang smiled and said, go ahead. If you can uncover this connection, I will personally commend you. Yes, thank you, Director. Excited, Zhang Wei walked to the door of the monitoring room, but suddenly stopped. Turned to Zhou Yuchan and said, Mr. Zhou, thank you. Zhou Yuchan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, it's a duty for police and citizens to cooperate. 10 minutes after Zhang Wei left, the officer in charge of interrogating Su Xiaoya returned. Shen Chenggang took the record, read it carefully, and said, Xiao Zhou, congratulations, your case has turned around. Zhou Yuchan opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but for some reason, his mind went blank all of a sudden. After crossing into this world and merging with his predecessor, Zhou Yuchan felt as if he were living under the weight of a great mountain. He knew this was the predecessor's obsession, which had now become his own. The mountain was too high and too heavy, and at times it made it hard for him to breathe. But now it was gone, and Zhou Yuchan felt a wave of relief wash over him, feeling lighter inside and out. Even his breathing had become much smoother. Chapter 47. Zhou Yuchan's hacking skills. After a while, Zhou Yuchan finally regained his composure, wiped his face vigorously, and let out a long sigh, saying, justice may be late, but it's better than not arriving at all. Shen Chenggang said solemnly, this is a mistake on our police's part that made you spend 10 months in jail. I apologize to you on behalf of the Yunhai Police Department. Zhou Yuchan shook his head and replied, this has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault for misjudging people. In the circumstances back then, anyone handling the case would have reached the same conclusion. Moreover, sometimes misfortunes can lead to blessings. If it weren't for that incident, I wouldn't have such a lovely angel. Thinking of the adorable little face of Xiaoya, Zhou Yuchan couldn't help but smile. Shen Chenggang understood Zhou Yuchan was referring to Xiaoya and said, that's true. Zhou Yuchan asked, can I leave now? Shen Chenggang thought for a moment and replied, let's wait for Zhang Wei to come back. He is in charge of this incident. Zhou Yuchan nodded, all right. Seeing a programming book on the desk, Zhou Yuchan picked it up and started reading seriously to pass the time. After about an hour, Zhang Wei returned with a laptop, looking somewhat troubled. Shen Chenggang noticed and asked, what's going on? Zhang Wei forced a smile and said, Director, this laptop is password protected. I checked with the tech department, and it has a self-destruct program. If the wrong password is entered 3 times, the hard drive will be wiped. We've already missed one attempt, and the technician is afraid to try again. Shen Chenggang frowned. If even our Yunhai tech department can't crack this laptop's password, who can? Yindu? Zhang Wei replied. Yindu might struggle too. The tech department said they could use a very basic method to handle it, But it would take a week. A week? Shen Chenggang said irritably. If it's not resolved tonight, by tomorrow morning, they'll have vanished without a trace. What's the point of catching them then? Zhou Yuqin put down the book and said, "Can I take a look at this laptop?" Shen Chenggang raised an eyebrow. "You know how to." "Oh right. You definitely know. Otherwise you wouldn't have been reading that programming book for so long." "Zhang Wei, open the laptop and let Xiaozhou take a look." "Understood." Zhang Wei opened the laptop and gestured for Zhou Yuqin to take a look. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuqin sat down, typed out a sequence of code, and said, "Give me a moment." Shen Chenggang's eyes lit up. "Can you handle it?" Zhou Yuqin confidently replied, "Yes." Shen Chenggang said, "Great. Go ahead and do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." "There won't be any problems," Zhou Yuqin casually remarked as he got to work. Shen Chenggang and Zhang Wei, two novices, stood behind him, watching as lines of code appeared on the screen, leaving them in awe. Although they couldn't understand what these codes meant, just looking at the astonishing speed and complexity gave the two a sense of awe. Zhang Wei said softly, "Director, if Zhou Yuqin can really crack this password, can we hire him as our network technology advisor?" Shen Chenggang's eyes flickered as he replied, "Let's talk about it once he succeeds." About 40 minutes later, Zhou Yuqin finally stopped, pointed at the screen, and said, "The computer's password should be this string of numbers." Zhang Wei exclaimed, "Wow, 16 digits." Zhou Yuqin said, "I'm going to try the password now." Zhang Wei hurriedly said, "Let me jot it down first." Zhou Yuqin replied, "No need, I've already memorized these numbers." With a series of rapid key presses, Zhou Yuqin entered the 16-digit password and hit enter. The screen flashed, and the computer booted to the desktop. "Impressive." Zhang Wei gave Zhou Yuqin a thumbs up, his face full of excitement. Shen Chenggang also looked at Zhou Yuqin with newfound respect. He had skills in various areas, from cooking to financial investment, and now he demonstrated such excellent computer technology. Zhou Yuqin stood up and said, "This laptop uses a rotating password, changing every week. With the time being midnight today, I suspect your tech department found an old password, which is why the entry was incorrect." Shen Chenggang looked at him deeply and asked, "Are you a hacker?" Zhou Yuqin shook his head and replied, "I just have some interest in computer programming." "Director Shen, Captain Zhang, may I leave now?" Shen Chenggang asked. "Zhang Wei, does Xiaozhou have any other questions?" Zhang Wei said no. "I'll send him home right now." Shen Chenggang initially wanted to see Zhou Yuqin off, but given the serious nature of the case, he felt it was inappropriate to leave. As Zhou Yuqin walked out of the office, he ran into Su Xiaoya, who was just coming out of the restroom. Behind her were two serious female police officers. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqin, Su Xiaoya quickly lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Zhou Yuqin stopped and said lightly, "Su Xiaoya, it seems you owe me an apology." Su Xiaoya, tears streaming down her face and looking pitiful, said, "Chengge, I was forced. I had no choice." Having spent an enormous amount over the past 4 years, it was ridiculous for her to claim she was coerced. Zhou Yuqin found her shamelessness amusing and replied, "You're really disgusting." After saying that, he strode away. By the time he got home, it was already 3 in the morning. After taking a hot shower, Zhou Yuqin stood on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky, feeling the weight on his heart finally lift. In fact, he was surprised by how the events unfolded that night. Yan Qingfeng's working style exceeded Zhou Yuqin's expectations. From the moment he sent the video to Yan Qingfeng to the incident with the Luo family, it all happened in less than 18 hours. In such a short time, the ability of the individual to eliminate the underworld figure while uncovering the drug use location is quite evident. As for sparing the life of the other person, it is certainly not out of a change of heart. It's likely a strategy for further manipulation. After all, the betrayal involved is something that any man would struggle to accept, especially someone of that stature. As for himself, he knows that this astute individual would suspect him of leaking the video, potentially using it as leverage against his own enemies. However, he is not particularly worried about this. This person is not foolish. Before taking action, they would definitely investigate his background. If they discover that his acquaintance's grandfather is a high-ranking official in the local government, it is unlikely that they would take action against him unless absolutely necessary. Having reviewed the entire process and confirming that there are no issues, he sits cross-legged on the bed and begins to practice a meditative form of Tai Chi. Chapter 48 Doubts about Zhou Yuqin. Almost at the same time, less than 10 kilometers from the center of Yanhai City, a silver van collided with a luxury nanny vehicle. The drivers of both vehicles died on the spot, and a top actress inside the nanny vehicle, Shui Yibing, suffered severe head injuries and lost a lot of blood, being urgently sent to the hospital's operating room. Yan Qingfeng, a business tycoon in Yanhai, rushed to the hospital, demanding that the doctors spare no expense to save Shui Yibing. His heartfelt concern for his wife moved many nurses. "What is the situation outside?" Yan Qingfeng quietly asked Guomao, pulling him aside outside the operating room. "Brother, the situation isn't good. Luo Haifeng was stabilized after rescue, but he was involved in drug trafficking, and the police have already investigated it. The day he is discharged from the hospital will be the day he receives a death sentence. As for Luo Hao, he was taken by the police for drug use. And a sentence is inevitable. I will arrange for someone to take special care of him. Luo Haifeng is not an easy person. You need to be careful of him. Have you found out who sent me the email? The main suspect is a young man named Zhou Yuchen. I can only confirm that he has a grudge against Luo Hao. The specifics will be clear by tomorrow noon. Also, he was at the police station all night and left at 2 in the morning. Using someone else as a weapon? That is possible. Yan Qingfeng's face darkened, and he said, to use me as a tool, he really has some audacity. Investigate Zhou Yuchen's background thoroughly. If all the evidence points to him, I'll personally go talk to him. Guomao nodded, understood. At that moment, the operating room door opened. Yan Qingfeng immediately approached, anxiously asking, Doctor, how is my wife? The attending physician sighed and said, Mr. Yan, please accept our condolences. We have done our best. Yan Qingfeng stepped back as if unable to accept the blow. Collapsing onto Guomao's shoulder, his eyes filled with sorrow and despair, tears streaming down his face, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word. If Zhou Yuchen were here, he would definitely give a thumbs up for Yan Qingfeng's acting skills. Truly impressive. Even an Oscar-winning actor would have to bow down in front of him. At 8 in the morning, Shun Qinggang returned home after a sleepless night. With Zhou Yuchen's help, they accessed Luo Haifeng's laptop, obtaining a list of dozens of individuals involved in various aspects of drug trafficking. They discovered that Li Jinting, mentioned by Luo Hao, was the producer of the drugs, disguised as the owner of a timber processing factory in Yunnan. To avoid any complications, Shun Qinggang did not hesitate to contact the Yunnan police. In just 3 hours, the majority of the suspects were apprehended and 3 tons of drugs were seized. Unfortunately, Li Jinting and several core members escaped, and they were unable to catch them all. Shun Qinggang suspected that there might be protection from local officials, which allowed the information to leak in advance. You haven't slept all night? Daiwan asked in surprise. Despite feeling a bit tired, Shun Qinggang was in high spirits and said, Zhou Yuchen has achieved a great feat. Daiwan raised her eyebrows and asked, what great feat? Shun Qinggang replied, the specifics are confidential. However, there is one very good piece of news I can share with you. Last night, we captured Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya, who wrongfully accused Zhou Yuchen and sent him to prison. Luo Hao admitted that he forced Su Xiaoya to lie under pressure from her father, who is a high-stakes gambler, which resulted in Zhou Yuchen being imprisoned for 10 months. Su Xiaoya also confessed to this matter. Dai Wan's eyes lit up. So you mean Zhou Yuchen is innocent? And his criminal record can be cleared, right? Shun Qinggang nodded and said, yes. Dai Wan clapped her hands in delight. That's wonderful. This way, Zhou Yuchen's issues won't affect Xiaoya. Shun Qinggang said, yes. Teacher Dai, what do you think of Zhou Yuchen as a person? Dai Wan adjusted her glasses and replied, he is exceptionally talented, calm and composed, and very responsible. He would be a good match. Shun Qinggang frowned. What do you mean? Do you agree to your daughter marrying him? Dai Wan said, your precious daughter told me herself that she has feelings for Zhou Yuchen. If they really decide to be together, can you stop them? Shun Qinggang was silent for a moment and said, last night, the police received a call that Luo Hao was involved in drug use, and his father, Luo Haifeng, was attacked by an assassin. Both events occurred the day after Zhou Yuchen met with Luo Hao. Dai Wan's expression changed dramatically. Are you suspecting him? Is there evidence? Shun Qingang's eyes flashed with intensity. It's precisely because there's no evidence that it's frightening. I have a strong intuition that there are intricate connections between Zhou Yuchen and the Luo father-son duo. On the way back, Shun Qinggang reviewed the entire process and realized that Zhou Yuchen played a crucial role at every point. Through interrogations, it was learned that Luo Hao had been involved in drug use at that KTV for over a year, and apart from a few addicts, no one else could possibly know. So, the question arises, who made the report? Shun Qinggang had someone investigate and found that the telecommunications company had no record of that number. The caller used a virtual phone, and Zhou Yuchen happened to be an expert in that area. This was too coincidental. Dai Wan understood very well that Shun Qinggang had been a police officer for his entire life and had developed an incredible intuition. With ordinary suspects, he could judge at a glance whether they were criminals, and it was proven that his judgments were almost always correct. Luo Hao nearly ruined Zhou Yuchen's life. Zhou Yuchen reporting his drug use seems both legally and morally justified. You're worried that Luo Haifeng's issues are related to him, right? Yes, we are investigating that assassin. Although Luo Haifeng is not a good person, if it turns out that Zhou Yuchen hired someone to kill him, he would still be charged with intentional homicide. It would either be the death penalty or life imprisonment. I believe Luo Haifeng was definitely not targeted by Xiao Chen's hired people. Why? Xiao Chen hates Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya, not Luo Haifeng. He didn't even kill the 2 main culprits, so how could he possibly go after Luo Haifeng? That makes no sense at all. Indeed, this case is very complicated. I feel there must be things I don't know about it. No matter what kind of case it is, there will always be a day when the truth comes to light. Right now, the most important thing for you is to have breakfast, get some sleep, and rest well. Sigh, after staying up all night, I really can't hold on any longer. This is what they call the passage of time being unforgiving. Chapter 49. The rumors about Zhou Qing on the other side. Zhou Yuqin prepared breakfast and knocked on Shun Jingyun's door. The door creaked open. Shun Jingyun stood in front of Zhou Yuqin wearing a white nightgown. Without any makeup, she was still as beautiful as a flower, leaving Zhou Yuqin momentarily stunned. Are you coming in or not? Shun Jingyun blushed slightly under his gaze and playfully scolded him. Zhou Yuqin came to his senses and said a bit awkwardly, "Sorry, it's just that you look too beautiful, and I got a bit distracted." Shun Jingyun smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment." After placing the breakfast on the table, Zhou Yuqin asked, "Has Zhou Qing and Xiao Ye not gotten up yet?" Shun Jingyun replied, "Zhou Qing is helping her get dressed. Did last night's issue get resolved?" "Who were those two?" Zhou Yuqin explained. "They were two wanted criminals that Luo Hao brought in. You can probably guess their intentions. Luckily, you called your dad and he went to the police department." Shun Jingyun asked in confusion, "Why?" Zhou Yuqin said, "Luo Hao was caught for drug trafficking, and the truth about what happened 5 years ago has finally come to light. If your dad hadn't agreed to let me meet with Luo Hao, I wouldn't have had this chance to clear my name." "Brother, is your name really cleared?" Zhou Qing came out holding Xiao Ye and asked excitedly. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, "Luo Hao and Su Xiaoyao admitted it in front of the police." Zhou Qing cried tears of joy and said, "That's wonderful. I have to tell Mom and Dad. They will be so happy." Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Let's wait until next week when we go home to tell them." Zhou Qing agreed. "Okay, we'll go back and give them a surprise." Xiao Ye saw her aunt crying and gently wiped away her tears, saying in a sweet voice, "Auntie, don't cry. Xiao Ye loves you." Zhou Qing kissed Xiao Ye on the forehead and said, "Sweetheart, Auntie is just too happy." Zhou Yuqin said, "Ye, hurry and wash your hands." After breakfast, "We're going to the amusement park." Xiao Ye's eyes lit up, and she cheered, "Great. We can finally go to the amusement park." Shun Jingyun said, "Zhou Qing, you should go too." Zhou Qing, being a genius with high intelligence and emotional quotient, naturally wouldn't he be foolish enough to be a third wheel, and said, "Jingyun, a well-known computer professor is coming to our school this afternoon. I want to go listen to the lecture. Shun Hao, you said, during university, studying is the most important. I'll drop you off at school first, then we'll head to the amusement park." Zhou Qing gave Zhou Yuqin an encouraging look and said, "Okay." After breakfast, Zhou Yuqin drove the 3 girls to Qingjiang University. After dropping Zhou Qing off, he headed to the amusement park with Shun Jingyun and Xiao Ye. Zhou Qing returned to the dormitory with several bags. Her roommates, Wang Tong and Yulina, immediately climbed out of bed and said in unison, "We're here to help you." Before Zhou Qing could respond, the two snatched the items from her hands, followed by a series of exclamations. "Wow, the latest LD brand bag. I remember it costs around 30,000. This is a set of cosmetics from a high-end brand, costing at least over 20,000. The top-spec phone and laptop, along with this elegant clothing brand. Goodness, how much would all this cost?" After confirming the prices of these items, Wang Tong and Yulina exchanged strange glances at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing looked around and asked, "Where's Xu Nianer?" Yulina scoffed and said disdainfully, "She was picked up last night by a rich second-generation guy driving a Hummer." Like Wang Tong and Zhou Qing, Yulina also secretly looked down on Xu Nianer for her lack of self-respect. Wang Tong said, "Darling, explain who that guy in the luxury car is. We've been classmates for almost 2 years, yet I've never seen him before. You really keep your secrets too well." Zhou Qing was taken aback and asked, "How do you know he drives a luxury car?" Wang Tong chuckled, "When you left yesterday, I couldn't help but chase after you and saw you hugging someone." Zhou Qing rolled her eyes and said irritably, "It's one thing for Xu Nianer to do that, but why did you have to join in? How boring." Wang Tong replied, "Never mind if it's boring or not, just tell me the truth. Is that guy your boyfriend?" Yelena chimed in, "Isn't it obvious? If he isn't her boyfriend, why would he spend so much on gifts for Zhou Qing? It's way better than what Xu Nianer got." Zhou Qing sighed and said, "His name is Zhou Yuqin, and we've grown up together." Wang Tong grinned widely and said, "So you're childhood sweethearts, and you share the same surname." "Zhou Qing, what stage are you two at? Is there anything?" Zhou Qing flicked Wang Tong on the forehead and said, "Keep those dirty thoughts to yourself. He is my brother, my real brother." Wang Tong exclaimed, "Really?" Zhou Qing replied, "Of course." Wang Tong's eyes lit up. "Zhou Qing, can you introduce your wealthy brother to me? Don't worry, once I become your sister-in-law and take control of the household finances, the first thing I'll do is buy you a house." Yelena burst out laughing and said, "Wang Tong, you're so shameless." "Zhou Qing, don't listen to her. I'll buy you a villa." Zhou Qing shrugged and said, "You two stop daydreaming. My brother has a 3.5-year-old child who is super adorable, and my future sister-in-law is 10 times prettier than me." Wang Tong and Yulina said in unison, "Impossible." Zhou Qing said, "You'll know if it's possible once you meet her. Honestly, I've never seen a woman more beautiful than my sister-in-law. Even those celebrities can't compare to her in looks and temperament." Yelena said, hearing you say that, I really want to meet her. Wang Tong said, no more jokes. Zhou Qing, there's something you need to know. That Xu Nianer posted a photo of you hugging your brother on our school forum, claiming you sold yourself to be with a rich second-generation guy. You'd better clarify this quickly. Is that true? Let me check it out first. Zhou Qing immediately took out her newly purchased laptop and logged onto the university forum to take a look. Sure enough, the post about her being supported by someone had become the top post. Below were various comments, all very harsh. I never expected my pure goddess would sell herself for money. I'm so disappointed. Pure goddess? Ridiculous. When I have money, I'll support her too. Sigh. It really is all about money these days. This is normal. Just open your legs and money comes rolling in. What could be easier than that? Starting today, there's one less goddess in my heart. Chapter 50. Perfect score. The post was published yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, and within just over a day, the number of comments had already exceeded 10,000. Given that the total number of students at Xinjiang University is only a little over 7,000. This shows how popular the post was. Jelena asked, Zhou Qing, what are you planning to do? Zhou Qing smiled and replied, from now on, my boyfriend is my real brother. Jelena was taken aback, but quickly understood Zhou Qing's intention. You want to use your brother to fend off those guys pursuing you? Zhou Qing nodded, exactly. As the second most beautiful girl at Xinjiang University, Zhou Qing had at least 8 suitors, if not 10. Ridiculously, many boys often attended her classes just to catch a glimpse of her. At her peak, she received over 100 love letters each week. Not to mention the countless roses. Zhou Qing, who was focused on her studies, was already fed up with this attention. Now, she had the perfect opportunity to discourage them. Soon, a post appeared. I, Zhou Qing, am in a childhood sweetheart relationship with the man in the photo. We will get married after our senior year. Please do not spread rumors. Thank you. After the post was published, the comments section erupted with lamentations. Countless lecherous admirers emerged, unable to criticize Zhou Qing directly. So they turned their ire on Zhou Yuqin instead. In just 1 hour, Zhou Qing's post effectively overshadowed Xu Nianer's post. To keep Jelena and Wang Tong quiet about the secret, Zhou Qing had to treat them to a lavish meal. Fortunately, Zhou Yuqin had transferred 30,000 yuan into her bank account. Otherwise, she would have had to borrow money to get by. At the amusement park, little Yaya was playing the ring toss game. Due to her small strength, she had tried over 10 times without winning a single toy, and she pouted, ready to throw a tantrum. Zhou Yuqin smiled gently and said, sweetheart, let daddy help you, okay? Little Yaya replied, okay. Daddy, I want that teddy bear alarm clock. Shen Jingyan chuckled, that is really difficult. Zhou Yuqin glanced over, and sure enough, the teddy bear alarm clock was positioned at the farthest point in the center. With the bamboo rings, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to win. Fortunately, Zhou Yuqin was not an ordinary person. As a master of Xingyiquan, his application of strength was at a remarkable level. Previously, Zhou Yuqin had casually attempted 3 times, and, although he hadn't succeeded, he had already gauged the weight of the bamboo rings. What was impossible for others was not a big challenge for him. Watch this. Zhou Yuqin picked up a bamboo ring, gave it a slight toss, and threw it out effortlessly. With a burst of strength, the ring spun and flew 6 meters, landing perfectly on the teddy bear alarm clock. Wow, you got it. Daddy is amazing. Little Yaya jumped up in joy. Shen Jingyan gave Zhou Yuqin a thumbs up and said to little Yaya, sweetheart, why don't you go get it? As soon as Yaya heard this, she immediately ran over excitedly and hugged the little bear alarm clock back, her eyes full of joy. The owner, a man in his 30s, felt a pang of regret upon seeing the little bear alarm clock gone. All the items he displayed were branded goods, priced several times higher than those at street stalls. Although it was difficult to win, and the bamboo rings were expensive, 3 for 10 yuan. This one little bear alarm clock had already compensated for Xiaoya's loss of bamboo ring money. Zhou Yuqin asked, baby, what else do you like? Daddy will get it for you. Xiaoya looked around and pointed to the crystal ball at the back, saying, I want that. The items at the back were indeed better and more beautiful. Zhou Yuqin employed the same technique again, successfully tossing the bamboo ring around the crystal ball. And the owner's expression changed. Yay, I won again. Daddy is the best. Xiaoya shouted as she rushed to hug the crystal ball. Some parents and children nearby, witnessing Zhou Yuqin win 2 great prizes in a row, were quite surprised and gathered around to see if he was really skilled or just lucky. Shen Jingyan was also quite astonished and quietly asked, how did you do that? Zhou Yuqin replied, I have practiced martial arts, so my strength, speed, and precision are much better than the average person. For me, this game is almost 0 difficulty. Shen Jingyan skeptically asked, so impressive? Can you win the Pink Alice Cup on the far right in the last row? Zhou Yuqin looked up and saw that Shen Jingyan was talking about a Pink Alice brand cup. Alice is a high-end foreign brand that primarily produces and sells children's daily necessities, known for its excellent quality. Xiaoya had been using products from this brand. Of course, the prices were also quite high. This cup would be worth at least 300 yuan in an Alice specialty store. If Zhou Yuqin could win it, The owner might just cry. Watch me, Zhou Yuqin said as he picked up a bamboo ring, ready to try. The owner, who had been paying attention to him, quickly walked over and said, "Wait a moment." Zhou Yuqin turned to him and asked, "What's wrong?" The owner replied, "I just wanted to remind you that only when the bamboo ring completely encircles the box of the cup can it be considered a win. If it only hangs on part of it, that doesn't count." Before Zhou Yuqin could respond, the onlooking parents were unhappy. "Come on, that is a bit excessive. Isn't it?" "Exactly. The bamboo ring is so small, it's basically impossible to fully encircle the box. If you can't set up a stall properly, then don't set one up at all, to avoid being laughed at." The crowd chimed in, leaving the owner blushing. Zhou Yuqin could tell that this owner was an honest person. If it had been someone with a shorter temper, they might have already clashed with the crowd. Shen Jingyun also noticed this and gently tugged at Zhou Yuqin's sleeve, saying, "Don't go too far." Zhou Yuqin nodded, shook the bamboo ring in his hand, and said to the owner, "I agree with your standard. Next, I will only try this once. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I will not play again." Upon hearing this, the boss showed a grateful expression and said, "Thank you." Without any preparation, Zhou Yuqin tossed the bamboo ring out as if he were throwing away trash. Under the gaze of more than 10 pairs of eyes, the bamboo ring accurately landed on the box of Alice's cup. Wow. Oh my, this is incredible. From such a distance, with such a light bamboo ring, to completely land on such a large box is truly amazing. Impressive. Today I have encountered a master. The crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 51. Joyful acquisition of the clone scroll. Xiaoya hugged Zhou Yuqin's leg tightly and exclaimed, "Dad, you're amazing." Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, "It's a must." The owner, looking distressed, said, "Sir, you should keep your word, right?" Zhou Yuqin said, "Just bring me the cup. I won't use the remaining bamboo rings anymore." Upon hearing this, the owner rushed over without hesitation and handed the cup to Zhou Yuqin. Next, Shen Jingyun and Xiaoya finished throwing the remaining bamboo rings, but ended up with nothing. As the family of 3 left, the owner let out a long sigh of relief. If Zhou Yuqin continued to play, he wouldn't be able to run his business anymore. The fairy playground is a great place, perfect for children aged 3 to 6. The only downside is that the playground doesn't allow lunch to be brought in. Meals can only be eaten at a few internal restaurants. Zhou Yuqin and Shen Jingyun took Xiaoya on a big tour and finally chose a beef noodle shop. The reason was that it was the busiest and it looked clean. However, it didn't take long for the 3 to regret their choice. The taste of the beef noodles was so awful it was almost inedible. Xiaoya took 3 bites and refused to eat anymore. Shen Jingyun helplessly set down her chopsticks and said, "How about we try another place?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "The other places are just as bad. Wait for me a moment. I'll find something delicious for you." Shen Jingyun was taken aback and asked, "Where are you going to find it?" Zhou Yuqin stood up and smiled, "I have my own clever plan." Shen Jingyun rolled her eyes at his cryptic behavior. However, her eye roll not only lacked effect but also added a touch of charm, drawing the attention of several diners. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuqin returned with 3 large bowls of noodles. The beef was the same, and the noodles were the same, but the taste was worlds apart. Xiaoya took a bite, her eyes squinting with delight. "So delicious." Shen Jingyun asked, "Did you make this?" Zhou Yuqin chuckled, $200 to borrow their kitchen and ingredients. Shen Jingyun praised, "You really know how to handle things." Zhou Yuqin responded, "I just didn't want the little one to feel wronged." Shen Jingyun teased, "In my view, you're just a typical daughter slave." Zhou Yuqin looked at the little girl happily slurping her noodles and said, "I'm quite willing to be a daughter slave." Shen Jingyun couldn't help but smile. The 3 of them played at the fairy playground all day long, until 9 o'clock in the evening, after watching an animated live performance. Before heading back, by the time they arrived at Mingda Community, Xiaoya had already fallen asleep in Shen Jingyun's arms. Zhou Yuqin carried Xiaoya upstairs, gently placed her on the bed, and whispered, "Sweet dreams, baby." It seemed that Xiaoya heard his words, as the corners of her mouth curled up. After leaving the bedroom, Zhou Yuqin told Shen Jingyun, "I'll come by in the morning to bring breakfast and pick up the child." Shen Jingyun nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Zhou Yuqin smiled, "It's nothing. I'm off now." Through the window, Shen Jingyun watched the car slowly leaving downstairs, a hint of a smile appearing on her stunningly beautiful face. "Hey, brother, how was your day with sister-in-law?" Zhou Yuqin had just finished showering when he received a call from his sister, Zhou Qing. "Zhou Qing, could you please not call me that? If Jingyun hears it, it would be awkward." "Come on, are you really going to say you don't like sister-in-law? So what if I do?" "Of course, I should bravely pursue her. Your biggest advantage right now is that you have a child with Jingyun, which no one else can compete with. If you can't seize this advantage and go after her, I guarantee you will regret it in the future." "Zhou Qing, it's not as simple as you think. Whether I can be with your sister Jingyun is not just a matter of feelings. There are other obstacles. If there are obstacles, then just get over them. I'm determined to have Jingyun as my sister-in-law, so you can't let her slip away. Our matters are not for you to worry about. Your current task is to study hard. I know, no need to nag. You sound just like mom and dad. I'm already tired of it. I'm hanging up now, bye? After saying that, Zhou Qin hung up the phone. Zhou Yuqin shook his head, thinking that even at this age, her impatient nature hadn't changed. Ding, congratulations, player. You have completed the task. Take revenge within a month and ensure that your former enemies face their deserved punishment. Reward, 5 attribute points and 1 lottery chance. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Yuqin was slightly taken aback. Luo Hao and Su Xiaoya have been judged so quickly? That's a bit too fast, isn't it? However, it didn't matter. As long as he could complete the task, he hoped to draw a good reward this time. System, I want to draw. With a thought, a massive golden wheel appeared before him. Stop. The golden wheel came to a halt. A flash of light passed, and a scroll appeared in Zhou Yuqin's item bar. Clone scroll, valid for 30 days. Wow, this is amazing. The clone scroll was one of the most powerful skill scrolls in the game. As the name suggests, it allowed the user to clone the target's best skills 100 to themselves. For example, if the target was a medical expert, as long as Zhou Yuqin could shake hands with them and have close contact, he would completely absorb their abilities in the medical field. Zhou Yuqin didn't expect to be so lucky to draw this item. Now, his task was to find a target within 30 days to acquire their skills. Otherwise, the clone scroll would be useless. The question was, which field skill should he choose? Who should be the target? How could he get close to them? Zhou Yuqin's mind suddenly became a bit chaotic. That's how people are. The more options you have, the harder it becomes to decide. When there are no other options, you can only grit your teeth and charge forward in a certain direction. Often, this can lead to unexpected breakthroughs. Zhou Yuqin took a deep breath and reviewed his future entrepreneurial plan from the beginning. Soon, he determined his main direction, the technology sector. The technology sector encompasses countless areas. After careful consideration, Zhou Yuqin ultimately chose the chip industry. Similar to his previous life, the country's chips were primarily reliant on imports, costing hundreds of billions each year. Those leading chip companies leverage their technology to create monopolies, significantly boosting their profits. An item that costs $10 can be sold for $400 or $500, allowing these companies to make substantial profits. Chapter 52. Faster than a gun within 7 steps. Zhou Yuqin is a selfish person. Asking him to sacrifice himself for the prosperity of his country or the advancement of humanity is impossible. However, if he can make money while helping his country break the monopoly of foreign chips, then Zhou Yuqin is more than willing to do so. Having determined the chip field, Zhou Yuqin began searching for target individuals. He browsed online and discovered that the top talents in the chip industry are mostly abroad. Among them, the most impressive is named Paul Carl. Paul Carl is 72 years old this year and is the chief engineer of Lock Communications Group, the largest chip company in the world. Almost all of the chips under Lock have been successfully developed under his leadership. Last year, after completing the development of Lock's 24nm chip, Paul Carl retired. If Zhou Yuqin could replicate his abilities, that would be remarkable. Wait, Paul Carl is scheduled to give a speech at Xinjiang University next Tuesday? Upon seeing this news, Zhou Yuqin's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to visit Xinjiang University next week. Player, Zhou Yuqin. Physical strength, 14, normal person, 10, mental strength, 10. 5, normal person, 10, attribute points, 6 skills, Xingyi Quan, master level 2, hacking skills, proficient level 92, culinary skills, proficient level 99. Taiji visualization method, mental cultivation method, items, understanding scroll, duration, 22 days, cloning scroll, validity, 30 days. After some thought, Zhou Yuqin allocated all 6 attribute points to his mental strength. A flash of golden light passed, and Zhou Yuqin's mind first became clear, then returned to normal. In the player attribute panel, his mental attribute increased from 5 to 8. This means that 1 attribute point can only increase mental strength by 0.05, which is less than what the Taiji visualization method provides. However, this was within Zhou Yuqin's expectations. The limit for the physical and mental strength of an ordinary person is 10, and Zhou Yuqin has already far surpassed that. In ancient times, he would be considered a celestial being. In the game, whether skills or attributes, the growth becomes slower as one progresses. Now, an attribute point increasing by 0.05 is already quite good. Once mental strength breaks through 15 points, it might be hard to say whether 100 attribute points could even increase it by 0.05. For example, the physical attribute has basically stagnated after reaching 14 points. To increase it further, one would either need to consume some rare items like 1000-year ginseng or gather 100 attribute points and allocate all of them to physical strength. This situation is not due to others, but rather Zhou Yuqin himself. If he hadn't devised this point allocation system while setting up the game, it wouldn't be so difficult now. The next morning, Zhou Yuqin went to the community square to practice his martial arts. As soon as he entered the square, he was surrounded by a group of elderly men. The leader among them was Zhao Shenghua. Xiao Zhou, I heard you took down 2 armed fugitives in the community last night. Is that true? Zhao Shengwei asked. Zhou Yuchen nodded and replied, yes, it's true. Zhao Shengwei suddenly became interested and said, they all have guns. At such a close distance, how did you manage to defeat them without any harm? The others also widened their eyes, looking at Zhou Yuqing. Zhou Yuqing replied, they might have been careless. At first, they didn't use their guns. By the time they wanted to use them, it was too late. I didn't give them that opportunity. Zhao Shengwei said, some martial arts movies say that beyond 7 steps, a gun is faster than a person. Within 7 steps, a person is faster than a gun. Xiao Zhou, you're also a martial arts expert. Do you think this is true? Zhou Yuqing thought for a moment and replied, there is some truth to it. Zhao Shengguo raised an eyebrow and asked, so can you do it? Zhou Yuqing quickly shook his head and said, I can't. He knew that if he claimed he could, Zhao Shengguo would definitely make him demonstrate. And that would be disastrous. Zhao Shengguo, being astute, could see through Zhou Yuqing's thoughts and pressed on. Then how many steps can you manage? Zhou Yuqing reluctantly said, at most 4 steps. Zhao Shengguo chuckled, pulled out a toy gun from his waistband, and said, how about we give it a try? Come on, I knew it. Zhou Yuqing thought to himself, Zhao Laosher, do you find this amusing? Zhao Shengguo replied, of course it's interesting. I've been a soldier all my life and have been on the battlefield several times, but I've never seen a duel between martial arts and guns. Xiao Zhou, let us witness your skills. The others echoed in agreement. Zhou Yuqing asked, how do we test this? Zhao Shengguo thought for a moment and said, we stand 5 meters apart, and you try to knock the gun out of my hand. If you succeed before I pull the trigger, you win. Otherwise, you lose. Zhou Yuqing said, Zhao Laosher, let us have a younger person do it instead. I'll pass. The deputy director of Yunhai TV, Min Jie, who had previously carried watermelons, volunteered. All right, but you need to draw the gun quickly, Zhao Shengguo instructed as he handed the toy gun to Min Jie. Min Jie smiled and said, no problem. The crowd cleared a large area for the two. Min Jie tucked the gun into his waistband, ready to draw at any moment. His eyes fixed intensely on Zhou Yuqing 5 meters away, looking very serious. In contrast, Zhou Yuqing stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. Showing no signs of tension, Zhao Shengguo shouted, start. Min Jie immediately drew the toy gun from his waist. As his arm raised halfway, a gust of wind rushed past, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. In that moment of closing his eyes, Min Jie seemed to see a shadow flash before him, and then the gun in his hand vanished without a trace. Wow, that was fast. Lao Yi, did you see that clearly? I only saw a blur. Now I understand what it means to be as fast as lightning and to shorten distances. The crowd was initially in an uproar, then began to discuss among themselves. Min Jie looked at the gun in Zhou Yuqing's hand, incredulously asking, how did you do that? Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, those who practice martial arts have stronger explosive power and speed than ordinary people. How much stronger could it be? Zhao Shengguo walked up to Zhou Yuqing, gave him a thumbs up, and said, you can cover 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Little Zhou, you are amazing. Zhou Yuqing replied, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Zhao. Min Jie sighed and said, it's a pity you're not participating in the competition. Otherwise, you would definitely be able to defeat those fighters and free combat experts on stage. Zhou Yuqing smiled, but did not respond. It seemed that Min Jie was still harboring some unrealistic hopes, thinking about getting him to fight on a television platform, which was absolutely impossible. Chapter 53. Zhang Yiwu's provocation martial arts are merely superficial and cannot compete with modern combat and free fighting. A loud voice reached everyone's ears. They turned to see a young man in his 20s, wearing a white t-shirt. He stood about 1.75 meters tall, with dark skin and a robust physique. The muscles on his arms were prominently bulging, as if containing boundless strength. Zhao Shengguo's expression soured as he said, Yiwu, go back. This young man was named Zhang Yiwu, and he was his grandson. Zhao Shengguo had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His elder son was in politics and had become a deputy leader. His younger son served in the military as a deputy commander in a certain group army. His only daughter married into a business family in a major city and gave birth to Zhang Yiwu. This young man had never liked studying since childhood. He preferred free fighting and often got into brawls. After graduating from university, Zhang Yiwu did not join the family business. Instead, he opened a fighting gym in a nearby city, becoming the owner and nearly driving his parents to despair. Upon hearing that a local television station was hosting a martial arts competition, Zhang Yiwu signed up directly. With his exceptional talent and formidable strength, he successfully made it into the top 10. While he was jogging earlier, he overheard someone praising traditional martial arts while belittling free fighting. And he could not help but stop and approach to argue. Zhang Yiwu said, Grandpa, without clear words, there's no clarity in reasoning. I admit that the reputation of traditional martial arts is significant, but in a real fight, they simply can't hold up. Otherwise, those so-called masters wouldn't have lost so miserably in competitions. Zhao Shengguo's face turned green with anger as he retorted, shut your mouth. You can win because you haven't encountered a true martial arts master. Grandpa, The master you're talking about wouldn't TBM, would he? Zhang Yiwu pointed at Zhou Yuqin, sizing him up and disdainfully said, with someone like him, I could take on 3. Zhou Yuqin had no interest in this reckless young man. Old Zhao, it's getting late. I need to go practice. Zhao Shenghua felt a bit embarrassed and said, Xiao Zhou, I'm really sorry. Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. Young people are full of vigor and pride. That's normal. Hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, Zhang Yiwu felt displeased. He hurried a few steps forward to block his path and asked, What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Are you brave enough to have a match with me? Let's see whether free fighting is superior or traditional martial arts. Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and said, Don't misunderstand. Everyone has their own strengths. I never look down on anyone. I believe that whether it's traditional martial arts or free fighting, they are merely means of physical training, and there's no need to compare them. Furthermore, if you beat me, it doesn't mean free fighting has triumphed over traditional martial arts. Likewise, if I beat you, it doesn't mean traditional martial arts are stronger than free fighting. The reason is simple. I cannot represent traditional martial arts, and you cannot represent free fighting. The two of them fighting is meaningless, whether win or lose. Zhang Yiwu scoffed at Zhou Yuqin and said, Not daring to compete means not daring to compete. Why waste so many words? Zhou Yuqin shrugged and replied, All right, I admit I don't dare to compete with you. Can I pass now? Zhang Yiwu stretched out his arm and said, No. Your attitude is making me very uncomfortable. You must agree to compete with me. Seeing his grandson so aggressive, Zhao Xingguo's face turned red with anger as he yelled, Zhang Yiwu, you disgraceful thing, get back home. Zhang Yiwu straightened his neck and said, Grandpa, this is a matter in our martial arts community. You don't need to interfere. I'll beat you to death. Zhao Shenghua angrily walked behind Zhang Yiwu and kicked him hard on the backside. As a result, Zhang Yiwu didn't budge an inch, and Zhao Shenghua stumbled back several steps. If it weren't for a few old men supporting him from behind, Zhao Shenghua would have fallen to the ground. One elder said, Old Zhao, calm down. Zhao Shenghua, still furious, replied, This old face of mine has been completely disgraced by this brat. Young Zhou, doesn't he think he is very impressive? Please teach him a good lesson for me. Zhou Yuqin felt a bit awkward and said, Old Zhao, is it really necessary? Zhao Shenghua insisted, Consider it an old man's request. Losing to you is better than him dying at the hands of outsiders in the future. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, All right. Zhao Shenghua said, Thank you. Zhang Yiwu, listen carefully. If you win against young Zhou today, you can do whatever you want in the future. Neither I nor your parents will interfere with you again. But if you lose, Zhang Yiwu immediately interjected. Whatever you say goes. I promise to listen to you in the future. Zhao Shenghua replied, Very good. That's what I wanted to hear. Young Zhou, I'm sorry to trouble you. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, It's no trouble. It'll only take a few seconds. Zhang Yiwu snorted coldly. You're so full of yourself. Soon, the two stood 5 meters apart, ready to begin. Zhang Yiwu let out a loud shout, took 3 steps forward, and lifted his right leg to kick towards Zhou Yuqin's chest. You're too slow. Zhou Yuqin shook his head, lifted his leg as well, but struck first with a quick and precise kick to Zhang Yiwu's left knee. With a loud thud, Zhang Yiwu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Zhou Yuqin, standing with his hands behind his back, calmly said, There is no such thing as the most powerful martial arts, only the most powerful individuals. Mr. Zhang, free fighting isn't suitable for you. You should practice other martial arts. Zhang Yiwu got up and shouted, That was just a mistake on my part. You. Before he could finish, Zhou Yuqin appeared before him like a ghost, his fingers like hooks, grabbing his neck and lifting Zhang Yiwu off the ground. Zhang Yiwu's face quickly turned bright red, his hands gripping Zhou Yuqin's arms tightly, struggling with all his might, but it was of no use at all. With one arm, Zhou Yuqin lifted a person weighing over 180 pounds, showcasing a strength that left everyone gasping in shock. Zhao Xingguo's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Xiao Zhou, show some mercy. Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly and set Zhang Yiwu down, saying, You lost. Zhang Yiwu swallowed hard, took a few deep breaths, and declared sternly, I didn't lose. Bang! Zhang Yiwu's fist struck Zhou Yuqin's stomach with force. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one expected Zhang Yiwu to launch a sneak attack in front of everyone. It was utterly dishonorable. Zhao Xingguo's face turned green with anger. Chapter 54. Zhao Lao's gratitude. You're far from it. Zhou Yuqin thrusts his belly forward, and a powerful rebound force pushes Zhang Yiwu back more than 10 steps, causing him to sit down on the ground. Everyone displays shocked expressions. After being punched, not only is he unharmed, but he can also counterattack the opponent. This skill is indeed impressive. The most shocked is undoubtedly Zhang Yiwu, who has a deep passion for martial arts. He looks at Zhou Yuqin with an incredulous gaze and asks, How did you do that? Zhou Yuqin smiles and replies, It's just an application of strength, nothing remarkable. You're not from the martial arts community. Even if I explain it to you, you wouldn't understand. Zhang Yiwu gets up from the ground, his eyes shining with excitement, and says, "Can you teach me?" Zhou Yuqing shakes his head and replies, "No." Zhang Yiwu, anxious, asks, "Why not? I can be your disciple." Zhou Yuqing states, "Forget about being a disciple. When you can control your emotions and not be so impulsive, then I might consider sharing martial arts insights with you. Learning too early will only harm yourself and others." Zhao Xinghua interjects, "That's right. If you had skills like Xiao Zhou, you might have already ended up in prison for causing someone's death." Zhang Yiwu, "Did you win or lose?" Zhang Yiwu purses his lips and replies, "I lost." Zhao Xinghua says, "Good. Listen, tomorrow you report to the Yanheim military district and train as a soldier for 3 years. After 3 years, if you want to stay, you can. If not, you can transition to civilian life." Zhang Yiwu's expression changes drastically as he exclaims, "Grandpa, I don't want to be a soldier." Zhao Xinghua sternly replies, "You can choose not to go, but then you'll be known as a coward who doesn't keep his word." Zhang Yiwu's face turns red from Zhao Xinghua's reprimand. Zhao Xinghua coldly states, "Everyone is watching, so give me a clear answer. Will you go or not?" "I'm not a coward. I will go." Zhang Yiwu shouts angrily and storms off. It seems this kid is not without merits. Zhou Yuqing's eyes flash with appreciation. Once Zhang Yiwu is far away, Zhao Xinghua, with a beaming face, pulls Zhou Yuqing aside and says, "Xiao Zhou, thank you so much today." Zhou Yuqing smiles and replies, "Zhao Lao, your grandson is just a bit unruly. He is not someone who will cause chaos. Even if he doesn't join the military, he will likely mature as he gets older." Zhao Xinghua sighs and says, "Both of his parents are business people, and their business is quite large. His mother wants him to study business management, but he refuses. She suggested he go into politics or the military, and he rejected that too. Earlier this year, he secretly came to Yanhai and opened some kind of free-fighting gym, nearly driving his family to despair. Now, at least we have managed to get him into the military. After spending 3 years in that great melting pot, even if he starts as scrap iron, I believe he can be forged into good steel." Zhou Yuqing nods and says, "The military is indeed a place for character building. Zhao Lao, you must not be an ordinary person, right?" Zhao Xinghua replies with a playful tone, "Haven't you investigated me?" Zhou Yuqing counters, "Why would I need to investigate you?" Zhao Xinghua raised his eyebrows and said, "Well said. Now can you guess what I do?" Zhou Yuqing pondered for a moment and replied, "From the first glance, I could tell you must have a military background, and you've spent at least 20 to 30 years in the military. Your presence is commanding, even when you speak politely. There is an authoritative tone to it. Plus, the fact that you can easily influence your grandson to join the military or politics shows that you must have held significant power before retirement. I would guess you are at least a lieutenant general." A glint flashed in Zhao Xinghua's eyes as he said, "Maybe I'm just leveraging my son's influence?" Zhou Yuqing responded, "A tiger is always a tiger, even when it gets old. It doesn't need to borrow anyone's influence." Zhao Xinghua laughed heartily and said, "Well said. Xiao Zhou, you really are impressive. It's a pity you already have a wife and daughter. Otherwise, I would have tried to matchmake you with my granddaughter." Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, "It seems I missed a good opportunity to live off someone." They both laughed heartily. As their conversation came to an end, Zhao Xinghua did not reveal his identity to Zhou Yuqing, nor did Zhou Yuqing inquire further. This only increased Zhao Xinghua's admiration for Zhou Yuqing. After practicing Xingyi Quan for half an hour, Zhou Yuqing went home and made a pot of 8 treasure porridge. He then brought along several tea eggs he had prepared the night before to Shun Jingyun's home. The tea eggs paired with a bowl of 8 treasure porridge delighted both of them. As usual, after breakfast, Shun Jingyun went to work, and Zhou Yuqing took the child to school. After dropping Xiaoyao off in her classroom, Zhou Yuqing drove to the Hongguang office building on the 3rd Ring Road. The Hongguang office building has 36 floors and has attracted over 50 internet companies with its quality services and relatively low rental prices, earning it the reputation of a haven for internet entrepreneurs. Among these companies, gaming companies are the most numerous, totaling 22. Last night, Zhou Yuqing came across information online indicating that a gaming company named Dingxing within the Hongguang office building had gone bankrupt. With 2.5 years remaining on the lease, Dingxing was looking for someone to take over. Zhou Yuqing researched this gaming company and found that it could be summed up as having high aspirations but fragile prospects. Its owner, Yi Sheng, is the heir to the Yi-S chain of hotels, having graduated 3 years ago from Qinjiang University with a degree in computer science, making him a senior of Zhouqing. Instead of working at his family's hotel, Yi Sheng borrowed 50 million from his father to establish Dingxing Gaming Company. He recruited over 100 game developers to form a team and spent 2.5 years developing a martial arts-themed online game titled Blood Battle in the Tang Dynasty. After spending over 10 million on promotion, it made no significant impact and was lost in the vast ocean of online games. To make matters worse, the Yi-S chain of hotels has been in financial trouble for years and filed for bankruptcy a month ago. Yi Sheng's father likely could not withstand the blow and was hospitalized. Yi Sheng found himself in a difficult situation and had no choice but to sell his thriving gaming company. In his previous life, Zhou Yuqin had built his career in the gaming industry and was very familiar with it. Upon arriving in this world, he planned to re-enter the gaming sector. He intended to use this as a springboard to dive into the fields of internet technology and manufacturing, aiming to balance both virtual and physical realms. Of course, one must take things step by step and progress gradually. Chapter 55: Acquiring the prosperous game company soon. Zhou Yuqin met Yi Sheng on the 32nd floor. Yi Sheng, 25 years old, was the same age as Zhou Yuqin, but he looked much worse. With bloodshot eyes, messy hair, an unshaven beard for several days, and a lifeless expression. He appeared to have aged 10 years. Without any pleasantries, Yi Sheng asked directly, "Have you played our game, Blood Battle in Tang Dynasty?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "I watched it last night, but haven't played it." Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you think?" Zhou Yuqin said, "The graphics are exquisite, but the story is average, the playability is low, and the interaction with players is weak. Compared to similar games, there is nothing unique about it." Yi Sheng fell silent for a moment, and then smiled wryly. "Your evaluation is quite fair. I have rented hundreds of servers that can accommodate 2 million players online simultaneously, with the lease expiring in 3 years. There are also 126 computers, almost the highest configuration on the market, which have been in use for about 2.5 years. I'll charge you 5 million. That should be reasonable, right?" Zhou Yuqin did not answer but asked, "Where are your team members?" Yi Sheng's eyes lit up with expectation as he said, "They are all looking for jobs outside. If you are willing to hire them, I can call them over immediately." Zhou Yuqin pondered and replied, "Your Blood Battle in Tang Dynasty is well done, technically sound, which shows their high skill level. I want to try making a few casual games, and if they are willing to come, that would be perfect, saving me the time of searching for people." Before coming to the prosperous game company, Zhou Yuqin had already decided to develop mobile casual games. There were 3 operating systems on the market: the Orange system, the Sea Swallow system, and the Excellent system. The Orange system was similar to the Apple system from his past life, exclusive to Orange phones and not available for external use. The Sea Swallow system and the Excellent system were comparable to the Android system to compete for the market. Both systems were open source, allowing mobile suppliers to use them for free. At that time, the mobile industry in Xia country was still in a stage of fierce competition, with more than 20 chaotic phone brands, over 60% of which chose the Excellent system. However, overseas, the user numbers for the Sea Swallow system slightly surpassed those of the Excellent system. According to netizens, the two systems were virtually at a stalemate in the market. Neither side won nor lost. Each of the 3 systems had its own game download platforms. Since it was still the 3G era, there weren't many game types or varieties. Zhou Yuqin had carefully reviewed the popular casual minigames from his past life, and found that none were available here, presenting him with a great opportunity to make money. He decided to simultaneously develop 3 mobile games that had been globally popular in his previous life: Angry Birds, Fruit Ninja, and Casual Match 3. These games were all quite simple, and as long as there were enough developers, they could be completed in a short time. This way, the development costs would be very low. With the right promotion, a budget of 10 to 15 million would be about right. Zhou Yuqin can easily afford that. I'll have them come over for interviews right away. Hearing that Zhou Yuqin intended to hire his group of friends, Yi Sheng was very pleased and immediately called them. While waiting for them to arrive, Yi Sheng gave Zhou Yuqin a tour. Perhaps due to sufficient funding, the working environment at the thriving gaming company was quite impressive. The office spanned a vast area, capable of accommodating at least 300 employees, while they had only employed 120, making their workstations extraordinarily spacious. Yi Sheng did not have a private office, which made Zhou Yuqin regard him with newfound respect. Not every boss is willing to share an office with their employees. Zhou Yuqin paid particular attention to the server room. Wow, over 200 servers were neatly lined up on racks, each one meticulously cleaned. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Yi Sheng's mouth as he said, "I'm embarrassed. I thought the game I worked so hard on would attract at least 1 million players upon release. Who would have thought? Sigh, I didn't expect the highest record to even reach 10,000. Zhou Yuqin replied, "The competition in the online gaming industry is too fierce, and very few companies can break through and stand out. Don't be disheartened, Mr. Yi. Failure is the mother of success." Yi Sheng shook his head and said, "I no longer have the capital to pursue online gaming." Zhou Yuqin fell silent. As adults, some issues can only be resolved personally. The encouragement and comfort from others hold no value. An hour later, more than 50 people gathered at the thriving gaming company, most of them around 25 or 26 years old, many wearing glasses. Some were dressed in suits and ties, presumably for job interviews. Zhou Yuqin briefly introduced himself, saying, "To be honest, the thriving gaming company isn't that important to me. As long as I have the funds, I can set up a brand new gaming company anytime. But I came here today for one reason, because of all of you. I've seen the game you developed, Blood Battle in Tang Dynasty. The graphics are exquisite, and the production quality is outstanding, surpassing over 90% of the online games on the market, which proves you are a highly skilled team. Therefore, I sincerely invite everyone to join my gaming company and work together. The programmers remained silent, causing Yisheng to become anxious. Mr. Zhou, are you saying you just want the people and not my company? Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, that depends on their choice. A young man with a face full of acne asked, Mr. Zhou, we don't want to be misled. Just tell us, how much can you offer us per month? Zhou Yuqin countered, how much do you want? The young man responded, Brother Yi offered us 12,000 a month, guaranteed 1 day off a week, and overtime pay. Zhou Yuqin turned to Yisheng and smiled. No wonder you could call everyone over with just one phone call. This must be top-tier compensation in the gaming industry, right? Yisheng replied, it's still quite a bit less than the best online gaming companies. Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, I can offer you a salary of 20,000, but there will be a 1-month probation period. Those who do not pass the probation will receive 10,000 and leave. Those who pass will stay, starting with a monthly salary of 20,000. What do you all think? Good. A monthly salary of 20,000 is quite acceptable. I am willing to join the company. Everyone expressed their agreement. Zhou Yuqin asked them to return to their original positions and then called Yisheng outside to get a detailed understanding of these individuals' capabilities. Yisheng was very cooperative, presenting the original personnel files and introducing each one to Zhou Yuqin. Chapter 56. The Little Girl's Dilemma. During this time, more than 10 people arrived. Zhou Yuqin welcomed everyone. He wanted to participate in 3 games at once, which required 3 groups of people. Each group needed at least 40 members to potentially complete the tasks within a month. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem even if all the original employees of the game company showed up. Soon, Zhou Yuqin signed an agreement with Yisheng to purchase the game company for 4.8 million. At noon, Zhou Yuqin treated his future employees to a meal and then held the first all-staff meeting. With a total of 72 employees, Zhou Yuqin divided them into 3 small groups of 20, selecting a group leader and 2 deputy leaders for each group. The remaining 12 employees would handle human resources, finance, and office-related tasks. In this way, a simple framework for the company was established. As the saying goes, a new company brings new energy. Zhou Yuqin took charge and combined one character from his name and Xiaoya's to rename the game company to Yuechen Game Company, instructing someone to register it the next day. Once the company name was approved, contracts would be signed with everyone. After the meeting, Zhou Yuqin waved his hand, letting everyone return home, with official work starting the next morning. Noticing the time, Zhou Yuqin hurried to the kindergarten to pick up Xiaoya, relieved that the distance between the company and the kindergarten wasn't far. When he arrived, the security staff had just opened the gate. As Zhou Yuqin was about to leave with Xiaoya, he was called by Teacher Miao. Mr. Zhou, is there something you need? Mr. Zhou, in a few days, it will be Children's Day, and we need some parents to perform a program on stage. Xiaoya signed you up, so please prepare accordingly. I'm performing? Zhou Yuqin looked down at Xiaoya. She shrank her neck, not daring to meet his gaze. Teacher Miao smiled. Of course, if you don't have time. We want to insist. Zhou Yuqin replied, it's just a program. I'm fine with it. Teacher Miao was delighted. That is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. On the way home, Xiaoya seemed to realize she had caused trouble, becoming unusually quiet instead of her usual chatter. Zhou Yuqin glanced at her and chuckled inwardly, asking, sweetheart, is there something you want to tell me? Xiaoya looked up with her innocent big eyes and said, Dad, I didn't mean to. Zhou Yuqin asked, what do you mean you didn't mean to? Xiaoya explained. When the teacher asked which students' parents could perform, everyone in our class raised their hands. So I raised mine too. I didn't expect the teacher to choose me and a few others. Zhou Yuqin inquired, then why didn't you let your mom perform? Xiaoya replied, because mom is busy with work. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqin was speechless. That was indeed a good reason. Seeing that Zhou Yuqin was silent, Xiaoya pretended to look pitiful and asked, Daddy, are you angry? Zhou Yuqin replied, how could I be? Daddy will never be angry with Xiaoya. Xiaoya asked, then why aren't you talking? Zhou Yuqin said, because Daddy is thinking about what performance to put on. Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Have you thought of something? Zhou Yuqin smiled. I have, but it's a secret. I can't tell you. Xiaoya pouted and said sweetly, Daddy, please tell me. Zhou Yuqin replied, I want to tell you. Forget it. I don't want to know anyway. Xiaoya huffed, her cute expression making Zhou Yuqin laugh heartily. When Shen Jingyun returned home from work and learned that Zhou Yuqin was going to perform on Children's Day, she immediately became interested. She walked into the kitchen, smiling, and said, so, got tricked by your daughter? Zhou Yuqin sighed and helplessly said, I feel like crying with no tears. Shen Jingyun asked, have you decided what to perform? Zhou Yuqin replied, boxing. Shen Jingyun raised her eyebrows. That's a good idea, much better than singing or dancing. The kids will definitely like it. Zhou Yuqin said, tonight I'll search for some martial arts performance videos online and learn well, then start practicing tomorrow morning. Huh. Shen Jingyun was surprised. You're going to learn it on the spot? Aren't you good at martial arts? Zhou Yuqin said, I practice Xingyi Yiquan, which looks terrible when performed. I need to learn some graceful movements and good-looking poses that are meant for performance. Shen Jingyan laughed. You really have a tough job ahead. Zhou Yuqin glanced at her and said, why do I feel like you're enjoying this? Why don't you do it instead? No way. Shen Jingyan waved her hands and took 3 steps back. I don't like stealing someone else's fun. Zhou Yuqin shook his head. It's really a cruel world. People have changed. Haha. Hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, Shen Jingyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. That night, Zhou Yuqin searched for martial arts performance videos online. In just half an hour, he found more than 10 impressive boxing routines. Although the practical application was almost zero, the visual effect was quite good. Zhou Yuqin edited the beautiful moves and combined them into a brand new boxing routine, set to grand and upbeat music, making it look incredibly cool. With his exceptional memory, Zhou Yuqin quickly remembered all the movements. He just needed to find some time to practice a few more times tomorrow, and everything would be fine. At 3 in the morning, at the inpatient department of Yanhai First People's Hospital, a masked female nurse pushed a care cart towards Luo Haifeng's ward. 2 young police officers in uniform immediately stood up at the door. What is going on? One of the officers asked. The female nurse pointed to the glucose injection on the cart and said, changing the dressing. Changing the dressing? Wasn't it just replaced 5 minutes ago? The young police officer was extremely vigilant and sensed something was wrong. He immediately reached for the gun at his waist. Unfortunately, his speed was still too slow. Just as his hand brushed the gun, the female nurse had already plunged a short knife into his neck. Without any hesitation, she pulled out the knife and stabbed it directly into the heart of another young police officer. Blood gushed from the neck of the young officer like a fountain, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The other officer was taken aback, unable to draw his weapon, and quickly stepped back to evade the female nurse's attack. Chapter 57. Luo Haifeng escapes. The female nurse moved extremely quickly, and a short knife flashed like lightning as she stabbed the police officer 3 times in succession, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. On the 4th step back, a glint of the knife flashed before his neck. The officer clutched his throat, blood seeping through his fingers. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, he couldn't utter a word and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The entire process took less than 30 seconds, and 2 police officers in their 20s lost their lives in the hospital. With no obstruction, the nurse directly pushed open the door to the ward. Boss, time is limited, we need to hurry. She approached Luo Haifeng's bed and said, her voice low and cold, like the icy winds of Siberia, giving a chilling sensation. Luo Haifeng, who had been lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, pulled out the 4 needle from his wrist, and pressed on his chest wound. Let's go, he said in a deep voice. The nurse supported him as they exited the ward, and a man in a white coat was already dragging the bodies of the 2 police officers into the restroom. Soon, the 3 entered the elevator. The man jumped up and smashed the elevator's camera with a punch. 5 minutes later, a white van emerged from the hospital entrance and vanished into the dark night. Not long after they left, chaos erupted in the inpatient department. What? Shen Sheng just received a report from Deputy Director Zhu Jiang and instantly sat up, his eyes flashing with intensity, fully awake. Upon hearing that 2 police officers and a security guard at the hospital gate had been killed, Shen Sheng was furious and said sternly, they are truly audacious. Director Zhu immediately placed Luo Haifeng on the A-list wanted list for nationwide pursuit. Gather the team and set up checkpoints on the major routes out of Yanhai. We absolutely cannot let Luo Haifeng escape. After hanging up the phone, Shen Sheng quickly got dressed, preparing to head to the hospital. Daiwan was already accustomed to all of this. Without saying a word, she got up to help him with his shoes and clothes. As he was about to leave, Daiwan said, come back safely. Shen Sheng nodded and replied, don't worry. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shen Sheng glanced at the footage captured by the surveillance cameras and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, saying, what a formidable knife technique. This woman is definitely a highly skilled professional assassin. Deputy Director Zhu Jiang replied, Director, we underestimated Luo Haifeng. His subordinates likely consist of a group of desperados. The 2 wanted criminals who previously attacked Zhou Yuqin were probably just 2 among them. Shen Sheng nodded, acknowledging, indeed, we were careless. What about Zhang Wei? Zhu Jiang responded. We've tracked the van's route using the surveillance system, and Zhang Wei has already led a team to pursue them. Shen Sheng frowned, sensing Shen Sheng's concern. Zhu Jiang explained, due to the sacrifice of the 2 officers, Zhang Wei and several of his detectives are quite unstable emotionally. I worried there might be an incident, so I sent a team of armed police to follow them. Shen Shenggong's brow relaxed, his expression dimming as he asked, what happened to the 2 sacrificed comrades? Zhu Jiang's eyes reddened as he replied, one is named Wang Tao, 25 years old, and he joined the criminal police team less than 2 years ago. He was supposed to marry his girlfriend next month. The other is Sun Jiaming, 28 years old, the leader of the second group in the first team of the criminal police, and he has a 2-year-old daughter. Shin Qinggang was visibly shaken and turned to glare at Zhu Jiang. After a long moment, he said with a trembling voice, "They aren't even 30 yet. That Luo Haifeng truly deserves to die." An hour later, Zhang Wei sent word that the van had been abandoned in a grove on the outskirts. According to the footprints, there was only one person involved. Zhang Wei speculated that they must have swapped Lu Haifeng midway. Lu Haifeng escaped? After receiving a call from Guamao, Yin Qingfeng, who had just finished exercising, instantly grew serious. He heard that a female assassin disguised as a nurse had killed 2 police officers and taken Lu Haifeng from the hospital. Now, Lu Haifeng was classified as a grade A wanted criminal and was being pursued across the internet, with all major traffic routes in the area being checked one by one. Yin Qingfeng said solemnly, "Gua, is it possible that Lu Haifeng knows we were involved?" Guamao was silent for a moment before replying, "It's hard to say. Brother, I'll come to you right away. From now on, I will provide you with 24-hour close protection." Okay. After hanging up, Yin Qingfeng took a deep breath and murmured, "A storm is brewing." Since Lu Haifeng had survived, it was time to meet the future son-in-law of Director Shen. Meanwhile, after dropping off Xiao Yeye at school, Zhou Yuqing received a call from Shin Qinggang, informing him about Lu Haifeng's escape from the hospital. Zhou Yuqing's expression changed as he said, "If Lu Haifeng finds out about my existence from Lu Hao, I will be in extreme danger. I don't mind for myself, but I'm worried about putting Xiao Yeye at risk." Shin Qinggang replied, "Don't pick up Xiao Yeye from school for now. I will send police to protect you 24 hours a day." Zhou Yuqing frowned and said, "This is not a long-term solution. We must find Lu Haifeng quickly and deal with him." Shin Qinggang retorted, "That's obvious. Yanhai is so big. If Lu Haifeng hides somewhere and doesn't come out, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack." Zhou Yuqing said, "Then don't send anyone to protect me. If he knows about my existence, let me draw him out." Shin Qinggang exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Zhou Yuqing replied, "If I draw him out, then I will handle it myself." Shin Qinggang thought Zhou Yuqing was talking about staging a trick to deceive Lu Hao and said, "You're helping the police. How can you say it's you who drew him out?" Director Shun, regardless, please arrange for someone to pick up the child these days. I will wait for Lu Haifeng or his men to come find me. After saying this, Zhou Yuqing hung up the phone. As a master of martial arts, Zhou Yuqing possesses physical qualities and mental strength far beyond those of ordinary people, with extremely sharp senses. Whenever someone looks at him with hostility, he can immediately sense it. Therefore, Zhou Yuqing is not at all worried about his own safety. His only concern is that Lu Haifeng may not be able to deal with him and might turn his attention to his family and children, which Zhou Yuqing absolutely cannot accept. Chapter 58 Planning for 3 games. How can I find Lu Haifeng? Zhou Yuqing's mind raced, but he couldn't come up with any effective solutions. The only way was to lure him out, to make the other party come looking for him. Sigh. I hope it doesn't delay the kindergarten's Children's Day performance, or else Xiaoya will be unhappy. Driving to the Yuechen Game Company, Zhou Yuqing gathered the team leaders and deputy leaders of the 3 groups for a meeting. Once everyone was seated, he posed the first question. "Everyone, where do you think the future of gaming lies?" It was clear that no one had considered this question before, and everyone began to think. After a while, Zhou Yuqing said, "Zhou Yu, you go first." This group leader, who shared a name with the famous general from the 3 Kingdoms period, was only 23 years old and had joined the company after graduating last year. In just 3 months, Zhou Yu had proven himself with exceptional skills and was promoted to lead a development team. Unfortunately, despite his abilities, his appearance was lacking. He was not tall, had a thin face with pockmarks, and bore no resemblance to the imposing general. "I believe the future will likely belong to mobile games." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's answer, Zhou Yuqing's eyes lit up. Why? He had intended to introduce the concept of mobile games, but was surprised that Zhou Yu had mentioned it right away. This made Zhou Yuqing both astonished and pleased. A strong capability and good vision. This young man, just out of college, was undoubtedly talented. Zhou Yu waved his orange smartphone and said, "I bought this phone 2 months ago. When I have free time, I often play games on it. Compared to online games, mobile games can be played anytime and anywhere. It's much more convenient." Group leader Hua Haiyang frowned and said, "The problem is that mobile devices can't support large-scale online games. Players can only engage in a few casual mini-games at most. I think in the coming years, online games will still be more reliable." Zhou Yu replied, "The rapid development of communication technology is remarkable. I've heard that many companies are vigorously developing 4G networks. Once 4G is available, I believe mobile games will definitely rise." Hua Haiyang countered, "To fully support large online games, we need to improve not only the network speed, but also address tricky issues like the phone's processor and memory. There should be no hope within the next 5 years." Zhou Yu shrugged and said, "Brother Yang, the boss asked about the future development trends of games, not the current issues with mobile games." Hua Haiyang was taken aback, then adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, "Sorry, I didn't hear the question clearly. I agree with Zhou Yu. As long as we solve the network speed and mobile issues, mobile games will definitely become mainstream in the future. Group leader Hejin added, I think so too. The other 6 deputy leaders nodded in agreement. Zhou Yu asked, boss, what do you think? Everyone turned to look at Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen chuckled and said, our thoughts are aligned. It's almost certain that mobile devices will surpass computers in the future. Hejin asked, boss, are you planning to develop mobile games right now? Zhou Yuchen snapped his fingers and replied, correct. However, what I want to create are not large-scale games, but some simple mobile games. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, boss, have you already prepared the game planning proposals? Zhou Yuchen nodded and said, that's right. I've divided you into 3 groups because I have 3 planning proposals for mobile games. These games are very simple and can be completed in as little as a month. Once finished, I want to promote and sell them on the download platforms of various partners. Hejin inquired, boss, what will we do after a month? Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, you'll get a paid week off. Zhou Yu added, boss, if your 3 mobile games fail, will we have to find new jobs? Zhou Yuchen replied, to be honest, while I'm not from a wealthy family, I do have some spare funds. If these 3 mobile games fail, it means the market is still immature and I will switch to the computer gaming sector. He continued, also, regarding bonuses. I need to mention this in advance as a first promise to you. Haha. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time they had heard a boss so openly declare that he would make promises about bonuses. Zhou Yuchen said, if these 3 mini-games are successful, each of you will have a bonus in the 7 figures at the very least. Zhou Yu remarked, boss, you're not counting after the decimal point, right? Zhou Yuchen retorted, they won T, but I will definitely count that for you separately. Zhou Yu quickly said, no, I was just kidding. Hejin, being more thoughtful, asked, boss, I want to know what profit these 3 games need to achieve to be considered successful? Zhou Yuchen looked at Zhou Yu and said, see? What old he asked is the real core question. Zhou Yu chuckled and said, I was just joking earlier. Boss, your definition of success isn't in the hundreds of millions, right? Zhou Yuchen replied without hesitation, of course. If the profit doesn't exceed 100 million, where will I find 20 million in bonuses for you? Zhou Yu sighed. Selling over 30 million copies of a mobile game is definitely epic level difficulty. As far as I know, only 3 mobile games have achieved this so far. Zhou Yuchen confidently stated, that just shows their games aren't good enough. Alright, I will send you the planning documents for the 3 games now. Study them carefully. We'll discuss them together in 2 hours. In fact, after the launch of the smartphone, Zhou Yuchen had considered developing casual mobile games, but felt the timing was not right and he lacked the capital. Now everything is fine. He has money in hand and people under him, so developing a few mini-games is naturally easy and enjoyable. Last night, Zhou Yuchen worked hard all night and completed the planning proposals for 3 mini-games, Angry Birds, Fruit Night, and Casual Elimination. After careful consideration, Zhou Yuchen decided that Zhou Yu would be responsible for Angry Birds, Hua Haiyang would handle Casual Elimination, and Hejin would take charge of Fruit Night. After reviewing the game proposals, Zhou Yu felt a bit disappointed and said, there's no technical difficulty at all, but will people actually buy such simple games? Hua Haiyang replied in a deep voice, I think it's quite good. The games are simple, yet very unique. For example, with Casual Elimination, if the price isn't too high, I would definitely buy it. Chapter 59 Discrimination. Hejin's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table as he said, Fruit Night has taken the touchscreen application to the extreme. With a single swipe, it cuts various fruits. This idea is simply brilliant. I feel this game will have only 2 outcomes. Either it will go unnoticed, or it will become a nationwide hit. Not just nationwide. Zhou Yuchen interrupted as he walked in and sat down. What I want is for it to be a global sensation. Our battlefield isn't domestic, it's in Europe and America. Although the GDP of Xia country has already become the 3rd largest in the world, just like in the past, people have not developed the habit of spending money on original products. Even if they decide to spend money, most will think it over multiple times to ensure it's worth it. Therefore, for games like Angry Birds, Fruit Night, and Casual Match 3 to succeed in the Xia market, they must first achieve success abroad. This is why Zhou Yuchen said their real battlefield lies in Europe and America, not domestically. Hejin was surprised and said, boss, are you aiming a bit high? Zhou Yuchen laughed. If we don't aim high, how can we make money? Hejin replied, boss, as far as I know, for our mobile games from Xia country to enter the European and American markets, a considerable deposit might be required. Zhou Yuchen was taken aback. What deposit? Hejin explained. For example, the Chengxi gaming platform does not require any deposit when releasing games domestically. They only take a 30% cut of sales. However, in Europe and America, they not only take a 40% cut, but also require a prepayment of $500,000. If our game doesn't sell well, and their cut doesn't reach $500,000, they will withhold this amount as marketing costs. I'm not very clear about the situations with Zhuiyue and Haiyan platforms, but I estimate they are not much different. Damn. Before Zhou Yuchen could respond, Zhou Yu blurted out. They are clearly practicing discrimination. Hejin sighed. There's nothing we can do. The three major mobile operating systems in the market come from companies in Europe and America. They have teamed up to prohibit all companies and individuals from creating game download platforms on them. This monopoly has already formed. And we have no way to counter it unless one day, Xia country develops its own mobile operating system. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. I believe that day will come sooner or later. Zhou Yuqin was not surprised by the bullying from foreign tech companies. In his previous life, Huawei Group endured hardships and finally achieved a leading position in the communications field, only to have their chips banned by foreign entities, causing a sharp decline in their mobile phone business, even leading to the divestment of a subsidiary. A few years later, after Huawei secured lithography machines and broke the chip blockade, Huawei phones re-emerged, defeating all foreign brands and reaching the top globally. Compared to the grievances faced by Huawei, the mere $500,000 was nothing. Zhou Yuqin said, I will have someone look into the specifics. If it's just a matter of paying some deposits to access the global gaming platform, I think it's completely worth it. Hua Haiying agreed, that's right. The key is whether our games can achieve good results. As long as the transaction volume exceeds 2 million, then this so-called deposit will be irrelevant. Zhou Yuqin took a deep breath and said, no matter what, we need to develop the games first before we can discuss sales. Everyone, tell me what difficulties you anticipate in developing these 3 games within a month? Zhu Yu replied, the technical difficulty is far greater than what we faced with our previous game. I believe it's still a personnel issue. If I had 20 more skilled programmers, I wouldn't have any problems here. Hua Haiying and He Zhan exchanged glances and said in unison, I feel the same way. Zhou Yuqin responded, getting people isn't a problem. I'll go recruit right away. Hua Haiying asked, I know quite a few talented game developers. Can we bring them in? Zhou Yuqin smiled, of course. You are the team leaders and responsible for game development. As long as you think their skills are good, feel free to recruit them. And their treatment will be the same as everyone else's. Zhu Yu, Hua Haiying, and He Zhan happily said, thank you, boss. Zhou Yuqin waved his hand and said, don't celebrate too early. Let me make it clear. If the people you recruit are not up to standard or lack integrity, not only will they be let go, but you 3 will also be penalized. Do you understand? The 3 replied in unison, understood. That afternoon, the 3 teams began to get busy. Zhou Yuqin also didn't idle away his time. He gave them a lesson on the game development approach. Everyone asked him questions, many of which involved technical difficulties. Zhou Yuqin welcomed all inquiries. No matter the issue, he always had the best solutions. The team realized that their boss was actually an incredibly skilled programmer, and everyone showed expressions of surprise. Zhu Yu, being the most perceptive, presented a long-standing problem he had been struggling with to Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin only took a moment to think and provided 3 solutions, astonishing Zhu Yu, who was thoroughly convinced by Zhou Yuqin's expertise. In just one afternoon, Zhou Yuqin had won over everyone in the gaming company with his abilities. Hey daddy, where are you? Why haven't you come to pick me up? The pitiful voice of Xiao Yeye came through the phone to Zhou Yuqin's ears. Zhou Yuqin's heart ached, and he hurriedly replied, sweetheart, daddy has urgent matters at the company and might not be able to come back for a few days. Can you forgive daddy? Wah. Xiao Yeye started to cry. Daddy, will you take a long time to come back like before? Zhou Yuqin comforted her, sweetheart, don't cry. When you cry, daddy feels very uncomfortable. Don't worry, on Children's Day, dad will definitely make it to the school. Don't forget, I still have a performance to do. By the way, do you want to know what performance dad is going to do? Little Yeye said in a sweet voice. Yes. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, dad is going to perform a beautiful set of martial arts on stage. Little Yeye exclaimed happily, that's great. I want to see dad perform martial arts. Zhou Yuqin said, you must listen to your mom these days, okay? Little Yeye replied with an saying, okay. Mom and I have moved to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqin felt relieved. Shen Qinggong's residence is in a government compound, where armed guards are stationed outside, and there are also many security personnel patrolling 24 hours a day. It can be said to be the safest place in the entire area. Even if Luo Haifeng is bold, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. Chapter 60. Yan Qingfeng comes knocking after putting in a great effort to calm down Xiao Yeye. Zhou Yuqin let out a gentle sigh. He felt that soothing a child was much more exhausting than practicing a set of martial arts. After work, Zhou Yuqin treated the team leaders and deputy leaders of the 3 groups to a drink, marking the company's reopening celebration. As everyone toasted and exchanged drinks, they quickly became familiar with one another. Zhou Yuqin's title shifted from boss to brother Chen. After a satisfying meal, everyone left the restaurant. Just as Zhou Yuqin was about to call for a designated driver to take everyone home, a middle-aged man with a blank expression suddenly approached him. You are Zhou Yuqin, right? Our boss wants to see you. Zhou Yuqin frowned and asked, who is your boss? The middle-aged man answered succinctly, Yan Qingfeng. Zhou Yuqin's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a look of surprise. Do I know your boss? The man was Guomao, Yan Qingfeng's personal bodyguard. Guomao replied calmly, I don't want to resort to violence. Zhou Yuqin retorted, hey, are you looking for a fight? The others also rolled up their sleeves, glaring at Guamauta, ready to jump in at Zhou Yuchen's command to teach him a lesson. Guamauta didn't take them seriously at all and pointed to a nearby extended Maybach. Mr. Zhou, our boss is in that car. He won't take up too much of your time. Zhou Yuchen nodded and said, all right then. I'll go talk to your boss. Hua Haiyang grabbed Zhou Yuchen's arm and said, Brother Chun, they don't look like good people. Zhou Yuchen chuckled. In broad daylight, do you think they can kidnap me? Don't worry, it's fine. Following Guamauta to the Maybach, the door opened, and Yin Qingfeng stepped out, exuding an impressive aura. Zhou Yuchen asked, Mr. Yin, what do you want to discuss with me? Yin Qingfeng's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Zhou Yuchen. Not humble nor arrogant, composed demeanor. No wonder you dared to use me as a pawn in your scheme. Aren't you afraid of being backstabbed by my knife? Zhou Yuchen frowned and replied, Mr. Yin, what do you do? Your words are unclear. What pawn? What backstab? I really don't understand what you're talking about. Absolutely deny it. This was Zhou Yuchen's premeditated strategy for dealing with Yin Qingfeng. As long as Yin Qingfeng couldn't find evidence of him sending the video, he could only suspect him. If he didn't admit to it, Yin Qingfeng had no way to take action against him. Are you saying that video wasn't sent by you? Video? I don't know what video you're talking about. Do you know Luo Hao? Of course. If it weren't for his slander, I wouldn't have ended up in prison. Luo Hao going in should have something to do with you, right? That seems unrelated to you. Mr. Yin, I need to take my friends home. If you have no other matters, let us leave it at that. After Zhou Yuchen spoke, he turned to leave but was stopped by Guamauta. Zhou Yu and Hua Haiyang noticed that something seemed off and hurried towards their direction. Zhou Yuchen waved his hand at them and said to Yin Qingfeng, Mr. Yin, what exactly do you want? Yin Qingfeng replied calmly, it's fine if you don't admit it. I just want to tell you that Luo Haifeng's people are watching me not far from here. Seeing me standing with you, what do you think they will think? You're smart enough to guess. Zhou Yuchen said, what Luo Haifeng thinks has nothing to do with me. In fact, Zhou Yuchen had already sensed that someone was monitoring them. He initially thought it was Yin Qingfeng's subordinates, but he didn't expect it to be Luo Haifeng. This meant that Luo Haifeng already knew it was Yin Qingfeng who acted against him, and Yin Qingfeng also knew that Luo Haifeng was aware of him. So this guy deliberately came to find him. No matter what attitude he took, as long as Luo Haifeng saw it, he would definitely take action against him. Yin Qingfeng had a vast network and numerous followers, making it very difficult for Luo Haifeng to eliminate him in a short time. In contrast, Zhou Yuchen was weak and had no foundation in Yunhai, so it made sense for Luo Haifeng to prioritize eliminating him. However, none of this was beyond Zhou Yuchen's expectations. He knew that given Luo Haifeng's character, regardless of whether the matter had anything to do with him, as long as there was any suspicion, he would definitely take action against him. What Zhou Yuchen had always worried about was that Luo Haifeng might not uncover Yin Qingfeng's existence. Now, it seemed that everything was out in the open. Mr. Zhou, don't think that just because you have Director Shen backing you, you can act recklessly. Luo Haifeng even dares to kill police officers. He has no way out, so you better not harbor any delusions. Also, I want to remind you that if that video gets out, whether or not you are behind it, I will hold you responsible. At that time, I will do everything in my power to eliminate you and your family, including that lovely child. Upon hearing Yin Qingfeng's words, Zhou Yuchen's expression darkened instantly. A murderous intent flashing in his eyes, his voice turning cold and sharp. Mr. Yin, you think too highly of yourself. I've heard about the matters concerning the Luo father and son. If I'm not mistaken, it was you who sent someone to assassinate Luo Haifeng and then put Luo Hao in prison. As long as I leave Yunhai and hide in a place where no one can find me, once you two settle your scores, I can come back. What do you think of this plan? Yin Qingfeng looked at Zhou Yuchen and suddenly laughed, saying, Mr. Zhou, you are indeed not an ordinary person. I can now confirm that you are the mysterious person who sent me the video. Zhou Yuchen replied, if Mr. Yin has no other matters, I will take my leave. Guamauta looked at Yin Qingfeng, who waved his hand. Guamauta stepped aside, clearing the way for Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen glanced at him and said, Baji Quan, you've mastered the hidden strength, not bad. Guamauta's face changed dramatically, immediately blocking Yin Qingfeng, saying, Hua Jin. Zhou Yuchen casually replied, good eye, but a bit overconfident. If I wanted to kill him, I would have done it long ago, why wait until now? Looking at Zhou Yuchen's back, Guamauta let out a long sigh of relief. Although the two had only exchanged a few words moments ago, Zhou Yuchen had already released the aura of a master, making Guamauta's hair stand on end, as if he were facing an ancient divine mountain, feeling overwhelmed and breathless. Chapter 61, Sniper in the Realm of Martial Arts. There is a saying that goes, when one's skills reach a certain level, they become boundless. The gap between Zhou Yuchen and Guamauta is not small. It is an entire realm apart. If Zhou Yuchen had not deliberately revealed his aura, Guamauta would not have felt even the slightest hint of threat. In other words, if Zhou Yuchen were to suddenly strike, even if Guamauta had 10 lives, they would all be forfeit. Thinking of this, Cold sweat broke out on Guamaota's back. Who would have thought that a young man in his 20s could be a master of martial arts? It was simply unbelievable. Yan Qingfeng patted Guamaota on the shoulder and asked in confusion, "Gua, what's wrong?" Guamaota replied, "Brother, if there's nothing urgent, you'd better not provoke Zhou Yuchen. He is a truly dangerous person, far more so than 10 others we know." Yan Qingfeng's pupils constricted as he asked, "Are you sure you're talking about Zhou Yuchen?" Guamaota nodded, "Absolutely. Zhou Yuchen is a martial arts genius who has already reached the realm of transformation." Yan Qingfeng inquired, "How does he compare to you?" A bitter smile appeared on Guamaota's face as he said, "How could I dare to compare myself to a master of transformation?" Yan Qingfeng knew his brother well. He always held himself in high regard and never spoke lightly. If he said Zhou Yuchen was an extremely formidable character, then it must be true. Yan Qingfeng first showed a look of shock and apprehension, but then seemed to think of something and smiled slightly. Since Zhou Yuchen is so powerful, he might as well fight with Luo Haifeng. Who knows? It might save us a lot of trouble. Guamaota suggested, "Brother, how about we spread the word that Luo Hao was arrested because Zhou Yuchen reported it to the authorities? What do you think?" Yan Qingfeng laughed, "Sure, Gua. You have the potential to be a strategist. Brother, please don't make fun of me." Just as he finished speaking, a strong sense of unease surged in Guamaota's heart. "Get down," he shouted, pushing Yan Qingfeng out of the way. Bang! A bullet pierced through Guamaota's shoulder, causing him to let out a muffled grunt. "Damn it, there's a sniper. We need to hurry back to the hotel." Zhou Yuchen reacted extremely quickly, immediately directing everyone to return to the hotel lobby while he hid to observe from the side. He and Yan Qifeng had underestimated Luo Haifeng. They hadn't expected that this guy not only had a sniper rifle, but also dared to openly target Yan Qingfeng. However, this man was a drug lord. If he could smuggle in drugs, acquiring a few sniper rifles wouldn't be particularly difficult. Guamaota was indeed a tough guy and extremely loyal to Yan Qingfeng. After being seriously injured, his first reaction was to tackle Yan Qingfeng to the ground, and the two of them rolled under a vehicle. This maneuver allowed them to successfully evade 2 sniper shots. Yan Qingfeng's bodyguards finally reacted. 4 black SUVs immediately roared to life, surrounding them. Soon, all the guests in the hotel were aware that there was a sniper outside, and chaos erupted. The hotel owner was both scared and angry, and immediately called the police. Yan Qingfeng, hiding under the car, felt something wet on his face. He wiped it with his finger and found it was bright red blood. "Guozi, how are you?" Yan Qingfeng asked with concern. He knew that if it weren't for Guamaota's quick reaction just now, he might have already met his end. Guamaota gasped for breath and said, "I got shot in the shoulder, but it's nothing serious." Yan Qingfeng sighed with relief, saying, "That's good to hear. This time, I was too careless. I knew someone was following us, yet I still wanted to use them to deal with Zhou Yuchen." Guamaota replied, "This is my responsibility. I didn't expect they would have a sniper." Yan Qingfeng said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect it either." For safety's sake, they stayed under the car for a full 20 minutes until several police cars arrived, and only then did they come out. The leading officer was Zhang Wei, an old friend of Zhou Yuchen. After securing the scene, Zhang Wei approached Yan Qingfeng and asked, "Mr. Yan, I'm Zhang Wei from the criminal police team. Can you tell me what happened here?" Recognizing the major player from Qingfeng Real Estate at a glance, Yan Qingfeng helplessly replied, "I might have offended someone in business, and they sent a sniper to kill me. Fortunately, my brother was here, otherwise I would be dead." Zhang Wei looked at Guamaota and asked, "Are you injured?" Guamaota's face was pale as he replied, "It's nothing serious." Yan Qingfeng said, "Guozi, the police are here. You don't need to hold on anymore. Officer Zhang, could you please take Guozi to the hospital?" "No problem." Zhang Wei immediately arranged for someone to drive Guamaota to the hospital. While giving his statement, Yan Qingfeng only mentioned the situation at the time and did not specify that the assailants might be connected to a certain individual, as he was worried that if the police found out about his feud, it could lead them to investigate the issue concerning Shui Yibing. Although Yan Qingfeng was confident the police wouldn't find evidence linking him to Shui Yibing's death, he preferred not to draw attention to himself. Zhang Wei asked, "Mr. Yan, what brings you to this hotel?" Yan Qingfeng replied, "I came to chat with a friend." Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow and smiled. "For you to come personally? This friend of yours must be quite impressive. May I ask their name? We need to ask them a few questions." Knowing he couldn't hide his meeting with Zhou Yuchen, Yan Qingfeng reluctantly mentioned Zhou Yuchen's name. Zhang Wei immediately realized the potential issue and asked, "What business do you have with Zhou Yuchen?" "As far as I know, he seems to be unemployed and has no business dealings with you." Yan Qingfeng said, "I just had a personal matter to discuss with him. I can't disclose the specifics." Zhang Wei responded with an "oh" and immediately sent someone to fetch Zhou Yuchen. However, after searching, they couldn't find him, and the police had to bring in Zhou Yuchen's friends, who were all reeking of alcohol, including Zhou Yu, Hua Haiyang, and He Zhen, to Zhang Wei. "Have you seen Zhou Yuchen?" Zhang Wei asked. Everyone shook their heads. "Isn't he with you?" Zhou Yu said, when the gunfire rang out. "Chen Ge called us back to the hotel lobby, but he didn't go back himself. It seemed like he hid behind a large pillar at the entrance." After that, I lost track of him. Yin Qingfeng's heart stirred. Could it be that Zhou Yuqin went after the sniper? This guy is a bit too bold. Chapter 62. Yin Qingfeng has big problems after finishing the interviews with everyone. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment and directly made a call to a higher authority to report the entire situation. The person on the other end was silent for a moment before asking, "What do you think about this matter?" Without hesitation, Zhang Wei replied, "Yin Qingfeng has big problems. If this assassin was sent by Luo Haifeng, it indicates an irreconcilable hatred between the two. However, one is a real estate company president and the other runs a transportation company, and their businesses don't have much overlap, so logically, such a serious conflict shouldn't arise." The higher authority responded seriously, "Haven't you encountered many illogical situations in your cases over the years? As police, we must boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify. Zhang Wei, don't hold back. Just express your suspicions." Zhang Wei said, "I suspect that the person who reported Luo Hao for drug use and attempted to assassinate Luo Haifeng is Yin Qingfeng. Director, just last night, someone in prison severely beat Luo Hao. That person used to work for Qingfeng Real Estate." The higher authority stated, "For some unknown reason, Yin Qingfeng and Luo Haifeng have become sworn enemies. Yin Qingfeng wants to eliminate Luo Haifeng and doesn't he want the assassination to fail." After Luo Haifeng left the hospital, he immediately dispatched a sniper to retaliate against Yin Qingfeng. Zhang Wei agreed, "I think so too." The higher authority continued, "What about Zhou Yuqin? What role did he play in this? Why did Yin Qingfeng personally meet Zhou Yuqin at such a critical moment?" Zhang Wei replied, "I can't guess that. Director, Zhou Yuqin was missing when the sniper incident occurred." The higher authority remarked, "This kid must have some connection with Yin Qingfeng. You need to find him as soon as possible." Zhang Wei acknowledged, "Understood." Yunhai City Government Family Compound. After finishing the call, the higher authority walked out of the study, his face filled with seriousness. The relationship between Luo Haifeng, Yin Qingfeng, and Zhou Yuqin left him feeling somewhat perplexed. In the living room, a little girl was performing a song she learned at kindergarten in front of her grandmother and mother. Her clear voice, adorable expressions, and funny movements brought a smile to the higher authority's face. When the performance ended, he, along with Dai Wan and Shun Jingyun, applauded. The little girl seemed a bit shy, her face flushed, and she dived into Shun Jingyun's embrace. The higher authority chuckled, "Little Yaya, is this the performance you're going to show on Children's Day?" Little Yaya looked up and said, "Yes, Grandpa." He gave her a thumbs up and said, "You performed wonderfully. I heard from your grandmother that your dad is also going to perform. Is that true?" Little Yaya perked up. "Yes. Dad said he would perform a really cool set of moves." The higher authority asked, "Every set of moves has a name. Do you know what your dad said is called?" Little Yaya paused, shook her head, and said, "Dad, didn't he say?" "Oh no, Mom. Quick, call Dad. I need to tell the teacher the name of Dad's performance tomorrow." Shun Jingyan laughed. "All right, let us call Dad." Dai Wan adjusted her glasses and looked up at Shun Qinggong's face, seemingly trying to discern something. After being married for a lifetime, no one knew Shun Qinggong better than Dai Wan. Something must have happened to Zhou Yuqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have indirectly asked the child to call him. Soon, the call connected. Zhou Yuqing's voice came through. "Jingyun, is there something you need?" Shun Jingyun replied with a smile. "It's your precious daughter looking for you." Xiao Yaya leaned in and asked, "Daddy, what is the name of the program you performed?" Zhou Yuqing exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot to name it. Can you help me think of one?" Xiao Yaya thought for a long time and helplessly said, "Daddy, you should think of it. I can't come up with anything." Zhou Yuqing suggested, "Then let's call it Bajiaking." Curiously, Xiao Yaya asked, "Why is it called Bajiaking?" Zhou Yuqing explained, "Because this set of moves I performed includes many types of martial arts." Xiao Yaya replied, "Are there 100 types? If not, it shouldn't be called Bajiaking." Zhou Yuqing was momentarily stumped by Xiao Yaya's reasoning. Shun Jingyan chuckled and said, "Xiao Yaya, what your dad means by Bajiaking is that it includes many types of martial arts. The word 100 here means many, not the number 100. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing quickly added, "Mom is absolutely right. Sweetheart, Bajiaking means many types of martial arts." Xiao Yaya said, "Okay, then I'll tell the teacher the name tomorrow." "Daddy, you mustn't forget." Zhou Yuqing laughed. "Don't worry, Daddy will be there on time." Shin Qinggong walked over and said, "Xiao Yaya, can I speak to your dad for a moment?" Xiao Yaya nodded, "Sure." Shin Qinggong took Shin Jingyun's phone and returned to the study. Shin Jingyun's expression changed, and she realized that something might have happened to Zhou Yuqing. She turned to Dai Wan, who softly said, "It shouldn't be a big deal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called." Shin Jingyun nodded, "Right." Shin Qinggong was the commissioner of police. If Zhou Yuqing were in serious trouble, he would never contact him privately. Even if contact was necessary, it would be done through recorded calls, as per police regulations. Shin Qinggong had always led by example when it came to following the rules. "Xiao Zhou, where are you?" "Outside Jiahua community." "What are you doing there?" 10 minutes ago, the guy who was targeting Yin Qingfeng drove into the community." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I've been following that white van from a distance. He changed his license plate twice along the way, so I'm certain. I'm planning to enter the community to investigate. I might find Luo Haifeng's exact location. No, Shen Qinggang said sternly. Xiao Zhou, don't do anything. I'll immediately have someone check the surveillance cameras near Jiahua community. As long as Luo Haifeng went there, we'll definitely be able to find him. Zhou Yuqing thought for a moment and replied, all right, I'll wait in the car for you. Shen Qinggang said, there's one more thing. What is your relationship with Yan Qingfeng? Zhou Yuqin certainly wouldn't tell Shen Qinggang the truth, replying, I've never met Yan Qingfeng. It's the first time I've even heard his name. Shen Qinggang asked, what did you talk about? Zhou Yuqin had no intention of hiding anything and recounted his conversation with Yan Qingfeng, including the issue regarding the video. Shen Qinggang immediately seized on this point, asking, what video? Zhou Yuqin replied with a wry smile. As for the video, how would I know? However, I suspect there's a video that is extremely important to Yan Qingfeng that has somehow leaked out, and he thinks I have it. The problem is, I've only been in Yanhai for a few days. I don't even know which way the Qingfeng real estate company building faces. So how could I possibly have such an important video? Chapter 63 Internal conflict in the entire incident. The only connection to Zhou Yuqin was that video. Aside from him, no one else knew that he was the one who sent the video to Yan Qingfeng. Therefore, as long as Zhou Yuqin did not admit it, no one could do anything to him. Shen Qinggang asked suspiciously, are you really sure you don't have the video? Although Zhou Yuqin's words sounded convincing, Shen Qinggang, who had been a criminal police officer for a lifetime, instinctively felt doubt towards Zhou Yuqin. He had a gut feeling that this video, which was extremely important to Yan Qingfeng, might have a direct relationship with the entire incident. It was even possible that it was this video that prompted Yan Qingfeng to take action against the Luo father and son. If Zhou Yuqin knew what Shen Qinggang was thinking, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. Old police officers are truly impressive. Director Shun, I really don't have that damn video. Alright, just stay where you are and don't cause any alarm. Give me some time, and I will get back to you. Okay. After hanging up, Shen Qinggang immediately changed into his police uniform and walked out of the bedroom. Returning his phone to his daughter, Shen Qinggang said, I might not be back tonight. You all go to sleep. Shen Jingyun's expression changed, and she asked, Dad, is something wrong with him? Shen Qinggang smiled and replied, don't worry. He's very smart and won't get into trouble. Once downstairs, Shen Qinggang got into his car and made 5 consecutive phone calls. After clearly assigning the tasks, he drove to the headquarters of the Public Security Bureau. Half an hour later, Shen Qinggang entered the monitoring department of the bureau, looking at the images on the large screen. He asked, what's the situation? Zhang Chao, the head of the monitoring department, pointed to the second screen, which showed a woman driving a black SUV with a tall man sitting next to her. Director, this woman is Wang Yingying. On the morning of the incident at the hospital, she drove into the Jiahua community at 6 o'clock. Judging by their height and build, they are similar to the two who abducted Luo Haifeng. A few colleagues are currently conducting a technical analysis on them. Shen Qinggang inquired, what about the car? Zhang Chao pointed to the fourth screen and said, it's parked under building number 6. The Jiahua community was built over 30 years ago, and the property management is lax. We have not yet determined which floor they are on. Shen Qinggang said in a deep voice, implement 24-hour surveillance on the Jiahua community. Remember, Luo Haifeng is an extremely dangerous individual. Do not cause any alarm. Zhang Chao replied, understood. At a store less than 100 meters from the Jiahua community, Zhang Wei, dressed in plain clothes, opened Zhou Yuqin's car door and got in. This luxury car is indeed luxurious. Sitting in it is much more comfortable than our police vehicles. Zhang Wei adjusted himself in the seat and praised, nice ride. Zhou Yuqin said, Team Zhang, if you think this car is good, why not resign and become my driver? I promise to give you a monthly salary far exceeding that of a police captain. Zhang Wei laughed and replied, forget it. With my temperament, I'd probably get fired within 2 days. After joking, Zhang Wei's expression became serious. So what is the plan? Zhou Yuqin said, once you go in, you won't come out. Zhang Wei replied, my colleague has already obtained access to the surveillance footage from the nearby cameras. The sniper you saw is very likely one of the suspects who killed my 2 brothers. Zhou Yuqin asked, what are you planning to do? Zhang Wei said, monitor. Right now, we only know that they are on the 6th floor of a certain unit, but we are not sure of the exact floor. Luo Haifeng is a madman. And without absolute certainty, we dare not act rashly for fear of harming ordinary civilians. Zhou Yuqin calmly said, 5 floors, 10 households. It shouldn't be too difficult to check, right? Zhang Wei responded, not difficult. As long as the technical team confirms that the 2 people are indeed from the hospital, my colleague will go directly to the 1st floor of Building 6. There lives an elderly lady in her 60s who knows everything about the residents and the happenings in the entire community. Once we figure out their exact floor position, everything will be easier. Mr. Zhou, it's getting late. We'll handle this. You can go home. Zhou Yuqin frowned. Are you abandoning me? Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh. Don't say that. I can't bear such a heavy accusation. Zhou Yuqin thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll head home. If anything comes up, you can call me. I'm available 24/7. An hour later, Zhou Yuqin returned home. After taking a hot shower, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began practicing the Tai Chi visualization technique. In Unit 501 of Building 6 in the Jiahua community, Luo Haifeng sat on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking rather displeased. Opposite him sat 3 men and 1 woman, each with a cold demeanor, their eyes like venomous snakes. The 2 sides were negotiating. "I have $3 billion overseas. As long as you can rescue my son and eliminate Yin Qingfeng and Zhou Yuqin, 20 billion of that will be yours." Luo Haifeng exhaled a puff of smoke and glanced at the 4 people, feeling quite irritated. Now he finally understood what it meant to raise a tiger to trouble. Over the years, Luo Haifeng had indeed nurtured a team of killers, not many in number. Just these 4. After Wang Yingying risked her life to rescue Luo Haifeng, he felt a bit moved, thinking that his money over the years hadn't been wasted. Little did he know that they were not there to repay him, but for the money in their hands. Having been in the drug business for over a decade, Luo Haifeng could be described as extremely wealthy. They clearly intended to get the money and then flee overseas to enjoy life. However, Luo Haifeng was not an easy person to deal with and directly proposed these 2 conditions. Wang Yingying raised her eyebrows and said, "Boss, when you were in the hospital, we spent a lot of effort to clarify the ins and outs of the situation. Shouldn't you give us a little benefit in advance?" Luo Haifeng replied, "I've said many times that my domestic accounts have been frozen. I can only access the money once I go to Australia." Among the 4 killers, the oldest, Fong Nong, pulled out a dagger from his waist and said, "Boss, we don't want to resort to torture against you." The one who went to the hospital to save someone before was Wang Yingying, and the one wrapping things up is Fong Nong. Luo Haifeng scoffed and said disdainfully, "After knowing each other for so many years, do you think I would be afraid of these things? Fong Nong, you can certainly try your tormenting methods on me. If you manage to take even a penny from me, I, Luo Haifeng, will call you Grandpa." Fong Nong was furious, stood up, and said, "Let's see who can try." Luo Haifeng took a puff of his cigarette, staring intently at Fong Nong without saying a word. Wang Yingying said, "Old Fong, don't be impulsive. The boss is someone who has crawled out of hell, and given that he is injured, if things go wrong, we might end up with nothing." Chapter 64. Luo Haifeng's counterattack. Fong Nong seemed to be very wary of Wang Yingying and sat back down in his chair, saying, "Just now, Chu Fei went to target Yin Qingfeng, but the security measures around Yin Qingfeng are very tight. It's not an easy task to take him down." Wearing a baseball cap and dressed in all black, Chu Fei said coldly, "It's either saving someone or killing someone. Choose one." Wang Yingying agreed, "That's right. It's difficult for us to do both." Luo Haifeng was silent for a moment, and then said, "Rescue Luo Hao, kill Zhou Yuqin. No problem, right?" Fong Nong replied, "We only suspect that Zhou Yuqin sent the video to Yin Qingfeng. We haven't confirmed it." Without a second thought, Luo Haifeng said, "As long as Zhou Yuqin has the slightest suspicion, I won't let him off the hook. Moreover, this kid has a grudge against Luo Hao." Wang Yingying suggested, "How about this? Fong Nong, you stay here with the boss. Chu Fei, you should go take care of Zhou Yuqin in the next couple of days. Tomorrow morning, Rong Xian and I will go to Yunhai Talent Kindergarten to plant the bombs." "Rong Xian, are you sure the police chief's child goes there?" Yu Rongshuan, a man in his 30s wearing glasses with a gentle demeanor, was the English teacher at Yunhai Talent Kindergarten and was well liked by the children. No one would have guessed that he was actually a killer. "I'm sure," Yu Rongshuan said with a smile. Wang Yingying asked, "We only have 2 bombs. How will you handle it?" Yu Rongshuan replied, "One will be placed in the storage room, and the other in the gas pipeline of the teaching building. The bomb in the storage room can be detonated directly to give the police a warning and force them to release Luo Hao." Wang Yingying nodded and asked, "Boss, what do you think?" Luo Haifeng inquired, "How do we get out of the country?" Yu Rongshuan smiled, "I will stay at the kindergarten. As long as the bombs are there, they will respectfully send you and Luo Hao out of the country. Then the other 3 can board the plane together. Once we arrive in Australia, everything will be fine." Luo Haifeng looked surprised and said, "You trust those 3 that much?" Yu Rongshuan pointed at Wang Yingying and said, "Boss, let me formally introduce you. This is my wife." Luo Haifeng smirked, "You 2 are quite good at hiding things." However, he added, "But I can't let Yin Qingfeng off this easily. Didn't you find the video of him and Shui Yibing on my son's phone? Post it online. I want Yin Qingfeng to become a joke and make the police suspect that he killed his own wife." Wang Yingying said, "My internet skills are good. I'll take care of it right away." Soon, an extremely explicit video appeared on major forums and quickly went viral across several websites, causing countless night owls to become excited. They knew that such videos would be taken down quickly, so they downloaded and saved it at the first opportunity. Sure enough, within half an hour, the video was blocked by the internet regulatory authorities, but this did not affect its spread on various forums. The police naturally took notice. In the police chief's conference room, the lights were bright. After comparison by the technical department, It was confirmed that Wang Yingying is the female assassin who appeared in the hospital. Luo Haifeng is likely hiding in Wang Yingying's home. Shen Qinggang immediately called a meeting with the police department. Deputy Director Zhu Jiang pointed to the blurred image on the screen and said, "This video has been widely circulated online. The male protagonist is Luo Haifeng's son, Luo Hao, and the female protagonist is Yin Qingfeng's wife, Shui Yibing. We can make a reasonable inference now. Yin Qingfeng must have seen this video and realized that his wife has cheated on him, which infuriated him, leading him to report Luo Hao. Yin Qingfeng knows very well that Luo Haifeng is not an ordinary person. Once he finds out that it was Yin Qingfeng who got Luo Hao into trouble, he will definitely seek revenge. Therefore, Yin Qingfeng took the initiative and ordered an assassination of Luo Haifeng, but unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. After Luo Haifeng escaped from the hospital, he immediately retaliated against Yin Qingfeng. We have reason to believe that this video was leaked by Luo Haifeng. The technical team is currently investigating the source of the video. Shen Qinggang asked, "How long will it take to find out?" Zhu Jiang replied, "Within 24 hours. Shen Qinggang frowned and said, 24 hours? By then, it will be too late. The investigation into the source of the video is mainly to determine whether it was released from Building 6 of the Jiahua community, but it is not a critical element. Our current task is to quickly identify the assassination team under Luo Haifeng and capture them all." Zhu Jiang said, "Our team has already quietly installed pinhole cameras on the 5th floor. As soon as they come out of the house, we will immediately confirm their identities." Shen Qinggang nodded and said, "Good. My suggestion is to set a deadline of 10 o'clock in the morning. Try to capture the suspects outside before 10, and after 10, go directly upstairs to apprehend them. Deputy Director Zhu, you are the overall commander of this operation, and I look forward to your good news." Zhu Jiang stood up and saluted, saying, "Yes, I guarantee we will accomplish the task." Damn it! Yin Qingfeng, like an enraged lion, smashed everything in the villa's living room to pieces. The inappropriate video of Luo Hao and Shui Yibing was posted online, causing Yin Qingfeng to lose face completely. The comments from onlookers in the online comment section were like sharp knives, directly tormenting him. Over the years, Yin Qingfeng had never experienced such humiliation. 6 strong bodyguards stood silently in the living room, not daring to make a sound. After smashing things, Yin Qingfeng sat on the sofa, looking extremely displeased. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello, this is Yin Qingfeng. I am Luo Haifeng." Yin Qingfeng straightened up and coldly said, "What can I do for you, Mr. Luo?" Luo Haifeng laughed and said, "I just wanted to ask, how do you feel right now?" Upon hearing this, Yin Qingfeng's anger boiled over. "Do you think you have won?" Luo Haifeng replied, "I lost, and I lost miserably. This is all thanks to you. To make you a bit uncomfortable, I posted this wonderful video. Mr. Yin, the video has been on my son's phone, and I'm very curious about how you got it." Yin Qingfeng replied without hesitation, "Zhou Yuqin gave it to me." Luo Haifeng sneered. "Zhou Yuqin has been in Yunhai for less than half a month. Do you think I would believe that?" Yin Qingfeng said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Chapter 65. The sound of gunfire. Luo Haifeng took a deep breath and said, "I never imagined that the transportation group I painstakingly built would end in such a way." Yin Qingfeng replied, "Your lament as a drug dealer is worthless." Luo Haifeng retorted, "Am I a drug dealer? And you? You're a murderer. Not only did you attempt to assassinate me, but you also tortured my son in prison and sent someone to kill your own wife. Yin Qingfeng, you are truly ruthless." Yin Qingfeng coldly responded, "That woman was involved with your son and put such a huge green hat on me. How could I let her live?" He continued, "Luo Haifeng, don't worry, I will make sure to toy with your son. He weighs over 200 pounds, and I guarantee that in 6 months, he will lose at least half of that." Luo Haifeng was furious and shouted, "Bastard. I tell you, the police are already watching you. They will investigate the cause of Shui Yibing's death, and you will eventually face the consequences." Yin Qingfeng laughed and said, "Without evidence, no one can do anything to me. Luo Haifeng, you should think about how to escape from the police's net." After saying that, Yin Qingfeng hung up the phone because he heard the sound of police cars outside. A while later, several police officers took Yin Qingfeng away for questioning. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Wang Yingying and Yu Rongshuan were the first to leave, followed closely by Chu Fei, who came down carrying a black leather suitcase. The police immediately began investigating the identities of the three, discovering that Yu Rongshuan was actually an English teacher at a local kindergarten. Upon learning that Wang Yingying and Yu Rongshuan were less than 5 kilometers away from the kindergarten, the head of the arrest operation, Zhu Jiang, changed his expression and quickly picked up the intercom, saying, "All units, pay attention, implement the arrest immediately. The suspects may be armed, and if necessary, use lethal force." After receiving the order, the police quickly sprang into action. The first to be apprehended were Luo Haifeng and Fong Nong on the 5th floor. Several armed police burst in, and Luo Haifeng was lying on the bed in his bedroom. His injuries were severe, and he would need at least 3 more months to recover fully. Fong Nong reacted quickly. Seeing the armed police, he jumped out of the 5th-floor window. Utilizing the air conditioning units of the 4 households below, he landed safely in less than a minute. However, he was then confronted by at least 5 automatic rifles pointed at him. Fong Nong helplessly raised his hands. The second to be captured was Chu Fei. His target was Zhou Yuchen. He drove to Lijiang Garden and entered the community. This trip was mainly to scout the area and find Zhou Yuchen's home address, planning to take action at night. When Chu Fei returned after scouting, he was met by over a dozen fully armed police officers. The sniper rifle in his car had also fallen into the hands of the police. Chu Fei, however, showed bravery. In such a situation, he drew his handgun. Gunshots rang out, and Chu Fei fell into a pool of blood. However, he did not die, as the armed police did not hit any vital areas. The arrest operation involving the first 3 individuals went very smoothly. But there was a problem with Wang Yingying and Yu Rongshuan. Wang Yingying was an extremely sensitive woman. On their way to the kindergarten, she noticed someone following them. "We might have been exposed," she said, drawing her gun. Yu Rongshuan, a seasoned veteran, remained calm and replied, "We're only 5 kilometers away from the kindergarten. We have to take a gamble now. Once we get to the kindergarten, we'll have plenty of hostages." By the way, the granddaughter of the chief of police, Shen Xingang, is named Shen Xinyue, and she is a student in class 6. Wang Yingying said, "Then let's go grab her from class 6. With this little one, we'll be safe." Yu Rongshuan pressed the accelerator, increasing the car's speed to 100 kilometers per hour. Behind them, Zhang Wei sensed something was off and immediately reported, "Director Zhu, they've discovered us." Zhu Jiang replied sternly, "Our people won't arrive at the kindergarten for another 15 minutes. You must find a way to delay them." "Understood," Zhang Wei shouted, placing an alarm outside the car and speeding forward. The other 3 black SUVs followed suit. The traffic in Yunhai wasn't much better than in another city, especially on the main roads. If you encountered a day without traffic jams, it meant you were lucky. Today, everyone was not so fortunate. Less than 2 kilometers from Yunhai Inkai Kindergarten, a traffic accident appeared ahead, blocking dozens of cars on the road. Wang Yingying and Yu Rongshuan exchanged glances and immediately got out of the car. They each grabbed an electric scooter and rushed toward the kindergarten. Zhang Wei and the others commandeered passing pedestrians' electric scooters to continue their pursuit. When they arrived at the kindergarten, they saw Wang Yingying and Yu Rongshuan rushing into the teaching building. "It's over." Zhang Wei's face changed dramatically as he immediately led his team into the building. Yu Rongshuan reached class 6 and found that Xinyue was not there. He asked Teacher Wu, who was teaching, "Where did the kids go?" Teacher Wu, confused, replied, "They are rehearsing on the 4th floor. Is there something wrong, Teacher Yu?" "Nothing," Yu Rongshuan said, quickly taking Wang Yingying to the rehearsal room on the 4th floor. Inside the rehearsal room, Zhou Yuqing and over 20 parents were sitting there, bored, waiting for their turn. Zhou Yuqing initially didn't want to come due to the incident involving Luo Haifeng, but his child's homeroom teacher, Miao Yulan, personally called him and insisted that he attend the rehearsal. Zhou Yuqing thought it should be fine since it was at the kindergarten, so he drove there. Xinyue was very happy to see Zhou Yuqing, her face blooming with joy. At this moment, the children participating in the rehearsal were backstage changing clothes. Parents could only go on stage after the children's performance was over. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out outside. A parent murmured, "Who is setting off firecrackers at school?" Zhou Yuqing's expression changed as he stood up abruptly. "That is not the sound of firecrackers." He quickly pressed his ear to the ground, and indeed heard a series of hurried footsteps outside. "Everyone hide, it's gunfire," Zhou Yuqing shouted. "Gunfire? Do you think this is some sort of crime movie?" Zheng Qian, who had some grudges against Zhou Yuqing, scoffed. "Ha ha ha," the parents all laughed. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and hide," Zhou Yuqing shouted as he quickly ran towards the backstage. For Zhou Yuqing, Xiao Yeye was the most important. If others wanted to die, he wouldn't stop them. After all, he had already fulfilled his obligations. If you don't believe it, there's nothing he could do. Chapter 66. Dealing with the assassin. Zheng Qian finally found an opportunity to take revenge on Zhou Yuqing and naturally would not let it go. He stood up, pointed at Zhou Yuqing, who had run backstage, and mocked. "Did you see that? This person is more cowardly than a mouse. Just a few firecrackers scared him like this. I'm speechless." A parent, noticing that Zhou Yuqing's expression was off, said, "Could it really be gunshots?" Zheng Qian laughed. "If it were really gunshots, I'd be willing to eat dirt." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the rehearsal room was kicked open. A man and a woman rushed in, both holding guns. "Oh my God, it really is a gun." The parents gasped and quickly bent down, running towards the backstage. Yu Rongshuan moved quickly, rushing forward and grabbing the trembling Zheng Qian as a hostage, sternly saying, "Don't move." Wang Yingying shot and hit a male parent who was running in front, declaring, "Whoever moves will die." Upon seeing Liao Xiaofan's father get shot, several parents couldn't help but scream. Everyone covered their heads and crouched on the ground, not daring to move. The most unfortunate was Zheng Qian, who was so scared that he wet his pants. He had been so arrogant before, and now he was in such a miserable state. Mr. Yu, are you putting on a show? Yu Rongxuan was the most famous English teacher at the kindergarten, and all the parents knew him, including Zheng Qian. I don't have time to perform for you. Yu Rongxuan aimed the gun at the back of Zheng Qian's head and said, Tell me, where is Shen Xinyue? Zheng Qian was so frightened that he lost his wits and momentarily forgot Shen Xinyue's name. Just then, Zhang Wei rushed in with more than 10 police officers. Put down the gun, Zhang Wei shouted. Bang! Without saying a word, Yu Rongxuan fired a shot near Zheng Qian's ear. Ah! Zheng Qian screamed, losing a large part of his ear, blood streaming down. You put down the gun, Yu Rongxuan said coldly. Zhang Wei replied in a deep voice, Yu Rongxuan, Wang Yingying. Your boss and 2 companions have already been captured. Continuing to resist is pointless. Yu Rongxuan laughed. The outcome is still uncertain. Zheng Qian, speak. Is Shen Xinyue backstage? Zheng Qian endured the excruciating pain and said, yes. A victorious smile spread across Yu Rongxuan's face. Yingying, take care of the hostage. I'll go get our talisman. Wang Yingying pressed her gun against a female parent's back and said, no problem. Yu Rongxuan dragged Zheng Qian and slowly retreated. In the police station, Zhu Jiang's face was ashen. With the situation developed to this extent, the police were completely passive. Can someone tell me, who is Shen Xinyue? Bang! The door opened. The one answering Zhu Jiang was Shen Qinggang. Shen Xinyue is my granddaughter. Boom! Everyone in the office was stunned by Shen Qinggang's words. Zhu Jiang exclaimed, Director, is little Yeye's full name really Shen Xinyue? Everyone only knows that Shen Qinggang has a daughter who had a child out of wedlock, giving him a granddaughter named Xiaoye. But the child's full name remains unclear. Shen Qinggang said coldly, their goal should be to use my granddaughter to threaten our police. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiang picked up the walkie-talkie, wanting to relay this information to Zhang Wei. Shen Qinggang stopped him, saying, don't interfere with Zhang Wei's case. I trust his ability. Zhu Jiang anxiously replied, but Shen Qinggang interrupted, no buts. Give Zhang Wei the order to adapt and handle it himself. Zhu Jiang nodded and conveyed Shen Qinggang's command to Zhang Wei. At the confrontation scene, Yu Rongxuan slowly retreated to the backstage corner. He ordered Zheng Qian to lie on the ground while he quickly dashed into the backstage dressing room. Just as he reached the door, a strong wind blew in from the right. Yu Rongxuan, being a martial arts expert with considerable skill, sensed danger as the wind rushed in. Unfortunately, the opponent's speed was too fast. Before he could react, a hand had already grabbed his wrist. With a crack, Yu Rongxuan's entire arm was shattered by a powerful hidden force, hanging down like a noodle. The gun in his hand fell to the ground. Yu Rongxuan opened his mouth wide, wanting to alert Wang Yingying outside. However, his assailant didn't give him a chance and swiftly knocked him unconscious with a chop. It goes without saying that the attacker was Zhou Yuqing. He ran to the backstage and immediately instructed Miao Yulan to hide more than a dozen children in the restroom while he concealed himself behind the door. He could hear the commotion outside clearly. After confirming there were only 2 assailants, Zhou Yuqing felt slightly relieved. When Yu Rongxuan arrived, he quickly took action and easily dealt with the opponent. Picking up the handgun, Zhou Yuqing cautiously stepped outside, peeking from behind the stage. He noticed a woman pointing a gun at a female parent while confronting Zhang Wei. Zhou Yuqing waved his gun and gestured to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei immediately understood and shouted, Wang Yingying, the special police team is on their way. You have no chance left. Lower your weapon and accept the law's judgment. That is your only correct choice. Wang Yingying sneered, you're Zhang Wei from the criminal police team, right? Zhang Wei replied, you know me? Wang Yingying said, of course. Those of us in this line of work pay close attention to your criminal police. Captain Zhang, do you know who we are trying to capture? It's Shen Qinggang's granddaughter, Shen Xinyue. As long as we catch this little girl, we can turn the situation around. Zhang Wei pretended to be furious and sternly said, you have quite the nerve. Wang Yingying smugly replied, if I didn't have the nerve, how could I be a killer? Rongxuan, did you catch Shen Xinyue? Yes. Zhou Yuqing, who was only 5 meters away from Wang Yingying, answered. Wang Yingying felt something was off about the voice and instinctively turned her head to take a look. A white shadow suddenly rushed forward, followed by a sharp pain in the right arm, causing the pistol to fall to the ground. Then, there was a fracture in the left arm, and finally, someone grabbed the neck and lifted it forcefully. With a thud, a grim-faced individual threw Wang Yingying to the ground and shouted, dare to touch my daughter? You really don't know when to stop. As he spoke, he kicked Wang Yingying twice. He felt a wave of fear just thinking about it. If it weren't for the call from Miao Rulin asking him to come for rehearsal, little Ye might have already been captured by them. Even if they had been lucky enough to rescue her in the end, the little girl would definitely be greatly frightened. Zhang Wei stepped forward to handcuff Wang Yingying and said, why take this risk? Why not just shoot? Chapter 67 First Encounter with Luo Haifeng. Zhou Yuqing handed the handgun to Zhang Wei and said irritably, if I knew how to shoot, I would have done it long ago. Why go through all this trouble? There's another assassin who I knocked out. You all hurry up and take them away. The children are hiding in the restroom, so don't scare them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei immediately had someone carry Yu Rongxuan out. Mr. Zhou, you need to come back with me to make a statement. Zhou Yuqin nodded and said, you all go ahead. I'll reassure the children and come over right away. Zhang Wei replied, okay. In his earpiece, Zhu Zhang's voice came through. Zhang Wei, what happened? Zhang Wei responded, 2 assassins have been dealt with. Aside from 2 parents who were shot and lightly injured, the others are fine. Zhu Jiang said happily, that's great. Zhang Wei, well done. I'll commend you all. Shen Qinggang, standing next to Zhu Jiang, let out a long sigh of relief. If Xiaoya had really been taken hostage by those 2 assassins and something happened to her, his wife and daughter would have gone crazy, and he would probably blame himself for life. Zhang Wei said, I can't take credit for this. These 2 assassins were taken down by Zhou Yuqin. Shen Qinggang was taken aback and asked through the intercom, what was Zhou Yuqin doing at the school? Zhang Wei replied, it seems he was rehearsing for a Children's Day celebration. Fortunately, he was there, after hearing the gunshots. He immediately hid the teachers and children in the restroom backstage and bravely faced the assassins alone, ultimately bringing them down. A flash of admiration crossed Shen Qinggang's eyes as he said, He*s quite a man. Zhang Wei added, absolutely a true man. Shen Qinggang continued, bring him over to make a statement. There are some things he needs to clarify. Zhang Wei replied, he went to check on the children. We'll return shortly. Shen Qinggang said, all right. After the report, Zhang Wei had 2 officers take Zheng Qian and another parent to the hospital, while he and the others took the 2 criminals back to the police station. Zhou Yuqin emerged from the restroom with Miao Rulin and more than 10 children. The few parents, still shaken, looked at Zhou Yuqin with admiration and gratitude. The female parent who had been taken hostage held his hand tightly, continuously expressing her thanks, which made Zhou Yuqin quite embarrassed. Fortunately, the children were not scared. They didn't even know what had happened, and the parents naturally wouldn't foolishly inform them. Zhou Yuqin said to Miao Shulan, Teacher Miao, I need to head to the police station. I might not have time to continue the rehearsal. Miao Shulan nodded and said, all right. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't called me over for the rehearsal, the outcome would have been the same. After comforting Xiaoya for a bit, Zhou Yuqin left the kindergarten and drove to the police station. Upon arriving, an officer took him to the conference room. As the door swung open, a warm round of applause greeted Zhou Yuqin, led by the deputy mayor and chief of police of Yuhai City, Shen Qinggang. Shen extended his hand to Zhou, saying, Mr. Zhou, thank you for your outstanding contributions during this arrest operation. We have decided to award you the Bravery Medal and invite you to serve as a consultant for our cyber technology department. What do you think? Zhou shook Shen's hand and replied, thank you, Chief Shen, for the award and recognition. May I ask if this consultancy requires me to come to work every day? Shen chuckled, only when the department encounters a technical challenge will we ask for your assistance. You won't need to come in daily. Zhou responded, that is fine with me. Becoming a consultant for the cyber technology department of the Yuhai Police was undoubtedly a positive development for Zhou. In the future, if anyone tried to use his past incarceration against him, he wouldn't need to explain anything. He could simply present his consultant credentials to silence them. However, he still needed to complete the necessary documentation, as the matter was serious, and all relevant information had to be organized properly. Zhou recounted the entire incident in detail. After leaving the inquiry room, Zhang Wei approached him, saying, Luo Haifeng wants to see you. Zhou replied, I don't even know Luo Haifeng. Why should I meet him? No. Zhang insisted. Luo has a recording of Yan Qingfeng admitting to killing his wife, Shui Yibing, and to having someone assassinate him. He said he would hand over the recording as long as he could see you. Additionally, he has billions in overseas banks, which he will also return. Zhou chuckled. Is it really that valuable to meet me? Zhang nodded, quite valuable. Zhou agreed. All right, let's meet then. After a while, Zhou entered the interrogation room and saw Luo Haifeng, who appeared pale and weak. This was Zhou's first encounter with Luo, and he could no longer detect any of the aura of a gang boss about him. In the monitoring room, Shen Qinggang, Zhu Jiang, Zhang Wei, and others were closely observing the conversation. Luo scrutinized Zhou and asked, Do you know why I wanted to see you? Zhou shook his head, I don't know. Luo said, I wanted to see who it is that can manipulate both me and Yan Qingfeng at will. Now that I've met you, you haven't disappointed me. Zhou smiled, Mr. Luo. I truly don't understand what you're saying. Luo continued. Using your superior cyber skills, you stole videos from Luo Hao's phone and quietly sent them to Yan Qingfeng. Furious, Yan had his wife killed and reported Luo Hao. To resolve the issue once and for all, he even sent a killer named Yao Dao to assassinate me. Your tactic of using someone else's weapon is truly remarkable. Zhou replied, Mr. Luo, you shouldn't be in the transport business or dealing in drugs. You should really consider becoming a screenwriter or a novelist. If you are only meeting me to say these things, I feel there is no need for us to meet at all. Luo Haifeng sighed, and said, Luo Hao shouldn't have provoked you. Zhou Yuqing replied, there are many people he shouldn't have provoked. I'm just one of them. To be honest, seeing him end up like this today makes me feel quite satisfied. At this point, Zhou Yuqing's emotions became a bit agitated, and he said, Mr. Luo, do you know how difficult it is for someone like me, coming from a small county, to get into a top university like Yuhai University? Chapter 68. The police's recognition since the 3rd grade of elementary school. I have been waking up at 5 in the morning and going to bed at midnight, studying hard every day. After 10 years of effort, I was admitted to Yunhai University with the top score in the province. Who among you can truly understand the hardships and efforts I put in during that time? Even in university, I continued to study diligently, rising earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs. In less than 2 years, I completed a 4-year program and qualified to take the graduate entrance exam by special exception. My original life plan was to work hard for another 4 years, complete my doctoral studies, and become a teacher at Yunhai University, educating and nurturing future generations. But because of your son's schemes, my entire life was ruined. Later, I ended up in prison, and your son did not spare me, sending people to trouble me while I was incarcerated. If it weren't for the help of my fellow inmates, I might have already died in there. After my release, to escape your son's persecution, I dared not stay in Yunhai and could only hide in Sioux City, working to survive. I remained in hiding for 4 years. During these 4 years, I had no home to return to, and I didn't dare to see my parents for fear that you scoundrels would harm them. Mr. Luo, please tell me, if you were in my position, should I hate Luo Hao? This lengthy statement from Zhou Yuqing was not actually directed at Luo Haifeng, but was intentionally aimed at the police present. The purpose was clear, to gain their sympathy and recognition. It was evident that Zhou Yuqing's strategy was successful. The female officers behind the monitor were already in tears, and even the male officers, including Shun Qinggang, felt a twinge of empathy. A hard-working, promising young man was ruined by a scoundrel. Anyone would find it difficult to bear, especially considering the responsibility of the police in this matter. Zhu Jiang sighed and said, it's not easy for this young Zhou to have endured until now. If it were someone else, they might have already collapsed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Luo Haifeng was not moved by Zhou Yuqing's words. He replied calmly, the law of survival of the fittest is the principle of this society. If you are weak and get bullied, that's what you deserve. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei exploded with profanity. Zhu Jiang was also furious. What a reckless scoundrel. The other officers were equally indignant. Only Zhou Yuqing, sitting opposite Luo Haifeng, remained unfazed and even smiled. You believe in the law of the jungle, while I believe in justice and fairness. Therefore, your outcome is execution. While I will continue to live and live better than before, unfortunately, you will never see it. Well said. Powerful. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Yuqing's words received unanimous approval from the officers. Shun Qinggang also applauded. Luo Haifeng said lightly, history is written by the victors. You won. So everything you say is right. But you still lack the courage to admit that you sent that video to Yan Qingfeng. Your hatred was not fully avenged. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, did you call me here just for this? Yan Qingfeng asked me the same question before, and I was completely at a loss then. Hehe. Mr. Luo, don't waste your efforts anymore. This isn't a crime. Even for me, the police wouldn't do anything. It's just a video, and I didn't ask anyone to kill. Luo Haifeng looked at Zhou Yuqing deeply and said, you can go now. Without saying another word, Zhou Yuqing stood up and left. As he walked out of the camera's monitoring range, he turned his head, pointed to his mouth, and silently communicated to Luo Haifeng. The silent message was just 3 words, it's me. After saying that, Zhou Yuqing smiled, opened the door, and walked out of the interrogation room. Luo Haifeng muttered to himself, the young people nowadays are really impressive. The efficiency of the police department was extremely high. Within just half an hour, Zhou Yuqing's credentials as a technical consultant were processed. During this time, Luo Haifeng had fully confessed to all his issues. Meanwhile, Yan Qingfeng had been severely affected by him. Last night, when Luo Haifeng spoke with him, he secretly recorded the conversation. Although it couldn't be used as evidence in court, it had pointed the investigation in the right direction. The police immediately conducted a thorough investigation into the death of Xue Yibing and Qingfeng Real Estate Company, uncovering numerous issues, which even implicated several bribery cases. 3 months later, Yan Qingfeng was sentenced to 20 years, and several corrupt officials were also sent to prison. Of course, that's all another story. After becoming a special consultant for the police department, Zhou Yuqing followed Zhu Jiang to the network technology department to meet everyone. The head of the department, Wang Deguang, was a man in his 30s, extremely passionate about network technology. He had heard that Zhou Yuqing managed to crack Luo Haifeng's laptop password in just 1 hour. And now that he saw him in person, he eagerly grabbed Zhou Yuqing and asked for tips on the decryption method. Zhou Yuqing had no choice but to explain his steps in detail. Many of his innovative ideas left Wang Deguang and the other technical staff wide-eyed, and they quickly took out notebooks to jot down notes. Seeing this, Zhu Jiang smiled and quietly stepped out, just in time to bump into Shun Qinggang in the hallway. Old Zhu, it's lunchtime, let's go eat. Hey, where's Xiao Zhou? Did he leave? Zhu Jiang pointed to the technical department and said, he's giving a lecture. A lecture? Shun Qinggang looked through the window towards the technical department office. He saw Zhou Yuqing passionately explaining something in front of a computer, while Wang Deguang and several technicians were taking notes like elementary school students. Shun Qinggang chuckled and said, looks like he's taking on a mentor role. Zhu Jiang replied. When they encounter a network technology expert, Wang Deguang and the others naturally want to learn from him. Hee. Sometimes one has to admit that there are geniuses in this world, and Zhou Yuqing is undoubtedly one of them. If it weren't for Luo Hao's mess, his future would be limitless. Shun Qinggang asked, what about now? Is there no future? Zhu Jiang shook his head and said, of course not. Lao Shun, I want to ask you something personal. Is he really the biological father of Xiao Yeye? Shun Qinggang was silent for a moment before nodding. Zhu Jiang asked, what are your plans? Are you considering accepting him as a son-in-law? Shun Qinggang replied, I was firmly opposed before, but now I need to investigate further. Zhu Jiang continued, if you don't want him, then let me have him. My daughter is about the same age as Jing Yun, just right for him. Shun Qinggang glared and said, in your dreams. Zhu Jiang laughed and said, see, this is a typical case of insincerity. The issue with Xiao Zhou has been thoroughly investigated, so you don't need to have any reservations. Chapter 69. A billion in 6 months? Shun Qinggang said, at most, I don't oppose it. Whether they can come together depends on their willingness. Haha, let me tell you a joke. This guy made a bet with me that he would earn $1 billion within 6 months. If he succeeds, Xiao Yeye will take his surname. If he fails, he will never bring up the surname change again for the rest of his life. $1 billion in 6 months? Zhu Jiang exclaimed in surprise, wow, this guy really dares to say that. Shun Qinggang laughed. Do you think he is bragging? I thought so too at first. However, Jingyan told me that he made over $100 million through crude oil futures recently. Now he's definitely a billionaire. Zhu Jiang's mouth dropped open in disbelief. That is just incredible, isn't it? Shun Qinggang sighed. As you said, there are indeed geniuses in this world. Zhu Jiang said, looks like I need to build a good relationship with him. In the future, if there's a chance to make money, I can ask him to help me buy futures or something, and I could make a fortune. Upon hearing this, Shun Qinggang couldn't help but smile. The two didn't let Zhou Yuqin continue teaching the colleagues in the technical department. Instead, they took him to the cafeteria for a meal as a token of appreciation. Today's events were largely due to Zhou Yuqin's intervention. Otherwise, their department would have been in a completely passive position and might have even garnered national attention. After lunch, Zhou Yuqin returned to the technical department to finish explaining the method of cracking the code before leaving the department and heading to his gaming company. At this point, the name of Yuechen Gaming Company had been successfully registered, and the relevant agreements with everyone had been completed. The overall framework of the company was set up. The leaders of the 3 teams each brought 7 or 8 technicians to the company. Zhou Yuqin fulfilled his promise and signed agreements with these individuals without hesitation. Like other employees, they would have a 1-month trial period to assess their performance before confirming their positions. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Yuqin went to the school to pick up Xiao Yeye. Many parents took the initiative to greet him, with some expressing their gratitude. Soon, Zhou Yuqin brought Xiao Yeye out. Daddy, didn't you say you wouldn't have time to pick me up these days? Xiao Yeye wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuqin's neck, her face beaming with a smile. Zhou Yuqin replied, because Daddy just finished his work. What's wrong? Don't you like me picking you up? Xiao Yeye quickly said, I do. Daddy, let me tell you a secret. Grandma's cooking is not as good as yours. Zhou Yuqin laughed heartily. You really are a little foodie. As usual, Zhou Yuqin took Xiao Yeye back home. Xiao Yeye played with her flower fairy in her bedroom, while Zhou Yuqin cooked in the kitchen. After a while, Shun Jingyun returned from work just as Zhou Yuqin was bringing the dishes to the table. Shun Jingyun approached Zhou Yuqin and quietly asked, did something happen at the kindergarten today? Zhou Yuqin nodded and replied, there was a small incident, but it's all resolved. Was it aimed at Xiao Yeye? This afternoon, Shun Jingyun saw a message in the parents' chat group saying that 2 armed intruders had rushed into the school, aiming to capture Shen Xinyue to threaten the authorities, which scared her quite a bit. However, thinking that the situation had already been resolved, Shun Jingyun managed to stay calm and didn't call Zhou Yuqin or Shun Qinggang. The intruders had originally planned to plant explosives in the school to force the police to release a certain individual, but later realized they were being tracked by the police. So they changed their plan to capture the little girl. Fortunately, I went for a rehearsal today and dealt with those 2 intruders. Shun Jingyun let out a sigh of relief and said, that was too dangerous. Was the little girl scared? Zhou Yuqin replied, I had all the kids in the restroom, and by the time they came out, the person had already been taken away by the police, so the little girl and the others didn't know what had happened. Shun Jingyun nodded and said, that's good. Yuqin, thank you. Zhou Yuqin rolled his eyes and said, here you go again. Let me share some good news. I am now part of the authorities too. Shun Jingyun was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "Your dad sent me credentials. I am now a specially appointed consultant in the technical department of the local authorities." "Really? That's great." Shen Jingyun's face was filled with surprise. She was already quite beautiful, and this smile was like a blooming rose, stunningly gorgeous. Even Zhou Yuchen, who had been close to countless beauties in his past life, couldn't help but be captivated by her extraordinary beauty, staring at her in a daze for a moment. Shen Jingyun's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded, "Have you seen enough?" Zhou Yuchen snapped back to reality without feeling the slightest bit embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, you can only blame yourself for being too beautiful. I never understood what it meant to be a beauty that could topple kingdoms until I saw you." Shen Jingyun felt very pleased but maintained her composure and said, "Stop it. I remember how sharp-tongued you were when we first met, criticizing me several times." Zhou Yuchen replied, "Wasn't that to leave a deeper impression on you? The great beauty?" Shen Jingyun shot him a charming glare and said, "You can save that for someone else." Just then, the little girl came out holding a flower fairy and asked in surprise, "Mom, when did you come back?" Shen Jingyun smiled and said, "Just now. Are you hungry?" "I'm starving," the little girl replied. She lifted her shirt and said, "Look, my tummy is all flat." Shen Jingyun quickly pulled her shirt down and said, "Don't lift your shirt casually, okay?" The little girl nodded and said, "Okay." Zhou Yuchen served the shrimp onto a plate and said, "The food is ready. Hurry and wash your hands." The little girl happily exclaimed, "That's great," while Shen Jingyun and the little girl washed their hands. Zhou Yuchen put on a pair of thin gloves to peel the shrimp. He worked very quickly. By the time the mother and daughter sat down, he had already peeled more than 30 shrimp. "Dad, you're amazing." The little one praised Zhou Yuchen. Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. I will definitely work harder to peel the shrimp faster and better." With a chuckle, Shen Jingyun and Xiao Yiya couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 70 Different Treatment After Dinner. The three of them went downstairs for a walk. Xiaoya once again played on her favorite slide. Shen Jingyun said, "Yuqing, I might not be able to go back to Luojiang County with you." Zhou Yuqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you have other matters to attend to?" Shen Jingyun nodded and replied, "Starting from Friday afternoon, I need to go to the provincial party school in Qingjiang for a week of study. You can take Xiaoya to Luojiang and, after you return, just send her directly to my mom." Zhou Yuqing waved his hand and said, "Professor Dai has classes every day. Won't she be tired if you ask her to take care of the child? Just leave it to me. I don't have much going on anyway." Shen Jingyun said, "Didn't you just establish a gaming company? You must have a lot to deal with." Zhou Yuqing chuckled. "The company is currently developing 3 simple mobile games. I just need to go once a day to check on the progress. I'll only get busy once the games are successfully developed." Shen Jingyun was surprised and said, "Developing 3 mobile games at once? Isn't that a bit too ambitious?" Zhou Yuqing replied, "In the gaming industry, the scale of your ambitions mostly depends on your R&D capabilities and financial strength. Fortunately, I have plenty of both." Shen Jingyun remarked, "I feel like you're speaking like a newly rich person." Zhou Yuqing shook his head. "No, it's not that I sound like one. I am one." Shen Jingyun smiled and said, "Zhou Yuqing, do you know what my impression of you was when I first met you?" Zhou Yuqing asked, "What was it?" Shen Jingyun replied, "Calm, fearless, and responsible. My dad is the chief of police. Even ordinary young people, let alone officials, show him great respect. Yet you dared to confront him directly, showing no fear at all. Just for that, I admire you greatly." Zhou Yuqing asked, "And now?" Shen Jingyun said, "Now I find you to be humorous, witty, and incredibly thick-skinned." Zhou Yuqing laughed. "So do you like thick-skinned people?" Shen Jingyun was momentarily taken aback by his question, just as she was thinking about how to respond. Zhou Yuqing said, "You don't need to say anything. I already know your answer." Shen Jingyun paused and said, "You better not misunderstand." Zhou Yuqing replied, "I'm not misunderstanding. Shen Jingyun, you are intelligent, rational, and possess high emotional intelligence. You may seem delicate on the outside, but inside you are stronger than many men. Once you make a decision, nothing can change your mind. If you had no feelings for me at all, with your character, you would have decisively dismissed any thoughts I had. But you hesitated just now. That little hesitation makes me very happy." Shen Jingyun said, "That's just what you think." Zhou Yuqing smiled. "Then let me be happy with my own thoughts." Shen Jingyun was speechless. After playing outside for a while, she took the little girl back home. At 4 in the morning, Zhou Yuchen spent 2 hours finally breaching a company's firewall. After sending over the system vulnerabilities and remedies, his account suddenly showed an additional 200,000. Opening his profile, a radiant smile appeared on Zhou Yuchen's face. Player, Zhou Yuchen. Physique, 14. Average person 10. Mentality, 10. 8. Average person 10. Attribute points, 0 skills. Xingyi Quan, Master level 3. Hacking skills, Expert level 99. Culinary arts, Expert level 99. Tai Chi visualization, mental practice. Items, Understanding scroll, duration 19 days. Cloning scroll, validity 30 days. After considerable effort, Zhou Yuchen had finally raised his hacking skills to 99. He was just one step away from becoming a master hacker, standing at the pinnacle of the hacking world. However, that last 1% was not easy to achieve. It had taken 4 months to master Xingyi Quan, and he suspected that hacking would take just as long. Zhou Yuqin contemplated whether to learn another skill while the understanding scroll was still active for 19 days. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. There were still 3 books on hacking left to read, and he felt that finishing them would help him reach 100%. Without the understanding scroll, he truly had no idea how long it would take to accomplish that. With this in mind, Zhou Yuqin picked up a hefty book titled How Hackers Are Made and began reading. The incident with Luo Haifeng had wasted a lot of his study time, and he needed to make the most of the remaining time while the understanding scroll was still active. His goal was to master hacking within 5 days, then immediately switch tracks and study intensely for half a month. After the understanding scroll expired, he would take a good rest. Thus, for the next 2 days, after dropping off his child at school, Zhou Yuqin would go to the company. He would spend an hour helping 3 teams resolve some challenges, then immerse himself in study. Seeing Zhou Yuqin so dedicated, everyone at the Yueqin Game Company was filled with admiration. On Friday morning at 8, Zhou Yuqin and Shen Jingyun took their daughter Xiaoye to kindergarten. It was Xiaoye's first time going to school with both parents, and she was very happy, her adorable face beaming with smiles. Shen Jingyun asked, "How is your rehearsal going? Today is Children's Day, and you will perform Baguazhang." Zhou Yuqin shrugged and replied, "It's just a set of punches, no problem." Xiaoye urged, "Daddy, you must perform well. Otherwise, I won't have any face left." Uffed. Shen Jingyun couldn't help but laugh, asking, "Sweetheart, where did you hear that?" Xiaoye replied, "All the boys in my class say that." Zhou Yuqin helplessly remarked, "Kids these days are really something. They care about face at such a young age." The 3 arrived at the performance venue and found a spot to sit. By this time, many parents had already arrived at the venue. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqin and Shen Jingyun, everyone greeted them warmly, leaving the 2 feeling somewhat flattered and surprised. Shen Jingyun softly asked, "What is going on?" Zhou Yuqin replied, "It's about your father being the chief of police. People didn't know before, but now they do. The chief of police holds a deputy ministerial rank, just a step away from a full ministerial position, which means he wields significant influence. If they can build a good relationship with Shen Jingyun, it would be easier for them to navigate any difficult situations in the future. It's not just Shen Jingyun. Xiaoye is experiencing the same thing. Over the past few days, Xiaoye told Zhou Yuqin that many children enjoy playing with her. Even a few boys who used to be mischievous and tease others have been very well behaved around Xiaoye. Zhou Yuqin suspects that their parents have advised them to befriend Xiaoye, making her the focal point of protection in the class. There's no helping it. That's just the reality. Chapter 71. Shining brightly at that moment, Shi Kailang, who had previously had a conflict with Zhou Yuqin, walked over. Shen Jingyun's expression changed, and she nudged Zhou Yuqin. Zhou Yuqin stood up, looked at Shi Kailang, and said, "Mr. Shi, is there something you need?" Shi Kailang put on a flattering smile and said, "Mr. Zhou, I am here to apologize to Ms. Shen. My reckless behavior before made Ms. Shen feel uncomfortable and annoyed, and I truly feel very sorry. I assure you, I will never disturb Ms. Shen again." Needless to say, it was definitely Shen Jingyun's identity as the daughter of the police commissioner that intimidated Shi Kailang, a high-flying figure. After all, it was quite absurd for a small business owner in the fashion industry to think he could win over the daughter of a police commissioner with money. Zhou Yuqin patted him on the shoulder, leaned in closer, and whispered, "Mr. Shi, you worry too much. If Jingyun really had an issue with you, do you think your fashion company could still be in business?" Shi Kailang shuddered and quickly replied, "What Mr. Zhou said is absolutely right." Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Just don't do such things in the future." Shi Kailang forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, Yes, I promise." With Zhou Yuqin's response, Shi Kailang felt somewhat relieved and found a place to sit down. Shen Jingyun asked, "What did you say to him? He seems quite scared." Zhou Yuqin replied, "I put on a show of authority to make sure he won't bother you again." Shen Jingyun nodded and said, "That's good." After a while, Xiaoyu was called by her teacher for makeup. Shen Jingyun carried Xiaoyu's costume and followed her. At exactly 9 o'clock, the Children's Day performance of Class 6 officially began. The children had prepared a total of 6 performances, mostly singing and dancing. Singing went relatively well, although the little ones often went off-key. Their clear voices and adorable smiles still garnered a good performance effect. However, dancing was another story. Due to their young age, they simply couldn't remember the moves. And even with a teacher leading them, the performance was chaotic. The parents in the audience naturally wouldn't spoil the fun, each one eager to clap their hands together, showering the stage with applause and cheers. The little ones were very happy, dancing even more energetically, although their mistakes became even more varied. During the performance, the class also prepared some parent-child games for families to participate in, ensuring that no family was left out. Zhou Yuqin, Shen Jingyun, and Xiaoyu played a game called Squatting Horse. The rules of the game were simple. The child rides on the father's shoulders while the mother is responsible for ensuring the child's safety from behind. The father performs squatting and standing motions, and the aim is to see who can do it the most times in 2 minutes. The prize for the champion is a plush toy. The runner-up gets an art book set. The third place receives a stationery set, and the rest are all participation awards. Xiaoyu was very excited, riding on Zhou Yuchen's shoulders, and said, "Daddy, go for it. We need to get first place." Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "Of course." A total of 10 families participated in this game. After everyone was ready, Miao Yulan shouted start. The 10 fathers immediately got moving. Go, go! The parents and children in the audience cheered for the fathers on stage, creating an extremely lively atmosphere. Soon, the differences became apparent. Some fathers, due to a lack of exercise, could only manage 7 or 8 squats before sitting down, unable to get back up. A few parents who regularly exercised managed over 10 squats, but their pace noticeably slowed down. Only Zhou Yuchen, a master of Xingyi Quan, with his extraordinary strength and endurance, completed 40 in one go. Seeing that he was already in a winning position, Zhou Yuchen slowed down, waiting for the game to end. Stop! As Miao Yulan's voice fell, the other 9 fathers sat down in unison, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Zhou Yuchen, however, seemed unfazed as he gently set Xiaoya down. Not a drop of sweat on his face. Xiaoya knew she had won the championship and jumped up in joy. Shen Jingyan quietly asked, "Are you okay?" Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, "This little bit of exercise isn't even enough to warm me up." Shen Jingyan shot him an eye roll and said, "You just keep boasting." Miao Yulan announced the results. Shen Xinyue's family won an undisputed first place with 52 squats, leading the second place by a full 20 squats. The applause filled the venue. Xiaoya held a plush toy, her expression quite proud. After coming off stage, a female parent sitting next to Shen Jingyan said, "Your husband is really impressive. You're lucky." Ye's mom. Hearing such words, Shen Jingyan's face turned beet red. Once the children's performances concluded, it was time for the parents. There were a total of 10 programs. Apart from Zhou Yuchen's martial arts performance and a young parent street dance, the other 8 were singing. Surprisingly, these parents were quite talented, each performing very well. Next, we have our final program, a martial arts performance of Beijia Quan by Mr. Zhou Yuchen, Xiaoya's father. Please give him a round of applause. Dressed in athletic wear, Zhou Yuchen walked onto the stage with a steady pace. He was spirited and imposing, with sharp eyes and a magnificent presence. Even before the performance began, Zhou Yuchen had already captivated the entire audience. The applause erupted. Xiaoya's little face turned red, clapping the hardest. As the music began, Zhou Yuchen took his stance and started his routine. There is a significant difference between a choreographed performance and real martial arts. The former is for aesthetics, while the latter is for combat. Zhou Yuchen had learned many moves online. His postures were graceful and exuded a sense of fluid beauty, especially the kicking moves in the air, which were incredibly impressive. The entire stage was dominated by Zhou Yuchen's swift and agile figure. Great! The parents and children in the audience continuously cheered. Some mischievous little boys watched with sparkling eyes. Xiaoya was the most excited, her little hands clapping until they turned red, continuously exclaiming, "Mom, Dad is amazing, Dad is amazing." Shen Jingyan smiled and said, "Yes, Dad is the best." As the music reached its climax, Zhou Yuchen's movements transformed from graceful and beautiful to powerful and vigorous, each move accompanied by a strong gust of wind, as if he were breaking through the air. He resembled a fierce tiger descending the mountain, exuding an imposing aura, and also like a dragon emerging from the sea, dominating and fierce. Chapter 72. Taking the wife and kids for Western cuisine. It seemed that the passion and enthusiasm ignited within Zhou Yuchen by his martial arts performance had captivated the parents and children present, all of whom stood up, applauding and cheering even more fervently. As the music reached its climax and a set of traditional martial arts was completed, Zhou Yuchen pressed his hands down, exhaling a breath of relief, and finally revealed a hint of a smile on his previously serious face. He cupped his fists in salute to the audience and then descended from the stage. As he passed by, parents and children alike gave him thumbs up. "Yeah, your dad is amazing," a little one said enviously to Xiaoya. Xiaoya proudly replied, "Of course, my dad is the best dad in the world." When Zhou Yuchen returned, Xiaoya stamped his face with a kiss. Following him on stage, Miao Yulan also praised Zhou Yuchen enthusiastically. Soon, the artistic performance celebrating Children's Day came to an end. According to the school's arrangements, the children would have the afternoon off to celebrate. Zhou Yuchen noticed that many parents looked far from happy. Unfortunately, while the children enjoyed their holiday, the parents had no such luck. Having taken a morning off was already a generous allowance from their companies, and taking more time off in the afternoon would likely be considered absenteeism. Following the plan they discussed yesterday, Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyan took Xiaoya to a nice Western restaurant for dinner. In the car, Xiaoya was still brimming with excitement. "Dad, Mom, Today is the happiest day of my life. Shen Jingyan smiled and said, I know, you've mentioned it many times already. Xiaoya continued. My classmates must be so envious of me having a super amazing dad. Shen Jingyun feigned a look of grievance and asked, what about mom? Don't you like mom anymore? Xiaoya quickly replied, to be fair, they will also envy me for having a super beautiful mom. Shen Jingyun kissed her on the cheek and said, sweetheart, mom has to go on a business trip tomorrow and can't accompany you to your grandparents' house. When you get there, you must listen to your dad and not be willful. Okay. Xiaoya nodded and asked, when will you be back, mom? Shen Jingyun replied, in a week. Xiaoya pouted and said pitifully, I miss you. What can I do? Shen Jingyun said, mom will call you every night at 9, all right? Xiaoya nodded, okay. But you mustn't forget. Shen Jingyun ruffled her hair and assured her, I won't forget. Before long, the three arrived at a high-end Western restaurant. This was a place chosen by Zhou Yuqin, known for its upscale nature. Shen Jingyun picked up the menu, glanced at the prices, and couldn't help but gasp. So expensive. A salad cost 220, and a New Zealand steak was 650. This was outrageous. Although Shen Jingyun's family was well off, it was her first time in such an upscale establishment. In contrast, Zhou Yuqin was quite familiar with this kind of place. In his previous life, after becoming a billionaire, he often took women to dine at Western restaurants without ever caring about the prices. In this world, even though he hasn't succeeded in starting a business, his worth has already exceeded 100 million. Dining at a high-end Western restaurant is naturally nothing to him. He ordered some dishes suitable for the little girl and asked, Jingyun, what do you want to eat? Shen Jingyun replied, I'm not familiar with Western cuisine. Why don't you help me order? Sure. Zhou Yuqin didn't hesitate and ordered a full set. There were steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, salmon, oysters, black truffles, seafood mushroom soup, salad, desserts, a total of 16 dishes, aiming for a comprehensive selection. After the waiter left, Shen Jingyun said, are you crazy? So many dishes. Can we finish them? Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, there's a quirk with Western restaurants. The higher end the place, the fewer items they serve. I doubt these will even fill us up. Shen Jingyun asked, do you often eat Western food? You seem quite familiar with it. Zhou Yuqin shook his head and said, I usually cook it myself. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingyun was speechless. Good cooking skills are just being willful. Soon, various Western dishes were served at the table. Let me try this steak for you, Zhou Yuqin said as he cut the steak, forked a piece, tasted it, and frowned. Shen Jingyun asked, what's wrong? Does it not taste good? Zhou Yuqin replied, this must have been made by an apprentice. It's barely edible. Really? Shen Jingyun tried a piece and found the steak tender and flavorful, saying, it's quite delicious, perfect for little Yeya. While saying this, she fed a piece of steak to little Yeya. Little Yeya's eyes lit up, exclaiming, delicious. Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, this fillet steak is taken from the most tender part of the cow, known for its tenderness. I ordered it medium rare. So little Yeya shouldn't have any issues with it. But she can't have too much to avoid indigestion. Shen Jingyun said, you really know a lot. Zhou Yuqin replied, when I get home, I'll buy some kitchen tools for making Western food, so you can taste what a true masterpiece is. Shen Jingyun laughed, now that you mention it. I'm really looking forward to it. Little Yeya chimed in, me too. Zhou Yuqin gently scratched her nose, his eyes filled with affection, saying, little glutton. Meow. Little Yeya squinted her eyes and imitated a cat's meow, making Zhou Yuqin laugh heartily. Seeing the interaction between the father and daughter, Shen Jingyun suddenly felt a surge of happiness. After finishing lunch, Shen Jingyun went back to pack her things, preparing to head to the Qingjiang Party School. The Qingjiang Party School is located in Linjiang City, the capital of Qingjiang Province, only 150 kilometers away from Yunhai City. Shen Jingyun didn't take the bus from her workplace, but decided to drive her own car there. As she was leaving, little Yeya hugged her leg and cried loudly. Shen Jingyun also felt very reluctant, kissing little Yeya's face several times and promising her countless things before driving away. In the afternoon, Zhou Yuqin took little Yeya to Qingjiang University to pick up Zhou Qing. After getting into the car, Zhou Qing noticed that Xiao Yeya seemed a bit down and quickly asked her about it. Upon learning that Shen Jingyun had gone to a training school and couldn't return home with them, Zhou Qing felt quite disappointed. Although she had only met Shen Jingyun once, Zhou Qing genuinely hoped that Shen Jingyun could become her sister-in-law. Seeing Xiao Yeya pouting with signs of tears, Zhou Qing quickly adjusted her mood and started playing with her. Before long, Xiao Yeya was laughing nonstop because of her. The three of them arrived at a shopping mall and activated their shopping mode. Zhou Yuqin hadn't been back for 5 years and was eager to take the entire mall home. On Zhou Qing's suggestion, Zhou Yuqin bought 2 smartphones, a set of gold jewelry, several outfits and shoes, as well as various nutritional supplements. Of course, cigarettes and alcohol were also essential. Fortunately, the trunk of the luxury car was spacious enough. Otherwise, they might not have fit all these items. Chapter 73, National Art of Tai Chi. Everything was settled, and the three of them were having dinner at a restaurant in the mall. Dad, I want to ride the little train, said Xiaoya with excitement after finishing her meal. Zhou Yuqin smiled and replied, no problem. It's still early, you can ride as long as you want. Xiaoya's face lit up with joy, that's great. Dad is really the best dad in the world. Zhou Qing chuckled, sweetheart, your little mouth is just too sweet. After accompanying the little one on the train for an hour, they finally headed home. Perhaps due to the excitement of the day, Xiaoya felt a bit tired. Less than 20 minutes into the car ride, she fell asleep in Zhou Qing's arms. Looking at Xiaoya's cherubic face, Zhou Qing couldn't help but lean down and give her a kiss, saying, brother, this little one is just too cute. Mom and Dad will be over the moon when they see her. Zhou Yuqin replied, she looks a lot like you when you were little. Zhou Qing nodded. I think so too. Brother, have you made any progress with Jingyun? Zhou Yuqin smiled. I'm not in a hurry, so why should you be? Zhou Qing said. I'm just worried you might lose her. Zhou Yuqin confidently replied, don't worry, I won't lose her. It must be said that experience is invaluable. Shen Qinggong's invitation for Zhou Yuqin to become a special advisor for the cyber technology department of the Yunhai police effectively removed the obstacles between him and Shen Jingyun. Even if they were together now, it wouldn't have any negative impact from Shen Qinggang. Zhou Yuqin felt it was time to seriously consider his relationship with Shen Jingyun. Once home, Zhou Yuqin carried Xiaoya into the bedroom. After washing up, Zhou Qing went to cuddle with the little one for sleep. As usual, Zhou Yuqin entered his study and picked up a book titled Analysis of Network Software Vulnerabilities and started reading it seriously. The knowledge within the book was quite new, so Zhou Yuqin read slowly. When he reached a quarter of the way through, he felt a bit sleepy, so he returned to his bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and practiced Tai Chi visualization, quickly falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up, only 2 hours had passed. Zhou Yuqin continued reading. He planned to spend the entire night getting through this hefty book. At 5 in the morning, he turned the last page, stood up to stretch, rubbed his swollen head, and felt he had gained a lot. Ding! Congratulations to host Zhou Yuqin for advancing hacking skills to master level, rewarding 5 attribute points and 1 lottery chance. A surge of warm energy flooded into Zhou Yuqin's mind, instantly filling his brain with countless hacking knowledge. This was a gift from the system. Zhou Yuqin was overjoyed and quickly opened his attribute panel. Player: Zhou Yuqin. Physical strength 14, average person 10, mental strength 10. 8, average person 10, attribute points 5 skills: Xingyi Quan, master level 3, hacking skills, master level 1, culinary skills, expert level 99. Taiji visualization, mental discipline, items, understanding scroll, duration 16 days, cloning scroll, validity 30 days, lottery scroll. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yuqin began the lottery. As his mind moved, the system's lottery wheel appeared before him. The items on the wheel dazzled Zhou Yuqin, making him feel overwhelmed. Stop! A flash of light passed, and a scroll appeared in his item bar. Skill scroll, Taijiquan. Damn! Zhou Yuqin felt quite disappointed. There is a saying in the martial arts community, one move excels, conquers all. It means that if one masters a lethal move to perfection, they can defeat countless opponents. Zhou Yuqin's Xingyi Quan had already reached the master level, having perfected all its techniques. Acquiring a Taijiquan skill was merely icing on the cake for him, offering little practical use. What a waste of a skill scroll. Sighing, Zhou Yuqin clicked on the scroll, and countless pieces of knowledge about Taijiquan quickly integrated into his mind, along with a warm current flowing through his muscles, bones, and internal organs, causing subtle changes in his body. Ding! It detected that the player's Xingyi Quan had reached the master level, and Taijiquan automatically upgraded to the master level. Gaining a master level Taijiquan suddenly felt quite good to Zhou Yuqin. Unfortunately, skills obtained directly through a skill scroll did not reward attribute points from the system. Changing into sportswear, Zhou Yuqin stepped out of his home and headed to the small square to practice. Zhou Yuqin had become a well-known figure in the community. As soon as he arrived, the elderly people exercising around greeted him. Zhou Yuqin naturally did not dare to be arrogant and quickly returned their greetings. After practicing Xingyi Quan for a while, Zhou Yuqin began to perform the Taijiquan he had just learned. Everyone knew that Taijiquan was a martial art that used softness to overcome hardness, but in reality, this statement was incorrect. There is a saying in the martial arts community: Taijiquan is practiced with utmost softness but strikes with utmost hardness, using softness to overcome hardness, unmatched by anyone. However, achieving the effect of hardness through softness is not something just anyone can do. This is also why there is a saying that one can practice Taiji for 10 years without going out, while Xingyi can kill in a year. Zhou Yuqin's Taijiquan was similar in form to that of Zhao Shengguo and others, but the difference lay in that the former could use internal force to stimulate blood flow, nourishing the skin, fascia, bones, and internal organs, while the latter was merely an exercise for physical fitness. The effectiveness of the two was worlds apart. After completing a set of Taijiquan, Zhou Yuqin let out a long breath and looked towards Zhao Shengguo, who had been watching him practice. He smiled and said, "Old Zhao, Have you been busy these past couple of days? I haven't seen you around. Zhao Shengguo replied, I went to the Yunhai court to send that brat in. Zhou Yuqin raised his eyebrow and praised. Being able to keep promises shows that he is a person with principles and integrity. After training in the military for a few years and correcting his minor flaws, who knows, he might achieve great success in a few years. Zhao Shengguo chuckled. Thank you for your kind words. By the way, Xiao Zhou, do you practice Tai Chi? Zhou Yuqin replied, I understand a little. Zhao Shengguo said, it's more than just a little. I feel that your Tai Chi combines firmness and softness, speed and slowness, with a unique rhythm in it. This is traditional Tai Chi, right? Zhou Yuqin nodded and said exactly. Zhao Shengguo sighed. It's a pity that I am too old. If it were when I was younger, I would definitely have asked you to be my teacher and learn traditional Tai Chi well. Zhou Yuqin was moved and said, Old Zhao, I actually have a set of Tai Chi 13 forms designed to help ordinary people strengthen their bodies. It should be more effective than traditional Tai Chi. I wonder if you would be interested in giving it a try? Chapter 74. Teaching the 13 forms of Tai Chi. The Tai Chi taught to Zhou Yuqin is not just about the techniques, but also includes methods of practice and performance. Among these, there are more than 10 sets of health-preserving exercises, with the 13 forms of Tai Chi being the most prominent. Zhao Shengguo and the other elders have treated him well, so Zhou Yuqin decided to pass on this set of 13 forms to them, as a way to promote martial arts from his homeland. Upon hearing Zhou Yuqin's words, Zhao Shengguo's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, That's wonderful. I will call those old fellows over right away. Soon, more than 20 elders lined up in 2 rows, waiting for Zhou Yuqin to teach them. They knew that Zhou Yuqin was a martial arts expert, and that the Tai Chi he taught would be much more reliable than what they had learned from other sources. Zhou Yuqin addressed the elders, saying, My 13 forms of Tai Chi are quite simple and easy to learn. The unique aspect is that it not only strengthens the body, but also has detoxifying effects, especially in the initial stages of practice, within a week at most. Everyone may experience various symptoms, such as developing hard and red spots, dark and foul-smelling stools, and frequently expelling very slippery phlegm. These are all normal reactions and part of the detoxification process, so there is no need to be overly concerned. An elder exclaimed, Young Zhou, is your 13 forms really that miraculous? Zhou Yuqin, with an impressive memory, had already remembered the surnames of these elders. He replied, Elder son, there have been many health-preserving exercises in ancient times that have similar effects. Unfortunately, most of them have not been passed down and have disappeared in the annals of history. Elder son sighed, It is indeed a pity. Zhao Shengguo, feeling impatient, said, Old son, it's getting late. Stop chatting and let us focus on learning the 13 forms from young Zhou. That's what matters most. The others quickly echoed in agreement. Elder son promptly fell silent. Zhou Yuqin began to teach the 13 forms of Tai Chi. This set consists of 13 continuous movements, each comprising several smaller actions, forming a routine that exercises the internal organs and enhances qi and blood flow. Most of these movements are included in the Tai Chi practiced by these elders. But each movement requires proper breathing coordination, and the nuances of force application are also quite particular. However, these 2 points became challenging for everyone. After an hour of practice, while they had learned the movements, they struggled with the breathing coordination and understanding where to exert force and where to relax. With no other option, Zhou Yuqin performed the 13 forms from start to finish, asking one elder who was proficient with a mobile phone to record his explanations. In the following 2 days, Zhou Yuqin would be returning to his hometown and wouldn't have time to guide them, since these were health-preserving exercises that did not involve the circulation of internal energy. Even if practiced incorrectly, the worst-case scenario would be no effect at all, and there would be no risk of injury to their bodies. Upon returning home, Zhou Yuqin prepared some 8 treasure porridge and boiled a few eggs, then called for Zhou Qing and Xiao Yeye to come down. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Yuqin drove his luxury Maybach, taking 2 women back to his hometown. Luojian County is only 130 kilometers away from Yunhai City, half of it on the highway and the other half on provincial roads, taking just 2 hours to reach. Inside the civil servant community, Su Xiaowan finished her breakfast and immediately got busy preparing lunch, her smile never fading. After Zhou Qingjian helped his wife wash the vegetables, he went early to the community entrance, playing chess with the owner of a small restaurant, Lao Su, while waiting for his son, daughter, and granddaughter to arrive. Zhou Qingjian already knew his son's license plate number. As soon as the car arrived, he would see it. Lao Zhou, you seem a bit distracted. What are you looking at? Lao Su quickly noticed that Zhou Qingjian was acting a bit unusual and asked curiously. Zhou Qingjian chuckled, My son and daughter are coming back. I'm just afraid I won't see them. Oh, Lao Su raised his head in surprise and asked, Who did you just mention? Zhou Qingjian replied, My son and daughter. Lao Su asked, Yuchen? Zhou Qingjian nodded, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Yes. Lao Su laughed. Lao Zhou, congratulations. Yuchen is finally back. Zhou Qingjian said, The police in Yunhai have cleared him of the charges from back then. Those two scoundrels are still in prison. Lao Su slapped his thigh and said, "That's great. This is what you call retribution. It's just a pity that Yu Chen's college life was ruined by them." Zhou Qingjian said, "This kid is promising. Whether he goes to school or not, he is a good one." Lao Su asked, "What is he doing now?" Zhou Qingjian felt proud, but kept a calm demeanor. Financial investment. He made some money trading crude oil futures recently. This kid is quite ambitious, and now that he has made something of himself, he is willing to come home. Lao Su praised, "Impressive." Just then, Zhou Qingjian saw a Mercedes Maybach slowly approaching the community. He immediately stood up and walked forward excitedly, saying, "They're here." Lao Su, who loved to join in the excitement, followed along. Zhou Yuqin spotted his father at a glance and quickly stopped the car. Compared to 5 years ago, Zhou Qingjian had many more wrinkles on his face, and his hair had turned quite a bit gray. Stepping out of the car, Zhou Yuqin's eyes were red as he looked at his equally excited father and said, "Dad, I'm back." Zhou Qingjian looked Zhou Yuqin up and down, patted his shoulder, and said, "It's good to be back." The bond between father and son is often very subtle, especially in front of others, where it's even less likely to be easily revealed. "Xiaochun, do you still recognize me?" Lao Su asked with a smile. Zhou Yuqin replied, "Uncle Su. I might forget anyone else, but I can't forget you." Lao Su said, "You've been away for 5 years, and your dad and mom have really missed you." Zhou Yuqin sighed and said, "I had no choice. The person who framed me has ties to organized crime. If they knew I was back, our whole family might suffer. So I had to hide outside. These people are really terrible." Uncle Su exclaimed indignantly, then turned to look at Zhou Yuqin's car and said, "Fortunately, you're doing well. Xiaochun, is this a Maybach? I heard it's worth 2 to 3 million. Uncle Su, your eyesight is really good." Zhou Qing said with a smile as she opened the car door, holding little Yaya. Proudly, Uncle Su replied, "Of course. I may not be able to afford it, but I know plenty of luxury cars." "Oh, who is this little girl?" Zhou Qingjian asked. "This is my granddaughter." Upon hearing this, Uncle Su was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 75. Bringing honor to parents. Zhou Yuqin pointed at Zhou Qingjian and said, "Xiao Yaya, quickly call him Grandpa." "Hello, Grandpa." Xiao Yaya obediently greeted him, then looked at Zhou Qingjian with her adorable big eyes. "Hello, Xiao Yaya. Can I have a hug?" Zhou Qingjian opened his arms, looking expectantly at the little one. Xiao Yaya, showing no signs of shyness, replied, "Sure." Zhou Qing handed the little one to Zhou Qingjian, who was so delighted that tears almost came to his eyes. Old Su asked, "Xiaochun, is this your daughter?" Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "That's right. By the way, Uncle Su, you haven't quit smoking, have you?" Old Su shook his head and said, "I wish I could quit, but I just can't." Zhou Yuqin immediately took out 2 packs of cigarettes from the trunk and handed them to Old Su, saying, "Uncle Su, this is my token of respect for you." "Oh, this is too generous. I can't accept it." Old Su was startled and quickly waved his hands. Zhou Yuqin insisted on putting the 2 packs into Old Su's hands, saying, "Uncle Su, over the years, while I wasn't home, I really appreciated your care. This is just a small gesture. You must accept it." Old Su's real name was Su Rue. He had run a breakfast shop at the entrance of the community for more than 10 years and earned 2 nicknames. One was Sharp Ears, meaning he knew everything, and the other was Gossiping Mouth, as many rumors started from him. Zhou Yuqin returned home mainly for 2 reasons: to reunite with his parents and to address the rumors about himself, restoring his parents' honor. Zhou Yuqin had learned from Zhou Qing that after he was sentenced to prison, the entire county town was in an uproar, and the impact was far beyond his expectations. Many people were secretly gloating and gossiping. During that time, not only Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiuan faced scrutiny, but even Zhou Qing often became the target of whispers. This time, Zhou Yuqin bought 30 or 40 packs of cigarettes to distribute to the neighbors in the community, not for any other reason, but to show everyone his success and to dispel the negative influences from before. Therefore, someone like Su Rue, the Gossiping Mouth and Sharp Ears, became an important target for Zhou Yuqin to win over. As the saying goes, a soft mouth eats hard food. Accepting Zhou Yuqin's generous gift, Su Rue would surely speak well of him. With a good reputation and career success, his parents would naturally regain their honor. Spending just a couple of thousand yuan to buy a loudspeaker praising himself was definitely a good deal. Zhou Qingjian echoed, "Old Su, the child's gesture is sincere. You should accept it." "All right, then I won't be polite," Old Su said, his eyes squinting with happiness as he received the 2 packs. "Xiaochun, I always said you would become an extraordinary person in the future. It seems my judgment was right." Zhou Yuqin smiled and said, "Uncle Su, rest assured. I will continue to work hard and prove that your judgment is spot on." Upon hearing this, Su Rue pointed at Zhou Yuqin and laughed heartily. "After a few years, you really have become quite the smooth talker." Zhou Qingjian interjected, "Old Su, let us not chat too much. Xiuan is still waiting at home. We're back." Su Rue said, "Hurry back. Xiaochun, come over to chat with Uncle Su when you have time." "All right." Zhou Yuqin replied and got into the car. Watching the car slowly leave, Su Rue sighed. Old Zhou has finally had his share of good fortune after all the hardships. The civil servant community in Luojiang County was built over 20 years ago. At that time, Zhou Qingjian had just graduated and was assigned to work in a government department, qualifying for a roughly 50 square meter apartment. Zhou Qingjian found it too small and decided to pay extra to buy a larger apartment of around 100 square meters. According to the current calculation, including shared areas and the balcony, this apartment is as large as 126 square meters. Unfortunately, the civil servant community is now not living up to its name. Many government employees have sold their apartments in favor of better commercial housing, and those like the Zhou family who still live in the community make up less than half. After entering the community, Zhou Yuqin looked around curiously. Compared to 5 years ago, the place is not much different except for being more rundown. Arriving at the foot of Building 6, Zhou Yuqin and the others got out of the car. "Oh, is that Xiao Chen?" A woman's voice reached Zhou Yuqin's ears. He turned to see the speaker was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, with a round face and a somewhat plump figure. Her sharp gaze indicating she was not someone to be trifled with. 2 other women of similar age stood beside her, presumably having been chatting together before. Aunt Ling, Aunt He, Aunt Cheng, long time no see. Zhou Yuqin quickly recognized them and greeted them with a smile. "Oh my, Xiao Chen, it really is you. You're out?" Aunt Cheng, as usual, spoke without thinking. Zhou Qingjian frowned and said, "Aunt Cheng, the police have cleared Xiao Chen's name, and those who wronged him have been arrested. Now Xiao Chen is a specially invited consultant for the Cyber Technology Division of the Yunhai Police Department, so you mustn't talk carelessly." Aunt Cheng exclaimed, "So impressive?" Zhou Yuqin smiled, took out 3 packs of cigarettes from the car, and said, "Over the years, while I was away, I truly appreciate the care from the 3 elders for our family. Just a small token of gratitude." Aunt Ling exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, you're too polite." Despite her words, her hand reached out quickly to take the cigarettes, sharing them with Aunt He and Aunt Cheng, fearing Zhou Yuqin would change his mind. "It's only right." Zhou Yuqin smiled slightly and turned to get more items from the trunk. Zhou Qingjian frowned and said, "Why did you buy so much?" "Your mother and I don't lack anything." Zhou Yuqin replied with a grin. "Dad, if you don't like the cigarettes and the liquor, I can give them away." Zhou Qingjian quickly said, "No, since you've bought them, just keep them." Little Yaya giggled and said, "Grandpa is shy." Hearing little Yaya's words, Zhou Qingjian not only didn't mind, but found the little one adorable, unable to resist giving her a kiss on her little face, saying, "My dear, Grandpa loves you so much." Seeing the several boxes of premium liquor on the ground, dozens of high-end cigarettes, and the beautiful girl in the arms of a certain middle-aged man, the 3 middle-aged women all showed shocked expressions. "How much is this worth?" "It's estimated to be over 100,000. "Over 100,000? Do you know how much this car costs?" "At least over 2 million. My goodness. Has Xiao Chen struck it rich?" "Also, did you see the little girl that old Zhou is holding? Could she be Xiao Chen's daughter?" "It must be. Didn't you hear the little girl call old Zhou grandpa?" The discussion among the 3 women reached Zhou Yuqin's ears. A smile curved at the corners of Zhou Yuqin's mouth. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Chapter 76. The cute little girl, Zhou Qingjian, opened the garage, and Zhou Yuqin left a box of liquor while moving the other 4 boxes inside. Even so, both Zhou Yuqin and Zhou Qing still needed to go up and down 2 or 3 times to bring everything into the house. As for Zhou Qingjian, from the moment he picked up the little girl, he was unwilling to let her go. Once they reached the upstairs, Zhou Qingjian opened the door and smiled at Su Xiaowan, who was standing in front of him with an excited expression, saying, "Son, granddaughter, you both are back." Little Yaya stared with her big, dark eyes, curiously looking at Su Xiaowan. As Zhou Yuqin placed the items on the floor, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. After 5 years apart, the longing surged forth uncontrollably. Zhou Yuqin called out with a trembling voice, "Mom. Xiaoqing, you finally came home." Su Xiaowan could no longer contain her emotions and hugged Zhou Yuqin tightly, crying out loud. Zhou Yuqin felt all the emotions from his previous life, and tears streamed down his face as well. Zhou Qingjian and Zhou Qing had tears in their eyes too. Only little Yaya looked a bit confused. She poked Zhou Qingjian and asked with her innocent voice, "Grandpa, is she grandma?" Zhou Qingjian nodded and replied, "Yes." Little Yaya asked in confusion, "Why are grandma and dad crying so much? Did they misbehave?" Zhou Qingjian chuckled and said, "They are happy." Little Yaya was even more puzzled and said, "Shouldn't happy people be laughing? Why are they crying?" Zhou Qingjian was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Su Xiaowan released Zhou Yuqin, wiped her tears, and turned her attention to the little girl, saying, "You are little Yaya?" Little Yaya replied, "Hello, Grandma." Hearing the little girl call her grandma, Su Xiaowan's heart soared with joy. She quickly responded, opened her arms, and said, "Little Yaya, you are so adorable. Let Grandma hug you, okay?" Little Yaya immediately stretched out her arms and said, "Okay." Su Xiaowan took the little girl from Zhou Qingjian's hands, examined her carefully, and said, "Sweetheart, you are truly beautiful." Little Yaya smiled brightly and replied, "Grandma is beautiful too." "Oh my, Grandma loves you so much." Su Xiaowan couldn't help but give little Yaya a big kiss on the cheek. Little Yaya returned the kiss and playfully said, "Little Yaya loves Grandma too." Su Xiaowan felt as though her heart was melting. The little girl was just too adorable. Zhou Qingjian said, "Xiaowan, go wash the child's hands. Didn't you buy a lot of delicious food?" Su Xiaowan quickly replied, "Right. Sweetheart, Grandma will take you to eat something tasty." Little Yaya's eyes squinted with delight as she said, "Thank you, Grandma." Zhou Qing sighed and said, "Brother, did you see that? The moment you and little Yaya came back, I was immediately cast aside." Zhou Yuchen replied, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry down to get the things." They went down 2 more times before finally bringing all the gifts upstairs. Throughout this, Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan were fully engaged with little Yaya, hardly noticing the presence of the siblings. After a while, Su Xiaowan finally realized that there were many more items in the living room and complained to Zhou Yuchen about his unnecessary spending. Zhou Qing said, "Mom, my brother is now a billionaire and lives in a spacious apartment of over 300 square meters. This little bit doesn't matter." Su Xiaowan replied, "But we shouldn't give up the excellent tradition of hard work and simplicity. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Haven't you heard that?" Zhou Qing quickly raised her hands in surrender and said, "Teacher Su, please stop. I was wrong." Zhou Yuchen smiled slightly and immediately changed the subject, saying, "Mom, the houses here are too old. Have you and Dad thought about getting a new one?" Zhou Qingjian said, "We are also considering this issue." Zhou Qing said, "I think we should buy one quickly. Otherwise, when Sister Jingyan comes next time, she won't have a place to stay, which is quite inconvenient." Su Xiaowan nodded and said, "Right, Xiaoqing, you hit the nail on the head this time. Since you are back, let's go house hunting together in the next couple of days. At the very least, we should get a 4-bedroom. Little Yaya, with her mouth stuffed full of snacks, asked, "Grandma, can I go?" Su Xiaowan replied, "Of course. Your opinion is the most important." Little Yaya immediately squinted her eyes in delight. Zhou Yuchen stood up and said, "Dad, Mom, you can accompany the kids. I'll go cook." Su Xiaowan said, "Let me do it." Zhou Qing immediately said, "Mom, let my brother do it. He has mastered top-notch culinary skills, and his dishes taste much better than yours." Su Xiaowan asked suspiciously, "Really?" Little Yaya immediately affirmed Zhou Yuchen, saying, "Grandma, Daddy cooks the best. I can eat a lot. I might burst my little tummy." Su Xiaowan laughed and said, "Is that so? Then Grandma must have a good taste." Zhou Qingjian stood up and said, "I'll help in the kitchen." In reality, there was hardly anything to help with. Su Xiaowan knew that Zhou Qingjian wanted to have a good chat with his son. Once in the kitchen, Zhou Yuchen saw that the chicken was already stewing, and the fish, shrimp, beef, and several vegetables were also prepared. So he put on an apron and got ready to start cooking. Zhou Qingjian said, "No rush on the cooking. Let's have a chat first." "All right." Zhou Yuchen bent down and handed Zhou Qingjian a small stool, sitting on another one himself. Zhou Qingjian carefully observed Zhou Yuchen, feeling a pang in his heart. His son used to be sunny, cheerful, generous, and confident, as if nothing could overwhelm him, filled with youthful spirit, reminiscent of someone who could take charge and influence the world. Now, while his son was still confident and his gaze still firm, there was more of a sense of steadiness and composure, a quality developed through the trials of society. Zhou Qingjian said, "Xiaoyu, you've matured a lot compared to 5 years ago." Little did he know that the Zhou Yuchen in front of him was no longer the same as before, but a completely new Zhou Yuchen formed by the fusion of 2 souls, possessing both capability and experience. "Dad, I've just grown up," Zhou Yuchen replied with a slight smile. "Looking back now, I realize how adorably naive I was before. The things I learned in school, while somewhat useful, are far from enough to make a living in society. Some people say that society is the best school, and I think this statement is absolutely correct." Zhou Qingjian nodded and said, "Well said. What are your plans next?" Zhou Yuchen replied, "I forgot to report to you. I have established a gaming company and plan to develop a few casual mobile games." Zhou Qingjian asked, "Are you ready to start a business? Do you have enough money? The 10 million you called about last time, your mother and I haven't touched it." Zhou Yuchen smiled and said, "Dad, if I succeed in my business, I will definitely be able to earn countless tens of millions in the future. Why would I care about that 10 million? On the contrary, if I fail, that mere 10 million is just a drop in the bucket and won't solve any problems. So, you and Mom can feel free to spend that 10 million. Chapter 77. Moving houses. Hearing Zhou Yuchen's words, Zhou Qingjian said, "You seem to have a big heart." "Huh?" Zhou Yuchen replied half jokingly and half seriously, "I currently have 2 life goals, a small one and a big one. The small goal is to become the world's richest person, and the big goal is to leave a line or two in the future history textbooks of our country." Zhou Qingjian retorted, "You keep dreaming. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Zhou Qingjin asked, "How do you plan to solve the issue with the child?" Zhou Yuchen said, "I will work hard to make Jingyun your daughter-in-law and provide a complete family for Xiaoya." Zhou Qingjin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you really like her? Or is it just for Xiaoya?" Zhou Yuchen replied, "Dad, to be honest, I have never seen a girl more beautiful than Jingyun. What's more, her personality is mature and independent, and she doesn't have an ounce of the arrogance typical of a spoiled girl. She is truly a model of a virtuous wife and caring mother. You'll see once you and Mom meet her." Zhou Qingjin said, "The problem is whether she has feelings for you. After all, the gap between our families is quite significant. Shen Jingyun's father is the deputy mayor and head of the police department in Yunhai City, while Zhou Qingjian is just a small section chief in the education department of Zhenjiang County, and Su Xiaowan is merely an elementary school language teacher. The difference between the two families is immense." Zhou Qingjian worried that if Zhou Yuchen and Shen Jingyun really ended up together, Zhou Yuchen might get hurt in such a mismatched marriage. Zhou Yuchen reassured him, "Dad, I understand your concerns. Don't worry, your son will be the future world's richest person, and even a princess would be worthy of him." Zhou Qingjian laughed and scolded, "After 5 years, you've learned to brag." Zhou Yuchen shrugged and said, "Facts speak louder than words. Just wait and see." After chatting for a while, Zhou Yuchen began to get busy. His skilled knife work and cooking skills left Zhou Qingjian utterly amazed. Wow, this is on par with a 5-star hotel chef. Little did Zhou Qingjian know that even the chefs at 5-star hotels would call Zhou Yuchen master upon meeting him. At noon, 8 dishes and a soup were served. The 5 family members gathered around the table for a meal. Zhou Qingjian opened a bottle of premium liquor and asked, "Xiaoyu, want a drink?" Zhou Yuchen laughed and replied, "Dad, we're going to look at houses this afternoon, and I need to drive. I'll have a proper drink with you tonight." Su Xiaowan interjected, "That's right. No drinking while driving, and no driving after drinking. Old Zhou, you need to learn from your son on this matter." Zhou Qingjian helplessly said to Zhou Yuchen, "See, this is my family position." After tasting the dishes Zhou Yuchen made, both Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan gave high praise. Su Xiaowan even handed over the cooking duties at home for the past 2 days to Zhou Yuchen, which left him speechless. However, he was very happy to be able to cook a few meals for his parents. After the meal, Zhou Yuchen drove everyone to check out the newly developed properties. Although the area of Luojiang County is not large, the real estate market has been heavily speculated by developers, with prices being about 20% higher than those in surrounding counties. Upon entering a sales office for a community called Gueha, it was bustling with activity, and many people were pointing at the model and inquiring with the sales staff. A beautiful young lady noticed Zhou Yuchen's family and quickly approached them. "Hello, how can I assist you today?" Most people who can afford to buy a house are usually accompanied by family, while those who come alone are generally just browsing. So the sales lady's smile was very genuine at that moment. Zhou Yuchen asked, "Are the houses here already renovated?" "Sir, our Gueha community is a high-end community, and the renovations were completed 3 months ago using environmentally friendly materials. The formaldehyde levels are absolutely within standards, so you can move in with just your luggage," she replied. "How many types of units do you have?" "There are 4 types of units in the community: 144 square meters, 188 square meters, 256 square meters, and 320 square meters. What are the prices?" The larger the area, the higher the price, which are 6,000, 7, 200, 9,000, and 12,000 per square meter respectively. "How many 320 square meter units are left?" Upon hearing Zhou Yuchen's question, the sales lady's eyes lit up, and she quickly responded, "There are still 16 available." Compared to the prices in Yunhai City, which often exceed several hundred thousand, the housing prices in Luojiang County are undoubtedly much more affordable. However, with the average salary here only around 3,000 to 4,000, very few can afford such large homes. Zhou Yuchen felt that the developers of the Gueha community might not have done adequate research beforehand. If things went poorly, they could end up with unsold properties. "Could you please take us to see a unit?" "Sure, please follow me." Guided by the sales lady, Zhou Yuchen's family entered the community. Su Xiaowan gently nudged Zhou Yuchen and asked, "Are we really going to buy such a large house?" Zhou Yuchen smiled and replied, "Whether we buy it depends on whether you and Dad like it. If you don't like it, we definitely won't buy it." Su Xiaowan pursed her lips and said, "How could anyone not like such a big house? It's just too expensive." Zhou Yuchen responded, "Mom, my flat in Yunhai costs 45 million, and my car is 45 million. Compared to that, do you think this flat for under 4 million is still expensive?" Su Xiaowan shot him a glance and retorted, "Why do I feel like you have the makings of a nouveau riche?" Zhou Yuchen chuckled, "I already am one." Their conversation reached the sales lady's ears, filling her with excitement. Within the community, only Building 1 and Building 2 have units of 320 square meters. Each building has 12 floors, with a height of 8 meters per floor. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Building 1. Zhou Yuqing inquired about the remaining floors and learned that the 8th and 9th floors were still available, so he decisively chose the 9th floor. Taking the elevator to the 9th floor, the sales lady took out a key and opened the door. What greeted them was a spacious living room, with ample space and a simple yet elegant decor style. The flooring, furniture, and home appliances are all from top domestic brands, which is quite good. However, some details could be improved. This is understandable, as Luojian County is just a small city with a population of around 500,000 to 600,000 and naturally cannot be compared to the economically prominent Yanhai city. Having stayed at Zhou Yuqing's home twice, Zhou Qing is not particularly enthusiastic about this large flat. Chapter 78. Zhou Qingjian's enemy. After looking around, Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan felt very satisfied. Compared to this place, their current home was hardly better than a doghouse. Zhou Yuqing asked, "Are all the houses decorated in this style?" The sales representative nodded and replied, "Yes." Zhou Yuqing turned to Zhou Qingjian and Su Xiaowan, saying, "Dad, Mom, what do you think?" Su Xiaowan thought for a moment and then asked little Yaya, "Darling, do you like this house?" Little Yaya put her hands behind her back, walked a few steps in the living room, and pretended to say, "It's not bad." Ha ha. Her little adult demeanor made everyone burst into laughter. Su Xiaowan picked up little Yaya and kissed her several times, saying, "Sweetheart, you are so adorable." Little Yaya loved the praise and smiled happily. Zhou Yuqing asked, "How many parking spaces and storage rooms does this house have?" The sales representative replied, 2 parking spaces and a storage room of over 50 square meters. Zhou Yuqing continued, "Is there a discount if we pay in full for the house?" The sales representative said, "We can offer a 3 discount." Zhou Yuqing replied without hesitation,